More than 6 centuries have passed since the fall changed Ea. Humanity struggles to rebuild after the cataclysm and the long winter that followed. With the hollow throne empty, the 100 kingdoms remain embroiled in internecine warfare as the nobility covets the remnants of the empire while the church grinds its teeth at the weakened orders. The city-states of the south struggle to recover from the collapse of their paradigms at the hands of demagogues and tyrants. To the north, the Nords have finally left behind the horrors of the Fimbulwinter and the rule of the Yontar and have started expanding from their shattered realms. They turn their covetous eyes to the rich lands of the south, lusting for revenge for their murdered gods. With mankind far from the glory and might of its old dominion, the enigmatic Spires exert their power for the first time in eons. Shedding millennia of custom and practice, the merchant princes seek the wealth of the lesser races, in an effort to break the stranglehold of power the dictatorate and the sovereign house exert. As the vicious games of these elders spill into the mortal realm, misery and warfare spread like a disease from their domains. While the clamor of war spreads, the wisest among those living fear the rising of the Dweghom. Deep in their holes they hear the clamor of battle approaching and feel the pulse quicken in their veins. They are the eldest disciples of war. The last time their hosts marched to battle, the eternal reign of dragons came to an end, and a conflict so violent the land itself withdrew. Far to the east, darkness is gathering. The fearless tribes hurl themselves against the Costrine gates as their lands shrink. Their warbands are unable to contend with the ancient evil that stirs in what was once the heartland of the Old Dominion. Genesis. While the points of view and flavor differ, we continue to find the same repeating factors in all Genesis mythologies. A force of creation and a force of destruction held in check by a third force, one of balance, usually presented as the ideal. In all my research, I have yet to encounter a single religion or syncretic system of belief that deviated from the same pattern, and indeed one could piece together the same cosmogony tale from teachings of distant or even opposing religions. Sophides, A Rational Fate, 482 PR. Before the breaking, one was all, and all was at peace, for the purpose is one. Thus was in the beginning, and so will the end be. All day, all ideas, all perceptions, all states of existence, so in the endless prospects of one, its own absence was perceived, and the concept of none was born. So now one had become two, one that makes and one that takes, one that creates and one that destroys. They both were flawed in their vision and execution, for no part can perceive all. Of the two, the creator, who was the memory of one, wished to remake it, yet it destroyed it further with each creation. The destroyer would try to achieve none, for it was born from its perception, and yet its works led towards all being one once more, and the two were locked in eternal struggle within themselves and with each other, creating and destroying for ages immeasurable until the illumination of the third, who shows that all can exist within the one. From the teachings of Icalandrus, recognize Father aspect incarnate of the deists, circa 348 PR. And the mismatched twins fought for eons, blindly creating and destroying realities that Theos never intended to exist. Where passion ruled and sin was spread in all of their dimensions, this lasted for uncounted eternities before Theos, father of all, was finally angered, and his anger poured into the mismatched. It was Theos' anger that made creation weaker, a warrior finally wound destruction. And it was Theos' anger that finally allowed destruction, ever stronger but never strong enough, to return the blow and shatter his twin. And the Lord heard one's wailing and saw the other shattered, and his mercy was made manifest. Creation remained shattered, subduing to its rightful ruler's will, but destruction saw weakness in mercy and did not see the will behind it. And he mocked and challenged Theos. This futile blasphemy enraged the Almighty. Then the Lord's mercy and the Lord's anger came together, and in his justice shone radiant and burned brightly all over creation. Our Lord fell upon destruction, and cursed him for eternity, and called him Belzul, the accursed, and made him kneel before smiting him, and strangled him forever, bringing him pain eternal. Nova Fides, Principium, 3:8 with 18, Holy Book of the Theist Church. Lie with me, said she, and took her brother in her arms, and with words he liked he put his mind to slumber. And when his black eyes closed, Nen struck. Slowly she strengthened her embrace at first, fearful of waking him. But as Antuk fell deeper and deeper into slumber, firmer and firmer her hold would become, then harsher, then strangling, building layers upon layers of stone and metal shackling her sibling. All her might it took, even though still he slumbered, but in the end her first creation formed. Nenea is her name, the womb that will give birth to destruction at the end of time, but in the tongues of men they call her Ea. The prison some say it means, the field say others, while others still say home, for the tongues of men are many. And yet Nen's task was still not over. From her place in the darkness of the well, she looked around and saw the pieces of the Ever-Maker drawing closer, for he too is an eternal as his brother. Move, she then commanded, and from her word her first child, Ronu, the dancer, ever moving, was born. He rushed from her mouth and set upon the blackness of the well, laughing and running, grabbing and shoving, making Kunz's pieces to dance and twirl, unable to untie till the end of his dance. Time, men call him, and fear him as a runner, but for his dance the cosmos would cease for all but the spawn. The tale of coming, told by Shakhir the limbing, passed down to him by Kushzar the eyeless, and to him by Zekhal the maimed, and by all the flawed before them, mouth to ear, since the birth of the Netali people before the old dominion. Of Stars and the Night Menagerie. The Night's Menagerie. Long before Hazila was molded into the Pantocrator, or the gods of Yggdrasil sheltered the mortals of Mannheim from the predations of the Yontar, perhaps even before the Spires, Dweghom, and the lesser primordial shards convinced humanity as anything but entertaining primates, humanity had pondered about its place in the cosmos. Lightning was feared, fire was worshipped, rain was venerated, and the sun was adorned for its light and warmth. But when the night was clear and the skies dark, the stars were looked upon with awe and wonder, igniting the fledgling's race's imagination and inspiring tales that would endure for thousands of years. Animals, faces, and personified power slowly claiming a place in the night sky, and before long the silent skies became as vibrant and as full as the world around the first humans. Dominant among them and constantly appearing in lore across the continent at all times of humanity's presence are 12 constellations that circle the world of Ea. Many modern scholars debate that the true recognition and cataloging of the celestial menagerie did not really take place until the first tribe's evolution. The primary argument is that the celestial circle faithfully reflects the early pantheon of the Old Dominion, with 12 signs mirroring the 12 primary deities of Hazila's entourage. This argument, however, ignores the fact that Hazila was ever ready to use well-established patterns and beliefs, repurposing them to his own designs. Much like the proverbial chicken and egg, it is impossible to tell if the circle was convinced after the pantheon, or if the pantheon was founded to reflect an observed pattern. In fact, plenty of evidence would suggest that the skies had been observed and the movement of celestial bodies understood long before the ascension of the Old Dominion. Many of the proto-tribes that Hazelia's faithful would come to conquer or assimilate had already placed their own gods in the designs of the night sky, while the consistency and repetition of similar observations can only attest to some distant but common heritage that was reshaped and reimagined as the torch of this knowledge was passed down to generations. Regardless of the origin, the reality remains that the celestial circle, also known as the Night's Menagerie, the 12 of Skies, the Zodiac Ring, and other similarly poetic names, appears in almost all human civilizations of the continent of Surortris and Mannheim, and only them. The Dweghom show little interest in the observation of skies, save for navigation during campaigns, while the Spires dismiss such patterns as superficialities of primates. Even the Waradun seem to place little interest in them, save for practical ones that will be explored later, and although the Cult of Famine has many stories to tell about the stars, they do not place as much of an existential significance to them as humans do. For the humans, on the other hand, the Knight's Menagerie is a source of scientific inspiration, occult studies, and superstitious beliefs alike. It is perhaps not hard to understand why. There are 3 primordial aspects: creation, destruction, and balance, and 4 elements: fire, earth, water, and air, and 12 is the number to represent all possible combinations. In fact, simplified versions of the zodiac symbol are often employed by practitioners to symbolize an element as its aspect. Regardless, many modern scholars reject this correlation as fabricated, and instead astromancy is widely considered superstitious nonsense by most educated people. However, not all agree with this assessment. With the gilding paradigm of in the heavens as it is on Ea, astronomancy is by many considered a legitimate field of study, one that does not require the gift, and the myriad self-proclaimed astromancers claim to be able to predict the future and unravel one's fate through the art, whispering into the ears of farmers and sovereigns alike more often than the latter would ever care to publicly admit. Such practices, of course, are readily dismissed by the chapters themselves. True astronomancy, chapter mages claim, exists. It is true. It is the understanding of likely primordial and elemental influences, but it cannot in any way actually predict the future, as such distant celestial influences can easily be overwhelmed by ones much more elusive and much more closer to the person or historical time. If a newborn soul is to be influenced in the first place, for instance, being born close to a centuries-old cemetery amidst a raging lightning storm, or simply while a violent murder or an embrace of true love is taking place nearby, such events are more likely to achieve said influence than the menagerie sign that happens to be dominant at the time. Thus, much like in the art of decks and card reading, while academically the gift is not required to understand its theory, its practice both demands and truly benefits those with primeval understanding of such influences, one available only to those sensitive to them through the gift. Most chapters, in fact, do teach astronomancy as supplementary course, with the pool of stillness being considered the best on the field. Their teachings, however, focus on ensuring stable spellcasting despite primordial influences, rather than on individuals or historical events. The most common names of the signs, along with their old dominion, Nord and city-states names, are as follows: the Fallen Hammer, Maleus, Mjolnir or Thor dropped it, Sphira, a hammer falling or crushing on a cluster of stars, sign of the crafter, creational fire, fate. The rigid coins, Numi, Mimir, or head floats in well, Dikepholos, 2 heads mirroring back turned to each other, sign of the Magi, creational earth, science. The idle scales, Squame, Farmdar, or lost boatman, Aliefs, a set of balanced scales or a boat with open sail inverted, sign of the seer / the mage, creational water, opinion. The Sky Hunter, Venator, Vedit Mardar, or Hunter in the Sky, Kinigos, a bowman in the air, string drawn, arrow notched, sign of the wanderer, creational air, experience. The Sun's Lion, Leon, Kotor, or cat of the heavens, Tephoros, a regal winged feline depicting with a crown or mane, sign of the ruler / the bureaucrat, balance fire, intellect. The embraced calf, pastor, kalfur, or calf to the market, Zudhohos, a calf being lifted by 2 hands embracing it, sign of the mother, creational earth, sense. The guarding one, Bellator, nice, Valkyrie or shield maiden, Aspidiphoros, a figure clad in armor, shield before it, sign of the night, balance water, reason. The ego unchained, Expemptus, I can't pronounce this one, or breaker of chains, Ethos, an ego flying away breaking a chain on its legs, sign of the untamed, balanced air, imagination. The loving doves, columbe, hrfnari, or kissing crows, peristeres, two doves/birds, neck touching as if embracing, sign of the lover, destruction fire, passion. The wheat field, pila, vetikar, or field of wheat, dohrifori, a field of wheat or rows of spears in the sky, sign of the soldier/the everyman, destruction earth, obligation. The offered lamb, hostia, ogledi, or crying without name, atoitis. A lamb head placed on an altar, sign of the victim/the innocent, destruction water, sacrifice. The dancing peacock, pavo, firdahamr, or cloak of feathers, taos, a peacock tail or a man dancing in feathered cloak, sign of the fool/the trickster, destructional air, ego. There are endless other constellations outside of the circle that dominates the night skies of Ea, which have ignited the imagination of nearly all its civilizations. Few remain as consistent or as widely recognized, however, and their study would be more relevant within individual cultural premises. One, however, cannot talk of the skies over Ea without mentioning the veil, the wisp, and the gap. It is a fact known to few, save for actual astronomers, that Ea's sky has in fact two layers. One is formed by the distant stars. It is there where the constellations are formed. The other, called the curtain or the veil, is much closer, formed by the breeze of the war of the hosts. It is an extremely thin, spherical layer of fine primordial dust which covers the entirety of the planet. In daytime, the layer is practically invisible, although the proximity of Ea's sun would have been felt much more were it not for this layer. In nighttime, glimpses of this layer can be seen at random, as spots of the veil momentarily glitter in the night sky, giving life to what is known as the wisps, willow stars, starflies, or a host of other names. If tradition is to be believed, one can surmise that it is by condescending parts of that layer or gathering its biggest pieces that Hazila was able to build his Elysium over the world, which in turn will later cause the brunt of the destruction of the fall, and were it not for the interference and sacrifice, a Ninhua would have annihilated all life on Ea. Still, Hazila's interference and his subsequent fall have left a gap in that layer. It is this which causes the day of Yudica, where the sun's light seems to burn brighter. The Yudica cannot be predicted save but on the very morning it is happening, and sometimes not even then, but closer to noon. When observed, however, all activity stops, windows are barred, roads are emptied, and people move not unless they have to. No matter what one's beliefs are, the Yudica, even if differently named and explained, is respected and feared. Even the city-states hold this day as a bad omen, and citizens are urged to stay indoors. The Weaver Courts. Far to the west of the 100 Kingdoms, across the Kairangal Range to the north and the Bitter Sea to the south, lies a primeval land where the calls of exotic birds and ceaseless rustles of leaves marks the edge of man's domain. Deep within these lands, known to its inhabitants as the Feiran, the Weaver Courts, ancient cousins of the Spires, hold sway. Split into 4 seasonal courts, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, these great exile nations could not be more different. Where the Spires turned their back on the innate gift of life-binding and perverted it into biomancy, the Weavers revere it, using it to shape almost every aspect of their culture. Where the Spires look upon Ea as a sacrificial staging point for their successful return to their homeworld, the Weavers look upon Ea as divine gift and take their duty to nurture and protect it very seriously indeed. Children of a lost world and inheritance of a Rivian society, the exiles who left the Spires under protection of the eldest dragons chose to abandon everything they knew, everything they carried, and walk upon Ea, giving freely of those gifts they possessed in exchange for the chance to peacefully sample those gifts the planet shared with them. Under the tutelage of the dragons, perhaps the only beings more fascinated with life on Ea than they themselves were, the exiles soon began to appreciate the complexity of the tapestry of life upon Ea. These exiles soon took a new name, weavers, to represent their new calling, taking upon themselves the onus to heal the damage they had caused to the planet with their arrival. The main tool they used for this was their innate gift of life binding. Capable of binding the life force of two beings together, the weavers quickly began to bond with the planet they sought to succor. Breaking an age-old taboo, they soon started mingling their own essence with those of the local environment, taking upon themselves the traits of local flora and fauna, while gifting them with some of their own awareness and sentience in return. A physical description of a member of the Weaver Court is categorically impossible. Each member of the Weaver Courts has embraced the gift of life binding, bonding with at least one of other living being, changing irrevocably. One can walk past the beautiful autumn court maiden, whose eyes are the gentle round brown orbs of a doe, whose hair is a riot of thorns and roses, yet walks upright upon the cloven hooves of a goat as she converses with the lean man of the court of spring, whose neck and upper body is covered in vibrant feathers and ends in a parrot's head, but whose legs are covered in a fine fur but shaped in the talons of a raptor. Standing next to these ones, one might witness an ancient of autumn who has repeatedly bound with the same grove of trees, becoming a towering humanoid figure encased in moss, bark, and forest detritus, who speaks with a voice like 100 breaking branches. Even stranger, one might lay eyes on a member of one of the high courts. These are the mystical and spiritual leaders of the Weaver Courts who have somehow managed to use their life-binding gift to bond with the elemental forces of Ea itself, manifesting flame corona of fire instead of hair, clothing forged of frost and snow, or claws and scales formed from pure obsidian, and other even more exotic displays of power. Each court is associated with an element. Water for spring, fire for summer, water for autumn, and air for winter. An unusual large amount of summer and winter court members possess elemental bindings, a fact that often causes the two courts to see themselves as more worthy than the courts of autumn and spring, a common source of contention between them. It would not be wrong to consider each court within Weaver society a small nation unto itself with its own culture, goals, social mores, and rules. Competition amongst the courts is fierce and is not unknown to break into open warfare, particularly when members of the higher courts are involved. Much like the seasons must come and go, the power and influence of each court waxes and wanes over time. The court of spring has been ascended for centuries, flush with the victory and achievement of repairing the damage to the Feiran that was caused by the fall, the long winter, and even the breaking. But times seem to be changing. Centuries of ennui have dulled the luster of their achievements, and other courts grow restless. Intrigues and plots are flying thick and heavy through the courts, and maneuvering has already begun to see which court shall rise and what agenda they shall pursue. Time on Ea. It is not hard to understand why the fall would be a defining event in almost all civilizations on Ea. More so human civilizations than others. While naturally the 100 Kingdoms and the city-states can track their very birth to this calamity, the Nords have readily adopted it, be it because of their lack of record-keeping during the reign of the Yontar, or because of the limitations of their oral tradition, which largely disregards the accurate study of history and focuses more on deeds. In the 100 Kingdoms, it would take some time for the calendar to settle. The first effort to keep track of the time would differ from one group of Old Dominion refugees to another, as they usually attempted to count days based on their own escape. As the group started gathering on the shores of the Bitter Sea, however, the abbreviations AR, ante ruinam, and PR, post ruinam, would come to be used as a common reference point between everyone, signifying the years before or after the fall respectively. Still, while this counting first appeared long before the Telian Empire, it would take the first emperor to establish it as a standard measure of time. It has since been referred to as the imperial calendar, when for the first time the abbreviations became official and used by the state in all provinces. In short, this is how the emperor counted years. The Thais Church agrees with the imperial calendar, however it uses the abbreviation AS and PS, ante/post sacrificium. The phrase "in the year of redemption" or "in the year of penance," followed by the current year, is often used in correspondence and record keeping, a practice adopted by most of the nobility, especially in formal situations. Similarly, deists have adopted the imperial creed. However, specific aspect worshippers may use different calendars based on the latest incarnations of an aspect. These variations are too many, too limited in use, and often too short-lived to merit future exploration. The Rus adopted the imperial calendar in their dealings with the other kingdoms, but in their official records they refer to year 7 PR as year 0 Bres, or without. It should perhaps be noted that the Rus considered that the fall happened on 2 PR and the imperial calendar is wrong by 2 years. Most Rus nowadays do not know what the original phrase was. Some claim it implies without theos, while others claim it means without sin, without pain, or without struggle. The imperial calendar has 12 months each, with 30 days. These, however, do not compile a full year, for there are an extra 12 days. These do not belong to any month, but are simply referred to as God's days. While all the kingdoms share this format, the names of the months, of course, differ according to the language or dialect of a specific cultural group. In Thrace-speak, however, the names of the months are the following, starting from the first of the year: Janus, Phoebus, Martius, Apuas, Mea, Jux, Jul, Augustus, Setua, Otus, Noctima, Decarpus. After Decarpus, the god days come, 12 in number, but for every 5 years. In the so-called tall years, the god days are 13, and they are generally considered years of bad luck. The 7 days of the week in the kingdoms are, in Thrace-speak, the following: Preda, Dueda, Welda, Terda, Freta, Gonda, and Sondus. While local customs and different beliefs have different holidays, some days are recognized throughout the kingdoms. Deida and Prima, the last and the first days of the year, for instance, are always holidays. Every spring, usually during Martius and Apuas, the fall is commemorated in 12 days. For the Paenticum, these are the days spent in prayer by Theos' chosen, before his sacrifice. The first 9 days are days of fasting and contemplation. On the 10th day, the Catena, he was changed to the materialistic world of men so that he could sacrifice himself to save them. It is a day of mourning when long processions march slowly from every chapel and church carrying their sacred relics for the world to see, accompanied by beautiful sad music that echoes on the streets of every faithful city. The 11th day, called Ruina, is a day of death, and the faithful are not permitted to eat or drink anything but water, and the simple, tasteless soup when the sun sets. Cemeteries fill on Ruina as the people visit the graves of their departed and offer flowers, while a statue of wood is built on every temple's bell tower. On the stroke of midnight, under cheerful bells, the statues are lit and thrown on a field of flowers beneath. And the 12th day, Nova, begins the new day, when the faithful escape the fall and offer humanity hope and a new beginning. Folkloric traditions, adopted in part by the deists, tells another tale, naming the days and the echoes of names of their old god. Drekch, the day when the beast of Ea cowered. Nabus, when empty was the seat of a seer. Dwoda came and to none lowered. Ferus, and only barbarians now cheer. Dionus, no good luck can anyone save. Festos, the day when God's hammer starts forging. Cleon, when way a knight's broken shield gave. Hazila, skies darken from all father falling. Vagero is now worshipped, wonders all. Nunc, soldiers and victims now everyone's peers. Ishamos, two split in ones in heartbroken calls. Ninwach, mother's body, her children in tears. Till ash and cloud move to a new morning clear. O ash and cloud move, bring a new morning clear. This song is sung by the deists faithful, and instead of 12 statues of aspects are built in a circle. While the forms and names of these may differ from tradition to tradition, the 12th is always that of Ninwach, the mother aspect. Counting down to midnight, the statues are set on fire one by one. Tradition says that unless all statues keep burning, Ninwa is lit. It signifies a bad omen given by the aspect whose statue flames died out. Heroica, the midnight summer day, has been celebrated as High Sun, but it was thus named and established by the Telian Empire as a day of memory to the fallen in combat, commemorated in many kingdoms with tourneys and games. This holiday falls at the end of Jux and marks the longest day of the year. The Paneticum also celebrates the same day as Sacrema, the day when Theos hears prayers clearer than ever. In contrast to Heroica, the unexpected holiday of Judica is a moving holiday with regular intervals. This, however, is not a day of celebration. Judica is a day of judgment, when Theos' angry eyes turned on Ea, judging all sins harshly, no matter how small, as he is reminded of the fall of his herald. This event occurs when the sun's light seems to burn brighter, as if a pale shadow is lifted over it. The Judica cannot be predicted, save but on the very morning it is happening, and sometimes, not even then, but closer to noon. When observed, however, all activity stops. Windows are barred, roads are empty, and people move not unless they have to. No matter what one's beliefs are, the Judica, even if differently named and explained, is respected and feared. Even the city-states hold this day as a bad omen, and citizens are urged to stay indoors. If their epistomos have explained the natural phenomenon, they have not shared their observations but endorsed traditions nonetheless. While the imperial calendar has very much been adopted by the Nords when it comes to the counting of years before and after the fall, the similarities on timekeeping end there. The Nords divide the year into seasons, winter and summer, based on the movement of the sun. They further divide the year into 4 sub-seasons, as it were, or spells. Howler and Long White usually come in winter, one signified by the rise of northern winds, the other by the fall of heavy snow. In summer usually come Runwater and Sail, the first signified by the partial melting of snow, the other announcing that the weather is good enough for raids to start. The spells, however, are not stable, and their coming is announced by high Gothi, shamans, and ship captains, judging by the weather. It is not unheard of, and in fact more common than not, that any of the sub-seasons last for only a few weeks, or even completely skipped. This makes for an extremely flexible system, which can vary even between neighboring settlements. For more precision, the Nords count the weeks of a season 26 for summer and 27 for winter. Their week days are Maningur, Tirigur, Wundegur, Torgur, Freygur, Einherdag, and Sondag. Holidays are rare in the north, and many seasonal celebrations have emerged naturally with the commemoration of significant events. The Night of the Burning Tree is celebrated a few days before the end of the year, when a heavily decorated tree in the village square is set on fire to dispel the darkness and coldest night of the year. It is not hard to see how the memory of Yggdrasil is kept alive, turning one of the most tragic events in their history into a message of endurance, if not hope. The liberation from the rule of the Yontar and the coming of the Einjar, is commemorated along with the coming of Runwater, usually a few weeks after the coming of summer. If the weather is kind enough, from the day summer starts until its announcement, the Valkyries, or women dressed as Valkyries, where there are none, stand before the great hall of the settlement and ask loudly, "Is it today? Are the chosen awake?" If silence is their response, they will howl sadly, banging their weapons together to awake Einherjar. If Runwater has arrived, then the village elder will sound the village horn. Soon all horns in the village will sound, with the Valkyries joining in with happy war cries. The 2 weeks after are spent in preparation, feasting, and work, with kids dressed as Einherjar playing pranks upon their elders. At the end of those weeks, aspiring youths will depart to join the Kap Agorask, the proving grounds where their mettle will be proven, and their future will be decided. High Sun is the last common holiday of the Nords, celebrated during the biggest day of the year. While the day is filled with music, feasting, and merriment, spouses of warriors that have joined the raids are expected to stand near the shore or the edge of the settlement, holding candles for their loved ones to find their way home. It is speculated that all Spires keep 2 calendars, one counting the years since their exodus to Ea, and another counting the days of operations of each Spire. Findings suggest that in some documents a third way of keeping time, this time backwards, may be used. All of the above, however, are mere theories, as the inscriptions of the Spire Lords are yet to be fully deciphered, and even the merchant princes never share information about their people and instead mimic the calendars of the humans they trade with. Since Dweghom memories are perfect and because of the art of mnemosyne, it could be argued that they do not actually need any kind of calendar, save for everyday use or a quick reference point. In a way, that is true. When it comes to referring to the past, the Dweghom simply divided time in campaigns. The Dragon War is the first campaign, followed by the Memory Wars, and then the Exile campaign, etc. Anything before that is simply referred to as the Nedweg, a time before the Dweghom when accurate time-keeping and recounting of events have neither meaning nor importance to the Dweghom, save for the insults suffered by their former masters. The Derhugold, the memory of the descendant to war's prison, stands alone in history, an event and time separate from anything else. Perhaps another division one can discern in Dweghom timekeeping is the rule. Living lives distanced from seasons or any celestial observations, days, seasons, and even years means nothing to a hold. Instead, time is divided into rules, referring to a hold's regulus rule or the absence of one. In human counting, a rule could last for periods ranging from weeks to centuries. For the Dweghom, these lengths don't matter. The Rahig's name is sufficient, the rest is remembered. Further divisions are simple and practical, more than intentional timekeeping in a hold. A rule's length, varying as it may be, is usually measured in commands, meaning the rotation of the same ranking officers as supervisors of the next 12 duty rosters. Rosters in turn mean the assignment of 12 duties to the soldiers, and each duty is divided into 12 watches. When it comes to comparing the human way of thinking, these divisions are not as alien and not unlikely because of some influence between the two races, possibly pre-fall humans adopting Dweghom military habits. Much like in most human militaries, a Dweghom watch is approximately 2 hours long. Since the duty is 12 watches, this means a similar 24-hour day for the Dweghom as well. The similarities end there, however, as the Dweghom divide everything in 12s. Command, month, has 12 rosters, weeks, which has 12 duties, days, which has 12 watches, hours, or rather 2 hours. This of course presents a problem, since the different holds have different rules. Commands would be impossible to discern, so one could not communicate a specific point in time of Dweghom of another hold. First, there is one thing that one must understand, and that is that the Dweghom do not care. Time holds no meaning to them the way it does to humans. If precise information has to be shared between holds, the Memnancers will make it happen. If two holds meet and or cooperate during a campaign against a third party, the ups and downs of the sun are good enough to coordinate their timing of attacks. For instance, these are sufficient for Dweghom communication. For the rarest of exceptions, when it is not, the Dweghom count back to the first watch of the first campaign against the dragons. It is only the stable point in time, as watches have since run uninterrupted for every hold, clan, or even platoon, and each hold's involvement in a campaign may have differed. In layman's terms, whatever the exact common date today for all Dweghom is, it's over 1 billion watches, although it is possible that duties, rosters, and commands are also used in that regard, themselves running uninterrupted since. Shards of the Primordials. From the highest heavens down to the darkest pits where Destruction and his servants are bound, primordial powers infuse the world of Ea. The most extreme of these manifestations are the horsemen themselves, as aspect souls of creation and destruction. Bound and chained by the dragons, they nonetheless represent the most powerful primordial essences at play, but they are far from the only. When creation and destruction fought at the dawn of existence, each blow struck through and cast the essence of these two primordial powers throughout the cosmos. The greatest of these are the stars themselves, raging shards of creation cast into the heavens when destruction smote its sibling with a blow so powerful that shattered its very body into a million pieces. Likewise, creation's original blow, the one that incited destruction to its rage, was a deep cut that has bled incessantly since it was made. The larger fragments, those that possess enough power and essence to retain consciousness, are powerful entities capable of extraordinary feats of primordial magic. They range in power from full-fledged gods and primordial dragons down to the meanest demons and cherubims in the primordial hosts. Smaller motes of this primordial essence are just that, motes. They lack any motive energy or volition, wafting through the cosmos with no aim or reason. Thick physical barriers can impede their progress, resulting in a slow accretion of these motes within an area. The most common manifestations of this are the countless exotic stones and metals that one can find on Ea. It is no coincidence that the deeper one digs, the more of these minerals are found, as the powerful essence of destruction suffices the stone and molten lava. On the other hand, the essence of creation is much harder to come across in a solid form, diffused as it is through the cosmos. The likeliest sources are extraterrestrial objects such as meteors and space dust, which becomes infused eons ago. Unlike solid matter, life retains an unusual capacity to trap these motes. In small concentrations, they do little more than affect the mood or outlook of the life form. In higher concentrations, though, they can start creating gross physical changes on the form of their host. Most of the creatures considered normal by humans on Ea and named as animals, rabbits, deer, ox, wolves, etc., are of a balanced aspect and do not possess a high concentration of these motes. Humanity itself is considered to possess a balanced aspect, and as a result, those creatures that are aspected away from balance towards either creation or destructions, humans instinctively find unnatural and call monsters. Whatever the case, these motes seem to ignore the laws of physics as laid down by balance. They seem to respond to eddies and currents that have nothing to do with the physical realm, being drawn to areas and events that embody their chosen aspect most strongly. These motes can help aspect an entire area, aligning it with their primordial paradigm. This is why a particularly famous battlefield might become the site of future battles for no discernible reason, or a particular building once inhabited by a creative genius might become a midwife's home or nursing ward. One of the more curious properties of these motes is not only that they are drawn to common areas, but that they possess the ability to merge when chance forces them together. In a powerful enough aspected locus, enough of these motes can come together to grant the amalgam a rudimentary instinct. These slivers will start seeking out smaller pieces to incorporate into their growing form. As more primordial power gathers, sentience slowly develops. These awakened primordial slivers are small manifestations of creation and destruction which often settle within their locus. All sentient races on Ea are familiar with these manifestations. The dragons would let them be until they reach a critical size, after which point they would be hunted and destroyed. The exiles, strangers to our world, have a very limited ability to interact with these spirits. The Spires view them with extreme caution, and through a long process of trial and error have learned to catalog them and use them on infused flesh to grant unique and abilities to their creations that could not have been achieved otherwise. The Weaver Courts, on the other hand, venerate these beings as manifestations of the will of Ea. The most devoted and insightful amongst the Summer and Winter Courts have found ways of using their life-binding abilities to merge with these existences, assuming the role of leaders and sorcerers amongst their kin. The Quiet venerate them and cherish them as byproducts of primordial balance, but otherwise ignore them. The Dweghom, ever practical and focused on their martial pursuits, have taken a different track. Lacking the raw primordial might of their dragon creators, the Tempered have long captured these beings to power the constructs the dragonless left behind, while the Ardent reduce and distill their physical forms into pigments and minerals that are incorporated into their armor and bodies to aid their martial prowess. Humanity, on the other hand, found a different use for these slivers: worship. And this is our first dive-in into Parabellum's Conquest, the Argument of Kings, or Conquest, First Blood, whichever one you prefer. And to be honest, I like this one. It's pretty cool, to be honest. It feels interesting, has elements of space and magic and fantasy to it, so I'm all up for it. If you reach this point in the video, please remember to like, comment, subscribe, rate, the usual. It helps the channel grow. I'll see you in the next one. Arrivederci. The 100 Kingdoms. Sheltered by the selfless sacrifices of the last legion, the refugees that managed to escape the cataclysm of the fall will survive the long winter that followed, and in time prospered to found one of the largest and most diverse bastions of human civilizations on Ea. Today, the 100 Kingdoms extend from the sheltered heartlands by the Bitter Sea all the way to the lands of Rus, which stretch against the Klosterine Mountains before one descends into corruption and darkness spawned by the fall beyond them. Despite the best efforts of the Orders, the spiritual successors to the legendary Last Legion, the 100 Kingdoms have been riven by war almost from the moment the first desperate refugees laid eyes on the Bitter Sea. Peace had only visited their land twice, once upon the return of the Orders from the Klosterine Wall at the onset of the long winter, and again during the rule of the Armatelum dynasty that managed to briefly unite the 100 Kingdoms under one banner and found the Telian Empire. The tragic end of that dynasty saw the empire plunged into chaos and brought the resurgence of the 100 Kingdoms. Today, the Hallowed Throne and a few key institutions are all that remain of the empire, while year after year would-be emperors and conquerors perpetuate the cycle of violence that make an empire a quickly fading dream. With Spires and Dweghom holds scattered in their lands, pressured by the constant aggression of Nord raids and riven by centuries of intersign warfare, the 100 Kingdoms are militarized to an unprecedented degree. The feudal system that underpinned the old society is buckling under the assault of an increasingly complex trade-based economy and an ever-increasing demand for manpower. A new class of professional soldier has risen, men and women who fight not for land or obligation, but for simple gold. While these men-at-arms are covering the demand for manpower across the 100 Kingdoms, they also represent a significant destabilizing force. Power is starting to swift away from the traditional land-owning aristocracy and into the hands of their rulers, who hold the rights of taxation and can use that coin to purchase the manpower they need to keep their recalcitrant vassals under control. To this volatile mix, one must add the growing assertiveness of the Faith. Their extensive holdings and alliances with the nobility are allowing them to circumvent the old covenants and field a military force through proxies. As long-dissuaded muscles are being flexed, the ancient animosity between faiths is coming to the fore, with the theist and deist dogmas marshalling their power and supporters getting ready to take their arguments from the religious councils and onto the battlefield. Standing against this rising tide are the Orders, warriors without peer whose prowess verges on the supernatural, a mantle and burden inherited from the shattered legion that birthed them. Bound by their common cause to protect mankind from a hostile world, the Orders are split along ideological lines on how best to do this. Ranging from the fanatical devotion of the Order of the Sword to the calculated interventions of the Order of the Sealed Temple, the Orders are the strongest check to this rising power and aggression of the Church and all too numerous local rulers. Allies in these efforts can be found among the remaining institutions of the Empire. In the desperate days that followed the collapse of the Telian Empire, the Imperial Conclave deemed the accumulated wealth of the Imperial family too great to risk distributing amongst its members. Thus the office of the Imperial Chamberlain was founded to manage the estate until a new emperor could be elected. Though his direct power is limited, the Imperial Chamberlain holds tremendous influence amongst the imperial institutions he funds and supports, the Mint and its Gilded Legion, the Collegia and the Imperial War Colleges, as well as the Imperial Courts, often the last hope of the common man to receive a just ruling. Despite the best and often stubborn efforts of the most influential of sovereigns, these institutions have retained a measure of autonomy and independence, providing a stabilizing factor among the claimants of the Hallowed Throne, in no small measure due to the terrifying efficiency of the Steel Legion, the only Imperial Legion that refused the call to disband following the death of the last Emperor. As a result, the forces of the 100 Kingdoms can display tremendous variety, from staunchy traditional feudal levy, reinforced by men-at-arms hired by a sympathetic church, to an eclectic mix of professional Imperial legionnaires and feudal allies, stitched together by the Imperial Chamberlain and backed by the brutal pragmatism of the Order of the Crimson Throne. Fate of the Legions: Adamantine and Smoke. At the height of the Telian Empire, there were 6 legions that answered only to the Imperial throne. Of these, only two survived the collapse of the Empire in any recognizable form: the Gilded Legion and the Steel Legion. The others ceased to exist as independent units. This, however, did not mean that they disappeared entirely, that their influence is not still felt today, or that their fate has not inspired, for better or worse, throughout the years. The Adamantine Legion was the Imperial bodyguard, its legionnaires considered the Emperor's own. With members handpicked for their skill, discipline, and loyalty, majestically armored in full plate with covered faces, filigreed and gilded in adamant, they accompanied the Emperor and the Imperial family everywhere. Their traditional weapon was a ceremonial greatsword, although they were required to master smaller blades as well. The assassination of the Emperor was a death blow to this legendary bodyguard, in both bodies and spirit. Over half of the, already undersized at the time, Legion fell during the attack itself. The remainders, often the unlanded sons of powerful nobility, were recalled by their families during the frenzied political maneuvering that followed the collapse of the Empire and the establishment of the Conclave. Be it by shame or fear, few refused, and the order for the Legion to disband that followed was a mere formality. To their credit, all returned their gear, shy shadows that visited the armory under cover of night, once the pride of the Empire, the Adamantine Legion, had been shrouded in shame. What is left today of this legendary bodyguard is a lingering sense of regret and failure that accompanies one as one walks through the fantastically armored mannequins of the Imperial armories. While it was the first Legion to be officially disbanded, the Legion of Smoke is the one most remembered. The decree to disband became known as Declementia, referring to the Legion's nickname of the Emperor's Clemency. For any convict could request to be transferred to the Legion for 10 years instead of serving their sentence for any crime short of treason. The more cynical would attribute a different meaning to the name. This was the dark hand of the Emperor. Black-souled villains who the Empire marked, used and discarded, deployed against those the Emperor did not want simply defeated. He wanted them destroyed. Despite the origin of its men, discipline within the ranks was legendary, as were the punishments for misconduct and desertion. It is worth noting that dedicated historians have found some inconsistencies that simply do not fit the popular narrative. If the Legion was so dreadful and the criminals who populated such villains, how was it such a fearsome force? Why are there so few actual records of deserters or their bounties? Why are there no records of retirement, nor decommissioned equipment stored? More importantly, what happened to the marked legionnaires after the Legion was dissolved? Shouldn't the release of thousands of hardened, trained murderers have made a mark even in the chaos that followed the assassination of the Emperor? Fate of the Legions, Ash and Argent. The Legion of Ash was perhaps the most unorthodox of legions. They were the wandering trackers and slayers of all manner of monster and beast that beset the population of the Empire. In the early Empire, the Emperor was forced to place bounties on the heads of those beasts and monsters that preyed on his population. At first, only well-trained groups would undertake such tasks, mostly hardened veterans and accomplished sellswords whose experience outweighed the passing of their prime. But as the fame of these individuals increased and the bounties grew in number, so did the mercenaries who flocked to earn them, thinking it a quick way to make fame and fortune. It soon became clear that rules and guidelines had to be established, as these mercenaries would start ambushing each other rather than the monsters, while the truly proficient among them would demand higher bounties or turn to less official contracts. Rather than establish a bounty hunters guild, the Emperor created a new legion dedicated to the task. The Legion of Ash kept institutionalized bounties as their reward structure rather than a steady wage, and demanded the organizing units to promote skill, communication, and transmission, while offering better and specialized training. While it was not the only group of bounty hunters, the Legion of Ash was by far the most populated and rewarding. After all, the largest employer of legal bounties was the Emperor, and they all but monopolized their fulfillment. This monopoly, however, would prove to be the Legion's downfall. With the collapse of the Empire, the financial demands of the dissolution itself, as well as the limitations and supervision imposed on the Chamberlain's office by the Conclave, swiftly saw the Imperial bounties discontinued. The Legion of Ash disbanded almost by default, with little to no protest by its members. An unprecedented number of swords for hire became available almost overnight, adding to the chaos of the time. Without a doubt, many of the Legionnaires of Ash found their ways to the ranks of those nobles that could afford them, while others would begin fulfilling bounty contracts of a less than savory nature. Still, the need for monster slaying never ceased, and if one were to scratch the surface of the hunter cadres, or cadets, whatever, who knows what one might discover. The Argent Legion was by far the largest force the Emperor could muster. It more accurately should have been described as the Argent Legions, but by keeping them as a single force, he made it harder for his opponents to accurately measure his standing army. During the dissolution of the Empire, the decommissioning of so many soldiers was a delicate matter, as no lord of the realm wanted an imperial army on his lands, when its legionnaires found out they were no longer employed. As a result, the decision was made to recall the Argent Legion and guarantee their full pay, ostensibly with the goal of dismissing them when they were gathered on the Kalenian's fields of Argem. This matter was crucially decided before the establishment of the office of the Imperial Chamberlain. What nobody had counted on was the sheer scope of the project. As the legionnaires started pouring in, it quickly became evident that paying this many soldiers would be a daunting task in of itself. As the weeks stretched into months, temporary structures were erected to house the imperial bureaucrats who would pay the soldiers. As the months began piling upon each other and the legion still streamed to Argem, the ranking officers ordered the temporary constructions of barracks to house their soldiers, expanding into the slums that had surrounded the fields for decades, and commissioned the digging of proper sanitations as latrines were simply no longer enough. Another complication resulted from the long-established payment terms for the legions. As the rules stood, a legion had to be active to receive full pay, and the legionnaires refused to spend months waiting on half pay, so they continued their regular activities, training, and recruiting throughout the process. By the time the last legionnaire had been paid off, years had passed, and the coffers of the members of the conclave had been bled dry. A factor that no doubt dampened the flames of aggression that could have torn the Empire asunder in those vulnerable years. Still, the fabled Argent Legion of the Empire was no more. Or was it? Drilled perfectionists and lifelong soldiers, the Legion's officers would not spend their time idly during the years of waiting. Their training regimes would be revisited and refined during the endless drilling sessions, while theory and strategy would be discussed almost daily in the officer lounges. In time, the temporary residence and training fields of the Argent Legion would become the foundation of the war colleges, where the best soldiers and officers in the 100 Kingdoms still receive their education to this day. The last to stand guard. Most of the events of the fall and the Old Dominion are forgotten today, save perhaps by the most learned of scholars. Rumors from the last waves of refugees would in time become legends, myths, and bardic tales. Perhaps the song that has endured most since ancient times is The Last to Stand. In a metaphor that captures the bravery and sacrifice of the last legion, the last to stand praises their patron god as the last standing god of the pantheon. The song names Cleon as the last refugee to arrive at the gates of the gap, appearing before the gates long after even the last of the refugees had passed, with his weapons shattered and his armor rent, carrying the body of the goddess Ninhua in his arms. Alone, surrounded by the darkness of the long winter and the smoke and ash of the fall, Cleon remained true to his role as warrior and protector. He kept fighting to safeguard the passage west for any who could be saved, battling mad old gods, bloodthirsty worshippers who carved human flesh, and the rotting remnants of the Dominion. Drained, dying, Cleon asked to be given a warrior's death at the hands of his own followers, naming them as first knights to follow the first. Many a knight-errant of the Order of the Shield have been known to sing this song in their travels, reminding common folk that the Order still stands for the values of the Legion that birthed it. In a variation especially popular among the Bren highlands, Cleon delivers the body of Ninhua to Achelous, a Celtian legionary. He is trusted to carry it to her favored people, a metaphor for their descendants, who never forgot the protector of their forefathers and in fact still worship the mother above all aspects to this day. A separate song, The Parting Gift, reiterates this motif and expands on the goddess's role. It was her blessing that offered the waters of a vast lake, the bounty as her gift to her people, and the answer to the whispers of a promised land the Kiltoni druids spoke of. To make the bounty, Ninhua passed on all her remaining strength, ensuring that the destruction of the fall would be mitigated, and that even in the cold darkness of the long winter, her people would have shelter and fertile land. In time her gift would turn sour, and the bounty would become the bitter sea, as its waters mixed with the salty tears of the survivors of the Dominion. Many more songs explore the final deeds of these two gods, and all of them speak of their sacrifice in the end. Considering their continuous efforts to counter Hazila's mad schemes, this is very possibly true. While the real fate of Ninhua and Cleon is obscured behind too thick a veil of myth and song, it is a testament to their success that to this day folk of the 100 Kingdoms remember these two gods and their sacrifices, one way or another. The Pantheon and the Aspects. Considering the mosaic of different tribes, cultures, and even languages that were assimilated by the Old Dominion, one can begin to glimpse the Herculean task that Hazila undertook in the creation and shaping of the Pantheon. His success allowed him to establish himself as the leader of the Pantheon, whipping most other religions and practices that did not worship him as the All-Father. By the time Hazila decided to shape the Pantheon around him, his insight of the human psyche was immense. This made evident very easily as the image of the Pantheon he helped forge persists to the present day, expressing humanity's desire to worship throughout the ages. 12 were the Pantheon's main deities, each, however, with a retinue of lesser deities, demi-deities, angelic figures, and servants expressing more specific virtues of each deity's aspect, to ensure their control. Indeed, to this day, there's a direct correlation between the roles of Hazila's pantheon, for instance, and the deist aspects of the 100 Kingdoms. Even the tastes, in their intricate tenets of their worship that hide behind the idea of a single deity, recognize and worship separately lesser expressions of Theos' will, as well as archangels and saints that mirror these archetypes. The Father/Ruler. Then I saw the first of lights and heard one of the seven speak with the voice of authority. I am come. I looked, and behold, the brightest of the sun's golden rays crowning his head, a hammer in one hand, his other hand empty, waiting Hazilas, Samasha, Raf, Solficus, Elia the Lightbringer, the Son of Light, the All-Father, the Fountain of Creation. Book of Light 2 with 25 to 27. The Mother. There is no known civilization, modern or ancient, living or extinct, that does not include the aspect of the mother in their worship. From Demtra, the old Helitian goddess, or Nen Ishtra, the fertile mother of the Neantali, to Insha, the seed of Yinlong, found even inside Yankuma and Uma, the first woman of the Caliphates. The mother is not only worshipped but adored as a very important figure. Even the strictest of the epistomons of the city-states, in their flat-out denial of any worship, have personified Sophia, the wisdom of knowledge in avatars similar to that of Ninhua. Milkos Mulner, the Aspects. The Night. My sword to you, Protus, warrior divine, and so that is drawn for your glory. My shield to you, Sabathus, celestial protector, so that it guards through your grace. My mind to you, Ninurutu, wisdom of war, so that it follows in your virtue. My death to you, Cleon, first of knights, my gift for all of yours. Whether I live or die, I am yours. Holy, 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 Lord Knight, glory to your name, thy will be done. The last battle prayer of the 12th Legion, Perintax. The Seer. The seer, or the bureaucrat in the modern form of the aspect, according to some deists, was possibly the least celebrated deity of the celestial host, and yet amongst the oldest archetypes known to mankind. For the ancient Picts, before being assimilated by the Dominion, the aspect was the creator, the god-child Nabu Asteris, roaming the night sky as the constellation known to them as the Boatman, and to us as the Scales. All life, the Picts believed, is but stories devised by the Sky Sailor. When astrology spread and the Dominion expanded, Nabu naturally followed as a deity of prophecy and knowledge, abandoning his boy incarnation and fusing with Orcos, the star-seer of the Serminians. It was only during the latter days of the Dominion that he assumed a role that distanced him from the everyday worship as the judge of the departed, knowing better than anyone the secrets of all souls. Milkos Mulner, The Aspects. The Fool/the Trickster. Of endless shifts, witty and cunning, a robber, a horse thief, a bringer of dreams, a watcher by night, a thief at the gates, one who was soon to show forth wonderful deeds among the gods and mortals, with names as many as the orange feathers in his hair: Bacchus, Stanmus, Leocundis, Dionos, Hermus, the tempter of odds, the trick of light, the laugh of God. Hymens 6:12. The Crafter. But the Crafter is now a burden. It limits him as a ruler. It limits his range of perception. From his new position, he begins to see the laws of reality more clearly. So he visits Festus, a mortal smith. He promises him secrets in his craft that no one has ever heard before. In exchange, he is to live in solitude, deaf and mute to his mortal world. The mortal agrees. Festus becomes a living legend, playing a vital role in the technological peak the Dominion reached, and in time the crafter aspect swifts from Hazilah, who can now expand fully to the Father. Hazilah becomes the All-Father, a god thus far unnamed and unshaped. Under the fate of mortals, reality swifts. Hazilah is and has been the Father, the ruler, king of gods and men. Festus is the crafter, but hints remain that betray the truth. The red fire of creation in his hair, forge hammer in one hand and pillars in the other, Festos, Varagos, Volcunus, Hazmash, and the one who makes the forger of all crafts. How different really is the imagery from the Father, with the sun's golden rays crowning his head, a hammer in one hand. Forbidden texts of the Panecticum library attributed to the anathematic, the Magi. Then from the presence of all the seven I saw an eighth light and heard its voice speak in unison. I am come. I looked and behold, clad in translucent robes, two bodies, backs united, Lady, Kark, Aurora, Zoria, Echate, and the Lord Hecas, Artarus, Volos, Metatros, and the Master of all possibilities, the Lord of skies and Lady of earth, the artists of creation. Book of Light 2:35-36. The Untamed, the Beast and the Barbarian. Much like the Magi, the Untamed presented a dual manifestation, its visage a combination of man and beast. At first, those who were possibly heavily influenced by the pagan tribes who worshipped animal gods in the Old Dominion. But in time, the two faces of the Untamed were split into what would become the Beast and the Barbarian. Today, they are worshipped by and large separately, but the very existence of the Nords explains the Untamed's persistence in being remembered as a single entity now and then. The difference of the two aspects lies in their place, of sorts, but their core remains the same. Whether by nature or choice, the Untamed exists outside the established society of man. The beast is the untamed wild, the part of the world that can never be part of civilization. To this day, deists often name wandering monsters as its manifestations. There is a tendency to perceive the beast as evil, but as the deist questor of the beast, Rolf Håkansson, has written in his Beast Within, it is not so, even in its most monstrous apparitions. Gugalan, the chimera with the three mouths, Hunger, Herna, the antlered name for female dog, because I want monetization, Parenthood, Minos, the Bullman, Sexual Drive, Satet, the three-eyed serpent, Survival. They are instincts, primal urges stripped from ulterior motives, neither evil nor good, and yet the birthing power of both. The very lack of logical, human thought behind those, however, turns the beast into a very frightening aspect indeed. The second manifestation is that of the barbarian, and unlike the beast's connection to the wild, the barbarian is very much human and often part of society, both lawless and lawbreaker, denying to conform to the mandates of civilization. It is really not that hard to understand why the barbarian was conceived as an aspect by Hazila. Bubdu, Hokar, Ferus, the wild, the lawless, the untouched, the place where all light aims to reach, says the Book of Light. Where all light aims to reach. What a better way for an expanding religious state to convince its subjects to one's conquest after the other than a deity that exists within the sole purpose of being, eventually, conquered, but being ever so elusive. Today, while the analogy of the barbarian to the Nords is obvious and easy, the truth is that the deists often name agitators, renegades, and rebels as aspects manifest of the barbarian. Sophides, Rational Fate. The soldier. Let kings worship, rulers and heroes worship knights. Let the queens wear the mantles of mother to disguise their ambition. Let hunters worship beasts and barbarians, and let mages worship twin heads. And while they do so, I ask, who was there in all the battles ever fought? Who fought with nature over crop fields at all times of peace, and fought enemies over battlefields at all times of war? It was no king or queen, it was no mage, it was no knight. They only exist to reveal in moments of history, not every day. It was you, people, the simple people, the true people. You have your own aspect, your own protector, you who work tirelessly, you who fight endlessly. Remember the poet, who bears the greatest burden, I wonder, the greatest king's head, a single crown it lies under, but who carries the scythe, who carries the spear, who fought without choice, yet also fought without fear. The weight of history always fell on one's shoulder. Hail thee, unsung hero, hail thee, unknown soldier. Quester of the Soldier, Dwan Johnson. The Lover. Sometimes one must wonder on the nature of the heathens. Often has the church been chastised for its denial to accept the so-called lover aspect as a saint, claiming there are no examples of lovers in our prayers. They say we deny our faithful something natural. I say the quality of one's faith is measured by his teachings. What do they say? What do they worship? Amos was the archer whose arrows started the War of 11 Lilies in Galania, before the empire, says the Galan deist, bringing love to youths of multiple feuding families. Eros, says an excommunicated poet, is the cause of misery and that took the life of two blooming adolescents by their own hands no less, and that play so loved by wistful youth of the nobility. Inandite was the temptress who offered another's wife to Parion, igniting the Illyrian campaigns. Further back in time, Isha, another archer apparently, spread chaos amongst the clans of the Neon people before salvation came by the Old Dominion. They say they preach love, but all they really preach is war and chaos. They say such is our world, but I say such is them. Brother Jerima of Sankt Volto. The Wanderer. These proclaim the wonder exists in every age. Ha! Fools! I have searched far and wide, and in all my travels and all my exploits, I have never encountered such an entity. Captain Dweghom, Malilons. The Victim. Perhaps the most bizarre apparition of the divine in the old pantheon was the Victim. It never bore a name, and its church was always small and discarded by history as a non-factor. There is strong evidence that it endured the long centuries leading to Hazila's fall, where, ironically, it was destroyed entirely as they never joined the refugees, but rather stayed to help those in need in Capitas. After all, they were many. Very few deists remember this aspect today, and even fewer venerate it. But the truth is that their charity work is unparalleled and their paradigm simple. Say a prayer for the fallen and remember their innocence. Sophides, Rational Fate. Nobility. In the early days after the fall, when each kingdom was but a fortified settlement on the shores of the bitter sea, nobility was defined by the ability to enforce one's claim to it. The arrival of the order simplified matters. No petty tyrant or bandit king could hope to challenge an opponent who was backed by the order's brethren. This quickly resulted in a consolidation of power amongst those noble houses that courted the support of the orders. As the long winter ended and the population exploded, spreading to more distant lands, the limited manpower of the Order saw this simple paradigm come to an end. Freed from the shackles the Order had imposed on it, the influence of the Theist Church quickly grew, forming a symbiotic relationship with the nobility. The nobles funded and protected the Church, while the Church expounded on the divine rights of the nobility, filling the void left by the orders in the ratification of nobility's claims. Legitimacy was no longer determined by acquiescence of the nobility to the wishes of the orders, but a divinely granted mandate regulated by the Theist Church. Still insufficiently manned, the orders had to find new means of controlling nobility. After the disaster of the Red Years, they found a tool. They sought in the nascent Telian Empire. The rise of the Telian Empire, as well as the spread of the Deist Creed, put an end to this newfound freedom of the nobility. Nobles either bent the knee to the new emperor or were replaced. Backed by the orders and supported by the same church doctrine, the emperor seemed unassailable. But while many resented the governorship of a distant figure, few could argue that the nobility flourished under the Armatelum rule and the stability it provided. Today, with the emperor gone and the church and the orders at each other's throat, the nobility are a hereditary, self-proven fact, ruling the 100 Kingdoms almost unimpeded. They are broadly split into two groups: the imperialists, who wish to see a new emperor elected, and the sovereigns, who wish to see an end to the very idea of empire. Ironically, both of these factions see the future in the Imperial Conclave, a gathering of all the potentates in the 100 Kingdoms, called every 4 years to issue decrees with the authority of the Emperor. Putting their differences aside, both groups have come together in the Conclave to muzzle the orders, preventing them from intervening in their internal politics, curb the power of the Chamberlain and the remaining imperial institutions, and limit the influence of the Church. Free from the influence of a higher authority, the nobility have turned to their personal agendas with a vengeance. The very name of the 100 Kingdoms is a result of the influence of the nobility. Their power games in the conclave result in an almost daily redrawing of the political map of the Telian Empire, as inheritance, betrayal, and marriage have become favorite tools, with armed conquest reserved as the last argument of kings. The Orders. The Orders are the oldest and most powerful armed forces in the 100 Kingdoms, created following the collapse of the only legion that survived the fall of the Old Dominion. The battles and sacrifices that the Legion undertook to shield humanity from the nightmares of the fall took too heavy a toll on its surviving members and fragmented the Legion. The Orders today are direct descendants of the original diaspora, each order seeking to do its best in protecting humanity from what it sees as the greatest threat. Sometimes this is through direct action, following the more martial traditions of the Order of the Sword or the Order of the Crimson Tower. More often than not, it is through the tremendous influence the Order of the Sealed Temple and its vast wealth, backed by the subtle threat of military reprisal. They were the force behind the establishment of the Militia Act that severely cumbered the power of the nobility, as well as the main reason the Church has not been able to convince the Imperial Conclave to reinside the laws limiting their armed forces to bodyguard details. Looking further back, one can see their support in the very foundation of the Telian Empire, the spread of the Deist Creed, and the establishment of the guild system. Whether it is with an iron gauntlet or a velvet glove, the Order's hand can be seen shaping the history of the 100 Kingdoms at every turn. Many argue this parentistic attitude has caused more harm than good. They point to the destructive chaos of the Red Years sparked by their premature attempts at unifying the 100 Kingdoms, or the bloody riots that followed the summary execution of the beloved Archbishop Nicholas during his regency. Despite this, the Orders have long maintained a good relationship with the common people of the 100 Kingdoms, who praise them as heroes and benefactors. The monumental sacrifice of the Order of the Sword in the North invasions, the selfish heroism of the Order of the Shield's knight-errant, and the tirelessly public work of the Brothers Mendicant of the Order of the Sealed Temple have long since swayed the hearts and minds of the common folk. With the collapse of the Empire, the Orders lost much of their influence as they were heavily invested in the office of the Emperor, at the expense of both the nobility and the Church. When these two pillars aligned against them, there was little the orders could do without resorting to war. Learning from their past mistakes, the orders took a long view and withdrew. Though their influence might be a fraction of what it once was, their military might has not dimmed in the least, echoing the prowess of the legendary legion that birthed them. Faith. The issue of the faith in the 100 Kingdoms is intricately linked to the fall. The eldest of the two faiths, commonly called the Theist Church, does not deny the fall itself, rather it denies its significance. They argue that it was mankind itself that fell, not the divinity. The divinity was cast out from heaven for its failure to guide humanity on the path of righteousness. In their doctrine, the fall is the literal and figurative punishment of man by God, the Theos. For our failures, he casts away mankind's greatest champion and has left us to languish without his guidance. The few believers that were spared from the fall were God's chosen, and following them is the last chance mankind has at redeeming itself. It is thus humanity's duty to rectify this grievous state of affairs, to move away from its life of sin and decadence, and follow the chosen of the Theos back into the light. The Theist Church is one of high ritual and deep tradition, stretching all the way back to the original practices of the Old Dominion, before the pride of man corrupted it. They enjoy tremendous support from the nobility, as their doctrine of the chosen has been graciously extended to the nobility through the divine right of kings. The Deist Creed, on the other hand, argues that the fall of the divinity was due to mankind and its flawed vision of perfection. They argue that God is a perfect distillation of man, rather than man an imperfect copy of God, and that our limited perception of this perfection twisted what was once whole and pure through need and prayer, warping it so badly it fell. They argue that the only way for humanity to worship the divine is by choosing to worship those aspects we each understand and embody the best. Thus, to come closer to divinity, one needs to not be born amongst the chosen, but embody those aspects of the divine as closely as possible. Unlike the Theist Church, the Deist Creed is not a centralized religion, rather a religious movement. So forming a consensus on what exactly the aspects are is a matter of heated theological debate. Their dogma of enlightenment and advancement through self-improvement and hard work rather than abstinence and obedience has spread like wildfire amongst the downtrodden who see in this philosophy a chance to rise beyond their limited means. As a result, religious disputes have become an extension of social differences, making confrontation all but inevitable. The power of the faith was kept in check by the emperor and the orders, but with the collapse of the empire, both churches have seen their influence grow in heaps and bounds. While still limited to fielding only their dreaded bodyguards, the fanatic Sicari, by ancient imperial decree, the time is soon coming when neither order influence on the imperial conclave nor feudal resentment at armed forces other than their own will keep the churches from resolving their theological disputes on the field of battle. Imperial remnants. With the death of Otto IV, the last emperor, the fate of the empire seemed sealed. The nobility used the imperial conclave, called by the emperor himself, to muzzle the orders, shackle the church, and dissolve the legions. Without these bastions of imperial strength, nobody would have the power to challenge their claims. The empire was doomed, never to threaten the rule of the nobles again. Or so they thought. Reality was not so simple, and the idea of the empire proved much more resilient than its enemies counted on. As the situation spiraled out of control, the survival of the empire came down to the fateful decision of the Steel Legion. Ordered by the Imperial Conclave to disband, the Steel Legion simply refused. They pitched camp within the Clanian fields of Argem and announced that the empire's capital and all of its visitors were under their protection. Reluctant or unable to challenge the legion individually, the noble houses delayed in their response and calmer heads were able to prevail. The problem did not lie with the empire, they argued, rather it lay with the role of the emperor. In the absence of an emperor, what more could the nobility want from the current status quo? The answer, of course, was the imperial estate. Every noble coveted the wealth and influence that came from the title of emperor, but even more than coveting it, They feared it would fall into the hands of their opponents. Thus, in a uniquely inspired compromise, the seasoned political minds of the nobility that attended the imperial conclave struck upon an agreement that pleased no one but satisfied them all. The imperial estate would be managed by the imperial chamberlain until a new emperor could be elected, whose integrity and neutrality would be guaranteed by the Steel Legion and the imperial conclave. To this day, the imperial remnants continue to thrive, funded by the immense wealth of the imperial estate. The Chamberlain retains control over the Mint and its gilded legion, as well as the Collegia and the imperial courts. Even if the imperial conclave has stripped their ability to rule on high crimes among nobles, the imperial courts continue ruling on low cases, granting commoners a chance at a fair hearing, assuming they can petition their case. The Chamberlain also retains the services of the Imperial Ranger Corps to ensure the sanctity of the far-flung properties of the Emperor, often leading their services out to loyal imperialist houses as they are needed. They also serve as the Chamberlain's eyes and ears to lands beyond his direct influence. In addition, he has chartered the dreaded Steel Legion to defend the material interests of the estate in view of noble aggression. This had made the office of the Chamberlain the single biggest employer of the Steel Legion, even if they continue to supplement their income by taking on outside contracts so long as those promote the interests of the Empire. Lastly, it is the Chamberlain's duty to host and preside over the Imperial Conclave every 4 years, a gathering of the nobility and leaders of the 100 Kingdoms to discuss matters of state ranging from trade and border disputes to the election of a new emperor. Although the empire has endured over 100 years without a candidate coming close to election, this is still a monumentous event that sees the potentates from throughout the kingdoms gather for a fortnight of debauchery, power politics, and intrigue. The office of the Chamberlain quickly evolved from a proscribed managerial position to a powerful force in the daily reality of the 100 Kingdoms. By exploiting smaller titles and estates once held by the emperor to secure votes, it exerts significant influence on the imperial conclave, where its neutral position acts not only to protect the imperial institutions and estate, but also as a foil against the more extreme elements which seek to undermine the imperial legacy. When even these subtle methods prove inadequate, it can call upon the military might of the two greatest fighting forces in the 100 Kingdoms, the two remaining Imperial Legions, as well as the Imperial Ranger Corps and the ingenuity of the Imperial War Colleges. Priority Commander. All of the orders have adopted a loosely decentralized model of operations for their forces. This is in large part due to the conflicting nature of their goals, but also closely tied to the idealism of their cause and the zeal with which they pursue it. Most orders' forces are concentrated in small groups called cloisters. They usually operate from a single fortified monastery or abbey. A priority commander is the greatest amongst his peers, elected by them to lead them in combat and represent their interests at the round table of Argem. Mounted Noble Lord. No matter how old and established a noble house is, in the 100 Kingdoms none have forgotten the wise-aged. Power flows from the edge of the blade. As a result, all houses, no matter how humble or imposing, can always count on noble scions trained in the art of war to lead their troops. These noble lords have trained from youth in the arts of swordsmanship and mounted combat, the wealthiest amongst them even attending the proud war colleges in Argem. Whatever the specifics, few question that many a noble's right to command does not derive simply from the blood coursing through their veins. The prestigious martial tradition of the 100 Kingdoms demands leaders whose men believe in, whose training and exercise foster confidence, and whose skill demand admiration. A noble lord who issues orders can reasonably expect his men to storm the battlement. One that leads from the front knows his men would brave the gates of hell. Noble Lord. Observing the history of the 100 Kingdoms and their nobles, it is perhaps no surprise that the vast majority of their houses have strong military traditions. When the long winter receded and humanity ventured far from the shores of the bitter sea, the orders stretched too thin to control the nobility. Soon the paradigm of might is right resurfaced among both aspiring and established rulers. To command swords became a matter of survival. To command them effectively promised a long rule in Conquest. While the legitimacy of the divine right of kings offered by the Theist Church has swayed many, the old nobility knows that power flows from the edge of the blade. To this day, the training of a noble's heirs in all matters military is not just tradition, but standard practice. The source of a noble's education may vary vastly from one to another, and, while theory and strategy are essential parts of their education, there is no pampered or abstract training. Many a present noble lord was once a squire, no different than any other, having spent hours taking care of their sponsor's horse and equipment and earning their knighthood by blooding their blade. For those whose connections or wealth allow it, this is substituted by years of service as cadets in one of the imperial military academies of Argem, where they undergo vigorous physical training while also receiving the best possible education on matters of strategy, siege warfare, and military statistics. Whatever the specifics, few question that many a noble's right to command does not derive simply... Okay, we've read this one. Theist priest. To those who are familiar with military structure and hierarchy, the structure of the Theist Church is remarkably similar to the command structure established by professional armies around Ea. It is perhaps only natural that the Theist Church has embraced the militarism that so pervades the 100 Kingdoms. Their origins are steeped in the lore of the Old Dominion, where both Steel and Fate armed and armored the armies of Hazila, and the earliest records of the Church apostles heed back to the turbulent times that followed the fall, the Exodus, and early years that named the Bitter Sea. Yet for all its military character and early militarism, the Theist Church is barred from maintaining a force under arms by one of the most powerfully enforced laws in the 100 Kingdoms, the Animus Possidendi. This decree was issued by Charles Armatulem himself and has survived his death, the end of his line, and even the partial collapse of the empire. Since the death of the last emperor, the Theist Church has time and again attempted to strike down the law, but to no avail. While the influence of the orders and the original backers and most fervent supporters of this law was vastly diminished with the collapse of the empire, the nobility are very reluctant to see another partially wielded military might, an area in which they hold an unopposed monopoly in the empire and have thus not supported it. The debacle that started the Red Years decades ago, a long conflict that threatened to asunder the early empire, gave the Theist Church some wiggle room. The persecution and martyrdom of St. Nicholas provided the Church with legal and political ammunition in need to ensure that while not ordained priests could command or lead men under arms, they were allowed to defend themselves. To this end, ordained members of the Theist Church would have the same rights to bear arms and armor as the nobility. But much more importantly, the Church would be allowed to legitimize the feared Sicari, fanatical warrior monks, as a genuine bodyguard. While practical impact of gaining the right to bear arms and the establishment of a very limited armed force are minor, the political and psychological consequences cannot be overstated. With the orders all but muzzled, the strong ties of some noble houses have with the Theist Church have begun to tell. Adopting religious symbols in their military banners, these noble houses have taken up the cause of the Theist Church, or at least used religion as a stepping stone to further their own goal. Their motivation matters little in the Panaticum, and the leadership of the Theist Church has been very quick to respond to this new trend, ordaining large numbers of young nobles, thus creating strong bonds with their families. More importantly, however, it found a series of new ordinates led by bishops responsible for the pastoral care of military troops. These ordinates were first established with the troops of their allied noble families and have proven their worth to commoner and noble alike. After all, common reason argues even troops need their spiritual guide at their side. Who needs to confess more than a soldier who kills? Who needs their spirits strengthened more than those who face the horrors of battle? And do they not have the right to have their last rites read to them? In the end, the legality of the issue matters little. The plain truth is that Theist priests openly walk the field of battle once more, surrounded by the Sicari and the devout, while wielding the power of Theos himself. Through their prayers, few commanders inspire greater devotion and respect. Imperial Officer. During the collapse of the Empire, all Imperial legions bar 2 were disbanded. The Steel Legion, which simply refused, and the Gilded Legion that protects the Mint. The sudden disappearance of thousands of trained, angry, armed men into the fraying fabric of the collapsing empire could have shattered it. In a masterful and far-sighted maneuver, Georg Fafrson, the first Imperial Chamberlain, turned them instead into one of the most powerful cohesive forces in the Empire, the War Colleges. Today the War Colleges represent one of the only sources of higher education in the 100 Kingdoms. Wealthy and influential parents face only 3 real choices: War Colleges, the Church School, or an apprenticeship. The War Colleges remain by far the most popular choice. Despite their names, they teach a wide variety of topics, from philosophy to logistics, from numismatics to strategy, and from calisthenics to weapon training. Tuition is extortionate, and the full course is over a decade long. Of the candidates that apply and participate, only a fraction move on to become full graduates. Most are called back to attend filial duties or wash out of the demanding program. Those few that do fully graduate belong to the rarefied elite that will be employed by the imperial institutions, from the Mint to the office of the Imperial Chamberlain itself. Whatever they do, not only do they carry the title of imperial officers, but they remain such at heart, trained and forged by imperial mentality. This often reflects their council, granting the office of the Chamberlain and the imperial institutions a friendly voice in almost every court. As it is a sad truth that these times most of these graduates find employment in much more martial pursuits. Countless imperial officers are scattered throughout the 100 Kingdoms as advisors to kings, mercenary lords, and leaders of men. While they often return to their own houses, imperial officers can be found in the command tents and leading the troops of many a powerful noble houses from the 100 Kingdoms. Few would turn away such an educated and well-trained officer, much less so when an imperial officer present is the only way to deploy some of the most powerful forces that can be mustered on the field of battle. It is a known fact that the surviving imperial legions vastly favor working with imperial officers, as they share not just the similar training, but the same mentality and approach to war. Men serving under imperial officers may find this a strict regiment, but no one has ever claimed that their officers have not earned their respect. Though no emperor sits on the hallowed throne, though countless squabbling nobles pick at the vulnerable tapestry of a once great empire, the Telian Empire is not dead. A fraction of its former glory shines in the efficiency, performance, and drill of any army commanded by an imperial officer. Chapter Magic. To understand magic, one must first grasp that it is primordial in aspect. Balance remains anathema to it in almost any form. Human mages have long been considered the weakest practitioners of the art on Ea, their essence associated with creation as much as destruction with each of the elements, traditionally associated with balance equally represented. Without a series of imbalance such as that present within the Dweghom, the power of a human can channel without assistance is severely limited. This is not to say that a fully trained chapter mage is not capable of turning the course of a battle, merely that he will do so through the opportune application of power at the right time, rather than through the overwhelming application of power on the battlefield the way a Dweghom pyromancer might. The chapter mages of the 100 Kingdoms have long been a powerful political tool, their magics more suited to the civilized environment of the courtrooms and balls than the raw elemental puissance demanded on the battlefield. Be one a noble, a bishop, or a merchant, keeping a chapter mage in one's retinue is proof of power and influence. Many have wondered why chapter mages, long considered amongst the most innovative and creative practitioners of this art, only rarely become more of a political power within the 100 Kingdoms as individuals or even organized institutions. The imbalanced soul, however, required by the practitioners often manifests as an excessive or compulsive mind, and so the very source of a chapter's mage power becomes the halt of their social and political success. The stories of temperamental and impulsive pyromancers, distracted and impatient allomancers, or plodding obsessive geomancers not a cultural cliché. Their esoteric obsessions and proclivities are manifestations of their own imbalanced souls and isolate them from mundane society, almost invariably turning them into pariahs or recluses. This necessary imbalance, made manifest in young human gifted, is what drives them to turn to the chapters, chartered schools funded by the imperial court for the identification, protection, and control of the gifted population of the empire. These charters have characteristics as diverse as the individuals who congregate there. The pool of stillness caters mainly to geomancers and hydromancers, but also to allomancers seeking to still their unquiet soul. The Gates of Fire, considered to be the foremost battle mage training ground, attracts mostly pyromancers, but many allomancers and hydromancers have found solace in its strict regiments. Chapter schools, however, do not represent the only place a gifted student could hope to master the art. The churches are also aggressive recruits of those they claim possess the divine spark. Their aggressive, sometimes predatory recruiting strategies, making them natural enemies of the chapters and its practitioners. Even beyond these two redoubtable institutions, there are other, less conspicuous places where one might get trained if they possess the necessary will and aptitudes. Errant of the Order of the Shield. During the early reign of the 100 Kingdoms, the Order of the Shield took it upon itself to protect man from its most dangerous predators. Eschewing the combat formation of their predecessors, the Order of the Shield traveled the lands alone and sought to alleviate suffering where they could. The Emperor elevated their order to the rank of imperial magistrates, allowing the errant knights of the shield to work as judge, jury, and executioner against all but the most powerful of noble houses. This did not endear them to nobility, and when the last emperor died, one of their first moves was to seek out and destroy any member of the ancient order. Today there are few and far in between, but continue their thankless task of protecting the citizens and peasants of the 100 Kingdoms against all those who would prey upon them, especially the nobility itself. Neophyte. Modest, humble, and absolutely terrified, a neophyte really has no place on the battlefield. But devout warriors of the 100 Kingdoms are often accompanied by one nonetheless. Capable of providing final rites and shriving the troops of their sins, the presence of a neophyte does little for the battle effectiveness of the troop, but does mark them as devout in the eyes of their generals and gods. Null Mage. Null mages are gifted in each of the four elements. While no human could hope to reach the pinnacle of power that Dweghom sorcerer could muster, it is a known truism that it is easier to destroy than create. Given his access to all of the elements, it is almost trivially easy for a null mage to dispel the efforts of even the most powerful mage, allowing the hunter-gatherer that hired him to finish the job safely and efficiently. Servite, or Servite. A simple functionary of the ancillary branch of the vaunted Order of the Sealed Temple, the humble Servite has probably done more work on improving the lot of the common peasant of the 100 Kingdoms than 100 nobles. By ensuring that their militia is well shod and fed, a commander of the 100 Kingdoms ensures they are where they need to be when they need to be. Armmaster. A noble lord on foot, surrounded by his loyal household guard, is a force to be reckoned with. A trained noble lord on foot, surrounded by his loyal household guard, as they are led by his loyal armmaster, something to behold. Drill Master. The training regime of the Steel Legion is as legendary as the unit itself. Those who have failed it speak with the harshest words to describe it, recounting drills and abuses, both physical and mental, and pressure that are hard to believe. Be such claims true or not, one thing is certain. Every single man and woman of the Steel Legion has gone through it, and their effectiveness on the field is undeniable, while their performance under the harshest of circumstances unflattering. While the worth of each of the legionnaires is unquestioned, an observant eye can see the source of their performance, for in the presence of the drill master, the legion's fervor and aggression is unstoppable. After all, it only makes sense for one to perform better when someone screams at one's ear during combat, asking what one's major malfunction is. Seasoned Veteran. A society as militarized as the 100 Kingdoms is bound to have a countless veteran armsmen roaming the lands. The Order and the Office of the Imperial Household have exerted tremendous effort to mitigate the destabilizing influence they could be to society, encouraging them to retire to border communities where they are hired to train the militia on Imperial wages subsidized by the Orders. However, there are always some hard-bitten veterans who cannot seem to stay away from the battlefield. Veterans of countless battles, these seasoned campaigners are invaluable to any commander, bolstering his front line and leading men by example. Imperial Rangers. The Imperial Ranger Corps was born in the early years of the Telian Empire, when its expansion gave the Imperial family more lands that it could reasonably and safely manage. A group of expert woodsmen was hired to explore, catalog, and safeguard these lands. After the fall of the Empire, successive chamberlains have reinforced and expanded the role of the Imperial Rangers, given their intimate knowledge of not only the Imperial household lands, but all lands in between, making them the fearsome force they are today, equally at home on the field as they are in the woods. Mounted Squires. Trained in the arts of combat almost from childhood, squires are a potent force on the field, even if they lack the panoply of a full knight. Often the youngest sons of landed nobles or wealthy burghers, their arms and equipment are a cut above what one would expect. Many noble houses have taken to fielding their squires in battle, rewarding them generously for their efforts, calculating that their breeding, education, and training are far more valuable and dependable than the simple mercenary motivation of a man-at-arms. Hunter-Catter, or whatever. The Hunter-Catter are bounty hunters, plain and simple. Gifted with the right tools and know-how, they are tasked with hunting down the most dangerous of beasts and spellcasters who would threaten the main battle line of the 100 Kingdoms force. Their dedicated professionalism has spelled the doom to countless dangerous foes across hundreds of battles. Longbowmen. The cornerstone to many a commander's battle plan, the longbowmen of the 100 Kingdoms are a tremendous addition to any force. Providing a withering amount of long-range firepower, these troops fulfill a vital role in the 100 Kingdoms war machine, militia bowmen. Centuries ago, the Emperor, backed by the Orders, came to an agreement with the largest noble houses at the Council of Lient. In return for a significant reduction of their scutage's fees, money paid instead of feudal service, they agreed to allow the Order to help them train and equip their militias. Since that memorable day, the Order of the Seal Temple has hired countless veterans to help train local militias throughout the kingdoms, scattering these potentially volatile men while putting their experience to good use. Coupled with the prodigious amounts of wealth the Order has spent in arming and equipping these militias, as well as their tireless effort of the Servites in ensuring these arms and armor are well distributed, almost every town and village possesses a well-armed and equipped militia. The Militia Act has been one of the most stabilizing and far-reaching reforms ever implemented in the 100 Kingdoms, curbing the power of the noble lords while helping the population defend itself against outside threats. This holds doubly true in the old imperial province of Breonia, where the peasantry has mastered the use of the longbow. So effective is this weapon that local authority can seldom be enforced, with banditry and poaching often supplementing the income of the peasant class. Some turn to more noble pursuits, forming mercenary bands whose skills and prowess are in much demand across the kingdoms. Mercenary crossbowmen. The crossbow represents a significant technological improvement over the bow and longbow. While some could argue that the longbow's increased range and rate of fire outclass the crossbow, mastery of that massive weapon requires years, while a man can learn to completely care for and use a crossbow in a matter of days. This factor has made crossbow the favorite weapon of mercenary companies throughout the 100 Kingdoms, or at least those who do not balk at the cost of the device itself. The most reliable and famous, as well as wealthiest of such companies, are the Genorishi Free Companies. These companies are the spiritual descendants of the crossbow-armed mercenaries that the infamous mercenary Danilo Mek found instrumental in keeping his enemies from the walls of his camp and in time from the city of Girona that grew there. While they do not possess a monopoly on the weapon design or its use, centuries of experience with the manufacture, use, and repair of these deadly devices have granted the Genorishi a tremendous advantage. While many mercenary companies boast a complement of crossbowmen in their employ, few can match the versatility, fire drill, or accuracy of the Genorisi. Their extensive training and broad range of equipment allows them to have the use of heavy arbalests in defensive formations for siege battles, as well as use the lighter weapons while ranging in advance of the army as skirmishers. Order of the Sealed Temple. Despite its long evolution from an ancient infantry legion into an order of mounted knights, the world sees today, the Order of the Sealed Temple has never wavered from its mandates to protect its charge from a hostile world. More worldly and political involved than all other orders, this order has proven equally adept at wielding the velvet glove of wealth and influence or the iron fist of battlefield superiority. On the battlefield, these paragons of the chivalric ideal are horsemen without peer, using their speed and maneuverability to deliver powerful charges where the enemy is least prepared. Household Guard. Even in these days of trade and wealth, the vast majority of the noble houses of the 100 Kingdoms ascribe to Charles Armalutem's famous maxim, "Power flows from the edge of the blade." As a result, the noble houses have long conspired to maintain their monopoly on the right to field a true military force. Following the death of the emperor and the collapse of the imperial institutions, it was the nobility who hobbled the orders and limited their ability to intervene in their personal feuds and conflicts. While they gleefully point fingers to the influence of the orders as the main culprits behind the survival of the animus possendi imperial decree, the truth is that with noble support, the church could have eliminated the last barrier to their possession of real armed force. They even tried to eliminate the independent imperial legions, successfully disbanding the majority of them, stemmed in their attempts only by the efforts of the first chamberlain and the loyalty of the Steel Legion. The subtle and often less than subtle machinations of the nobility have paid off, while the orders and the imperial remnants might be more powerful than ever, than even the greatest noble or two put together. The overwhelming majority of the military power of the 100 Kingdoms rests in the hands of the nobility, and at the heart of their power one can find the household guard. Recruiting the best men their money can buy, the household guard is often an eclectic mix of veterans, washed-out legionnaires, foreign mercenaries, and the younger progeny of a lesser nobility with few alternative prospects. An arm master is often employed by the noble houses to keep these powerful and difficult men in check. These hardened bitten warriors are fierce, tougher, and deadlier than any of the men they lead, and implicitly trusted by the noble houses that many employ them, as they often serve as bodyguards, champions, and executioners. While their equipment may vary from household to household, the oldest noble house have employed the same arms and equipment for centuries. A mixture of function and form, each of their household guard is armored a heavy breastplate over mail or padding and a halberd. The wealthier the family, the more ornate the armor and helmet. But one thing can be guaranteed, it will be functional. The halberd has been the traditional ceremonial weapon of all guards in the 100 Kingdoms for centuries, and the household guard are no exception. These veterans, however, have mastered the weapon to a degree that masked through levies that commonly wield them could not hope to match. On the field of battle, it is not uncommon to see the master of the house leading the household guard in person, leaving the gallant antics of knightly combat to the younger generation, and with his safety guaranteed by the presence of his trusted arm master, many a veteran noble lord has swung a battle by leading his household guard to shatter the enemy's infantry lines. Men-at-Arms. The bulk of the armed forces of the 100 Kingdoms today is composed of well-equipped professional soldiers called men-at-arms. In the early days of the 100 Kingdoms, these men were referred to as sergeant-at-arms and were beholden to their feudal lords. They were granted plots of land in exchange for their services, most commonly as a soldier in the lord's retinue. This privileged positions allowed them not only to secure quality armors and armor, but also to train in the use of the sword, a weapon hitherto limited to the nobility. This led to the creation of a landed elite, the gentry whose standing was higher than the freedmen enjoyed, but still below that of the nobility. These were the soldiers with which Charles Armatulem established his empire. As time wore on and the 100 Kingdoms prospered, this old-fashioned feudal service was slowly abandoned. The sergeants were tied to their land, and the growing military needs of the empire could no longer be met by men who could not travel or establish long-term garrisons because they needed to tend to their fields. Scutage, payment to one's lord in lieu of military service, became a norm, and professional soldiers who fought for coin quickly emerged to fill the void. The old landed gentry sought to differentiate themselves from these new arrivals and coined the term men-at-arms. Free from the need to work and protect their land, men-at-arms were able to focus exclusively on their martial pursuits, allowing them to march on extended campaigns and travel in search of employment, ensuring that sufficient trained men were available to all commanders with a coin to spend in securing their services. While ranging from ragtag mercenary companies to well-trained and drilled household forces of the major noble houses, constant warfare weeds out the incompetent and duplicitous, making the men-at-arms the backbone of the 100 Kingdoms war machine. Household Knights. The time, effort, and money required to train a knight is staggering. Training begins at the age of 7 when the young aspirant is trained as a page. Around the age of 14, weapons and horsemanship training are focused on, and the squire is expected to follow his master into battle if needed. By the age of 21, a prospective candidate is expected to have impressed his master sufficiently to earn his recommendation. Following the sweeping reforms of Charles Armatulem at the onset of his conquest, the ceremony of dubbing can only be performed by an imperial noble of at least the rank of Margrave or Count Palatine. The appointment, however, moreover, can only take place after a battle in which the prospective knight has blooded his blade. These mandates were established to ensure that only men of true prowess earn the rank of knight. Even with the empire dissolved, these mandates are well-preserved traditions, and those who ignore them make ridicule. In fact, a recurring article presented in the imperial conclaves is the appointment of Counts Palatine to replace those who may have fallen in battle or died of old age. As a result of these efforts, the household knights endure as a pillar of the social structure of the 100 Kingdoms. While land and coin have gained tremendous importance in determining the power of noble houses, allowing them to secure their services as mercenaries and men-at-arms, these cannot match the battlefield supremacy and prestige that household knights offer. The mass charge of household knights is one of the most powerful weapons at the disposal of a 100 Kingdoms commander. Hundreds of pounds of ardent metal and muscle forged through years of training and experience, they have shattered men, formations, and kingdoms throughout the ages. The Order of the Ashen Dawn. Exemplars, even amongst the superhumanly skilled orders, the Order of the Ashen Dawn are spoken of in hushed whispers and respectful tones even by those who are unlucky enough to count them as enemies. Clad in baroque armor of craftsmanship that has reduced master smiths to tears, these holy warriors are the definitive answer to the monsters and nightmares that plague mankind. They are the final guardians of the sealed temple and the keepers of its darkest treasures. Order of the Crimson Tower. The Order of the Crimson Tower has taken upon itself to combat one of the greatest scourges of mankind: war. They have forsaken the notion of eliminating it entirely, instead focusing on ensuring it causes as little collateral damage as possible. Incredibly scrupulous in securing employment, they not only demand their employer have a strong casus belli, legal reason for war, but demand from their employers that no looting or pillaging take place. Were they any less effective in combat, these terms would make them incredibly unpopular, but such is their prowess that many lords are willing to forsake the material gains of war in order to secure their service. The Gilded Legion. Trained and equipped to the highest standard, the Gilded Legion is one of the most feared forces in the 100 Kingdoms. Their immaculate formations present rank upon rank of unwavering halberd tips facing their opponent. Their eponymous gilded armor hides the dour mien of trained veterans, drilled to an inch of their life and sanity by the most ruthless and effective instructors found in the 100 Kingdoms. The Gilded Legion could have had a reputation and a history at least as storied as that of the Steel Legion, as both trace their origin to the first professional forces Charles Armatulem established in his bid for empire. Their position, however, as guardians of the Imperial Mint, their attendant duties as the protectors of the Imperial task collectors, and the controversial past of their legion have all served to forever overshadow their accomplishment. During the days of the dissolution, the very first Chamberlain of the Empire, Georg Praferson, realized he would need an armed force he could depend on to safeguard his charge from the predations of the nobility. The nobility, of course, had realized the same, and the matter of the Imperial legions would be first discussed in the first conclave. The outcome was clear from the very beginning, and the legions would be ordered to disband. However, the Chamberlain did manage to secure one token force of his command. The Gilded Legion was assigned to the Chamberlain and his capacity as caretaker of the Mint. It was a mothballed military regiment, reduced by decades of garrison and guard duty to little more than glorified collection agents, revealed by the local populace for their graft and brutal methods. Its corrupted, prone-to-coin men presented no danger to the nobility's deep pockets. The denial of the Steel Legion to disband and the prolonged discussion of the first conclave gave the Chamberlain the time he needed. Striking with ruthlessness and methodical manner that would become the hallmark of his office, he ensured the survival of the Imperial dream by cleansing the one legion that was directly under his command. With the help of loyal men from the disbanded Legion of Smoke, he investigated and collected evidence on every last Gilded Guardsman. With incontrivable evidence of their corruption, he issued an arrest warrant on every member of the Gilded Legion but a handful who had proven above corruption. These rare individuals he promoted to positions of command throughout the Legion. The rest he rounded up and issued an ultimatum: reform or die. A few veterans, confident their long careers and shady connections would protect them, turned down the offer. They died the next day, their very execution serving as the first message to the nobility that the Chamberlain office had teeth. Those who agreed to reform were subject to the first ordeal, a training regimen developed by Aias Kepataris, the exiled polemarch of Tauria. Those who failed were condemned to heavy labor and were not seen again. Those who survived were awarded with a pardon and a new reward regiment. To limit the threat of gambling and dissolution, the legionnaire pay was moderate, in order to protect them from unwanted influences while ensuring leverage over them. Their families would live within the Gilded Legion compounds in Argem, and to ensure their loyalty, their honorable discharge divine dividend was increased to a princely sum, sufficient to provide for their family until death or put 2 children through the imperial colleges of Argem. This sum was guaranteed for uncorrupted legionnaires. In the event of a legionnaire's death, the family received the entirety of the sum as a stipend for the rest of their years. These financial motives ensured that there would be no shortage of applicant legionnaires lining up before the cavernous gates of the Imperial Mint in Argem, assuming that is, they were ready to meet the strict requirements that developed over the centuries. The recruitment standards of the Gilded Legion today are even stricter than those of the Steel Legion. Each candidate must be able to prove 10 years of prior service in an armed and active unit. In addition, one must present 2 recommendation letters, at least one of which must be from a recognized imperial servant of the rank of lictor and above, which provided assurance of the individual's loyalty, skill, and character. Once a prospective candidate's credentials have been accepted, he must then endure the ordeal, a fitness regime based on the agogoj practiced in the city-states, one of the most ruthless training processes ever devised by men. While the hearts of the people would never be won despite the legion's restructuring, what once was hatred and loathing has turned into fearful contempt. In the end, the Gilded Legionnaires cared little, sharing common living grounds, their families befriending each other, their children growing together. The Gilded Legion has become more than a choice for many. It is a tradition and a way of life, often passing from one generation to the next. The bonds between its members as lasting and loyal as their dedication to their work. Following these reforms, the Gilded Legion became a powerful tool in the hands of the Chamberlain, ensuring the sanctity and safety of the Imperial Mint, the most influential imperial institution under his control. Loath to waste such a valuable resource on petty squabbles, the Gilded Legion cannot be hired out as common mercenaries and remain committed to its guard and garrison duties. Their presence on the battlefield means that Chamberlain himself has vested interest in the outcome, a proposition almost as disheartening as facing these professional killers on the field. The Steel Legion. Upon the death of Otto IV, there were 6 Imperial Legions in the field: the Gilded Legion, the Legion of Steel, the Adamantine Legion, the Legion of Ash, the Legion of Smoke, and the Argent Legion. In the chaos that followed, all but 2 of these were disbanded by the order of the Imperial Conclave. The only remnants left today of these once mighty institutions are the war colleges in Argem. The survival of the Gilded Legion was ensured by their critical role in safeguarding the sovereignty and independence of the Imperial Mint. The Steel Legion, on the other hand, survived by the simple expedient of refusing to disband. They pitched camp within the Callan fields of Argem and issued an ultimatum. They answered only to the Emperor. Until an Emperor sat on the hollow throne once more, they would serve the Empire. Despite the threats and condemnations by the members of the Conclave, none were foolish enough to challenge their position. Before things could escalate, the Conclave agreed to establish the office of Imperial Chamberlain, and the Steel Legion has since guaranteed the sanctity of Argem, the Imperial capital, and the office of Imperial Chamberlain. The Steel Legion is one of the oldest fighting forces in the Talian Empire, taking its name from the storied legions of the Old Dominion, and tracing its origins to the very first professional armies the Emperor fielded. Only the orders can claim a more storied past or glorious. When the Steel Legion took upon themselves the role of custodians of the Empire and guarantors of the Chamberlain, they forsook their traditional weaponry and armed themselves with great swords, traditionally the ceremonial weapon of the Adamantine Legion, the Emperor's now defunct bodyguards. With this act, the Steel Legion became the last surviving link between the glorious military history of the Armatellum dynasty and the 100 Kingdoms today. In the absence of an emperor, the Steel Legion is the single most prosperous and powerful mercenary company in the Empire. They sell their services widely, but only to those families that are waging war outside the Empire or who has a casus belli recognized by the Imperial Conclave. Their wealth is supplemented by a standing contract with the office of the Imperial Chamberlain to protect Argem from all aggressors. The nobles view this contract as little more than an artifice, a mechanism for the office of the Chamberlain to support one of the strongest and staunchest allies of the Imperial Mandate behind the veneer of neutrality. To this day, no noble house has been willing to directly challenge the Steel Legion on these, or any other grounds for that matter. I really like the 100 Kingdoms. If you reach this point, remember to like, comment, subscribe, rate, whatever. It helps the channel grow. I'll see you in the next one. Arrivederci. The Spires. Scattered throughout the land as if by the hand of a mad god, the spires dominate the landscape they stand upon. Rising thousands of feet into the air, they are the source of countless suppositions, tales, and myths. The learned know that the spires house entire populations, the last remnants of a civilization that once dared to spawn the stars. The exiles arrived on Ea countless millennia ago as explorers. Their craft and skill allowed them to breach the vast distances between suns, and their vibrant civilization looked for new worlds to colonize. The first spires were germinated to house a small community of scientists, explorers, and surveyors who spent centuries in isolation, studying the planet and preparing the way for a wave of settlers who would tame the primordial land they had discovered. They never arrived. Instead, a growing stream of refugees began to arrive, fleeing a calamity the spires will not speak of to this day. Last among the refugees were the noble houses of the Sovereign House, who sealed the waves behind them. This ruthless act, calculated to eliminate all nobility but his house and its lineages, doomed countless millions they abandoned to die. The magnitude of this betrayal shattered exile society to its core. As political opposition raged and entire castes turned against their leadership, 3 factions were born from the ashes of that once great civilization: the Spires, the Weavers, and the Quiet. Only among the Spires are the flames of the old civilization kept alive, and even that only through great sacrifice. Following the loss of their population, the Sovereign House was forced to turn to the darkest of arts to recreate a pale shadow of the society they had shattered. Without the strictures of religious supervision or the ethical oversight of their own population, the scientists pulled their resources ingenious into a single directorate and turned the holy gift of life-binding into the soulless art of biomancy. True clones were only the first of the dark miracles they produce to replace the shattered population of the Spires and re-establish their economy. In a matter of decades, the Spire society was rebuilt from the ground up, but as the clone population grew and the reliance of the economy shifted to the products of the growth vats and spawning pools, the Sovereign House began to fear the growing influence of an increasingly assertive directorate. Clone troops primed from the very flesh of the nobility and bred specifically for loyalty were deployed to place the directorate under custody and end the threat before it ever manifested. Cold, calculating, and methodical, the Directorate had learned their lesson in betrayal long ago, along with the Quiet and the Weavers, and had spent almost a century preparing for their coup. They surrendered peacefully and watched the economy collapse. Without their expertise, the proper balance in the delicate internal ecosystems of the Spires could not be sustained and quickly collapsed. When the Sovereign House was forced to approach them, the Directorate agreed to a division of power along the lines of the millennia-old agreements between the scientific pioneers who had first set foot upon this world and the nobles who had funded them. The wealth of the land belongs to the nobles, but operational control rests with the Directorate. Furthermore, the Directorate must devote its biomantic products to the reclamation of the homeland. Once reclaimed, the Sovereign House will cede all local holdings and claims on Ea to the Directorate in recognition of their invaluable assistance. As a result, what would normally have been an antagonistic relationship has become a fraught partnership. The lieges in the Sovereign House seek to influence the Directorate with funding for pet projects and pure research, in return for policies and regulations that benefit them at the expense of their peers. These delicate balances have been disrupted of late by the rise of the merchant princes. Members of the younger dynasties, these mavericks have taken to securing resources by trading directly with the outside world, bypassing the main tool of control and influence of the Sovereign House. The Directorate was originally keen on creating competition, but is regretting their decision to endorse these newcomers as the fragile power balance that bounded the Spires for millennia unravel. Trade and contact with the outside has introduced a new and volatile element into the machinations of the Spires, which have started spilling over into the lands around them. With uncertainty and greed reigning unchecked, it is only a matter of time before an errant deed sparks the conflagration of war with the younger races. In times of war, the Spires today remain one of the most potent powers on the planet. While the territory they control is very limited, the power they can project is vast. These armies are spawned directly from accumulated biomass and mineral resources that their root networks have secured throughout their millennia of rule. The bitter lesson learned in the loss of their homeworld have taught them to concentrate on efficiency rather than raw power when assembling their forces. This philosophy of efficiency pervades even their military thinking. With no ethical concerns to constrain their decisions, their troops are, after all, merely clones, Spire commanders routinely make decisions of breathtaking cruelty, perfectly willing to sacrifice entire armies to trap and destroy the opponent. The Sovereign Lieges. It will be easy to dismiss the Sovereign House as the fossilized remnant of a dead civilization. Their pointless posturing, their ostentatious displays of wealth and power, their mindless and cruel political games, they all point to a state of degeneracy and waste that would cripple any governing body. All these observations, however, fail to take into account their single greatest achievement: survival. The Sovereign House has survived the loss of their homeworld, the exodus, the rage of dragons, and the disintegration of their civilization. Somehow, they have managed to adapt, evolve, and overcome all obstacles before them and still emerge on top. Though few would acknowledge it, the current arrangement with the Dictatorate suits the Sovereign House perfectly. Blinded by the transparent promise of power, the ambitious youth of each lineage devotes its energies to joining the Dictatorate, freeing the eldest among the Sovereign House to focus on their true objective. For countless millennia, the lineages have amassed resources and honed their forces with but one objective: the reclamation of their long-lost ancestral lands. Spurred by their sovereign, that elusively yet terrifying figure that rules over them with an iron fist, the bitter memory of defeat and humiliation has helped the lineages to keep their focus on recovering their lost lands. In preparation for their monumentous event, they have hoarded the vast majority of their resources that the Spires have harvested across millennia. To further their efforts in reclamation, the lineages of the Sovereign House vie for prestige and influence by funding the creation of ever deadlier and more efficient warriors. Months-long tournaments are sponsored by the Sovereign, where each lineage can display its prized war beast in brutal challenges that serve to entertain and distract the nobilities in time of peace. Over the course of countless years of debauched blood sports, they have honed their personal forces into a formidable fighting machine geared towards the single, explosive release intended to sweep their ancient enemy from the Promised Lands. This most recent fracas with the merchant princes is but a small diversion, a long-awaited chance to pit their honed forces against the hapless inhabitants of this realm. The Dictatorate. The Dictatorate exhibits the same brutal ruthlessness of the Sovereign House, but weighs it with the cold pragmatism of their hollow scientific method. The remarkably transparent and open selection process to a dictatorate seat can make the politics within a lineage change very quickly. Shunned members or obscure family lines can rise to prominence with a single appointment, while established family lines can wither if they fail to secure seats within the dictatorate. The fluid nature of intra-lineage politics also deeply affects interlineage politics, with frequent betrayals, reverses, and assassinations keeping the nobles focused on their game, just like the dictatorate originally envisioned. In contrast, the dictatorate seems to play the role the Sovereign House expects them to, without too much friction. Honed by the principles of their biomancy, they display tremendous patience, observing the shifts and trends in the balance of power with a clinical detachment, adapting to the prevailing political environment with as little disruption as possible. Some directors, particularly amongst the youngest generation, see this as a sign of subservience, and perhaps they are right. Their elders, however, have been playing this game for millennia. They have already won this round, wresting control of the Spires from the Sovereign House, and are focusing on the next. With limited resources at their disposal, every move today is aimed at a result not a few years from now, but decades into the future, when they finally inherit Ea, free of control from the Sovereign. Particularly unimpressed with the lineage's fixation on the Lost Lands, the Dictatorate pursues instead entirely different goals that will ensure their freedom. On Ea, the Dictatorate broke from millennia of tradition and started charting their own path, evolving the stifling practice of life binding into the wonder of biomancy. And it is on this world that they intend to claim their destiny, free of the manipulations and governorship of the Sovereign House and its lineages, and soon thereafter free of any who might remain on this world to challenge their claim. While unlike the Sovereign House, the Dictatorate does not have endless resources to marshal into the furtherance of their schemes. Many of their greatest creations are at the behest of the lineages. As a result, when a biomancer is seen on the battlefield, he is often leading the strangest and deadliest creations his twisted genius and the endless resources of the Sovereign House can create. The Underspire. Nestled underground beneath tons of hard-packed dirt and the tough fibrous ganglia of the spire itself, the Underspire protected the most essential process of the spires from the depredations of the dragons and shielded its inhabitants. As the Dragon War ended, the thin atmosphere and sharp sunlight of the upper reaches of the spire called to the members of the Sovereign House with their memories of their homeland. Within a few short years of their defeat, the lineages had relocated to the highest portions of the spires. Loath to leave the central biotic systems of the spire and the vast spawning pools that were the source of their newfound power, the Dictatorate soon realized that mingling with the lineages brought influence, prestige, and resources. In time, its senior members moved to the upper spires to engage with the Sovereign House directly. Slowly but steadily, the Underspire was left for the lowest of the Directorate's menials, the Ferromancers. Incapable of, or often barred from, practicing the more advanced levels of biomancy, Ferromancers resort to the cruel manipulation of ingested biomass to create scents and pheromones. This allows them to command and guide the basic systems of the spires, as well as the simplest and most animalistic of drones. Coded into powerful sense, the ferromantic compulsions can bypass the rudimentary cognitive functions of these drones, stifling all thoughts of self-preservation or natural instinct and turning even the unruliest of drones into a nightmare on the battlefield. With growing reports of missing drones and dire warnings of proto-religion growing within their ranks, falling upon the deaf ears of the Ferromancer's distant superiors, it is quickly becoming clear that the upper spire may have forgotten just how critical the under spire is for the safety and prosperity of the spire as a whole. Despite their growing concerns, fear of unsettling their superiors and being punished, or worse, denied a vital promotion, keeps most Ferromancers from voicing their concerns openly. As a result, shadows in the Underspire are becoming a little darker every day, and the Ferromancers grow more desperate to prove themselves and escape. Now we'll look at their units. The Lineage Highborn. Amongst the highest echelons of the lineages, none are truly expected to risk their lives anymore, much less for something as simple and trivial as combat. The chosen warriors of the sovereign lineages stride through the battlefield, safely projecting their consciousness into their avatara. Outlandish creations bedecked in all sorts of ornaments and biomantic enhancements, whose light, androgynous frames belie the speed and power they can bring to bear. With almost no personal risk and minimal skill needed to become a deadly foe, many scions of the lineages have taken to decorating their avatara as ostentatiously as possible. For the body vessels have made them such proficient killers that the tally of the slain foes is simply no longer a practical method by which to distinguish oneself. To date, only those lineages directly descended from the sovereign have displayed the capability to deploy avatara surrogates. If any among the dictatorate or the minor lineages possess the capability, they keep it well hidden, for they know the sovereign will stop at nothing to ensure their destruction, as he already did when the surrogates were first displayed. Ferromancer. While it is true that biomancy can allow its practitioners to attain the pinnacle of Spire society, not all are deemed worthy of these lofty aspirations. Tribe accounts suggest that raw talent and discipline are considered defining factors in the advancement of a biomancer. Yet the dangerous political games that the dictatorate and the court play can see a biomancer exalted beyond his true means, or crushed despite his talent. Ferromancy represents the lowest form of biomancy practiced by the Spires, be it by lack of ability or imposed restrictions. The prevailing theory suggests that while biomancers use their gifts to weave the strands that bind life into new forms, ferromancers practice a much more limited form. Guiding their gift inwards, they turn their body into a chemical furnace, capable of altering the composition of any compound they ingest. This allows them to create new, tailored compounds, hormones, and pheromones with a terrifying degree of precision, far beyond the limited capabilities of the growth vats located deep within each spire. While the creation of growth hormones and nutrient compounds is critical for the development of the more advanced life forms of the spire, it is in battle that the ferromancers truly shine and their use made apparent. Based on the post-mortem examinations, it has been concluded that these precise chemical manipulations allow the practitioner to craft pheromonal commands by imbibing the blood of their charges. Such commands cut straight through what little self-preservation instincts these creatures have been allowed to retain. This chemical communication seems to allow ferromancers to direct the actions of the lower drones that a spire may produce in battle, whose simple animalistic minds would otherwise make them impossible to control. Through such methods, a ferromancer can issue commands across the battlefield, singling out enemy troops for extermination, turning timid drones into bloodthirsty fiends, and even forces their troops to march until their feet are little more than bloody stumps. If a biomancer's abilities might be compared to a virtuoso performance on the field of battle, adapting troops instantly to counter the foe, then the ferromancer are the conductors, using their talents to guide even the wildest of drones into a symphony of destruction and slaughter. Caution, Nepente, by Aldem Novak, excerpt. Mimetic Assassin. The Directorate has long sought to produce the perfect assassin clone, but their efforts have been incessantly stemmed by the Sovereign. He has made a matter of personal interest to ensure that all Ark vaults containing pertinent data to this research fall squarely under his direct supervision, denying the Directorate access to chameleonic strand sequences and certain personality traits which it has sought for so long. They have instead been forced to adapt and improvise with those strands they already possess: agility, strength, aggression, and limited biomechanical functions. While this format would result in an impressively enhanced clone, it would nonetheless need to be trained and outfitted further, draining the Directorate's limited resources. To overcome this limitation, the Directorate has turned to one of their core techniques: pheromatic manipulation. In addition to its unrivaled speed and ferocity, the mimetic assassin produces a very specific range of pheromones designed to induce lethargy in any complex organism, as well as making them more compliant and susceptible. True to the origin of its design, therefore, this clone's mimetic abilities derive from the form and function rather than training. Each segment of its carapace is individually articulated and razor sharp, allowing it to change its body shape, stance, and outline to masquerade as any clone, or humanoid biped with minimal effort in disguise, or even produce claws and weapons made from its own body. Coupled with its pheromatic field, these attributes grant the mimetic an unprecedented edge in infiltration and ambush situations. Easily overlooked in the dead of night or heaving mass of combat, the mimetic assassin can close within range of its chosen foe unnoticed before it springs into action, transforming into a whirling, stabbing monstrosity in the flash of an eye. High Clone Executor. Ignored and often resented, High Clone Executors provide a critical role that not even the most arrogant of the lineage highborn can deny: direct battlefield experience and a corps of professional officers to lead the troops. While biomancers and pheromancers might turn the soldiers into ravening automata, and lineage highborn might be unstoppable on the battlefield, it is the High Clone Executors who time and again deliver victories across 100 different battlefields. To achieve the rank of Executor, a clone must have advanced through the ranks of the Vanguard Infantry and Infiltrators. This hard-earned battlefield experience grants them deep tactical and strategic insight that is seldom found within a Spires forces. Competition for recognition and advancement among the High Clones is fierce, and its expressions are not only physical and violent. These are broadly tolerated, if not encouraged, by their overseers to enhance these desired traits and cull those lacking them. Those that survive and excel in the Infiltrator teams earn the right to don the powerful Terraphon suits. It is a testament to the seductive nature of the raw physical power this suit provides, and the highly addictive cocktails of drugs and pheromones it secretes, that only a tiny fraction of those who survive long enough elect to abandon these suits and demand their selfhood be recognized. It is a curious aspect of Spire's social structure that a concept of nation and state does not exist, in that one is either acknowledged as sentient being or is not. Once sentience is established, then all social standing and value is derived from one's lineage and personal achievement. And yet, while their individuality is recognized, High Clones are stigmatized with the clone moniker, despite having proven their value to the Spire through grueling and dangerous service in order to secure their right to selfhood. This leaves the newly recognized High Clones with but one of two choices for advancement: join the arenas or seek the patronage of a lineage. Of the two paths, it is often remarked that joining a lineage is by far the most hazardous. In the arena, the saying goes, you at least know who your adversaries are. Nothing, on the other hand, has prepared a High Clone for the machinations and power plays of lineage politics. Lacking the refined education of their Spire betters, veteran High Clones possess only those skills they have earned on the battlefield. Tactically knowledgeable as infantrymen and strategically acute as infiltrators and Ptephoran riders, High Clones excel at what they do, but not always at the society they live in. A fraction of them have managed to adapt and employ their training in politics, rising above their intended station. Most often than not, they are given a modest stipend and employed as ceremonial guards, since the real bodyguard roles for the truly exalted amongst their society are reserved for those creatures whose loyalty and combat capacity are compelled by biomatic means. Those who are not content with these limited roles must vie to be recognized as executors, officers in one of the sovereign's lineage armies. In order to advance through the ranks, executors must have proven and keep proving their ability time and again, both on the field of battle and without. They must secure chances at proving their capacity, provide victory on the battlefield, and be able to claim credit for that victory. always vying against backstabbing colleagues, jealous superiors, and ruthlessly demanding masters. The result is that should one encounter a high clone executor leading an enemy force, he should know he is facing a ruthlessly competent individual who has no compunctions or limitations on the pursuit of victory. Biomancer. To look upon a biomancer is to look upon biomancy itself. These are the favored agents of the Dictatorate, and the full resources of their twisted genius are at their disposal. Everything about them, from their clothing to the menagerie that follows them, and even their very bodies, are the direct product of a biomatic process. Standing 6 feet tall, their spindly bodies have been adapted to the rigors of their academic life. Digestive systems have been reduced to minimize distractions. Their senses, particularly sight and smell, have been enhanced to an astounding degree, so much so that the clothing they wear to battle is designed to reduce the sensory overload, allowing them to focus on the task at hand. And the task is only ever the furtherance of the Directorate's plan first and foremost. So long as the Dictatorate plans are uninterrupted, loyal and capable biomancers enjoy an almost unparalleled autonomy and discretion to pursue their own goals. In the reality of the competitive environment of their peers, however, the matter is never so simple. Those of them who have survived and advanced have learned that while there is some latitude, loyalty, and genius will only take you so far. With so many prospective candidates willing to literally kill for the position, demotion in that could be as little as a mistake away. Ruthlessly cold and honed by this environment, one can be certain that those biomancers he encounters all share the same sharp, cruel intelligence and the will to use it mercilessly in the complex political arena of the Spires. All commanders know that inviting a biomancer to the field of battle is a calculated risk. Their duplicitous nature and the primacy of the Dictatorate's will in their agenda is common knowledge, but the power they yield is one of the greatest force multipliers the Spires could hope to possess. Biomancers have moved well past the crude art of ferromancy, affecting the flesh of their subjects directly. While this would normally be impossible outside of the laboratory conditions they normally enjoy, almost all the troops of the Spires are spawned under the auspice of the Dictatorate. Their flesh is riddled with alterations and unfinished changes, primed and waiting for the sorcerous efforts of the biomancers. That is the true mastery and science of the Dictatorate. The creation of cheap, disposable troops is only half the equation, the other half being the cruel and precise genius in their designs, by priming those same troops to become a blank canvas for the field operative to display their true twisted ferocity. Isolated pockets of nutrients can be used to effect swift and crude healing operations, while bone spurs and dormant glands can be activated at a moment's notice to enact even more drastic changes. The toll that this takes on their charges is of little consequences to the biomancers, so long as their will and that of the Dictatorate are fulfilled. Oh, and winning the battle, of course. Ward Preceptor. There are occasions where even the Spires see the merit of reducing casualties among their forces, rare as that might be. This is where the Ward Preceptor steps in. With his preternatural reflexes and heavy armor, this elite warrior seems to be everywhere at once. His massive tower shield covering any gaps the Spire forces may have left in their defenses. Assault Preceptor. The Preceptors are a creation of the Dictatorate. Originally intended as a frontline unit to replace the Vanguard strain, whose combat prowess was based on coordination and reaction, they were retired, citing the very resource-intensive training process they require to be considered battle-ready. Of course, one could argue the Sovereign would also now look kindly on a tightly structured and well-coordinated fighting force capable of autonomous thought and communication. Low to waste resources, the Dictatorate repurposed the project, introducing Preceptor leaders to Vanguard clone formations to increase their coordination and cohesion. So far, preliminary trials show a significant increase in battlefield performance. Strix. With bones lightened to the degree they can scarcely support the musculature that power the mighty pinions that bear them aloft, Spire Strix would be incapable of posing a significant threat on the battlefield were it not for the cruel disregard their masters have for their lives, and the lethal toxic payload they carry in their bloated sacks. Vanguard Clone Infiltrators. Unlike the brute and force-grown drones, the Vanguard clones are not grown in the spawning pits deep within the Underspire. Woven from 100% pure exile tissue, their strands are improved upon and woven to produce superior specimens, used for delicate tasks requiring initiative, intelligence, and dexterity. Clones are invariably much more resource-intensive to gestate and develop than drones. Given this understanding and witnessing the prevalence of drones within the observed Spire forces, it would be easy to summarize clones are rare within Spire society. Nothing could be further from the truth. The vast majority of the active population of a Spire is composed of clones. Their gestation chambers, while significantly less efficient than the spawning pools, are nonetheless colossal hollows in the enscotes deep within the superstructure of the Spire, with thousands upon thousands of artificial wombs lining the walls. Hundreds of clones are born daily, their newborn needs handled by dedicated drone handlers until they are developmentally old enough to attend nurseries. From an early age, candidates are driven to excel in all fields, undergoing rigorous and often brutal testing that allows the most driven individuals to excel in those fields they are naturally predisposed to. Past errors have convinced the Sovereign of the need for variation within the population. As a result, while the Directorate is allowed to improve and purify the strains used to generate the clone population of a Spire, their mingling is left entirely to chance. As a result, aptitude and predilections vary widely within the population, and competition for the more comfortable and safe assignments within the Spire is fierce. Only a set number of spaces open in each department, and only the highest scoring candidates are considered for each. As the infinite clones depart the nurseries, they are assigned to those departments they have shown the highest aptitude for. Demand for fresh bodies within the war department is so high that any clones who fail to get assigned to another department are invariably assigned there to start their physical conditioning, along with those who excel at physical activities. From here, there are two paths to follow: the battlefield or the arena. The rate of attrition in the arena is such that even offering full emancipation within 3 years of entry, the War Department cannot fulfill its quota of fresh bodies, resulting in a second calling as the lowest performing candidates are reassigned to the arenas. Those that are left undergo a brutal training regime to enter the Vanguard regiments. The first training regime focuses on physical development and martial arts training. By the end of their third year of conditioning and training, a Vanguard clone is equally comfortable with killing using bows, snap bows, blades, and limbs. Their training has been skewed to emphasize evasion and speed over raw power, but raised to peak physical condition and trained in combat for 3 years, the average Vanguard clone is more than a match for even a veteran man-at-arms capable of going toe-to-toe with the combat elite of the Dweghom and the Warthun. Those Vanguards who have survived 3 deployments are given a choice: continued service in the line infantry, or 5 years of service as an infiltrator after completing the necessary training. It is a testament to ruthless efficiency of the training regime that produces the infiltrator squads that only 1 in 10 veterans volunteer for this duty, despite the promise of eventual selfhood. Force-grown drones. In the dispassionate view of the Dictatorate, all life that crawls from their vats is a product. Clones, which are grown directly from original exile life strands, are perhaps high-end products, the best of which can someday prove themselves and even earn some standing in Spire society. Such a fate is forever beyond the wretched force-grown drones. All drones are spliced from base tissues found locally on Ea, and therefore no sovereign liege would ever countenance a creature as inelegant as the force-grown drone. The Directorate has no such compunctions. In fact, they are the ones who first came up with the distinction between clones and drones, and the force-grown drone remains one of their most successful designs. All drone strains have undergone biomatic procedures to reduce the initiative and self-preservation of their populations, while increasing desired traits such as muscle mass and aggression, yet none of these invasive processes have ever gone as far as the alterations made on the force-grown drones. These wretched creatures lack almost all volition. Their sole purpose is to die at the appointed time. To this end, they were engineered to have no immune system so that their gestation might be that much faster. Their distinctive wrapping is soaked in antiseptics and numbing agents to extend their miserable existence just long enough for them to die in the field of battle. To further accelerate their developmental cycle and reduce the chance of rebellion or escapes, their digestive system has been severely compromised. They are only fed the pre-digested, incredibly nutritious jelly produced by monstrous bioengineer larva queens. These disgusting creatures are another biomatic miracle created by the Dictatorate to aid the armed forces of the Spires, capable of consuming any biomass, especially the fallen, in order to produce their nectar. These disgusting creatures are a backbone of the Spire war engine, massively easing the supply requirements of the Spire forces on the field. After witnessing a force-grown drone, one could imagine that they are a byproduct of some other biomatic process gone awry. Nothing could be further from the truth. The design of their strain represents a groundbreaking triumph for the biomancers. The end result is a being that can be gestated within a week and kept dormant until quickened. In the meantime, they can be stored within vast racks in the massive storage caverns of the Underspire. When requested, entire racks of these dormant drones can be hitched on the massive tented, cathedral-like wagons pulled by dozens of the brute drones. This resource efficiency makes these drones even more alarming when deployed by the merchant princes, who could transfer massive numbers with their airships' fleets behind enemy lines. With such a short life expectancy, force-grown drones are only quickened when needed, with prudent Spire commanders quickening a small portion of their forces despite the guaranteed losses, lest the army be attacked on the march. Hundreds of cycles were devoted to simplifying and streamlining the force-grown strains, allowing the Dictatorate to create a creature ideally suited to the needs of the lineages. After all, force-grown drones are not meant to fight at the behest of their masters. They are meant to die at their convenience. Onslaught drones. A portion of all force-grown drones is titled to the Onslaught program, an advanced research grant established by the Directorate to further the development of the Spire's combat drones. It is upon these hapless wretches that the Directorate expands its knowledge of neuro and hormonal overstimulation, pushing the boundaries of their own craft a tiny bit further with each test. Already they have borne fruit, allowing the clones direct supervisors to trigger their hyper-aggression only once a safe distance from friendlies has been achieved. Bound clones. Lacking the mental prowess to join the Directory or the beauty to serve the lineages directly as domestics, the vast majority of clones decantated find their way into the ranks of the Bound, the professional forces each sovereign lineage keeps on retainer. Clothed, fed, equipped, and trained at the lineage's expense, these soldiers are kept on standby for those tasks that require a fully cognizant mind and could not be entrusted to a servile drone. They should not lead one to think that their lives mean more to their masters, but rather that their masters expect more for the investment into their continued existence. Regarding the lineage highborn, these avatara can also be deployed in groups. The sheer ruthlessness with which he called the project the Sovereign, and any records of it outside his control, suggest that this technology somehow represents an existential threat to the Sovereign, but few, if any, have been able to grasp why. The military advantages are of course tremendous, but that alone does not justify his response. What nobody knows, except for the long-deceased creators of the Avatara and the Sovereign himself, is that unlike current Surrogate suits that have a maximum projection range of a few dozen miles, early testing of the original specifications had revealed no measurable limit to the projection range of these suits. The Sovereign grasped the significance of this technology instantly, and with his characteristic ruthlessness, acted to acquire it and ensured that only he would possess it among the Spires. A great deal of the Sovereign's reputation as an infallible leader and intricate plotter could very well be based almost exclusively on the advantage provided by his advanced surrogates that allow him to act on information that he has no right knowing as the curse halfway across the world. Brute drones. Unlike the elegant biomatic processes and techniques used in the development of creations like the marksman clone, the brute drone reflects the callous disregard the Spires have for the suffering of their creations. Selected from the least imperfect of the force-grown drones, they employ as cannon fodder. The prospective brutes are carried off and subjected to a ruthlessly efficient testing process to see if their bodies can survive the stress of transformation. Those who fail this test are left fit for little less but biomass recycling. For those that survive, this invasive procedure ends with the prospective clones being sealed in the massive armor which they will wear for the rest of their lives, short as those may be. They are lowered, armor and all, into a vat with hyper-aggressive muscle and bone augmentation agents. Coupled with hormonal growth treatments, the result is impressive, if limited. Body mass can triple in as little as 2 months of immersion, but the pain and trauma of the process severely impairs the already limited mental faculties of the drones. The massive armors they are immersed with are soon filled out completely, stunting further growth and provoking increasing amounts of pain on the nascent brute drones. Once the pain is intense enough to overcome the sedating agents added to the vat mixture, the brute is considered fully grown and decantated before its mad thrashing harmed the rest of the batch. The process could be far more compassionate and effective, but time and practice have shown this to be the most resource-efficient method to develop these frontline shock troops. The monstrously high fail rate amongst the menial drones is more than compensated for by the tremendously reduced cost and oversight. Towering well over 2 meters, with most specimens touching the 3-meter mark, brute drones are a towering mass of vat-grown muscle and aggression. Their skin, where it can be seen beneath the ichor-soaked bandages they bear, is a ravaged mass of scar tissue and subdermal bone deposits. Their armor is literally sealed onto their bodies, held in place by alchemically treated cartouches that establish lineage ownership, lot number, and enhancement date of the particular drone. On the battlefield, brute drones are little more than living battering rams. As a result, they are always deployed in conjunction with a ferromancer, whose powerful pheromonal commands are the only thing that can cut through the haze of pain and rage that clouds their mind. The marksman clones. The exiles never risk their own precious lives in combat. Instead, they spawn warriors from the growth vats nestled in the bowels of the spires, which draw directly from the massive stores of biomass and mineral resources siphoned by the spire's root structure. Among these creations, clones are a valuable and much favored commodity. Unlike the unsophisticated, almost mindless drone troops, clone flesh is grown directly from the exiled tissue. Time and effort is actually spent in the shaping of their minds, bodies, and weaponry. These elite creations become the champions of the lineages, a display of power and biomatic competence. Almost since their arrival on Ea, the lineages have been preparing for the reclamation of the lost homeland. For that purpose, the Sovereign has tasked them with developing new types of troops, hosting tournaments for them to be displayed and evaluated. During these tournaments, the lineages pit their finest troops and creations against each other in ritualized combat, more akin to sport than actual battle. As centuries pass, the strict militarized character of the lineages degenerated into a vicious and cruel competition for prestige in the Sovereign's favor. Despite the petty motives, the product of the lineages are frighteningly effective. Marksman clone are a prime example of this. Spliced from a number of tissues to ensure their keen eyesight and flawless hand-eye coordination, these clones are amongst the most effective ranged troops one can encounter on the battlefield. The addition of a third arm was pioneered by the 4th Indigo lineage, which traded the marginal increase in accuracy that other houses blindly pursued for a significant increase of rate of fire. Despite underperforming the sharpshooting challenges, the dominant superiority in their rate of fire brought glory to their lineage in the melees for decades, until the other lineages stole, bought, or perfected their technique. Unleashed on the outside world for the first time in millennia, marksman clones are reaping a bloody toll on the battlefield, providing withering salvos of accurate fire for the monstrous throng the Spires call an army. Abomination. Abominations loom several man heights over the head of even the tallest mortal. Their gore-sickled slim spider out from its bulbous, distended abdomen and thorax. They are instruments of pure mayhem on the battlefield, scuttling forward and reaping a bloody toll with their sight, like appendages, leaving only bloody ruin behind them. Survivors speak of keening whine, just on the verge of hearing, that pervades their memories, a sound that registers deeper than the cries of their fallen comrades. This is the only sound an abomination can make, the only sound it is allowed to make, a keening howl to convey the depth of their misery and torment. Abominations were not originally intended to serve as organic war engines. They were an advanced and cruel form of punishment, devised on whim by the sovereign. And scots deep within an abomination lies the body of an exile who has betrayed his trust or breached the most sacrosanct of Spire laws. Despite significant effort, even the sovereign's most ardent opponents have not been able to come up with a more cruel punishment and have adopted this cruel torture for their worst enemies. Invasive cerebral procedures impairs the cognitive function of the condemned as chemical and hormonal treatments are applied to make them lose control of their life-binding gifts and forcibly bound them to a lower organism. Multiple organisms were proposed and tried, but the humble ant was ultimately preferred. While more gruesome examples could be made, it was found that those abominations bounded to other species were too intractable or self-destructive. The ant's instinctive hierarchical physiology somehow makes it more susceptible to pheromonic command, forcing the body to respond to orders while allowing compromised psyche trapped within the hellish amalgam only enough control to quell its anguish even while enacting the will of its tormentors. Incarnate Sentinel. Foregoing any attempt to create a viable organism that could meet their expectations, the dictatorate instead cultured individual organs to their specifications and assembled them over a reinforced skeleton. Sacrificing almost all attempts at elegance in return for function, the incarnates are the most successful efforts of the dictatorate at overcoming the limits of flesh. Centaur Avatara. A massive humanoid torso crowns the baroque armored equine monstrosity of the Centaur Avatara, bristling with arms each carrying a deadly blade, scoffing at the notion of partnership with another being, but keenly aware of the advantages of cavalry upon the field. Spires created the centaur iterations of the Avatara to mimic the original knights, the companions and equites of the Old Dominion. To date, these have been reserved for only the eldest and most powerful elders of the lineages. Their recent presence on the western battlefield can only bode ill for the 100 Kingdoms, as these hoary monsters shed millennia of ennui and rekindle their bloodlust and interest in battle. Siegebreaker Behemoth. No creations of the Spire embody both the dictatorate's pursuit of efficiency and the sovereign's quest for perfection, as does the Siegebreaker Behemoth. Its limbs are designed to dig, climb, and still strike with such force it cavitates the very air, producing a thunderous boom that dwarfs the sound of its impact, shredding metal, pulverizing stone, and obliterating flesh. Its sinuous, serpentine body is almost nothing but muscle and armor, sacrificing everything for power, mobility, and durability. Its nervous system is a complex mix of simple systems that govern its movement and complex self-referencing pain and pleasure receptors attuned only to its hearing. This is intentional, for its control is established by frequencies known only to its master, who dispenses pain or pleasure, ensuring the compliance and good behavior of this unstoppable behemoth. Character Portrait. Faded Magenta. Faded Magenta. Report number 3251. Classification: Confidential. Urgent. Page 1 of 2. Director. In continuation to reports number 3250, 247, 209, 208, and 3181, further behavioral irregularities among the drone creations have been reported and observed. The existence of a new route on Drone Hub 42 was never brought to my personal attention by the hub's drones. The new route channel was expanding behind one of the stasis belts. However, markings were detected upon inspection. The pattern resembles an attempt to imitate a carapace number, possibly 0113. While examining the finding, drone number 4215 ceased performing its assigned task, VAT maintenance, to observe my person. The carapace of drone 4613 and number 4652 were damaged in almost identical positions on the front side of the left shoulder with a single short line. The depth of the line suggests effort and rules out accidental damage. During an inspection of Route Channel 32, unplanned and unauthorized fungi cultivations are detected near a filtering valve. Locally assigned Drone 3215 was ordered to remove the fungi and cleanse the channel as per standard procedure. Drone 3215 displayed reluctance to follow this command until pharmatically instructed to do so under the direct supervision of my person. His lacrimal glands were activated while performing the task. This was feasibly a defensive reaction to the spore of the fungi. During an unscheduled inspection, all active drones in Hub 60, Series 6, were found gathered on one side of the hub, hissing in attempted coordination. This attempt immediately ceased once my person's presence was noticed and all drones turned their heads to observe. The drones were post-haste pharmatically ordered to rest. It is my person's assessment that urgent and drastic action is required, and my person would kindly but urgently request the following. Authorize the transfer of my person to evaluate the MAMO standards on the design of drone series 0, 3, 4, and 6, particularly the limbic system and front lobe evolution blocks in place. Additionally, alternatively, authorize the halt of production and discontinuation of active drones from series 0, 3, 4, and 6 until such re-evaluation is performed by parties assigned by the director, as the recycled material may compromise future production designs. Additionally, alternatively, assign an additional pharmatic overseer to hubs 31 to 60 to enhance monitoring and assign a clone to enhance security and control of the erratic population as suggested previously in reports. The arena. That is my skull. The indigo imperative panicked before pain took over, swallowing the spreading cracks that thundered in his mind. The third weapon had come out of nowhere, swinging his weapon wildly to force his opponent away. He moved awkwardly back with faltering steps. The first thing he felt when the pain allowed it was his wet temple being chilled by the wind, so the first thought he had was that the helmet had held but cracked open. The second was that he had almost died like a mindless drone. A snickering came from his opponent, taunting, mocking. He had known about the two retracting claws. He had known, but the mimetic had forced it out of his mind. It had fought defensively, leaping away, barely deflecting his blade whenever he had managed to come in range. The fight had gone on like this for a long time, his confidence growing with every swing. The mimetic had shrieked and hissed with every dodge and parry, his moves almost panicked near the end, and all the while he now realized he had been growing angrier, more aggressive, more confident, ignoring his training and simply aiming for the kill. The cheers of his master's followers urged him on, roaring waves of voices rising at every swing. Now silence reigned beyond his pants, broken by the odd mocking cry from his opponent's supporters and gurgling snickers of the mimetic before him. Surges of pheromatic emotions fell upon him from the crowd like landslides, threatening to crash his own feelings. The pain had stolen his focus and opened his perception to them, and only then did he realize the reason he had felt so certain of his victory, the reason he had been so reckless. Much like the retracting claws, he had known about this trick too. He had known, but he had fallen prey to it anyway. Even now, the mimetic's emissions were urging him, reassuring him of his victory before they changed, feeding him fear and despair. He almost fell prey to it once more. His salvation came from where it always did. Among the waves the crowd was throwing at him, anger, mockery, disgust, hatred. He singled one out, disappointment. His master's disappointment. He dared a quick glance at the balcony and saw him sitting there, silent, expressionless, next to the directorate's biomancer had pitied this mimetic against him. The indigo imperative looked at the mimetic. Enough tricks, enough games. This was war, much like the war his master had started with the humans. A war to silence doubt, a war to stay in control, a war to establish his young master as a force to be reckoned with, a power to be feared. A war he would win on his own. He took a defensive stance as the mimetic jumped at him, hissing like an animal, 4 blades flashing with murderous intent. Character Portrait: The Fractured Conquered. The Fractured Conquered Paradox: Elimination of a Manifested Impossibility by Furtive Rancor. Forward. A study of the Fractured Conquered is nothing novel. Numerous esteemed members of the Directorate, as well as rival lineages to its own, have requisitioned plentiful before this one, approaching the issue from different perspectives. After all, it actually excites too many fields of interest, for reasons all too evident to those familiar with its paradoxical existence. For those of this researcher's esteemed patrons that are not a concise reiteration of the facts will be attempted in this forward. The subject's true moniker was Shade of Vermilion, and it was the youngest pure of the Vermilion lineage to have survived the calamity. It was originally assigned as a liaison in the Scarlet Spire, but following the betrayal, its records during the calamity and its military mindset ensured its transfer to the observation units that monitor the traitors. There it remained until the rise of the hominid civilization, when the Shade of Vermilion was recalled. While unconfirmed, it can be safely presumed that its first assignment to the Avatara project occurred at that time. While there are claims that would have the Sovereign having ensured this assignment, no such records have been found to date. Such claims are repeated here because the opposite is also positive. No records of the Avatara project exist to disprove the hypothesis. It is, however, a matter of public record that the Shade of Vermilion's Avatara was fielded on multiple occasions during the unrest of the time of the hominid decline, and in fact one was destroyed to the effects of the Decide. 2 native centuries after the Decide, a sovereign mandate demanded the transfer of resources from the eastern Spires to the west, and the Vermilion lineage were assigned as task overseers. Among the escort forces of the mobile container vats were 6 Avatara units. The Shade of Vermilion was operating one of them along with 5 other Avatara handlers. Their bodies were being transferred into the sealed container vats to secure their continuation while they remained within the projection range of their avatars at all times. Inside each of the container vats, a mimetic assassin was put as a last line of defense. However, repurposed by party or parties unknown, all 6 mimetic assassins discontinued their wards. In conjunction with the other 5 avatar handlers, the Shade of Vermilion was terminated. Unlike the other 5, it was not eliminated. Its projections remained in the Avatara despite its body's discontinuation. This unprecedented and unrepeated event became known as the Fractured Concord paradox. Starting with the legitimacy of its existence under regulations, the continuing existence of the Shade of Vermilion has been the subject of multiple debates, studies, and theories. A number of those are indeed often quoted and used as guidance in this study. Others, of diminished scientific value, explore the effects of this existence on the mental capacity or even the psyche of the subject and have been ignored. There is a certain element of fear present in discussions concerning the subject, defying reason and evidence. Its mastery over use of the avatars is unsurpassed. Its lack of physical manifestation means it can project anywhere, casting its consciousness on an empty host in any spire. It has abandoned the techniques and mindsets of the traitors and used life binding with its avatara. That is how it persisted. It can project on multiple hosts, fracturing its mind, and so on and so forth. The facts of its existence, however, are these. The Shade of Vermilion was formally terminated since the destruction of its body, yet its consciousness persists within the avatara husks. Its existence was recognized under the moniker of the Fractured Concord, and it is stationed as a military overseer in Halustem. Despite its unique relation to the Avatara project, there are enough public indications that it enjoys the Sovereign's tolerance, even favor, which has seemingly ensured the Fractured Concord's absolute loyalty, or vice versa. It is able to transfer between Avatara husks, and in fact has been terminated 3 times already in this manner. While it is theorized that these avatara need specific preparations, the specifics and procedures of this method remain unknown. There is no solid and confirmed information about the details of its condition. Despite the lack of facts, as requested by this researcher's patrons, this study will explore the methods in which the paradox could be ended and the Fractured Concord accurately and conclusively eliminated. Character Portrait: The Alchemist. To His Majesty the King of Degstrat, 13th day of Noctima, the year of redemption 658. Blessing upon thee, your Majesty. His Eminence was pleased to hear that the funds and resources provided by our benefactor have reached you safely. He also requires of me to inform you that reinforcements are already arriving to your kingdom from Sicilia. While definitely aware of some of our movements, King Frederick's attention remains focused on the Spire. He has allocated a lot of time, effort, and resources in discovering more information about the demons of Nepenthe. His Eminence finds it prudent that I relay such information as I can on the matter. Once your Majesty's divine mission is accomplished and the lands of the Branding Guard are thine, your Majesty must be prepared for an inevitable confrontation with Nepenthe. We have managed to copy some notes of the various post-mortem examinations Frederick's men have performed. I have enclosed them in this letter so you can study them at your Majesty's leisure. I must apologize for failing to deliver more. The supervision of the examinations have been assigned to one Sir Willowgarth of Rennes, an accursed Templier, and infiltration has proved difficult. You will be pleased to know, however, your Majesty, that we have gathered enough evidence and I have men ready to testify, if so as that the murderous king has been using mages regularly. These are 2 graduates of the Pool of Stillness, not renegades, but such things can easily be presented in a favorable light. Their task has been to use their foul magic to observe the demons of Nepenthe in general and gather information on the king's adversaries, the demon called the Alchemist. As your Majesty recalls, our agents suspected that the Alchemist belongs to the nobility of his people, what the Dominion text provided by His Eminence describes as lineages. While this has now been confirmed, it is strongly suspected that the Alchemist does not hold such a high station of power in his society as previously believed, and his allegiance to the lineages should be considered suspect for 2 reasons. Firstly, in their vast majority, the Spire forces remain within the confines of Nepenthe despite Frederick's deployment around it. While the destruction of Vatsdam may be partially responsible for this hesitation on Nepenthe's part, a report intercepted early this month claims skirmishes are taking place inside the halls of the Spire. This could very well mean that the Alchemist's enemies strike when they perceive him weaker, but one must consider the possibility that some of his actions were unsanctioned and his shortcoming in Vatsdam made it impossible to overlook them. Secondly, monstrous activity has increased far beyond the fables of the monsters of Nepenthe and has prevented close observation. It is possible, or so the heretic allomancers suspect, that these are creations of the alchemist himself, set loose to keep Scout at bay while the actual military forces under his command are occupied with internal struggles. If this is true, then the alchemist must be acknowledged as a master performer of the Spire's craft. This again should be considered an oddity. Such a mastery of complex creations is usually connected to another group of influence in Spire societies. The man stopped writing. The pen danced awkwardly in trembling fingers. It had the effect, the eerie, high-pitched voice, dressed with distant whispering, echoes and growls, as if more mouths than one spoke at the same time. Amend the previous sentence. The voice spoke again. Vanity must not be allowed to be detectable, even as pride must be subtly hinted at. The man nodded hesitantly, but picked a new piece of parchment nonetheless. He let a heavy sigh to release tension and steady his hand and started writing from the beginning. Is any of it true? He asked once he finished and offered the letter for inspection. Every word, the figure replied after a moment. Then I don't understand, the man went on. Why give out such info? His words faltered and were lost, his eyes betraying his sudden lack of focus. The figure had gone up from the shadow corner of his armchair, but that too seemed to leave the man indifferent. Licking his lips nervously, eagerly, his gaze was pinned on the small bottle the figure produced from somewhere deep inside its heavy robes. Such a curious little biped, the voice muttered to itself, as it left the bottle of the table. The man gestured, dispelling evil, but all too quickly. Once the figure was gone, he snatched the bottle and opened it with trembling hands. The living world of faded magenta. With a series of reports about erratic and disturbing behavior of recent drone series being dismissed repeatedly, Faded Magenta decided to disobey the orders of the lineages and cull the entire population of erratic series. Interrupted by an unnamed Directorate agent, he was offered an alternative: to leave enough erratic samples alive to observe while forging numbers in reports to appease the lineages. His new mysterious patron offered one of his clones for protection, or more likely to monitor him closely. Regardless of his suspicions, Faded Magenta decided to go on with his observations as agreed with his patron, choosing to isolate the flawed population from the non-erratic drones. This, he believed, would allow for the erratic behaviors to develop further. He soon observed that the flawed behaviors expanded beyond his expectations, though he could not explain how or why yet. His efforts were interrupted by the announcement of an inspection. Fearful that the inspector would discover his crimes, he acted alone, sidetracking his clone protector and attempting to keep his patron in the dark about his plans. He arranged for an accident with an erratic drone, blocking a brute's pheromatic receptors to all but his personal emissions. He had the massive drone delete the inspector while he remained safe. With his last breath, the inspector revealed that this drastic action was unnecessary. He too was serving the faded magenta's patron. Deciding to own to his mistake and attempt to present it as a sign of his capabilities, he kept the brute alive and readily assumed blame. His patron was less than understanding, promising that one day the faded magenta would better learn the politics of the higher spire, and with his talents would eventually excel. But not yet. What was worse, the patron was demanding, and not so many words, that all notes about his unique method of controlling the brute drone during the arranged accident were delivered on to them. Torn between anger for being dismissed as a mere ferromancer despite his accomplishment with the brute and fear for protectorless existence in the Underspire, Faded Magenta decided to embrace the image others had of him, a lowly, dim-witted ferromancer that did not know any better. Drowning his patron in a series of detailed but largely trivial or deflective reports, Faded Magenta turned the very system that had buried him in the Underspire against his would-be controllers. Invoking obscure but yet valid bureaucratic concerns, he delayed the termination of the brute and therefore the presentation of any meaningful post-deletion analysis, long enough for him to secretly switch carapaces and therefore the brute's identity. At the same time, he kept all important notes and methods about his work to himself until eventually his patron absent-mindedly dismissed him as a useful tool and his protector clone departed. Alone at long last, Faded Magenta eagerly assumed his old life. Almost. Choosing to ignore the flawed drones and instead concentrate on his own research, a method of tailoring drone receptors to a specific person's pheromatic emissions, thus excluding control by others, an illegal field of research. Eventually, the brute named Mass proved a loyal companion, company, and valuable research asset. His short lifespan, extended as much as he dared before venturing into further illegal practices, was swiftly coming to an end. Deciding on the value of post-expiration above the silent company Mass offered, Faded Magenta allowed his pet brute's existence to expire. In a moment of weakness and sentimentality, he thanked the expired Mass, not realizing he was being watched by the flawed drones. Throwing himself to his work, Faded Magenta balanced precariously between maintaining the image of a dutiful but not always successful ferromancer to avoid drawing attention and secretly continuing his personal research. Progress proved very slow, for loath as he was to admit it, he was a lowly ferromancer, and exhaustion often overcame him as he worked almost without rest. One such sleepless night he realized he was being watched. A group of flawed drones had gathered outside his laboratory despite their directives. Faded Magenta threw caution to the wind and approached them. Terrified and barely able to contain his panic, he heard one of the drones attempting to speak, mimicking the words he had once said to Mass. "Thank you." Sometime later, reports ceased to arrive from Ferromancer Faded Magenta. None knew what had happened. None cared. Without ever attempting to search for him, a replacement, surmounting principle, was sent to fulfill his duties. Soon after, a report signed by said Ferromancer was submitted, in which it was revealed that Faded Magenta had expired and his equipment had been rendered useless. With the report out of the way, the Ferromancer turned to a drone, addressed him as faulty, and underlined the success of faking one's own death. Officially dead to the upper levels and assisted by his flawed drones, Faded Magenta carried on with his plans undisturbed. Sovereign of Interference by Anonymous. It is no coincidence that many Dweghom holds suffered a series of tumultuous and bloody changes in their regimes at the time of Charles R. Martellum's early career. It must be considered as part of the principal reality of the Dweghom existence. Radical changes in the world were always resonating on Dweghom hearts, their primordial predisposition making them much more sensitive to any disturbance to the balances or imbalances of Ea. Dweghom nearly reached its own self-destruction at that time, its various clans locked in a war that rarely had an equal and laid the foundation for the departure of 3 clans. A scant few centuries later, Golon's Raeg was violently dethroned, an event not remarkable in itself, but made so by the fact that he was killed by a Nemser initiate. The 3 of kin, Auldom, Orobodum, and Uasiega, rekindled their ages-old differences for a rock, and clashed en masse, albeit the war was quickly contained. It is also no coincidence that many small Dweghom warbands marched the surface at the time, which was conveniently forgotten by most humans. The reason? Charles suffered one of the few defeats of his recorded life by such a force from Enurek, which almost jeopardized his entire campaign against the city-states, as they blocked the passages through the western Albine. His loss was a blessing in disguise. After all, Charles was a more learned man than most, and he was always being properly advised. For a victory over the Dweghom could have started a chain reaction of challenges against this human. Some also attribute the direct involvement of Svartalfheim as well as the increased aggression of the Nords to Charles's rise. This is true, but only indirectly so. Unlike Charles, Svartalfheim was naturally predisposed to march in the opposite direction of any sage advice he was being offered. But unlike the Nords and the Dweghom, there was another force that turned its eyes to this young king already at that time. One much more focused, dangerous, and cunning. In the scattered spires around the world, an increased number of licenses to merchant princes would be issued just as young Charles was solidifying his rule in the newly founded Austercia. This of course raises multiple questions. Could anyone, the sovereign included, have predicted so early the future of Charles Martel? He was not, after all, the only human king or queen to exploit a volatile situation to expand the borders of their influence. While granted Charles' success was promising to be unprecedented, the sovereign's reaction would seem too immediate to the very hint of Charles' greatness. Considering the volatility of the times, the kingdoms boiling in the cauldron of the Red Years, one man's success seemed hardly worthy of the sovereign's attention, while leaving little room for certainty of predictions, even to such as capable as he. This leaves 2 possible interpretations. Coincidence cannot be readily dismissed. The intricacies of the Spire politics elude history's records, and one could safely assume that much like the kingdoms, Nords and Dweghom experienced unrest at a time, so did the Spires. The sovereign's decision to increase the number of licenses could very well be a reaction to internal agitations or even to some challenge. It is convincible, therefore, that the sovereign's decision was irrelevant at the time and simply overlapped another significant event. That being said, it is hard to imagine that the sovereign did not truly understand how his people would infiltrate human society as a direct result of such licenses, and the timing seems too opportune to be coincidental. While undoubtedly the absence of a divine being, such as Hazila, diminished the possible threat, the exiles had every interest to remain informed about the affairs of a unified human dominion. At the same time, however, was there really even a hint of such unification at the time, even to the most imaginative and cunning eyes? While this seems to suggest that the theory of coincidence should be considered prevalent, one cannot but wonder if this indeed was the sovereign reacting, not to a possibility of the future, however, but to the revelation of weakness in his own machinations. The key to this theory is location. Charles' early exploits were taking place far from the influence of Spires. The closest Spire was Turaboy, and considering the mobility of Enruke, it is hard to imagine that the Spire would not concentrate more on that much more immediate threat. The destruction of the Exile campaign, after all, was too recent by Exile standards. Speaking of Turibe, if one accepted that the sovereign had been long monitoring human exploits, one would presume that a new fate advocating unification under one creed would have been much more alarming. But the Turibe offered insight into its limitations. Charles' exploits, however, far from the confines of his subjects' spires, revealed that his eyes and ears were limited. There were blind spots in his web of observation, and the sovereign would not abide this. If it was no coincidence, therefore, the increase of licenses reflected not the sovereign's unparalleled foresight, nor reaction to Charles himself. It was an acknowledgement and correlation of faults, a recognition of the fact that the sovereign knew too little, rather than more than the rest of the world. Both above theories, must be noted, are the optimistic scenarios. A more dire theory, connected to the second one, would suggest that it was not limited means of observation that irked the sovereign. It was lack of tools of interference. Johanna of Valois was inexplicably burned in her own tent before she finished her conquest of Galania during the War of the Lilies. Wilhelm of Haubach was killed in combat conquering Rismark, yet none came forward to be rewarded for the deed. Piotr the Grand was shot during a hunt right at the dawn of his campaign to unite the three principalities. A suspicious mind would dare imagine the unimaginable. Surely this is purely speculation. After all, Charles' rise to power and the continuation and expansion of his legacy by his house was never halted or even impeded by the actions of the Spires, save perhaps for history's largest question mark hanging over Otto I's assassination, nearly 3 centuries later. Considering the length of the 100 Kingdoms videos, I was expecting this to be bigger in a way. If you reached this far, I want to thank you, and if you can, like, comment, subscribe, rate, it helps the channel grow. Nevertheless, I'll see you in the next one. Arrivederci. The Dweghom are the firstborn children of war, and their long history is steeped in warfare and loss. Originally crafted by the dragons as a race of peerless craftsmen, their ancestors were forged to be the ultimate servitors, hardly, industrious, loyal, and dedicated to the creation of beauty. Their lifespans were vastly extended, and their memories made deep and enduring, so that the secrets of their craft would not be lost from generation to generation. For millennia they labored for their masters, and the dragons thrived. Matchless artifacts and beautiful relics swelled the dragon hordes, while the rooks, the dragon's lairs, were transformed into marvels of architecture and engineering. Revolts and uprisings were all but unknown, as loyalty had been imprinted into their very essence, and they found it impossible to raise weapons against their masters, once one of them joined the fray directly. Those few rebellions that did occur were swiftly put down, their leaders rounded up and executed, while their followers were exiled to the unforgiving depths of their vast mine networks to toil in the dark and dangerous passages close to the destruction's heart. But the dragons had wrought their craft too well. Those ancestors worst exiled to the depths were bowed but far from broken. Their gift of memory stoked the fires of their fury, fueling their determination to bring down their masters. Their tunnels delved ever deeper into the hidden places of the earth, the cool stillness of those dark chambers echoing with their anger as they dug, the quiet slowly giving way to the seething wrath of the planet's core. There, surrounded by a fury and rage that dwarfed even their own, they came across their doom, as well as their salvation. Bound by the dragons in primordial earth and fire since Ea itself was still young, it had languished in the smothering embrace of his Chthonian tomb for eons uncounted, beyond the reach of the mortal races. Or so the dragons thought. Every rage-fueled strike of the ancestors' pickaxes and every angry, shattering blow of their hammers had become a prayer, turning their ordeal into a pilgrimage that burrowed through not only the miles of obdure stone that separated them, but across the very borders of reality itself, until they stood before the throne and prison of war, the second horseman and incarnate soul of destruction. All Dweghom are taught this memory, Dweghom, the breaking, by their nemesis, It was then that the very race and fate of the Dweghom were altered forever, finding the means of their freedom in war's prison and war itself. Physically changed by their sojourn and efforts in war's prison, their bodies swelled with the gifts of primal fire and earth. They became tremendously resistant to fire, heat, and its effects, also needing far less food and rest than their physiology would otherwise dictate. A remarkably large percentage of the Dweghom population also displays the gift. Gifted Dweghom are characterized by tremendous potency, but very little control. Some of them see this as a byproduct of the manner in which they came into these powers, a poisoned gift from a capricious master. A Dweghom who does not master them is doomed to be consumed by them. Their return from war's prison heralded the end of countless millennia of peace. Gone was the time of short-lived rebellions. This conflict would not be a rebellion, a battle of subjects against their master, but a true war, a contest of equals. Wielding the power and will to shake the very foundations of the world, the Dweghom looked at their creators in the eyes and took the fight to the dragon rooks, plunging the whole world into chaos and flame. When the ashes of that conflict finally cooled, only the Dweghom were left standing. Driven by their own unreasoning and bitter pride, they had quenched their fury in the blood of their makers and their ancestors. Of the dragon rooks and their loyal slave population, only cinders remained. Alas, war's teachings resent peace, and memory does not bring unity. In the centuries after the dragons were eradicated and their slave population destroyed, the Dweghom lost their focus. Sickened by their belligerence, and the High King and his family abdicated their leadership. Alone and without a purpose to guide them, the Dweghom called upon their Memsers to lay their deeds before them and build their new society. They looked upon their past, their future, and each other, and promptly disagreed. The memory wars that ensured to have never truly ended. Divided by casters, clans, and beliefs, the Dweghom walked perilously close to extinction. Only their survival as a race compelled them to draw to their holds. The scars of this conflict run deep, and to this day their civilization is a shattered mosaic of conflict. Split between the fanatical ardent, the gifted tempered, and the civilian populace, Dweghom society is riven through and through. Violent confrontation between members of these factions are a common sight, where long-standing feuds can spark isolated incidents into full-fledged internecine warfare at a moment's notice. Leadership within each hold rests on a tenuous distribution of responsibilities and power between these three castes, established and held only through a delicate balance of violence, compromise, and efficiency under the supervision and guidance of the Nemsers. One of the only things the leadership can agree on is that internal conflicts can be set aside in the face of an exterior enemy. As a result, most Dweghom hosts are in a state of perpetual conflict and ever ready to bring war to any brave or foolish enough to give them cause. Fall of Dragons. He could hear it. He could barely hear his own thoughts, but this he could hear clearly. The metal armor of his troops clanged around him in short crescendos, their fighting yells trying to surpass the clamor of the battle around him. It was not easy. Somewhere in the back, war drums tried desperately to coordinate his men's thirst for blood, combat, revenge, to little avail. Direct orders screamed and enforced even by blows were more readily followed than the drums. A mental note for the future. Once the thrill of battle consumed his men, drums and horns served little. Each warrior became a killing machine to be channeled by force if necessary. In the meantime, he could feel proud by how readily his officers had adapted to this and were fulfilling their purpose. One of them turned and looked at him, sword raised. She yelled something, pausing mid-sentence as a cannon fired, drowning his voice. Then she had to stop again, as a distinct rattle of massive chain echoed, bouncing from some time against the sharp, naked rocks prepared around them. Ah yes, he could hear it. Fire roared and rocks started splitting with piercing, heavy crack sounds as rounds for the cannons were prepared all around the battlefield. Realizing it would be impossible to be heard, the officer rushed to his side, ducking by reflex and wincing as an enemy roared in pain near them. Wincing. This confused him. The duck was a good reflex, but why wince? The distinct sound of spears piercing flesh was heard. Another cannon fired. More chains rattled. Another enemy falling. Truly white winds. Could she not hear it? Amidst the breaking tons of rocks, the explosion of cannons, and the deafening rattling of enormous chains, amidst the yells and roars of wounding and wounded, amidst all, one sound prevailed and reached his ears with clarity. No, not a mist, he realized now. It was part of it. All the rest was a symphony that underlined this beautiful sound, this solve of satisfaction, focus, purpose. Dragon death cries. He barely heard his officer as she was pointing at the old one ahead, describing the situation. "He is of Earth," she screamed as he scanned the scene. "Our fire here is too little," he noted, thoughtful. The plan had worked so far, but it would not be long before the old one could take flight again. It was the trouble with fire and earth-attuned old ones. The gifts of the Dweghom were matched, but there were solutions. He gave his order, but another dragon fell, crashing rocks, a cannon and several of his men under it. The officer leaned closer, wincing again. "Break the earth where he stands," he said again, this time calmly, near her ear. "Break the earth deep. Break it until he falls to the lava pits below." Taken aback, she looked at him. "Our men are there," she muttered. "The rook won't hold." The symphony around him endured, and he revealed in it as he pondered on her words. No, she was wrong. It had to be done. The old one's struggling roars only served to build for the end. The cannons would stop firing. The drums would stop beating. The chains would stop moving. One by one, all other sounds would be silenced as the long, desperate roar of the old one falling would lead to the inevitable crescendo of the victory cries of the survivors. He valued his men, but there could be no other end. "They will die," she added. "Such is war," he thought. "They will die free," he said. Chamber of War. And broken, the destroyer spoke and said, "Fools, I may not be stopped, I may never be imprisoned, for to wage war to end me is to review and exalt me." And they listened at his words, and they learned, and in this endless nature they saw the makings of his prison, forged from the very elements that shaped him. And pieces of him they took to make it, fire to burn fire, metal to hold metal, magma to shower burning rock, war perpetual, war warring, war until the end of time. Such was his sin, so such was his punishment, eternum. The Works of the Unborn, Celestial Bureaucracy Approved Text, number 653.121. What follows after this part I have already read in the introduction, so we'll move to the next story. The Shattering. Many have argued over the method and reasoning of what the ancestors did in the war's chamber, their own descendants more deeply and more violently than any other. But in the end, what is known is that from the whirlpool of primordial powers emerged a race infused with primordial earth and fire, baptized by the very blood and essence of war. Crafters and slaves no more, they were now free warriors. Dweghom. Fueled by the centuries of rage and powerlessness, the Dweghom spent centuries preparing themselves for the conflict they knew was coming. Their return from the deep would herald the end of countless millennia of peace. Gone was the time of short-lived rebellions and ruthless culling. The conflict would not be a rebellion, a battle of subjects against their master, but a true war, a contest of equals, wielding the power and will to shake the very foundations of the world. The Dweghom would not hesitate to do so. Driven by the same single-minded intensity that has marked the race since, they knew that the primordial might of the elder dragons had to be neutralized first. They struck upon a plan that would see the vast majority of those elders neutralized before the rebellion began. That this plan would also shatter the world and plunge it into a millennia of conflict was of little consequence, for their hatred knew no bounds. All works of magic demand a toll from their caster, and none, not even the greatest of dragon sorcerers, is immune to this immutable law. As a result, when a working is broken, the caster feels it deeply. The greater the working and the caster's investment, the greater the pain. Weak or tired casters have been known to die from magical feedback of one of their workings being destroyed. From the dawn of creation and the primordial war, no greater workings than the bindings of the four horsemen have been attempted by mortal or immortal alike. So when the greatest of the Dweghom gifted gathered at the chamber of war and in one thunderous detonation breached the containment field that held the imprisoned primordial, its original casters, the very eldest of dragons, were struck a terrible blow. Across Ea, elder dragons shuddered and collapsed, the power of their primordial workings slamming back into their fragile physical bodies, ripping their mortal forms and rendering them helpless to the coming war. Then the chamber of war collapsed, and the world broke. We'll be moving to sub-factions now. The Ardent. The Tempered, who claim the Ardent, were born at the foot of War's throne, where they broke the chains that bound them to their draconic masters and doomed the Dweghom race to eternal war. The Ardent, however, claimed they were born millennia before, the first time a Dweghom refused to bow before a dragon and found he could not. In war, they saw a promise of freedom, a force so powerful even their masters could not control, merely contain. Driven by their cold pride and thirst for freedom, they were the first to fall upon the boundal primordial, shattering and devouring what they could. In doing so, they broke their masters' chains and took the gift that had been offered to them. No longer would their struggle be a mere rebellion, the conflict of an inferior against a superior, but a contest of equals, a war that would grow to consume the world and finally release the fallen primordial. The Ardent ride the violent current of war with pride, equating any sort of craft aside from this with their millennial slavery to the dragons. Their initiates are trained from induction in martial craft, tested to their very limits and beyond in preparation for the Dweghom, the descent, a pilgrimage following their ancestors' path to the throne of war, through the deepest bowels of Ea. In each Dweghom hold there is a pit that plunges so deep into the bowels of the earth that it scratches the surface of destruction's prison. Here one can almost hear the beating of destruction's savage heart, the power of his rage bleeding through the mile-thick walls of his eternal prison and setting the very earth afire. Nested deep within these hellish tunnels rests the breached chamber that once imprisoned war itself and fueled the emancipation of the Dweghom. It is the sacred duty of every member of the Ardent to descend through these tunnels to pay homage to the sacrifice and fortitude of their ancestors. The deeper one descends, the closer he comes to those paragons of old, and the greater the initiate's worth, but the greater the danger as well. Deep within the bowels of the earth, the blood of destruction has changed many of the subterranean denizens into raging monstrosities that prowl the deepest tunnels. Those initiates that survive these encounters emerge as exemplars, embodiments of war like none other. The fate of the gifted who undertake the Dweghom, the flame berserkers, and the stone sentinels are part of the price the Ardent pay for their freedom, for nothing can contain their will, not even the limits of their own bodies. To this day, the Ardent defend their decision, embracing the simple truth that life is a struggle and war a way of life. Their militarism is not the blind adoration of the faithful to a savior, but rather the most exalted manifestation of their own freedom. To any who oppose them, the distinction bears little significance, for of all the Dweghom, none reveal in war more than the Ardent. They are its fiercest proponents, ever eager to prove their fate on the field of battle. The clans. While the casters of the Ardent and the Tempered wrangle over the past and future of the entire race, the bulk of the Dweghom define its present, forming its living and breeding society. Freed from the burden of sustenance by the tireless work of dragon automata, the Dweghom view labor as punishment or the task of a slave. Instead, they live their lives in constant effort to display their aghm, their weight or worth through deeds. There is no simple vanity. A Dweghom's akma is not some vague conceit. It is their social hierarchy, their currency, and some would argue their reason for being. This peculiar cultural trait is perhaps only possible due to the incredible capacity for memory that Dweghom possess. Memory and its recording plays a tremendous role in Dweghom culture. Its discipline, mnemsi, and its practitioners, mnemsars, playing a central organizational role in Dweghom society. Taken early on by the clan and put into communal creches, every Dweghom is raised as little less else than a soldier to the clan until they prove themselves. While individuality exists, an individual is not valued until he can prove his worth. All possessions are acquired by reaching the required status within the clan, ranging from squad sergeant all the way up to the lofty title of eldest. Status is earned through deeds, for nothing is inherited. All material wealth and power Dweghom amasses throughout his life is sealed in his chambers upon his death, becoming a memorial to the individual interred within. The greater one standing, the greater the treasures and chambers upon which he is laid to rest. As a result, the Dweghom are deeply competitive, and every issue of social standing is resolved through arbitrary challenges. These can range from simple physical contests between two young and proven Dweghom to entire military campaigns when elders feud. The Mnensers maintain an immense codex of laws and traditions which ascribes and quantifies the value of deeds within Dweghom society, outlining the worth of each deed performed and precisely ascribing the act of each member in the hold, based on the calculations held within. It comes as no surprise to anybody who has met them that the activities with the highest value are all military in nature. This has created a heartless military regime that drives the standards ever upwards, leaving many at the bottom of the social ladder. While many of these individuals are forgotten and abandoned, it matters not to the clan, for it becomes ever stronger on the efforts of those who strive and succeed. When the clan marches, the enemy commander can have no doubt that even the lowliest soldier is a deadly fighter who has earned his right to fight and is deeply motivated to prove himself worthy of more. The Tempered. When they encountered the throne of war, the Tempered, much like the Ardent, saw the future of their people right large, but not in the awesome power of the hulking primordial form bound within it, rather in the colossal energies that raged around it. Blinded by pride in their craft, they saw in this elemental prison a power that would ensure the success of their rebellion and secure their future. As the Ardent used the infused and raw primordial essence to shatter the chains binding them to the dragons, the Tempered took advantage of the flux created in their very essence and infused their people with the raw elemental might of the throne. The powers they dabbled with, however, were completely beyond their measure. The result of this single monumentous act changed the dwarves and the world forever. Enhanced by war's destructive essence, the raw power of the elemental served them well in their victory over the dragons. In their thirst for power, however, they drew too deeply from the will that maintained the throne and weakened the war's prison. Fractured in 100 pieces by the Ardent and fed by the growing conflagration of their struggles against the dragons, war was finally able to break free and has roamed unchecked since. This thought haunts the Tempered above all others to this day. While successful, they believe the plan of their forefathers to have been ultimately flawed by the very essence of war that rages within them, denying them mastery over their own elemental powers and thus their destiny. In the Temper's opinion, the warmongering of the Ardent is evidence enough of this, as is the fate of their gifted. Unless they control war and the destructive impulses it infused them with, the Dweghom are doomed. So it is control they seek. Their powers are bound by elemental grafts, powerful creations especially designed to endure the strain of their raw elemental might and war's chaotic influence. The limited control their gifted possess is magnified by these devices, allowing them to unleash their immense destructive powers on the field of battle. For all their effectiveness and awesome power, however, the Tempered considered these machines a crutch to their flawed nature. The true agenda lies deeper, the reforging of the Dweghom race, building upon the imperfect efforts of their forefathers. Metal mages are considered by the Tempered to be the pinnacle of the Dweghom race as well as its salvation. Gifted equally in fire and earth, metal mages display a level of control that transcends the simple, if powerful, elemental workings of their less gifted brethren. With their superior control, they meld both powers to create a new one, which allows them to treat metals as a separate element. While a Dweghom pyromancer or a geomancer might accomplish similar feats by exerting force or heat upon a piece of metal, metal mages transcend this limitation and simply will it into its new form, allowing them to alter metals directly, shaping them into impossibly fine and precise forms. It is only through this gift that the craft sorcery of the Dweghom is possible. Metal mages are the only ones who possess the precision and control needed to create the grafts that allow gifted Dweghom to connect to and power the elemental devices that have become ubiquitous throughout their society. As it is their nature, the Dweghom have a colorful cast of characters. The Tempered Steel Shaper. For many in the Tempered cast, the Steel Shaper represents the pinnacle of Dweghom development, but the sad truth is that none of those who aspire to this lofty title and incredible achievement truly understand what the transformation entails. When a Dweghom sorcerer achieves such mastery over his power that he can control both primordial affinities, he is capable of ascending to a higher understanding of the powers he commands. This much is understood by all who walk the path of the sorcerer and in the source of the raw power that magma sorcerers can command. The mistake they make is in believing that mixing these primordial elements is anything like melding them. Only a small fraction of sorcerers ever attain this level of mastery over the elementals, with most simply stopping upon achieving mastery over magma. The comfortable lie one might choose to believe in is that most sorcerers simply lack the touch of genius needed to achieve such complete control. The most perceptive amongst those who speak to these master sorcerers might see the real reason hiding behind their gruff demeanors and overwhelming elemental power: fear. These eldest and most accomplished of sorcerers are amongst the few living creatures that regularly interact with the Steel Shapers. They are also among the few who can see past the awe they inspire and truly grasp the changes this final transformation brings. On the surface, it becomes impossible to tell where their armor begins and where their flesh ends. Their voice echo hollow and their eyes stare expressionless. They clearly possess a terrifying genius and unparalleled mental capacity which they fixate relentlessly on problems about one of their alien interests or an experimental project to which they ceaselessly devote themselves. Their power itself is entirely alien, different in both invocation and effect from the raw elemental might they wove before. Still, it is none of those things that bring fear to the elder sorcerers. It is not even the sheer daunting weight of responsibility that hangs from Steel Shaper's shoulders, as almost all the functions within Dweghom hold and all the works of the Temple Forge depend on their unique and brilliant innovations, a way they seem to bear seamlessly with borderline indifference. It is simply that the elders fear these beings are no longer Dweghom. While none argue with their effectiveness on the battlefield, few can understand the sorceries they bring to bear. Those who can grasp the faintest edges of the power a Steel Shaper possesses would be rightfully puzzled by the notion that an army containing one might be defeated or even challenged, for their control over metal is total. Those who have questioned the Steel Shaper on this issue invariably receive the same flat, unexplained answer: balance is needed. Ardent Kiragwe. As a faction based on the exaltation of freedom, the Ardents struggle mightily with the questions of leadership and organization, particularly as the roles and influence of the Nemsers is rather limited within their creed. The Ardent are organized around authoritative individual figures who have been elected by their peers and subordinates to lead them. These are almost universally powerful and popular warriors whose exploits command the respect of their peers. While the few hard and fast rules exist on the requirements and procedures of leadership amongst the Ardent, one thing is clear. To lead amongst the Ardent, one must not merely have undergone the Dehkuro, the descent, but must fully embrace it as a way of life. Exemplars of the Ardent creed, the Kiragwe, have gone farther and deeper than any living Dweghom in the Dehkuro whatever. They have reached the very gates of war's primordial prison, refusing the dark call of that Promethean threshold. The Kiragwe find in their devotion to kin and creed the strength to turn back to the surface, acclaimed by their fellow Ardent. The respect they command amongst their fellows naturally pushes them into positions of leadership in their anarchic creed. Mighty warriors in their own right, the Kiragwe are a terror on the field, not for their skill at arms, but rather for their ability to channel the fate and fervor of their brethren into harsh battlefield miracles. These savage miracles they are capable of invoking are not taught, as there is nothing that resembles a church or structured faith amongst the Kiragwe. They are gifts earned at the very end of their descent, on the very threshold of war's primordial prison. Those few amongst the Kiragwe who care to speak of their newfound powers almost invariably describe how the clamor of war that all Dweghom hear throughout the descent rises to a crescendo the closer one gets to war's prison. Standing before the gates, they are assailed with the din of 100 concurrent battles, despite being miles underground. The wisest amongst them suspect that these are the sounds of every battle and combat being fought on the surface, somehow echoing at the threshold of war's domain. But what all of them will agree upon is that some portion of their own soul or psyche is moved to respond to these brutal rhythms. Upon their return, they find themselves so intricately attuned to the din and clamor of battle that they are somehow capable to project that dreadful power onto those around them. Their already impressive martial prowess is heightened by the song of war, making them an unstoppable force, whether in offense or defense. Allies who heed their call are exhilarated by the cadence of battle, each blow and cry granting them a reprisal or an opening they can exploit, while the Kiragwe foes hear only the screeching cries of breaking arms and the screams of the fallen, a discordant sound that saps their will to fight. Holdre. To behold the Holdre on the field of war is to witness a paragon of his craft at the very pinnacle of his prowess. To rise the position of Re, a Dweghom must reach a value of Akum determined by the Nemsers of each hold, consider the population, productivity, history, and achievements of the hold in question, while suppressing all others. In a society as militarized as the Dweghom, there is only one path that can lead to such heights: the craft of war. In the early stages of his prospective career, an aspiring candidate earns his Akum directly, feats of arm and valor at the trials, and later the field of battle. Rising through the ranks in the military machine of a Dweghom hold is a very difficult process, riven with physical danger on the battlefield and traps and pitfalls in the advancement as an officer. For the higher one seeks to rise, the lower he may fall. For this reason, many Dweghom warriors who have earned the right to command soldiers chose to forego the honor and potential advancement, content instead to remain part of the rank and file. The simple stage eliminates those who lack the drive, ambition, and courage to pursue the path of leadership. Once a commander, a Dweghom continues to acquire Akum through personal skill and valor, but also through the performance of his troops both on the field of battle and during the interminable drills and patrols that mark the daily routine of a Dweghom hold. The higher one rises, the greater the proportion of his Akum is dependent on the performance of his troops, encouraging Dweghom leaders to pay close attention to the individuals under their command, weeding out the inept, lazy, and just plain unlucky, as it has direct impact on themselves and their future careers. This is the most dangerous stage in the advancement of a Dweghom career, not just because he must relentlessly push his troops and himself to excellence, but because he must continuously defend what he has already acquired from challengers. Only those of equal or higher rank may challenge an officer, meaning from the moment he enters the field, an ambitious officer must endure not only the dangers of the battlefield, but also the relentless challenges from his equals or betters who seek to thin the herd or cull the competition before it can rise to threaten them, often from their own troops. There are many holds, therefore, in which no single Dweghom can rise to the rank of Rai. Trapped by the pitfalls of the system, the most worthy candidates ruthlessly crush aspiring contenders at the expense of advancing themselves, fearful of losing the labor of a lifetime. This leaves the hold leaderless, devolving power down to a triumvirate composed of the highest-ranking Nemsers, the leaders of the Ardent and the Forge Lord of the Tempered. Thus, when one encounters a Rai, one knows he stands across one of the most capable fighters in the hold, ruthless enough to have crushed all opposition so that his ascent was assured, or talented enough to defend himself against all comers, while simultaneously rising through the ranks. Unfortunately for the Dweghom race as a whole and their neighbors, this process seldom encourages skills and virtues such as diplomacy, compromise, and patience. To most Dweghom, this is just as well, providing more chances to take the field of battle and earn more agam. Tempered Sorcerer. All Dweghom possesses, in varying degrees, some affinity to the primordial elements of fire and earth, but those amongst them that actually wield sorcerer's power are invariably tremendously powerful in either one or both elements. This is the direct result of the labors of their tempered ancestors who sought to master and control the raging forces of war's prison. What these ancestors could not foresee, however, was the lack of control over these powers that the Dweghom display. Their control is so limited, in fact, and their power so great that gifted Dweghom are doomed to die, consumed by their own gift. Knowing this, it comes as no surprise that at the heart of a tempered sorcerer's quest for power, one will ultimately always find the pursuit of control. This is what the Temper believed they surrendered that fateful day they broke war's prison. Control of their power, control of themselves, control of their future. And it is all of these things that they struggle to regain. The tempered hierarchy places very little value on raw power, but rather focuses on control. It comes as no surprise that almost invariably the leaders of the tempered forges are steel shapers, for by the tempered they are considered to be the pinnacle of the Dweghom race as well as its salvation. Below them are those sorcerers who have managed to balance their elemental power but are still in the process of combining them, the magmamancers. Below even them stand the sorcerers who are still struggling to control their gifts, the geomancers and pyromancers. Dweghom, who discovered they are gifted, very quickly come to the attention of their superiors and are turned over to the tempered to learn to control their gift. There they are presented with a stark choice: embrace the path of sorcery and learn to control your power, or die. Given that these are Dweghom, a surprising number of candidates still choose the second path, preferring to undergo the descent rather than surrender the gift their ancestors fought to grant them. Those that choose the path of the sorcerer have chosen a long and arduous path. The first step in it is the fitting of the techno-sorcerer's graphs, created by the steel shapers to grant the sorcerers some basic control over their power. Little more than sorcerers' venting mechanisms, the clever technical minds of the tempered have found countless uses for them on the battlefield. From powering the powerful suits the Flameforged and Stoneforged guards use, to charging the powerful Hellbringer cannons as they lumber to war. Only the youngest and least trained sorcerers are risked in this manner. As they develop finer control, they are taken off the front lines and into the forges. This is where the majority of temper sorcerers hone their talent, from the raw elemental puissance needed to operate the heaviest of the elemental forges to the subtle sorcerer's control required to reach the precise temperature needed for the miraculous alloys that make the Dweghom unparalleled metal workers. All but the very rarest of candidates possess a greater affinity to one element than to the other. They start their path to mastery on the element they are weakest at, learning to control it first. Countless decades are spent using less and less of their power with greater and greater control until at long last they can claim to have mastered their first element. Once this control is achieved, a sorcerer seeks to accomplish the same task with the second element. This is a longer and more dangerous path, where the lessons learned in controlling the relative tame power of their secondary element gives the prospective sorcerer some hope of controlling the raging maelstrom of power that is his primary element. Those master pyromancers and geomancers who have managed to tame their primary element are ready for the next step in their advancement. With their fine control of both elements, they are required to combine them and manifest their mastery on the par elemental of magma. Even with both elements under their control, this is often the most dangerous step in a sorcerer's path to power and control, with a sizable percentage falling to control the burgeoning power of magma. Should a sorcerer attempt this without having achieved mastery over both elements, the results are almost always fatal. Yet after all this time and effort and achievement, only now does the last stage of a sorcerer's path to ascension begins. Much like all other cases of dealing with primordial energies, the combination of two forces results in the creation of more power than the sum of their parts, and the control needed becomes exponentially greater. As mastery is slowly achieved, the sorcerer is able to refine his source of power, moving away from the raw elemental might of earth and fire, into the true mastery of a new element, metal. Hellbringer Sorcerer. When the Dweghom turned on their creators, it was their affinity for sorcery and metallurgy that allowed them to create weaponry capable of threatening even creatures as mighty as the dragons. Hellbringer sorcerers are the custodians of this ancient craft, and even to this day ride the debased descendants of their ancestral enemies, ready to rain down hell on their unsuspecting opponents. Herald of Stone. There are a few gifted Dweghom who reach a state of balance with their element without formal sorcerer's training. Exalted amongst the ardent, the Heralds of Stone are paragons whose mere presence in the Dweghom formation is enough to enhance their defense against all attacks from their foes. Nancer Apprentice. Such is the prestige and awe of the position of Holdre that even the eldest of Nancers begrudgingly concede that his deeds must be recorded, sending even the most junior of their members to witness and record the Rag's actions in combat is a tremendous boon to an ambitious warlord. Warriors under his command will fight like men possessed, refusing to take a single backward step while under the merciless gaze of history personified. Herald of Magma. Few, if any, Dweghom understand the phenomenon that the heralds represent. The only ones who might have some understanding of these are the very eldest of sorcerers and the cryptic the Steel Shapers. And they choose to remain silent on the topic even when confronted with the existence of the heralds of Magma, who seem to share their mastery of primordial earth and fire, but employ it in a completely different way, seeking to destroy rather than to create. Infernal Automata. When the last dragon finally fell, the Dweghom stood as the sole masters of the once mighty rooks. Deep within their lair fortresses, the wealth of the dragons gleamed. Most prized among these possessions were the massive elemental constructs the dragons had created. Powered by a single primordial shard, these automata are timeless and tireless, their unceasing labor and power capable of sustaining thousands. These were trusted to the Temper sorcerers who already possessed a deep understanding of their inner workings. Decades of careful research and labor followed, and these machines were repurposed to fulfill the needs of the Dweghom people and rebuild their shattered civilization. The oldest of the Tempered wonder if it was the free time these machines granted to the Dweghom that spurred the memory wars, or if, conversely, as the memory wars raged, fewer and fewer Dweghom were available and more work was developed to these machines. These original draconic automata became the heart and soul of the holds, far too valuable to risk in war, though their potential was easily visible. As their own unstable sorcery is far too volatile to craft such precise work, Dweghom attempts to copy them for use in battle meet with very limited success. Early forms of these combat automata were passive things fueled by the elemental cores of Earth imprinted with a strong territorial instinct. Originally intended for use in the battlefield, these creatures were too passive and slow. They would ultimately get relegated to guard duty in the upper levels of Dweghom clan holds, protecting the ancestral shrines and homes of the previous generation. Attempts at imprinting elemental fire cores failed miserably, the element itself too volatile to lend itself well to the process of imprinting. Eventually, one particular inspired, or insane, sorcerer struck on the idea of forging a core with a sentience of its own. To accomplish this, he forged a core from a fire fed by the bones and remains of those creatures that prowl destruction's heart, imbuing the construct with a dark and violent sentience. Savage, deadly, and powered by a dark hunting intellect, the infernal automata soon prowl the battlefield, their steel and stone bodies encased a raging furnace that burns the smoldering remains of a beast of destruction. Weakened by defeat, this demonic spirit is bound to the towering metal frame, infusing the automaton with the cruel intellect and unfettered aggression of this tortured spirit. Steel and stone wrap and buckle under the baleful influence of this infernal passenger, granting the infernal automata their demonic visage and cruel claws. Hold Balliste. Despite the tremendous influence that both the Ardent and Tempered sects hold within Dweghom society, the foundation of the Dweghom hold still rests firmly upon the core social unit of the clan. It should be noted, however, that a Dweghom clan should not be equated with the traditional human kinship structure so prevalent in the highlands of Breonia. Dweghom clans are instead descended from the warbands and regiments that survived the breaking and the subsequent retreat to the hold. While heritage and tradition do form a strong bond between the members of a clan, the traditional filial bonds so prevalent in human clans are far less important due to the Dweghom societal structure. Raised in a clan Krishi from birth, clan association quickly becomes stronger than parental bonding. While parents retain some prideful interest in the progress of their offspring and their agm, by early adulthood, this dissociation is almost total. Within a clan, each member has their own value measured according to their own achievements, creating a remarkably meritocratic system. However, this same system is also ruthlessly unforgiving and competitive, where a single mistake ends advancement and opens the distinct possibility of entering a vicious cycle of social humiliation that only ends at the very bottom of the social ladder. The rigid codification and allocation of agm by the Mimsers, however, does not allow for errors and accidents. A single misstep on this perilous road can quickly see opportunities for advancement vanishing while his peers progress. A particularly bad mistake could even see the individual relegated to positions that allow no accrual of agm, condemning him to the lowest strata of society and the darkest, least rewarding of tasks. Partly to ameliorate this social dynamic, and partly to ensure the replenishment of their ranks, it is possible for a Dweghom warrior to voluntarily cap his advancement in the military if he commits to lifelong service at his current standing. It is a testament to the harshness and potential danger of military advancement, the fact that the bulk of Dweghom warriors have stepped off the advancement track and committed themselves to a lifetime of military service. The sword and shield remain the traditional equipment of the Dweghom infantry, even while mass-produced in their massive forges. The sword remains exceptional examples of Dweghom craft, with function placed firmly before form. Similarly, their shields are modular, locking metal-sheeted wooden planks over a steel frame, allowing for the quick repair and replacement after battle. On the other hand, battle with a flying opponent quickly curled the Dweghom of preconceptions against ranged combat. These ballistae were the first ranged weapons developed to combat dragons, but were quickly outcast by the more esoteric weapons developed by the Tempered. They are nonetheless a powerful instrument of death against lesser foes, and their ease of production and repair have made them a staple of hold armories. Be they shield-bearing warriors or ballista specialists, when one encounters unranked hold warriors within the field, he will mostly be facing hardened veterans who have devoted their life to military service. The small percentage who are not lifelong servicemen, however, trade battlefield experience for ambition and ruthlessness, making them just as dangerous on the field of battle. Flame Berserkers. All Dweghom possess an incredible affinity to the elements of earth and fire, a legacy from the struggles their ancestors waged with the dragons and their creations. While this gift manifests in a limited fashion amongst most, granting them their outstanding endurance and strength, almost amongst a limited number, the manifestation is much more intense. Among the clans, these souls are given to the Tempered. There they face a choice, either a hobbling of their gift that the individual might return to his clan and live in peace, or its mastery under the tutelage of the Tempered. To allow the gift to run rampart is to invite death, the body overwhelmed in an agonizing fashion as the power grows beyond their capacity to master it. Unable to vent this power, it slowly leaches into their physical form, reducing flesh and bone to ash and crystallizing and petrifying the wearer from the inside out. For a true ardent believer, these choices are simply unconscionable. Their ancestors granted them the strength of the earth and power of fire to combat their masters and creators. Even in the face of death, any other path is an insult to the very ancestors who released them from slavery. Among the ardent, Flame Berserkers are a small brotherhood, who, gifted beyond their peers with the raw power of the element of fire, do not seek to master or tame it, but rather embody it. For most, this transition happens during the descent, the trail of passage all ardent must complete to prove their devotion. The stress and danger of that ordeal often awaken their gift. Their bodies, their weapons, some say their very souls are set ablaze once its power is unleashed. These initiates abandon the kin band traveled with, striking off in the deeper darkness with no one at their side but the power raging within them. Many fall to the dangers lurking within those dark tunnels, but those that survive are instinctually guided ever deeper into the darkness. None speak of what happens in the deep, but when they return they are changed. Their bodies sport crude implements that compensate for those losses they have suffered to foe or flame, while their obsidian arms and what little armor they bear are impervious to the flame and heat they generate. On the field of battle, the elemental fire burning within them grants them a speed and power few others could hope to match, rising in power and tempo the fiercer the conflict rages. Soon each berserker is engulfed in a corona of fire that swirls around them, burning lesser foes to cinders, even before the deadly axe reaps their own toll. In their mind, the trade is a favorable one. Life for glory, time for worth. They view these gifts and their choice and how to wield them as manifestation of the very freedom their ancestors broke the world for. They will either die in battle or be consumed by their own power. Until then, they will live without remorse or restraint and never without agm, without worth. It is this, above all the other overwhelming advantages, that make flame berserkers such a terrifying foe to face. Only when one faces them on the field of battle can one truly grasp that behind the swirling flames and red-hot flurry of axes lies a being that has consciously chosen self-immolation over survival, destruction over preservation, the death of their foes at the price of their own. Hold warriors, fire-forged. While it's true that the vast majority of Dweghom who display a pronounced affinity to the elements of fire and earth are sent to the tempered caste, few among those possess the gift, temperament, and drive to become a sorcerer. Those are quickly selected and separated from their peers to groom them for their future growth. Those only marginally more gifted than their peers can be taught to control their more pronounced gift through an application of strict mental discipline enforced by the clan. They often become very productive members of their caste as they take advantage of the tirelessness and vigor provided by the enhanced primordial flow coursing through their bodies. There exists a middle category whose powers are not great to be contained through exercise and meditation, or who possess the power but simply lack the mental discipline or ambition to complete the sorcerer training. Their gifts, unable to be attained by training alone, must be dealt with through more extreme measures. The implantation of techno-sorcerer's grafts that serve as vents for the overflowing power. These vents, which interface directly with the body and primordial essence of each Dweghom, are personalized devices created and implanted by steel shapers, who are the only casters capable of such deep understanding of the energies involved and such fine control of their own powers. These individuals form the bulk of the tempered caste. They are the technicians that keep the dragon forges running, the craftsmen who create the bulk of the weaponry the Dweghom military uses, and the very guards and enforcers of the tempered castes. The Fireforged are a military force composed of those Dweghom who possesses a strong affinity for fire, but not enough power of discipline to become a sorcerer. Ostensibly guards to the forged temples of the tempered, along with the stoneforged and steelforged, their gifted nature and implanted shunts give the forged units a unique advantage on the field of battle: the use of enhanced exoskeletons and weaponry. Unlike the Stoneforged brethren, the exoskeletons of the Fireforged is focused simply on the delivery and containment of their main armament, the blast cannon. Based on a scaled-down design of the Hellbringer cannons used to hunt the greatest of dragons, the blast cannons draw and shape the uncontrolled gift of their Dweghom users to generate powerful directional blasts of superheated flame capable of puncturing even the heaviest of plate at 100 paces. Their powered exoskeletons enhance their strength, allowing the Fireforged to remain mobile on the field of battle despite the weight of the blast cannon to deliver their powerful blasts where most needed. More than capable in close combat, the Fireforged can then follow up a devastating salvo with a savage charge, or easily fend off light units and skirmishers, allowing their heavy weaponry to be employed at bringing down the most heavily armored of foes. Hellbringer Cannon. Following the defeat of the dragons, it has long been a common practice among the Dweghom holds to capture and break the lesser Draco forms to service. These drakes haul the Hellbringer cannons, weapons designed to hunt and kill dragons and level cities. as well as anything else unlucky enough to find itself in its line of fire. Initiates. All Dweghom honor the descent of their ancestors into the fiery core of war's prison. None take it as far as the Ardent, who actively reenact it. Initiates are those prospective members of the Ardent Creed who band together to take part in the battles to gain some experience before exposing themselves to the real danger of the Dekuro. Be they shield-bearing warriors or ballista specialists, when one encounters unranked Hold warriors, he will mostly be facing hardened veterans who have devoted their life to military service. The small percentage who are not lifelong servicemen, however, trade battlefield experience for ambition and ruthlessness, making them just as dangerous on the field of battle. Wardens. Amongst the most dangerous and fanatical of the Ardent are the Wardens, those Dweghom who have taken it upon themselves to protect their hold from those dangers that might arise from the primordial depths. Giving their lives over to an endless cycle of conflict and violence, these warriors have made combat a way of life, relishing the opportunity to fight on the surface. Steel Forged. Some Dweghom manifest so much of their elemental gift, they must master it or be consumed by it. Few have the skill, will, or dedication needed to become sorcerers. In fact, most Dweghom elect to install techno sorcerer's grafts that allow them to harmlessly vent their excess power. Steel-forged pilots are recruited from amongst those individuals who possess the gift for both elements, their excess primordial fire and earth channeled through their grafts and into these towering steel automata, countless foes having cut down expecting a lumbering clanking behemoth, only to be confounded by the speed and power of these deadly automata. Hold Thanes. In a society as militarized as that of the Dweghom, a need arises to distinguish those who are proficient in the art of war, thus capable of calling themselves warriors, from those who are truly gifted. The Thanes are the latter. Individually recognized by their array for valor and prowess on the field of battle, each Thane is armed and equipped with the best weaponry a Hold's forges can produce. Unlike the undoubtedly fine weapon of the warriors, each of the arms and armors that the Hold Thanes bear has been personally crafted by a member of the Tempered, marking them to stand amongst the Hold's elite forces. Capable of weathering the heaviest blows and cutting through the finest chain, these weapons make the Thanes deadly opponents, equally proficient on the attack as in defense. Dragon Slayers. Clad in armor forged in a bygone age, when dragon fire was the greatest threat to a warrior, every vulnerable part of the Dragon Slayer is covered in alloys not seen since the breaking of the world. The weapons they bear were those used by their ancestors to pierce the nigh invulnerable hides of the elder dragons. Forged from adamantine and now quenched in the dragon blood, no mortal armor could hope to withstand the blow. Dragon Slayers are entrusted with the greatest heirlooms of their hold, weapons that are part of the living memory of their people's greatest trials and triumph. Only the greatest of Thanes could hope to aspire to the rank of Dragon Slayer, and no single Dweghom, not even the eldest Nensers, has the standing to recommend the elevation of a Thane to their ranks. They must rather be chosen by the unanimous acclaim of their peers, their valor and prowess so indisputable that even the greatest of the Dweghom warriors would not contest their ascendance to this elite force. Iron-clad Drake. Clad in a shell of Dweghom-worked steel, an iron-clad drake is a primordial incarnation of battle. Its already tough hide has been covered in thick iron plates, its vulnerable head and neck encased in steel, warlike and proud like no other race. It should come as little surprise that the Dweghom have taken to displaying the might and prowess of their hold in history from back of these powerful beasts. The greatest warriors amongst their kind, the Holdray, can often be seen riding these lumbering beasts, their swaying gait making the banners hanging from its ripple even as their roars drown the din of battle. The Hold of Dweghom. One could ask any clansman of any other hold, and the answer would inevitably be the same. Dweghom is odd. In that regard, it would seem counterproductive for one to explore individual Dweghom holds, starting with Dweghom. While not a typical hold, however, it is an example of Dweghom culture as a whole, a sample of their mentality as a civilization, instead of a single clan's caste or holds. The oddities of Dweghom start in a very obvious manner. where most, if not all, other clans choose to establish their holds on mountainous ranges, forging gigantic entrances on the slopes of high peaks, often on the ruins of dragon rooks, the death beads of great dragons they had slain, or the dwelling places of their forefathers. Dweghom was dug on a valley, right in the middle of a natural passageway crossing the sharp Zanghunugel hills of today's Hermania. A forefather's head was built, a massive structure rivaling the neighboring hills in size, whose secrets of construction are carved by many a human stonemason to this day. Two gigantic hands made to seem as if they are crawling out of the ground were also built, possibly serving as watchtowers during the hold's early days, when clans still fought openly and frequently amongst themselves. The memory of the reasoning behind this choice is not shared anywhere visibly on the hold's gates. This in itself is another oddity. A hold's founding memories are usually a source of pride and boasting, a statement of the founding clan's strength. Quick to declare weakness in others, many a Dweghom from other holds readily claim that this can only mean that the abomination that is Dweghom is standing proof of a weakling clan that survived because it hid from combat both with the dragons and with other clans, establishing its hold far from the battlefields. Others, perhaps more reserved, know that it's not unheard of for one to keep a memory which hides strength, preserving an advantage for the future, as memories of the hold's first array name him a dragon killer proper. Some human researchers, on the other hand, speculate based on the symbolism of the structure that the hold is actually the place where the first of the Dweghom returned, the site of their rise from war's chamber to the surface. To this, the Dweghom shake their heads, claiming humans only see patterns and symbols where there are none. Whatever the reasoning, it was the choice of Angolagash, Dwegom's founder and first Ray, to establish his hold where it is, and it was the first of many odd choices that went against what would become Dweghom tradition. Slayer of the great dragon Baichgarodarek, Angolash had earned his right to be Ray of his own clan through his deeds, much like in any other of his station, yet the similarities with the rest of them stopped there. Within a mere century after the end of the open memory wars that followed the dragons, when the clans retreated to their holds, Angolash declared that each of his 12 thanes who helped him bring down the dragon and wetted their blades in its blood would forge and lead their own clans within the hold's clan. Important to note this for later. This decision ensured a sudden, almost violent burst of population within the hold, mirroring the behavior of the entire race. The Thanes lead their clans to their corners as new tunnels and halls were opened with unparalleled speed. Once settled, each clan strived to become stronger, more populated, and their warriors better trained than the rest. This, some speculate, was the intention of Angolash. Others speculate it was what almost inevitably followed next, a miniature of the memory wars of the entire Dweghom race. It was not long before clan rivalries erupted into skirmishes, and even less until the skirmishes led to an all-out war between some clans. Ready to expand their influence, such rivalries were constantly fueled by the castes of the ardent and the tempered, who sought like-minded thanes to promote their creeds. Direct involvement of the two castes was rare. It has happened, but 4 times. But 2 clans or more, often urged by one creed or the other, have always been locked in some form of conflict with each other since then. The presence of multiple smaller clans within the hold clan ensured Dweghom's survival and even prosperity despite the conflicts. This, coupled with its location, made Dweghom the most well-known hold to humans, and Dweghom the most familiar with their neighbors. Through the occasional surface patrols of one clan or another, Dweghom witnessed the birth and rise of the 100 Kingdoms firsthand, observing from afar the short-lived humans expand. It goes without saying that when contact inevitably happened, it was bloody. While such skirmishes were limited, they were brutal and one-sided enough to carve the area around Dweghom as hazardous and not fit for settling. In time, however, some patrols would make limited trades with the humans. Many a story in Hermania speak of the first such occasion, when a Dweghom patrol was lured near a camp by the smell of spiced meat roasting. Whether any of them are true or not, the Dweghom would indeed now and then trade, buying pure spices, sugar, and sweets, whose strong taste appealed to their kind. In return, they offered useless creations made of weak metals like gold and silver. While the value humans gave to such trinkets would eventually be understood, many of the rumors about mountains of buried treasure in the hold originated those first dealings with Dweghom. They were also possibly the birthplace of the lethal misconception that those holds that never traded were abandoned. Much of what the 100 Kingdoms know about the Dweghom, limited as it is, was learned by those trades, directly or indirectly. Still, despite the outward facade of calm offered by these mostly peaceful dwellings of all the holds, Dweghom could claim it has the bloodiest history, and its memmancers have the memories to prove it. The fights and wars among its small clans have continued without stop. War, either limited or more widespread, has been the default situation in the halls of Dweghom. Isolated from the world around it, the clans that Angolash's Stains founded have been innumerable heroes and enemies rise and fall, unknown to all but the Dweghom of Dweghom themselves. 3 of the original 12 clans are no more, the loss of each signaling the end of hold-wide war in Dweghom. The 4th such war is ongoing and already has changed not only the hold but perhaps the world as it is known. Ignited by a Thane named Alekarneros, called Adzezran, the Fire Thane, for his retinue of flame berserkers, Dweghom plunged into a war that no clan or caste escaped. Fueled by his fervent belief in the Ardent Creed, while not a member of the caste himself, Alekarneros tried to unite the hold and form a host that would remind the world of the power of the Dweghom. Many disagreed and did so in typical Dweghom manner. Interesting enough, Alekarneros seemed not intent on fighting other clans or uniting them by becoming Rey by force. He took his own clan and 2 that followed him and marched to the surface, an act that many fear will prompt a response by Dweghom, and not only Dweghom, all over the world. Remember that part I told you to keep in mind? Well, Hedje is the word for clan, and describes both the entire clan of Dweghom and the smaller Thane clans. However, there is a difference in both inscribing and pronouncing it, one being Hedje and one being Hege, and the other Hedje. To any Dweghom outside Dweghom, the word is still the same, but Hedje sounds like a clan with less weight than Hege. This was very likely the effect to his own people when Angolash first declared his Stains would lead their own Hedje. The hold of Orobduho. The shattering saw most elder dragons destroyed, their deep investment and involvement in the making of War's prison proving their undoing. But that in no way meant that all great threats were removed from the fight with the first blow. Giskikamosh, whose form glittered in all variations of his element of water, was one of the greatest adversaries of the Dweghom during the First War. Its undoing proved its very power, as the fire and earth wielded combined by the Dweghom proved in the end fatal. Still, such was the might of the deed and the extent of sacrifice it required, that its fall birthed not 1 but 3 clans, one for each of the 3 forefathers that led the fight. Ench, founder of his clan, proved a master tactician, channeling the sorcerer's ingenuity of Dinsha, founder of her clan, and the undying zeal of Agendich, founder of his clan, to bring the dragon's destruction. Upon the melting corpse of their adversaries, all 3 stood before the Memsers, and all 3 were asked how would they lead their clans. In the end, they were all deemed worthy to found a hold on the corpse and rook of their defeated foe, each to rule and lead according to their words. Thus it came to be that once the first war was over, Ench was named Re of Ordobucho, situated on today's further northern shores of the Rus lands, ever seeking the advice of an ardent Kirag and a tempered sorcerer. To ensure the balance of power between the 2 castes, he agreed that while control of the automata recovered from the Rook would be given to the tempered, their use in battle would be decided by the ardent. This indeed guaranteed that the devastating weapon would not be used in any disputes within the hold. Alas, however, Ench would not enjoy the prosperity of his own hold, for he met his old companions once more. During the harshest and most brutal times of the Memory War, En, Dishana, and Agedich fought and killed each other, ordering their clans to observe but not engage and live by the words spoken before the Nensers. Clan before creed is what is written above the entrance of Orduho, and it is more than a motto, for the Dweghom dislike tall, empty words. Hence, words are the soul and identity of his hold. Even the most fanatical of the ardent, or the most resolute of the tempered, would not forget this. The memory of the tree could seem too soft, almost peaceful a tale for Dweghom clan founders, but it is a testament to the influence of memories on Dweghom lives. To this day, Oroduho abides to the memory and men's words, and among the variations of Dweghom society that still exists in different holds, Ordroho houses perhaps the most comprehensible to outsiders. It revolves around an almost unprecedented stability in the balances of power between its castes, with Ra ruling over clan and hold, while the ardent and tempered advise, even as they struggle for influence. From a memmancer's or historian's point of view, this stability is evident and clear, but a memmancer would never confuse stability for peace. The tunnels and grey halls of Ordurho have not seen less conflict. Their stones have not been wetted by less Dweghom blood than those of other holds. From simple duels amongst rivals and skirmishes between their followings, to the caste expressing strongly their ideological disagreement, dragging the entire hold with them. Ordurho has known war unending since its founding. If anything, the equal presence and influence of both ardent and tempered has ensured that their different point of views and philosophies are being represented on the field at all times. Neither has ever stopped vying for influence over the Ra or the hearts and minds of clansmen, and the only way Dweghom hearts and minds are moved is through massive gains of Agm. Interestingly, however, neither caste has ever actively tried to usurp the Ra's power or undermine his authority, even as Ra's have on more than one occasion been dethroned with axe, hammer, or fire. All parties involved have accepted this way of living. A Ra must rule the hold with both ardent and tempered advisors. This is not some abstract understanding or concept of social structure, but rather the founding principle and core belief of the hold itself. The very principle was put at stake, for the hold recently stood before an unprecedented precipice. On the shores far below the hold, a bay among the Freljord-like cliffs of the Dweghom call the Jaw of Gisgiamosh. Nord longboats have laid anchor, with more boats arriving every now and then. Even as some voices were raised immediately that would be good practice to throw their bodies back to the deep water, Re Adelich, adopting the advice of the tempered sorcerer Eondich, ordered for the Northmen to be observed, but nothing else, believing it the beginning of a raid on Tall Men lands. But as the longboats and their men stayed on the jaw, the aggressive voices grew louder. That is the site of the memory of Tree, they said, and the Northmen's presence insult its memantic monument. While the Nords never attacked or defaced the monument, and in fact seemed to treat it as if it were the entrance to the hold itself, more ships have been arriving every month, and the proper army had begun to form. Once a sizable force had gathered, every day their leaders started climbing before the gates of the hold and yelled in their tongue. While few speak the tongue of Northmen, one word was understood: Dragebruch. According to the Nemancers, the Northmen demanded that a stolen dragon-slaying weapon was returned to their rightful owners, but they named those not. With this insult spat from the lips of a tall man, any tall man, Adeli sees his council of advisors divided more than ever. Voiced by the Keroa Ishki, many in the hold demand that the insult is answered. The Northmen slain and their Agm for all its worth added to their slayers. Sorcerer Enrodek, on the other hand, the powerful magma wielder and leader of the tempered caste under their elusive steel shaper, refuses to agree. Should the Nords dare attack, Enrodek advises destroy them. But to respond to the insult is to acknowledge it, while much like no Agm is to be gained from killing a simpleton. Less Am would be gained from killing an imbecile like the Northman leader. While Ishki and his ardent fought at this, Enodek's control of the automata and the Rag's decision that the whole will only march if they all agree, the situation remains as is, even as more Nord ships reach the jaw. The stalemate, however, is sure to be broken soon, for another memory was revealed by the Ra's Memsers. It is remembered that the three clans are marching here. They are small from the hold of Gedom, where their memories are strange, and many lesser clans exist within the hold's clan, led by their Thanes. One such, Dahen, now leads three clans here. He is called Alkeranos, but they claim him as Dahen. Flame berserkers are his following above all else, and he is looking for a lost Dweghom. The Forge Halls. You are far from the memory hold, youth, Valdergort, and far from the ray. This is not your usual manner. Eyes fixed on the works before him, and with hands clasped behind his back, the old sorcerer had to shout to be heard above the roars of flame and metal clatters that thundered in the forge hold. Once Valdergort stood beside him, only then did he turn to look at him. Are you here to record memories, or to share one? Kedohoro Dweghom Enodagist, Valdergort replied, nodding his head slightly in greeting. They were aimed and purposeful, both in his words and nod, treating Enoget as an equal, as if the old sorcerer had done the same by recognizing his worth on sight. Angedich had not and was not inclined to do so. Turning his head back to the forges, his hands ever behind his back, he allowed silence to fall between the two. We are both advisors to the Re, Egodech, the Memser said finally, but again the sorcerer seemed to ignore him. Calmly, Vodgerdoch went on. The Re would see us all agree on this before he takes action. If you do not agree, he will not march, I think. Share the memory of the hold automata, Apprentice Memser. Came the order, instead of a reply. Skip the names and dates, save for the sorcerer and Kiragwe. Furrowing his brow in anger, the young Memser nevertheless obeyed. It is remembered that 4,004 were the automata found in the Rook of Gishgigalamosh, he recounted. It was discussed for 3 duties among the Re Eng and the holds first, and his thanes how they would be put to use, and 1 sorcerer Asmeduth and 1 Kirak, Sinbodich, were consulted. God, these names suck. It was decided on the 4th duty that the automata would be given to the Temper to control, but their use would be decided by the Ardent in war outside the clan. It came to pass that the automata were put to use to claim what was useful from the Rook and help with the opening of the halls. It is remembered that the young Memser paused, clearing his throat before he went on. It was remembered that during the next command, the brood of the oppressors assaulted the clan. It was discussed among the Ardent and Temperate of how to operate and use the automata. It was decided by the Ardent that they would be put to war, invoking the order of Ra-En. It was observed that the automata were inefficient, slow, and passive in war. It came to pass that 2,006 were destroyed with little to no effect in combat. Stop, Enoget interrupted him. And look and listen, he went on, motioning towards the forge before him. He barely contained a smile as he allowed the discordant clatters and roars of the forge halls to take over him. Allowing his gift to guide his perception, he felt the rivers of molten metal that flowed around him as if they were his own blood coursing through his veins. His thoughts showered in the metal waterfall that splashed in the giant cauldrons, and his heart pounded in the rhythm of the pounding metal being shaped in the ancient forges. Fire glow nested and grew in his eyes until they seemed aflame themselves, and his hair started moving by an unseen air like dancing fire in a roaring forge. Calm, almost passive, the young Dweghom next to him simply observed with cold, expressionless eyes fixed on the old sorcerer as he spoke. Can you hear? They say the Kirag hears something similar in the clatter of battle, the cries of war. If that is so, then I understand why you would seek it so strongly. But it is also why I can never follow blindly in their quest for where they see the purpose of each of us. I see the doom of us all. Each Dweghom's heart may beat like a drum of war, but the heart of the hold is here, beats here, gives it life and strength and purpose. Here, youth Vodhergot, here is the heart of the hold. Here where wildfire, unmoving earth, they melt, they change, they shape into something new, stronger, more powerful than what they were before. Almost aflame with fire dancing in his eyes, his hair, his fingertips, contained solely by the grafts in his arm that glowed in latent power themselves. The sorcerer finally turned and looked into the calm eyes of the Memser. Know this, I will not change my mind. I will not repeat the mistake of the forefathers, blindly rushing into everything as we have always done. The whole should not open its gates. If the Northmen dare to attack, they will be destroyed, yes. But if we open the gates, we answer their accusations of theft. If we answer to an accusation, then we acknowledge it. If we acknowledge it, then another hold, whichever has lost one of their dragon blade, will come asking next. We have Ra, and his existence offers an opportunity. I will not squander it so that Ishkish and his lot can have their fun. This is my memory, Apprentice Memser. Record it. Calm, almost serene, the young Dweghom noted. I, Vothergort, remember your memory, Onageth, he said, and be not challenged, for I never try to change it. He noted under the flaming Dweghom's frown. I will share another memory. It is remembered that the 3 clans are marching here. They are small from Gedom, where their memories are strange, and many lesser clans exist within the Holtz clan led by their Thanes. One such Dahen leads now 3 clans. He is called Akeranos, but they call him Adzhaen. Flame Berserkers are his followers above all else, and he is looking for a lost Dragonhrud. That is the memory I share, and you forge yours as you will. The sorcerer's brow furrowed in a scowl as he turned to look at Vodhergot. Dweghom Dohoro, said the Mancer, ignoring the reaction with a nod, and departed. On the location and hospitality of Dweghom Holds, humans have long speculated on the reason why most Dweghom Holds seem to be cloistered upon mountainsides, more often than not on inhospitable, rough terrains with precious few natural passageways going anywhere near them. A commentary suggests that the old age, when they were built, offered eternally different landscapes, and that the disappearance of the civilization that birthed them explains the lack of passages and trails. Others, more learned perhaps, or who simply happen near more active holds, claim that the locations were chosen exactly because of their approachable landscapes, be it because they reflected the reclusive and even savage nature of their denizens, or as natural defenses against mighty enemies long gone. Human curiosity to answer such questions, however, seems to have been mostly trampled in the case of Dweghom Holds. Since the fall, humanity has avoided settling near or exploring holds, bar cases when scholarly interest or simple old-fashioned greed and treasure hunting prevailed. In those cases, those that returned only fueled the talk of a long-dead civilization, speaking of sealed tombs waiting in darkness. Daring scholars who have managed to study at least partially the pneumatic depictions on hold entrances have discovered that there is some truth in such speculations. The Dweghom have indeed long withdrawn from the world, leaving their gates and their surroundings, mostly unattended, and indeed each location was connected with a battle against an ancient and powerful enemy. Still, while each of these scholars is offered a glimpse of the truth, such individuals are few and far between, scattered through the world, without a chance to compare notes and theories. Had they such a chance, perhaps they would have discovered near a universal truth about Dweghom Holds. They are built on graveyards. Be it on the site of an empty dragon rook, an ancient battlefield, or in some cases, the petrified husk of their defeated foes, all holds are more than cities and houses for the Dweghom. They are monuments to the clans birthed upon victory against their hated former masters and their ilk. While it would be an exaggeration to say that under every rook and nook around the hold's entrance lie the remains of dragons, Dweghom and crafters alike, it would be not a gross one, for such is possibly the case for many holds. Yet the sharp rocks and deep crevices around Gokeland are not explained by fossilized dragon bones, at least not all of them. As some grim romantics could hope, and the rivers of lava flowing through Ogdiros are not the blood of an elder of fire that was filled there. The rough landscapes owe their formation elsewhere. They are testaments to the vast sums of pure primordial elemental force employed and released both by the Dweghom themselves and upon the deaths of powerful dragons, which have twisted and morphed the land and have seeped into it, dominating since. Such a primordial influence could also explain why only some humans have ever been drawn to holds but rarely settled near them, if it could be avoided. If the last escape is not uninspiring enough, the sense of dread and death, even millennia after the fact, has surely proven to be so. Still, some explorers, be they brave, fool, or both, have dared to approach and even entered holds that either were or looked abandoned, for it must be said that there are more sealed holds than those active, even if not many. Of them only the hardiest have kept walking, braving the darkness beyond them. For if hold entrances are metaphorical graveyards on the outside, these daring and foolhardy souls soon realize that they are literal ones once their gates are crossed. While many never returned, some did, at times bringing back treasures from the abandoned holds. All, however, described the eerie atmosphere, resulting to endless ridiculous tales of haunted treasure. In 652 PR, a Rus scholar by the name of Alexei Drashinov, exploring the gates of Orbdoho, accurately captured the feeling that walking into a hold invoked. In his notes he wrote, "Even the heavy curtain of light from the gates and its openings seemed hesitant to disturb the darkness and silence beyond. The silence, so much worse than the darkness, it was. If my torchlight seemed to dance shy and afraid in darkness so deep, then every noise I made seemed an insult, an affront to the silence that reigned, immediately answered as angered whispers, in echoes that returned distorted and threatening. It was not long before I came to know who they had disturbed. After the large cavern beyond the gates, I found tunnels wide enough for 3 or 4 carriages to cross, and so tall that my torch-lit light barely lit the ceiling. Steeped in the darkness that got denser with every step, above doors barred by heavy chains, held in place not by locks but by seals of melted metal alloys unknown to me, rows of stone faces glimmered in the torchlight, greeting me with grim expressions over entrances to what could only be tombs. I was so startled when I saw the first face that I yelled, and my own scream came back to mock me in cackling echoes, as if the sealed dead snickered at my fear. Alas, Drashinov's warnings never reached a large audience, neither was he credited for the various discoveries he made on his days-long exploration. Memmancer Vodhergot, however, to whom the belongings of the slaughtered, intruding scholar were delivered, found his notes enlightening, and the incident of his startled yell indeed amusing. The Mysteries of Ognisros. Here we hold domain on the corpse of Gizargadrish, last of the stone old ones. May our rage ever flow on his dead heart. We, having ruled the oppressors, having sheltered the river stone, having destroyed the chained, we live here in endless freedom. From this memory we start remembering, since we found freedom. Touched gently by the faint glow of the pool of lava below, these are the words inscribed over the entrance of the hold of Ognisoros, as they were translated by Hit of Lantoni. It is a fitting light to a hold aptly named as Flowing Fire, for fire indeed was what gave birth to the hold. In fire it was baptized, and in fire does its entire existence depend upon. Dug deep into a gaping crevice on the volcanic peak of Lug's seat overshadowing Glenkov, Ognisoros had managed to stay hidden from humanity's eyes until only a little over a century ago. The mountain had ever domained local myths and superstitions, fueled by the tales of Midrin of many names, a legendary druid. It was he that had cautioned against climbing the volcanic peak, naming it as a domain of the crafter god. With time, these warnings would be incorporated into local mythology until they turned to simple cautionary tales, but the disappearance of a handful of exploration expeditions would ensure the mountain would remain effectively undisturbed and entirely unsettled for centuries. On the eve of the 4th century, a folkloric scholar named Ergas of Aust would revisit the tales of Midrin and propose that the druid was, in fact, referring to a hold of crafters rather than domain of the crafter. Even though his proposal aimed at supporting his theory that Mirrodin was in direct contact with the weavers, for such is what the weavers called the Dweghom, his publication fueled the interest of Dweghom researchers and scholarly circles. Decades later, Hit of Lantoni, a young, enthusiastic, and daring initiate at the time, would become the first to locate Ognisoros. According to his notes, the founding memory of Ognisoros recounts the deeds of Behodorash, maker of the clan, first Ra of the hold, and slayer of Gigadrish. Behodrash is remembered as a ruthlessly effective strategist. While the hated foe remained pinned on the ground by the sacrifice of many, he did not hesitate to order the opening of a chasm so deep that would drown the dragon in the fire below, leading half of its own people to their deaths along with their enemy. Responding to his officers' protest, the simple, "They will die free." For those knowledgeable in Dweghom mentality, it is perhaps no surprise that he is remembered to be able to hear the song of battle and feel its flow akin to what the ardent Kiragwe experience after they have performed their descent. Indeed, Ognisoros remembers proudly on its walls that its founder once stood in the presence of war and advocated its embrace and subsumption. Knowing this, an error in Hint's translation above is brought to light as it repeated below. Here lies Behodrash, maker of his clan, first king of the hold, slayer of Jadriashish, whatever. He saw freedom in chains. He saw freedom bound. He absorbed freedom and broke the chains. It is an understandable error in many ways fitting, for it captures the essence of Beradresh's philosophy. He translated war as freedom, and indeed, Beradresh's memories propose that if existence is a struggle, then war is the manifestation of freedom, and to wage it is to live free. The ways of the Ardent have ever dominated life in Ognisoros, forcing all castes into their constant conflicts. The words of the Keragwe echo the loudest in its halls, fueling struggles and allowing only such intervals between campaigns such as necessary to maintain the population on levels that ensure the survival of the hold. Even the tempered have, if not embraced, then adapted to the status quo, readily jumping into battle against the other caste even as they see their own hold and lives as the perfect example of why temperance is needed for the Dweghom to escape their bounds to war. While Hit found plenty of evidence of their violent disposition in the inscriptions, he understandably presumed that those belonged to bygone eras and unknown foes. Throughout his notes, he never paints a picture of an active and violent hold, even though he spent days descending and studying the mimetic inscriptions on the walls of the corridors. His notes concentrate on the discoveries he made when they are not marveling at the ingenuity and awe-inspiring construction of the hold itself. He goes on for pages upon pages, detailing mechanisms and materials capable of channeling the lava to everyday use, from as simple as lighting the forges and even the opening and sealing of giant doorways. Never during those notes does he describe the sound of battle or war cries, then the death wails echoing from the deep. Never does he seem threatened or fearful there. It is highly possible that his visit happened during a ceasefire, one of those reluctant breaks that ensured the continuation of the hold's very existence, as the population is allowed to flourish for a while. It is also possible that at last Ognisoros stands united under one Ra, or one Keragwe. The last prospect gains perhaps more merit by the final entry on his diary, which was confiscated after his incarceration in Latonis monastery for the insane. The entry reads a simple sentence: "They are coming." Character Portrait: Ra Teorodin of Kergulas. There are many memories carved in the halls of Kergulas. Their hold is considered one of the oldest and best constructions of their people. Its founding memory involves the death of not one, but two of the strongest dragons who have fallen after the shattering. A score of armies, life-binders, body-twisters, humans, and even a host of Dweghom have been destroyed throughout history before the hold's walls. More drakes than in any other hold have been broken and tamed, utterly and completely, to serve at the whim of their master. And, as if all this was not enough, a living enemy of Earth lies imprisoned there, still chained and bound in all ways possible, one eye hooked open for eternity to witness its progeny stumble pathetically like beasts of burden, dim and dull before the might and glory of its former slaves. Still, despite all those memories, the Dweghom of Gilgulas are even prouder of their Ra. He is called many things: Old Mountain, for he has been Ra for over a millennia, unmoving from his throne and unchallenged but by those who are now dead. Agyemhen, the one of Ag, as if he was sculpted by pure worth, or as if his Ang defined the very concept. Mulvaest, he is also called, the maul-fisted, undefeated in the brawl. The memories say since he was just attained, but for another reason too. But if anyone ever asks the Dweghom of Gelgulas who the Ra is, there's only one answer, one name: Teorodim. He is the blood of Torgadrach, the wielder of Dragon's Death, and while blood is said to matter not, all remember this, for the Ra, for only against his ancestor who fell 2 dragons could Teorodin's Ang be compared to. What millennia of captivity never achieved, he did. What endless abuse and even torture failed to do, he managed. What a history of ridicule, derision, and insults never produced, he delivered to his people. For despite his condition, the enemy never surrendered, never gave up, never yielded. Its body may have been captured, but its spirit, petty and hateful as it is, never broke. Until that is, the Ra spoke to it, until he punished it. until Therodim made the dragon shed a tear. Even without this one, greatest of memories, Therodin would be a Ra worthy of his crown. It is remembered that as a youth, centuries before the fall, he left the hold. He returned with no no name, no rights, and only a maw of simple stone. Since then, he has ever gained and lost only once. Many tried to best him in brawls, in combat, and in wit, but failed. Many tried to take the crown from him, as is the Dweghom way, but none has come close to achieving it. Now the old mountain sits on his throne, solemn, silent, unmoving, grey hair and beard crowning a face scarred by countless combats, and dark eyes falling on his council as they take their places before him. The elders of the Ardent and Temperate throw challenges at each other, supported by those in the clan who favor one or the other. It is a scene he has witnessed countless times before, a scene he will no doubt witness again. He knows where it will lead. If not during this council, then the council after, or the council after that. Still he moves not even when two things brawl before him, ready to prove their and win his approval in their choice of spouse. He remembers a similar battle of his youth. He remembers them all. He sees who will win and he approves. He is more worthy. He knows when the combat is over and acknowledges the victor, and in that is the most he moves, even as the challenges around him resume. Thanes, dragon slayers, sorcerers in Kiragwe now scream at each other. He listens absent-mindedly to them, eyes turned to the dragon, its eye hooked open, forced to see the strength of any and all in the race council. Their readiness, their will, their But the dragon looks not at them, but back at him, a stare of will between two old foes. Insults are now spat between the members of his council, openly defiant as the king remains unmoving as his inaction is considered an approval. Hands reach for weapons as threat at first, as a statement immediately after. His lie next to him untouched and unsought for. The simplest of stone mauls and the best of axes. The Dweghom of his ancestor. It will be in this council after all. Battle will be joined, the halls will be painted crimson, only the worthy will prevail, strengthened in mind and body, and the whole will be better for it, as it is the Dweghom way, as has been done since the first war, and the dragon will lie there, its eye open, forced to see its enemies stronger. One of the youngest in the council screams, Mohamdor, the two words that drive all Dweghom. Others follow. Enough, he said. It is a hoarse whisper almost, but it is heard. Silence falls. All movement stops. I know where a dragon hides, he adds. Prepare the clans. The hold will march. He gets up as shocked silence gives way to yells and cheers. Character Portrait. Alkeranos. We each wage petty little wars around ourselves without meaning. We turn the very weapon of our freedom into shackles of our kind, fearing our own blessings, our own strength, and putting numbers and measures in our very freedom. Alkeranos was born in the, I'm not even gonna waste my time trying to pronounce that clan name, of Dweghom, where many lesser clans led by Thanes are housed, all of them under the rule of the Hold's Ra. In theory, this arrangement could provide prosperity, and to an extent it has, but in earnest it mostly serves as fertile ground for conflict and opportunities to gain with entire clans ever wrestling to prove their superiority over the others. As a cadet, Alkeranos showed immense promise from a very young age. His mentality, however, branded him as an oddity, and never allowed him to excel. He showed interest in the weirdest things, like the tall men and the surface, but worse, he objected to many of the traditions and practices of his people. Because of this, he grew up repeatedly challenging and being challenged by his seniors and superiors, only to be put down for his insolence. On one hand, this allowed him to hone his skills, constantly battling stronger opponents than him. On the other, however, he lost valuable time and again. This forced him to a position of mediocrity, despite his prowess, serving his own same blood and closest friend, Gesvibrod, as a mere member of his following. For a long time he accepted this fate solemnly, even if never with satisfaction. True change in his life came during yet another battle between clans, when refusing to let his friend along with two bands of their clan warriors die, he fled before combat in order to bring reinforcements. He accepted the loss in both and respect his decision brought him, for he believed that the obsession with restricted the worth and power of the entire clan and hold, for the wider picture and strength of the clan were being sacrificed in the altar of individual worth. What he never accepted was the dismissal of his friend's following. He left the living halls, descending to the depths below the hold in a self-imposed exile in order to prove that worth can be found beyond the ways of clan and hold. Many argue that he did so beyond anyone's imagination, but many more underline the irony of his method, for what he did was very much to undertake the ardent descent. True enough, Alqueranos returned as a prime example of an exceptional Queragüe. If his following of flame berserkers and his own accounts of hearing, the war above and even the world itself spinning were not proof enough, then the influence he effortlessly exerted and the inspiration he offered upon his return that saw him gain control of his clan and inspiring more to follow surely serves as evidence. In the living halls, he spoke of war beyond clans or castes, a war that Ea herself was waging, a war from which the Dweghom would be absent should their ways not change. Advocating the old feuds are but new shackles that must be broken and that new goals must be forged, he accepted sorcerers and other tempered as advisors, causing even the ardent of Dweghom to not follow him in unison. Despite his many enemies, with his flame berserkers at his side, he quickly claimed clan whatever its name, soon after calling all clans to follow him to the surface united. Ironically, or perhaps in true Dweghom fashion, his very words caused the entire whole to erupt in unprecedented violence. But Alqueranos dismissed these conflicts as petty squabbles without true purpose or meaning. Named Adxhaen, the Fire Thane, for his flame berserkers followers by those who rallied to him, he led 3 of Gendom's lesser clans to the surface with Orodobho as his destination, where Nord forces have landed outside his gates, declaring they are there to reclaim a stolen dragon blade. While the true motivation of the Fire Thane remains unknown, he seems set to reviving the Dweghom as a force that affects the entire world. When it comes to the other races, he has perhaps achieved this to an extent already. Knowing mystery and suspense to be powerful agents in capturing the imagination of the Tallmen, he moved his troops as stealthily as possible, removing any chance witness he encountered along the way. Instead, as an announcement of his presence to the world and as a warm-up for his troops, as he claimed, he destroyed the forces of Nepenthe and some of Rismark, entirely removing the town of Vatsdam from the map in the process, while making sure enough evidence of Dweghom involvement was left behind to be found. While it would be not long into rumors of the Dweghom being on the surface again would spread, fear among the humans and exiles alike, the wisdom of this attention is doubtful as he roams lands that offer no allies or shelter. When it comes to other Dweghom, however, his actions may have well earned him more enemies than admirers. The tempered of Dweghom were only empowered by his antics, and his whole draw is furious with his deeds. Many Ardent could very well want this antagonist removed as well, while one can only guess what the Mensers truly think and do under the facade of passive observation of this breaker of tradition, or how any other hold will react to the knowledge of clans walking the surface again. Perhaps more tragically, however, it is in no way a certainty that he himself has escaped the shackles of tradition he claims to have broken. Already he has caused the kind of division which he denounces, and Alqueranos may very well be walking a path all too familiar to the Dweghom. For in his heart the Fire Thane knows that to win the hearts of all Dweghom, he must win their respect. And in the entire history of his people, there has only been one enemy the Dweghom deemed truly worthy: to end their memories. Human historians often forget the world-shaking events that took place during the last century before the fall. Absorbed by the half-forgotten truths of their own kind's misfortune as they fled the Old Dominion, few historians turned their attention to what the elder races were doing at the time, or even what was truly transpiring in the collapsing Dominion itself. Had they done so, perhaps the Dweghom would know of what had happened to their own kin that was caught in the devastation of the fall. While Capitas and the Dominion in general were being torn apart from within, the Dweghom were engaged en masse in the Exile campaign, an open war against exiles of all cultures and creeds. While the campaign was reportedly global, according to overseas human merchants and ambassadors, the most significant events happened in the lands of the Dominion, and a convergence of chaos and destruction that left no one in the area unaffected. Remnant Weaver enclaves were either annihilated or the populations fled. The most powerful human civilizations of the time was destroyed. An entire pantheon was torn down from the heavens. The Wardrun claimed their freedom, and for the first time since their war with the dragons, at least 5 known spires were destroyed, either partially or completely. As for the Dweghom, their campaign was the cause of much of this mayhem, but their so-called victories did not come without a price. At least 3 hosts and their clans disappeared entirely from the continent of Surtosis. Clan Ogendusun of Hengdom, Clan Kankhalis of Gabaldom, and Clan Arsun of Uadom. This number and these names are largely incomplete. The fate of Clan Bidisbihim of Giadom is also not fully remembered. The largest part of its population is also considered lost to the fall, but a remnant force had been sent to the west to chase the fleeing weavers. They in turn met with the force sent west by the steelmancer Ishdi of Clan Afgarsun of Endur, whose fate is also unknown but who did not perish during the fall. The 2 remnant forces, however, united, would come to reclaim Gordom, thus keeping their clan memories alive. In reality, however, both Bidisim and Agarsum are practically lost. The first was most likely caught by destruction of the fall. The latter's fate is even more shameful, having helped the humans against their battle with their dead warriors. Steelmancer Ishdi and her remaining clan members simply disappeared. Technically, however, for the Dweghom, these 2 clans survive, even if diluted and diminished, and thus are not part of the aforementioned 3 who are part of the memory of loss. For the Dweghom, evidence and logic are not the same as memories. Nomnancer has recorded the events of those clans' endings. None living remember what happened to them. This is not something new or unique to the 3 clans. Many times do individuals, often those that undertake the descent, get lost with their ends and the end of their memories unrecorded and unwitnessed. Even if the term has come to refer mostly to the disappearance of 3 clans during the fall, this is what the memory of loss means, remembering those whose memories have no end. Asking a Dweghom, and indeed, for all intents and purposes, those 3 clans are dead, claimed by the fall. But that conclusion is not enough. How much Agm had each clan claimed before it perished? If it perished, or what deeds were accomplished before death claimed them, if death claimed them. Uncertainty is not tolerated when a memory is preserved, and thus for the memory of loss, those clans and those individuals still linger, for there is no end to their memory. The memory of loss is a sad destiny for any Dweghom, and in many ways, that face is worse than being forgotten, for indeed they are being remembered, sorrowful ghosts that linger but do not truly exist. Their names, when uttered, are always followed by, "May loss forget them and their memory end." So when 3 clans joined the ranks of the lost memory, the very term came to mean their sad fate, a weight all Dweghom carry. There is a bright side to this for the rest of the world, a silver lining that possibly keeps the peace and holds back the tides of another Dweghom campaign. If the end of the 3 clans is not remembered, there is no memory of who is to blame for their loss. Would the exiles be blamed, as this happened during a campaign against them? Would the Old Dominion be held responsible, for it was their amateurish worship of minor primordials that led to this destruction, and even in death their worship continues? If so, is there really a difference between dead humans and their living descendants? Woe to the fool that uncovers such truths. There's no telling what ending the Dweghom will offer to their memories. Adhya, Ruin of Strangers. In this hole we remember. We remember every slight, every offense, every injury. We remember the old enemy, and we remember the new, the ones who offer the tools for the crimes committed. We remember those who would call them gods or friends, cohorts to dragons, parasites of the world, insults to worthy existence. We remember, and we say, bring war to all strangers. This is the only discernible memory above the gates, high on the slopes of the mountain range that marks the start of the Weaver Courts, where lies Gordom, the domain of strangers. It is an insult of a name for all Dweghom, but it is a name that all Dweghom remember. If the halls of Gordom once remember the time and events that gave it its name, the pneumatic inscriptions of these memories have long been defaced. Gone are as well the treasures of the dragon rook that stood in its place before it, and gone are even the bodies of the ancestors which were sealed in their houses. Still, the Dweghom remember its name, even as they prefer to call it Behedmohos, the one which fell. all but those who live in it and have paid in blood for the right to do so. Adhia, the Ra, has seen to this. She has taught her people that the name must be kept, worn as a badge of honor, and a fire to fuel their unending war against all exiles. Whether it originally fell to the Weavers or the Spires, it remains unknown, but when the Dweghom came to reclaim it, the Spires held it. Adhia was a Thane then, one of the 24 that led the march from the holds of the east, with the permission of 3 different Ras from 3 different holds. Their missive was simple: reclaim Behodos. The march had come prepared for a siege to last years, if not decades. It lasted 3 days. On the first day, the Dweghom began the construction of a walled encampment and watchtowers to ensure the reinforcements from the spire of the towering man in the south would not flank them during an assault. On the second day, plans for the tunnel to infiltrate the halls were drawn, as the Dweghom knew firsthand how easy it was to defend the hold's gates. Before the dawn of the third day, Adhia and her following gained control of the gate in a surprise assault, hanging the head of the abomination she had bested to signal for their comrades to attack en masse. It took more time for the hold to be cleared entirely than Adhia needed to plan and execute the attack that reclaimed the hold. Many claim that the siege was but the first battle of a war that has not ended since. They are correct. Adhia's passionate hatred towards the exiles was not quenched by the reclamation of the hold. Named Ra for her victory, she has led Gordom to one assault after the other against the Spires, against the Weavers, and against any human that ever dared to try and settle in the slopes of the mountain range. What respite Adhia's enemies have found for over 6 centuries is only due to the internal struggle of her hold, but overall her people have enjoyed unprecedented unity in their efforts, united under a single banner and against multiple common foes. Some speculate that this is her goal, to provide a constant common enemy and keep her hold from suffering the same fate as most others, avoiding the curse of all Dweghom. But Adhia would be the first to admit that this so-called curse neither troubles nor concerns her. For her, there is no such thing. The enemies of the Dweghom are clear in her mind. The dragons, of course, should any of them still living dare to resurface, the Spires who provide the tools for the sins of the dragons, the Weavers who conspired with them, the humans, those wretched remnants of a decadent dominion who mirror the dragon depravities and who now, rumors claim, cohort with the Spires, even the Nords who worship those foul parasites and accepted their gifts as divine blessings. The enemies of the Dweghom are all who have slighted them, and Adhia remembers them all. Is the Dehukoro, the descent, a dead end? Elena, I have long been vexed by the notion of what Ankalimus writes in his Descentia Prelude. Down deep we must go, down deep where the brothers broke. Down deep we must go, down and down again, under the darkest cloak. There they lie, infinite worlds untold, under the soil, under the earth, under a Dweghom hold. There they lie, corridors without end. Their mind, soul, and matter, there they all blend. Now, since I have no doubt that you have in fact come closer to putting your hands in open flames than you have to opening the Descentia, allow me to explain. When not rhyming badly, Ankalimus was considered the authority on all matters Dweghom. In fact, his Descentia is the holy book of all scholars who, for whatever reason, seem infatuated by those destructive short savages. Even today, our breath-afflicted descendants in the West would likely accept the Lord's embrace were I to offer them a mere peek of the cover of my surviving copy. Following me so far? Good. Now, this 642-page treatise on the Sons of War, as he calls them, is indeed filled to the brim with information about them. I say information, however, I suspect a large amount is theories as, apart from his admittedly remarkable work on their language and rune system, he admits he presents what he has extrapolated from scattered conversations with members of their species, which I suspect must have amounted to a grand total of a quarter watch at best. Still, all things considered, Ankalimus has done a thorough job of gathering materials from other writers, from the amassed knowledge of the Collegia and being a Magos himself, even from the Magi Apocryphica. His findings are indeed limited, but insightful, and they spawn anything from history and modern social structure to philosophical debates. Their incomprehensible social standing system, nutritious needs and habits, etc. To the language he dedicates without exaggeration half his book. The rest he dedicates 49.9%. But then, there's the 01. Dedicating no more than a few paragraphs, Ankalimu speaks of a tradition one cast members undertake ritualistically, although none is barred from performing it either. It is called the Dehukoro, which he translates to the descent, and during it, the Dweghom simulate the path their ancestor took before the breaking. Surely, Ankalimus writes, and I quote, "This is an appropriate and adorable little tradition that befits their mythology." He explains not what mythology he refers to, nor does he mention this tradition elsewhere in his book. But then he names it Descentia, and rather unfittingly has a poem in his prelude urging that down, down we must go. Prelude and title best reflect the subject of a few paragraphs in the 642 pages. Why? I can think of two possible reasons as to why. One has to do with the very tangible disdain our Lord holds for the Dweghom. While scientific analysis was encountered in his dominion, I think we can admit that there were some restrictions in the past. Second is that Ancamilus was a magos. Seeking knowledge beyond our Lord's tolerance was what those blasphemous bastards lived for, wasn't it? That infatuating knowledge they possessed but did not share, especially with their peers. What a better way for Ankalimus to tell his entire blasphemous community that he knew something he both wasn't supposed to and which they didn't than putting it in plain sight as well. Much as I admire the man's playful nature in this matter, I, of course, condemn his practice and his hubris in seeking knowledge beyond what the Lord allowed at the time. Today, however, it is his will that we know all, we reach all. If there are corridors without end, I want to traverse them, and, with the Lord's gift, I have an eternity to put their description to the test. More importantly, however, if there are infinite worlds untold, I want to bring the Lord's gift to them. Now wouldn't that humble our first among equals? What say you? F. The Rise of Ragodosh, the Stone-Faced King. Before there was the Stone-Faced King, the unyielding and granite wheel Ra of Gedom, there was only Ragodosh, a clan of Geurisun. Ragodosh's rise to power begun as any good tale should, ignited within the crucible of glorious combat and subsequently tempered by the bloody detritus of great battles. Gedom, a hold known for housing multiple clans under the same roof, did not always have the luxury of being ruled by a worthy leader. To reach the position of Ra within a Dweghom hold, one must first gather the appropriate Ang, and then were pockets of time within Gedom's lengthy history where such individuals were nowhere to be found. Ragadosh's rise to prominence began amidst such leaderless and unstable times, with the hold of Gedom having no Ra to steer its denizens and tensions between clans being at an all-time high as a result. To settle tensions and arguments between clans, the many Dahans, the clan heads of Gedom's unusually numerous clans, had agreed to a grand gladiatorial bout within the whole central throne room, which lingered without a living occupant and housed the ruins of Gedom's first Ra and founder, Anagalosh. Each clan's warriors fought to settle disputes in their clan's name. For Clan Gigrisun, Ragadosh was deemed worthy to fight as one of its champions. The young, at the time warrior, was known for his incredible physical fortitude and battle resilience, making a notable addition among the gathered warriors, but not the favorite. Early through the event, Ragadosh bested his opponents through his methodical and reserved fighting style, never overextending or succumbing to gladiatorial theatrics, and wearing down his enemies bit by bit, softening them up before he could deliver the final blow. Unlike the other duelists that fought in this multi-tiered bout, Ragadosh never boasted or showed his bloodlust to the gathered crowd. In fact, the champion of Clan Gigirsun rarely made a sound when he fought, something that caused many observers to remark this as strange. When others were toiling and grunting amidst the heat of single gladiatorial combat, Ragadosh appeared near statuesque in his lethality and fighting style. His features showed no strain or outlying emotions, being mostly emotionless and unmoving. Whispers circulated that this warrior of Clan Gigirsun had in fact a stone face, a characteristic speculated by some that led to the creation of his infamous title many years later. On the third day of the event, Ragadosh was among those that were still able to fight and was set to fight a champion of Clan Temkonsun, next Belmortan. Belmortan, by all accounts, was a warrior of immense strength and skill, having overpowered all his opponents and being the favorite to win the great combat event within Dweghom. The bloodthirsty warrior had been a clear crowned favorite during the duels, going as far as to kill some of his opponents, even when he was the clear victor and they were on the verge of collapse. In the eyes of everyone, Ragadosh, the strange and silent warrior from Clan Gigirsun, was about to meet his end at the hands of a terrifying foe. The duel began as expected. Belmortan used his mighty war pick to overwhelm his opponent, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast blows that were meant to overwhelm its opponent. Ragadosh was defensive at the beginning, using his shield and armored body to absorb most of the punishment that was unleashed towards him. Bones were cracked and flesh was ruptured and bruised, but Ragadosh remained standing regardless. Eventually, Belmortan became sluggish and tired, feeling his muscles become heavier with each blow. It was then that Ragadosh found his opening, smashing his axe shaft behind the enemy's skull with one well-aimed blow that sent the feared Belmortan to collapse like a powerless automaton. Picking Belmortan's bloodied warpick, Ragadosh raised it over his defeated foe, but merely planted it next to his head instead of granting Belmortan the same mercy that he had shown to his enemies. Turning to the Memsers, a panting Ragadosh waited patiently for the Nords to confirm his victory. But his defeated foe had other plans. As Ragadosh walked to the center of the arena to be declared the victor, Belmortan, dizzy, stumbling, and desperate, picked his warpick and rushed to strike from behind. Exhausted in his own right, Ragadosh had little strength and no weapon to defend himself, but his clansmen did, and a sword flew from the balconies to be planted in Belmortan's chest. Then all hell broke loose. Two of Belmortan's kin jumped from the arena's balconies, screaming that Clan Gigirsun had cheated and rushing to kill Ragadosh, and Girgisun responded in kind. From that point on, things escalated as they always do with Dweghom. One by one, the clans threw their warriors into the arena, siding with one or the other, or simply for the alms to be had. For 2 weeks did this chaos last as clan after clan decided to settle their disputes en masse. And for 2 weeks, Ragadosh stood in the middle of the arena, surrounded by his clan, waiting for the Memsers to confirm his victory. They never did, for they never had to. When at the end of the 2 weeks they distributed based on the deeds they had witnessed, few would doubt his worth. It must be noted that Ragadosh was not declared raw after those events. While the memory of the small war marked him for greatness, it took over a century before the clans elevated him to that position. During those decades, he displayed not only and prowess in battle, but the ability to inspire, remain collected, and answer challenges without bravado or cruelty, but with unquestionable efficiency. Not until the insult of the insurrection of the Firetain, Alcaneros, would his rule be questioned, and that challenge too, most believe, he will answer in the same cold and efficient manner. So in this one we get our usual dwarves, but a little bit changed here and there to make them more unique, and they are unique in an interesting way. I would say they're unique in all the ways that matter. Of course, they do share the same dwarven problems and traits, but at the end of the day, they are unique enough to look at the Dweghom and really say that, you know what, they deserve the name of Dweghom, a separate name and not just calling them dwarves. But at the end of the day, they're still dwarves. I hope you enjoy this, and I'll see you in the next one. Arrivederci. The Nords. Whereas the 100 kingdoms and the city-states might claim to be the main bastions of human civilization, one should not assume that this means they are the sole bastions of human might. Far to the north, beyond the monster-infested northern sea, lies Mannheim, home of the Nords. These people have led the savage and relentless war against their southern cousins. It is a war of raids and plunder, a war of countless battles and bloodshed. But above all, it is a war of vengeance. It would be easy to denigrate the Nords as bloodthirsty beast spawn, no better than the monsters they lead to battle. To do so would belittle the achievement that crossing the White Waste represents. It would demean the seamanship, courage, and fortitude required to circumnavigate the continent and wage war on the far southern shores. But above all, it would demean the achievement that survival, let alone dominance, in Mannheim represents. Had the gods themselves created a crucible to test mankind, they could not have crafted a worse hell than the icy lands of the northern continent. This adversity has honed the Nords into one of the toughest and most dangerous foes one can encounter on the field of battle. The first recorded name for this northern continent is Vanirheim. This is a human name paying tribute to the masters of that age, the Vanir. Very little is known about them and their rule. What little is known is only through a cloud of myth and legend, according to which the Vanir were gods. Once split by internal strife, they united with their cousins, the Aesir, to cast down the dragons, subjugate their servants, and rule over man from their seat of power, Yggdrasil, a vast tree that connected the bowels of the earth to the sky above. They were ruled by a god named Odin, and bound by fate to die at Ragnarok. In preparation for this final battle, they selected the most courageous and resourceful of Nord warriors and took them from their tribes at the moment of their death. When it came, the Vansnir's end, it came in the form of Surtr, a terrible being of light and fire. It had been foretold that Himildar, most vigilant of the Vanir, would sound his horn, wake the mortal host, and herald the beginning of Ragnarok, the twilight of the Vanir. This never happened. Loki, the visionary, the outcast, the traitor, struck Himildar down before he could marshal the Vanir and their host of warriors, the Einherjar. Thus, throughout Ragnarok, the Einherjar slumbered in their golden halls. Surtr and his fire giants burned the land, razed Yggdrasil, and grew drunk on the blood of gods and men alike before they were cast back at tremendous cost. The power of the Vanir was shattered, and the gods themselves were lost. In the aftermath of this terrible conflict, the Nords watched in terror as the Yontar, fierce giants, spawns of Timir, firstborn of ice and fire, slowly descended into the wasteland that Ragnarok had left behind. They came from their fastness in the icy peaks to punish humanity for the thousands of years of insult and injury they had suffered at the hands of the Vanir. One by one, the North settlements fell as the Fimbulwinter followed the Yontar, an unending winter on the land. Man suffered and died under Yontar rule, populations declined precipitously, and extinction loomed. The few that survived did so as slaves to the Yontar, surviving in caves heated by lava flows at the whim and pleasure of their cruel masters. Salvation, when it arrived, came from a forgotten place. Through accident or quirk of fate, in which the Nords place much weight, the Einhar awoke decades too late to fight the battle they had been promised. Of the thousands selected throughout the years by the Vanir, only a fraction awoke. The rest passed away in their sleep, or else, some claim, slumber still. Instead of waking up to a glorious battle against their eternal foes, they woke to find the gods dead, their lands a frigid wasteland in which humanity survived only at the whim of the Yontar. This would not stand. The untrammeled fury of the Einherjar raged across the icy landscape, sweeping the Yontar and all their works before them in a tidal wave of blood and savagery, the released slaves at their sides. With the Yontar defeated, the ice slowly receded, and humanity established itself again in the north under the watchful eye of the Einhar. Still mindful of their creators, the Einhar led the surviving Nords as kings, leaders, and seers, denying all claims to divinity, but guiding the Nords once more along the path of the forgotten Vanir, promising that the gods would return. But the gods did not return, and slowly the Einhar were lost. Some simply vanished. Others started losing their humanity, devolving into beasts and monsters, often dragging entire tribes in their wake. Others still were lost, challenging those of their kin that had fallen. Today only a handful of Einhar remain active, their names and legends guiding the Nords more actively than they ever did in person. Through all adversities and challenges, the Nords have adapted, learning to endure their environment and coexist with their fallen kin. With their hatred and numbers renewed, they keep their vengeful eyes turned to the soft lands of the south, bent on revenge on the children of Surtr, who stole their destiny and their gods. The tale of Hewel the fisherman, and the night of the bright tree. Gather round the hearth, now gather, and Nana will tell you the tale of Hewel and the night of the bright tree. It was the darkest night of the year. It had been a lean year, a poor year, for war was waging in the land, and too many an end of day had found the nests of fishermen empty or as close as can be. Hijul was no exception, and if anything, he was one of those mostly afflicted. But he was of sturdy folk, Hijul such as our village makes, for he was indeed one of our own, no matter what others claim. And he was also a proud father and a pious man, venerating the Aesir and the Vanir as was proper. It was his love for his family and his faith in his gods that urged him to the sea that day, for in good Hijul's mind, both deserved a feast and a tribute on the most sacred of winter nights. And so it was that he left the shores even before the bright hours had come, along with others that shared as brave a heart as him. Before the sun even rose, they pushed their boats on the ice, guided by their lanterns on their boats' bows, until they reached the water, and from there they sailed straight south. At the start of the bright hours, he threw his first net with the others, but as was usual that year, the nets came up empty. As the bright hours reached their peak, he and a handful of others, no more, sailed further south and tried again, but still their nets would come out empty. One by one his fellows made their way to the frozen shores, but Hijul's pride was hurt and his honor wounded. Alone he sailed still, until the shore behind him looked distant, and Mannheim was but an island to him. And there, as the bright hours faded finally, he threw his nets for a third time. He waited long in the cold and bitter wet winds. He waited till winter dust settled, and the lights of his fellows' boats disappeared in the north. He waited till dark came upon him, and the only light in sight was his own weak lantern. He waited till the longest night of the year swallowed him, and even the flame of his lantern seemed to wither. Tucked in his furs, he waited, his boat rocking gently on black waves, his light a lone star dancing in the darkness with its oil running out. Hours passed, and Hijul looked with desperation as his small flame withered. And he thought then that when the light runs out, that he would know the gods did not wish for fish of him this year, and he could return. So he kept his eyes peeled on the light, ever withering, never gone. The light kept shining. That was the first miracle of the night of the burning tree, for the oil never did run out. Now below, the elusive fishes that hid and shielded away all year long, they saw his pale enduring lantern, and to their desperate eyes it seemed like the sun. For if you think that nights are dark for us Nords in the winter, then know for the fish it is worse, for they swim in the void. So lured they were by the promise of sun in the form of a small lantern, that they rushed in Hijul's nest by the dozens. And that was the second miracle of the night of the bright tree. Rejoiced and thanking the gods for their kindness, Hijul gathered his nest, full and rich for the first time that year. He laughed in the dark and prepared to come home, only to realize finally what the price for his fish was. For in the longest night of the year, the dark of the sky and the dark of sea are one, the clouds hiding stars and the glow of the bifrost both. Hijul was lost and knew not where land was. Now some say that was the end of Hijul. Some say that he never returned and no one ever heard of him since. Others say he is alone in the dark still, his little fisherman boat floating in the long dark of the night sky, and that by his lantern, the star Yuldi, do sailors know to find south, and by the torch of his waiting wife, the star Gilde, do they know to find north. But we of our village remember what others won't. In his dark desperation, Hijul saw a light appear in the north, bright and branched with a glow that touched the clouds, and he knew where the land was. He promised the gods, and his laugh echoed in the dark, then thanked them as tears froze in his eyes. It was the third and final miracle, the miracle of Hijul, a miracle that came with sacrifice, as do all things, for that was the night of Ragnarok and the burning of Yggdrasil, the longest night of the year and all years since, the night we remember with Hijul's name and call the Night of the Bright Tree. On the gods of Yggdrasil. The first recorded name for the northern continent of Ea is Avarheim. This is a human name paying tribute to the masters of that age, the Aesir and the Vanir. Very little is known of this time, and what is only through a cloud of myth and legend. Under constant threat of the Yontar, giant humanoids native to the lands, the Nord gods wanted their people to be warriors, strong and enduring, with brave hearts and ready hands, ready to prove themselves to their Valkyries so they can be taken to Valhalla and join the Einherjar. All this is reflected in the early Norse civilization. Their crafts focused solely on weapons, ships, and fishing, while their tradition was mostly oral since their history and the hellish conditions of their land did not promote such activities as studying and record-keeping. Their society revolved around raids and fighting with minimal agriculture, tribal art, and almost non-existent formal education. Beyond the teachings of sagas that venerated bravery and the gods, as a result, their oral tradition was rich, richer perhaps than any other civilization of their time. They would be collected and put to paper centuries after their conception, and through them the facts behind the myths and legends would be partially revealed. According to the sagas, the Aesir and the Vanir were gods. Once split by internal strife, they united to cast down the dragons, which had in turn defeated the giants, in order to subjugate their servants and rule over man from their seat of power, Yggdrasil, a vast tree that connected the bowels of the earth to the sky above. They were ruled by a god named Odin, bound by fate to die Ragnarok, In preparation for this final battle, they selected the most courageous and resourceful of the Nord warriors and took them from their tribes at the moment of their death. Their end would come in the form of Surtur, a being of fire and light of terrifying power, and his children, the fire giants. They would burn the land, raise Yggdrasil, and slay countless men and gods before they were stopped. Had they scholars of their own or an interest in the history of their hated foes, today's Nords would perhaps see the coincidences in history and timing as clearly as a scholar of the present day can. It would take centuries for the reality behind their myths to be collected, analyzed, and in the end understood. Still, out of the many Norse sagas recounting the deeds of both gods and human heroes from those ancient times, most are impossible to translate into historical facts, if indeed they reflect any. Their significance in the grand scheme of things seems obscure, if at all existent. Three major legends, however, can paint a very specific picture, one that would shape the image of history: the gods themselves, the Einherjar, and Ragnarok. It is safe to assume that the gods were in fact a powerful faction within the exiles, powerful enough perhaps to have won the original conflict with the dragons. The source of this power seems to have stemmed from a civil war among them, and unlike all other instances, their subsequent reunification. Some scholars theorize that their veneration as gods and protectors from the giants, native to the frozen land of the north, could have also added to their power, in a manner similar to the ascendancy of Hazila. The truth is, however, that there is little concrete evidence to support this, and perhaps there is no need to make such assumptions. The Nord gods were the only example of cooperation between what are known today as exiles of the Spires and the Weavers. Considering their civilization had crafted the ways and could travel between worlds, one can only imagine the miracles they could accomplish together. This unique cooperation lends credence to the distinction of Nord gods as Aesir and Vanir, as well as the legends of Yggdrasil itself. After all, no other combination between Spire biomancy and Weaver life-binding is known. These gods of legends, Odin, Thor, Freya, seem to have been kings or leaders within their community. Loki, powerful and dark figure within the Nord mythology, was possibly one as well, but an outcast of some sort. But it is easy to imagine an alliance between the two races would have been based on some moderation of the use of biomancy on behalf of the Spire Lords. Loki's appellation as the father of monsters and the roles those monsters would play in Ragnarok could fit neatly into a narrative as a Spire biomancer who refused to accommodate his peers. Legends such as those of Fenris, Jormungandr, and even Loki's own shapeshifting suddenly take on a more disturbing aspect. Under this light, the promise of Valhalla and the legends of the Einherjar, chosen warriors of the gods, also take a disturbing turn. If the gods were truly spires and weavers, what were they doing, those warriors that proved to be the best? Today some know it to be the Einherjar project, the rule of ice. The 3 centuries of the fall would see the decadent and gradual destruction of the Old Dominion, threatening the very existence of humanity in the continent of Surtosis. In Avalheim, the fate of humanity would mirror in this almost the last detail. The burning of Yggdrasil saw the very foundation upon which Norse civilization was built turn to ashes. Human society in the north was largely based on the belief of Valhalla, the constant strive to prove oneself in the eyes of Odin and his Valkyries, in order to be lifted from the realms of mortals and into the eternal high table, where the Einahar, glorious warriors of the gods, would wait for Ragnarok. With the end of the last crusade, however, Ragnarok was over. The prophecies that had shaped the Nords for generations had come to pass only to be proven false. The gods were dead, together with a host of mortal warriors in working hands. The Einahar were nowhere to be found, and the Valkyries had disappeared, leaving even the greatest and most heroic deeds unrewarded. For decades, only Loki's monstrous children would serve as a sad and deadly reminder of the gone might of the Nord pantheon, roaming the land mad and unchecked, plaguing upon humanity and wreaking havoc wherever they appeared. Lack of manpower and superstitions based on generations of tangible religion would bring to a halt any raids to the rich lands of the south, for few were those who would dare brave the wild waters of open sea without the blessing of the gods. Such superstitions were not without some merit, for, in the absence of the gods, the sea Yontar that plagued the deeps would slowly start testing their might against human ships. For the first time in their remembered history, the Nords stood alone to face the challenges of the North. It is a testament to their mentality and mettle that the name Mannheim is first mentioned already at this time, the Nords laying claim on the land they were supposed to tame anew. But the limitation of this seafaring and raiding nation to land, coupled with the dismantlement of its entire pantheon, would bring a cultural and resource crisis equal to that suffered by the Old Dominion at the same time. While war between the different Norse settlements had never been lacking, the mortal spiritual leaders that had led it in check had now lost credibility and importance. Bloody chaos ensued. In more than one instance, over 2 or 3 warbands came battling each other on the same field and at the same time in a bloody free-for-all that would see entire settlements be left without warriors and therefore either quickly abandoned or its people forced into servitude. In time, this would perhaps prove a blessing in disguise. The smaller settlements were absorbed by larger ones, and more importantly, the scattered warbands would slowly turn into cohesive forces, capable of securing the settlements and even take the offensive, hunting and killing the monstrosities that plagued them. Mortal leaders with a solid grip on their power would eventually rise and lead with iron fists, tackling problems as those were rising to the best of their ability. Manpower was stabilized as the lack of raids kept all capable hands stranded on Mannheim, and mankind would slowly gain control of their fates, proving their mettle without gods. The Nords had risen to the challenge that their land was, to stand their ground where no one else had ever dared, while plans for raids were being made and see Yontar be damned. It was a true and hard victory for mankind of the North, even if it was short-lived. For with the protection of the gods gone, it would not take long for a forgotten enemy to resurface. Defeated and banished ages ago by the Asir and the Vanir, the wildest of Yontar would have sought refuge in the harshest, most unforgiving places on Mannheim. But the winds of power had changed in the north, and its howl on the mountain slopes sang a different tune. From her icy throne on Fjelltorp, highest peak of Mannheim, Hel, queen of the frost giants, and some say Loki's daughter, had watched the smoke of burning Yggdrasil rise to rival the mountain she sat upon, the flame that swallowed the world tree dancing in her cold blue eyes as she smiled. "What a wonderful new sun this is," the Ice Edda claims she remarked, "and how wonderful it will fade. What a glorious night of cold and darkness it will dawn." And slowly she turned those eyes to gaze upon the lands of mortals. The exalted. Survival in the frozen lands of Mannheim demands a particular mindset, ruled by the immediate and practical concerns of food and safety. Thus the Nords have not forgotten the basic tenet for leadership. Power belongs to those who can seize it, while having the blood of a living legend coursing through your veins, granting you strength, speed, and power beyond mortal limits, does not grant you the right to leadership. It does make it a lot easier to claim it. As a result, while not all Nord lords share the blood of the Einhar, many do. Aside from this, leadership in the Nordlands takes a very simple structure. At the very top stands the High King, a position created in the aftermath of the Jotun War, recognizing the need to unify the Nordlands to ensure survival. The title is mostly ceremonial, naming a first among equals rather than an emperor or overlord. The position is commonly held by Arjambjorn, the Einhar ruler of Arnheim, but he has relinquished it to challengers who have shown promise before. Below stands the Kongur. Each of these men have earned the right to sit at the high table at the banquets held in Arnheim by the High King. Although little is known regarding the powerful oath the Jontar swore to the Einhar, it is suspected that the power to compel these powerful beings is shared with those present at these gatherings, but remains hearsay and suspicion. None have dared anger the Einhar or undermine the oath by sharing its secrets. Until they are chosen by the High King, those who would become Konguir possess almost as many titles as their leaders themselves. Some claim the title of kings, others call themselves jarls, others are called chieftains, others still would be hard to distinguish from bandit leaders. However, each of these lords is surrounded by his chosen men. While the term refers to one's personal guard, in reality they are much more than that. Bodyguards, friends, vassals, and champions, these warbands can display tremendous variations as each man has been handpicked by the Lord to reflect his chosen form of warfare. Half-bloods. More so than any other culture, myth, and history are woven into a single tapestry for the Nords. Their legends still walk among them as living, breathing proof that the myths are very much part of their lives. But the Einhar were meant to be powerful, glorious combatants who would save the world in a single incandescent release of fury on the field of battle. They were never expected to survive, much less breathe. The Half-Bloods are the first and faintest shadow cast by the Einhar, mortal vessels twisted by the exalted blood they inherited from their divine parents. The descendants of these mighty heroes often inherit portions of their awesome gift, but regretfully lack the control or grace of the parent. Stronger, faster, and possessing senses far beyond the keen of mortal men, as children of the blessed Einhar, they should occupy a position of prestige and power. But the truth, like in almost all cases with half-bloods, is somewhat more complicated. The ogres possess the strength of 10 men, but the intellectual capacity of a small child, while the Valdir, the skin changer, possess the amazing ability to shift into beast and back, but with none of the control of their ancient forebearers. The stalkers have inherited their keen senses of the greatest of hunters, and find themselves repelled by the scents and sounds of community. Even the trolls, shunned and feared as they are, were once numbered among the great tribes before hardship and impossible choices forced them down a dark path. It would be easy to differentiate between the exalted and half-bloods by placing the first closer to the Einhar's divine nature and the half-bloods closer to their bestial devolution. But this is an unfair oversimplification. The two, after all, walk hand in hand for the Nords. The difference rests not on power or control, but in ambition. Should a half-blood individual possess the will to regain control of his gifts, he could very well walk in the footsteps of the Einhar. But whether by choice or simply passive acceptance, the half-bloods heed the wild call of their Einhar blood. Mortals. Surrounded as they are by the glorious remnants of a bygone age, it is an understandable mistake to discount the threat the mortal populace of Mannheim represents. This would be a mistake, almost invariably a fatal one. There are people who have survived Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, the Fimbulwinter that followed, and the rule of the Jontar. Mere survival in Mannheim is an accomplishment, and when one faces Nord raiders, one does not face those who merely survived, but those who thrived. Each year, hopeful youths gather at Arnheim or at one of the lesser coastal settlements for a spot on the longships. Competition is fierce, but seldom lethal, as manpower and healthy workers are always in demand in the harsh Nord lands. Those that succeed are rewarded one of the few chances at advancements in the north: raiding. While a single successful raid can see all of the crew return wealthy enough to support the entire community for years, a successful series of raids can find a humble raider chosen by his liege to join his huscarls. Huscarls and their families need not toil for survival. Their sword arms and discipline are in such high demand, their lords see to all their needs, allowing Huscarls to spend their time training and sparring, making them a formidable force on the battlefield. Particularly successful and ambitious Huscarls often rise to the rank of Jarl themselves, employing Huscarls of their own to protect their lands and property. From there, they are only a single deed away from being recognized by the High King and joining the ranks of the Nord Kongir on the High Table in Arheim. Deeper in the shadows, often hidden behind misdirection and bodyguards, walk the Shaman and the Volvas of the North. The Shaman and are powerful figures whose auguries can send the raiding fleets hurtling across the icy expanse of the White Wastes. The Volvas have been preaching the divinity of the Einhar to all who will listen, and their cults have been growing steadily despite fierce opposition from the very objects of their reverence. Relegated to advisory roles, their words and workings are seldom ignored by those in power, for their influence plays a pivotal role in the motivation and guidance of the Nord war hosts. The Blooded. When the Nords first began raiding the northern shores, the panicked populace of the newly fledged kingdoms described them as terrors, goblins, and monsters. Only in time, as the skirmishes escalated and the initial panic eased into daily fear, were they recognized as human. It is only the wise who know how close they came to the truth in those first days. The Einhar were meant to fight and die gloriously on Ragnarok, so when Yggdrasil's Spire undertook the Einhar project, they paid no heed to the long-term effects of their process. By creating a self-evolving system linked to the subject's subconscious and massively reducing the metabolic rate and speed at which these changes occurred, they significantly reduced the odds of tissue rejection as the subject subconsciously chose their development path. As the Einhar survived and bred, their latent gifts resulted in their gradual dissemination of their blood throughout the Nord population. One would assume the first generations would be the most obviously gifted with their divine parents' gift, but this was not the result in most cases. Many Einhar were simply sterile, others fathered monstrous offsprings, of which the Ugur are the most common, but the majority fathered normal children, who had a fraction of their divine essence dormant within their bodies. In time, these descendants would marry and interbreed, combining these gifts in a completely unplanned and unprecedented manner. For most, these would fail to spark a change, but for some individuals, the mixture of the divine essence would spark a change. Thus are the Ugur still occasionally born to mortal parents, thus are the Valdir born susceptible to the Fenrir curse, and thus are born those who through skill, patience, and sheer will can tame their raging gifts and be truly called blooded. Whether fate or chance or simply accident, provided the blooded their gifts, few can argue that they are more than human. The physical appearance of the blooded can vary significantly, although most tend towards the massive proportions of the divine forefathers. Many see physical gifts and martial prowess and consider the blooded lucky, unable to understand the combat that rages within each of these individuals. The wild blood of their divine ancestors cannot be easily denied, and they are prone to fits of maniac energy and rage almost as often as periods of doom and despair. Their gifts manifest erratically, their senses sharpening until the stimulus overwhelms them, while other times a hyperactive adrenal system makes them insanely aggressive and violent. Unable to trust themselves, many of the blooded chose the path of the recluse and the wanderer, fearing themselves more than they fear the dangers that lurk in the wilds of Mannheim. More at ease with the bestial side of their blood, they often form strong kinship with those who are so marked by divine blood regardless of their own heritage. Their intuitive understanding of the burden and struggles they all endure is coupled with the physical might to impose themselves on those who could challenge them. When raids are planned or muster drawn for battle, clever Jarls and Kings will seek out the blooded within their realms and entice them to service to lead the wilder elements of their forces. The blooded thus stalk across the battlefield like demigods of old, leading a monstrous host straight into the heart of the enemy forces. Jarl. While the Nords often ridicule their subtle cousins in the 100 Kingdoms for the sheer variety and profusion of titles that the nobility uses, the truth of the matter is that the Nords' description is no less complex or confusing despite the seeming simplicity of it. Nords effectively recognize but two titles, the Jarl and the King. The title of Jarl is perhaps the most misleading. Much like the word Lord used in the southern lands, there can be a great gulf between two different individuals addressed by the same titles. The same holds true in Norse society, where Jarl remains a recognized leader of men, but the number and quality of the troops at his disposal can vary wildly. In the southern coast of Mannheim, where the weather is a little sweeter than in the north, and the sea provides its bounty through both raids and fishing, a Jarl might rule over no more than one prosperous town or village, but still manages to support a standing fighting force of over 100 hard-bitten raiders and huskarls, doubling or tripling that during times of need. On the other hand, in the deep north, where only small communities of few people can be sustained, a Jarl's available manpower shrinks tremendously, often resulting in situations where a single Jarl and his handpicked chosen men range over a large area, hunting and tracking outlaws and predators. The gap is further widened due to another powerful detriment of Jarl's status and resources: one's command of ships. Having the ability to entice warriors with the promise of plunder and the income provided by the same, southern Jarls often command enough warriors to commit half their forces to raiding year-round, without having to sacrifice on efficiency on their dwellings' other operations. All the while, the income and glory from successful raids adds to a Jarl's prestige, bringing even more men willing under their command. With this imbalance of power, it comes down to the last variable in a Jarl's power: a seat at the High King's table. Long ago, while the very survival of the Nords was in question and the Einhar still roamed the lands unchecked, the most far-seeing of them realized that without some central leadership, the war against the Yontar would fail. As a result, the title of High King was reluctantly created to grant one individual the power to direct the Nords as a people in time of need. Traditionally held by the most powerful of the Einhar, today that role is served by Arnbjorn, the father of ogres. Over time, his role has evolved to become less of a leadership role and more of a financial educator. It was in this capacity that he, showing far deeper cunning and foresight than his jovial and simple demeanor suggests, established the tradition of the High Table. Each summer solstice coincidentally chosen so that the weather is at best and the southern Jarls have most of their forces committed to raiding, the High King hosts a feast during which he recognizes the efforts of the most dedicated and loyal subjects. Those few who have earned the title of king are invariably invited, but most of the seats at the table and the attendant largeness that comes with it are usually granted to Jarls, with a heavy skew to those who rule in the north. Gold and silver are distributed lavishly by Arnbjorn during the High Table, allowing the northern Jarls to compete with their southern peers for manpower, even as he assigns duties to his Ugur children, once more favoring the northerners. Most importantly, though, all the Jarls at the High Table are invited into the annual victory celebration over the Jotun. This anniversary is commemorated in secret, being in true more ritual and practice than a celebration. Almost nothing is known of what transpires in the deep caves and woods where this ritual was undertaken, but one fact remains: those Jarls so favored are capable of calling upon the ancient oaths of service that bind the Jotun into service, bolstering their forces with the raw might of the Yontar. Shaman. The position and role of shaman once commanded a great deal of respect in Norse society. Before the coming of the Einhar, they were the only force capable of blunting the worst excesses of the Fimbulwinter and the Yontar. Their rune casting and mist weaving could and did save countless villages from extinction. During the war with the Yontar, shaman were often found at the right hand of the Einhar, granting their wisdom and guiding them through the many difficult decisions that had to be taken. Given the pivotal role they played in the survival of the Nord people, one would expect their station to be rather more exalted than it currently stands. Reduced to living on the edge of what villages will take them, shamans have fallen in hard times. This decline can be directly traced to the rise of the Valkyr cult as a force within Nord society. The conflict between these two forces within Nord society was perhaps inevitable. The shaman had long treated with the Einhar and the god-blooded as allies and equals. In them they saw mortal men with tremendous gifts that had to be guided and controlled, lest those gifts overwhelmed them. A narrative which stood at complete odds with the fierce worship of the Valkyries offered to the Einhar. And when the popularity contest is between an organistic female warrior cult that worships living gods and crabby old men in the forest, the outcome was never in doubt. As more and more of the Nords turned to the new cult, the shaman found themselves shunned and ignored. As their influence waned, so did their fortunes, as even their greatest allies, the Einhar themselves, slowly vanished, the twin plagues of violence and their own gifts. Those few who remained possessed too little influence to protect their erstwhile allies, and the shaman were forced to live on the edges of Norse society. Driven from the comfort of what civilization exists in the north of Mannheim, only the most powerful, ruthless, and resourceful of the shaman have survived. Their proud duels and conflicts are now a thing of the past, as all the considerable resources these gifted individuals is bent on reversing their decline. The last few winters have once more witnessed a renaissance of sorts for the shaman in Norse society. Their gatherings at the sacred stones of Arheim have resumed, even if only under the threat of retribution from the Greymane, the only Einhar the Valkyries will not challenge. Gifted young men are slowly drifting into their orbit once more, and the refined knowledge of these powerful elders is being bequeathed to a new generation. With their increased visibility and activity, some captains have even taken to bringing them along on raids. Long forgotten and fallen into disuse, the mace-weaving powers of a shaman are quickly regaining the respect of field commanders. The ability to calm the weather is a tremendous aid when crossing the White Waste, while the mists help their forces close the unsuspecting enemy foes with ease. Even the old tradition of rune casting, long persecuted by the Valkyries, is being turned to the benefit of the Nord war machine. Under these twin blessings, Nord captains who braved the displeasure of the cult are achieving tremendous success, their forces striking where their foe is at weakest, while under the cover of mist and shadows. It remains to be seen where this newfound success will allow the shaman to regain a portion of their old influence, or trigger a bloody intersigned conflict with the increasingly agitated Valkyrie cults. Konungir. The frame leadership of the Nords respects only one thing: power and strength. Less than a dozen leaders among the Nords can claim and hold the title of Konungir. Ultimate recognition of this accomplishment is an invitation by Angeborn, last of the Einhar and titular High King of the Nords, to the High Table of Arheim. Volva. Volvas are the smartest and most ambitious of the Valkyries, who have risen to the positions of command and authority within the cult. Schooled in the rituals and mysticism of the Valkyrie cult from childhood, they have untangled the mysteries of faith-based magic and can lead their followers to terrifying heights of religiously fueled violence, both on and off the field. Vargir Lord. Not all who are granted the curse of the Vargir succumb to it. While most are capable of retaining some semblance of humanity, few could be said to have prospered. The Vargir Lord represents those that have reached the pinnacle of control over their form. Capable of controlling their change, these savage warriors have managed to retain their human minds in their bestial forms, creating a perfect mixture of animal savagery and human cunning. Quickly establishing their dominance over their feral brethren, these terrifying warriors take to the field with a twisted menagerie of monster followers, falling upon the hapless foes in an avalanche of tooth and claw. Thing. Any Nord leader worth his salt keeps a retinue of huskarls close at hand to enforce his will on rebellious vassals and fight off raids. The leader of the Huskarls is often a Thing, a wealthy warrior who has managed to earn his lord's implicit trust while maintaining a good relation with the landed Huskarls. Unlike the Chosen who serve as bodyguards and wartime companions, a Thing stands by his lord at all times, ensuring the shield line holds on the battlefield and that taxes and oaths of fealty are administered off it. Raiders. Life in Mannheim presents tremendous dangers, even in the most mundane of professions. Villages in the north do not dot the countryside, but rather perch atop defensive locations, their palisades manned at all hours, with every able-bodied man ready to fight at a moment's notice. If the neighboring villages won't raid them for their resources, the land itself would pit its hungry children against them. Resources and safety in the north are so scarce that one's place in society must be earned as privilege through skill at arms or hard work. While the old gods are gone and the promise of Valhalla has faded, the harsh realities of Mannheim ensures their paradigms endure. A Nord standing in his village is determined by his performance in the Kappa Gorask, a trial of passage held in the early spring. Its significance is such that it can only be officiated by the high Goti of a region, thus dozens of youths travel each year from their encampments to the ritual grounds outside the largest settlements. What follows are the trials of martial skill, endurance, and courage, set to separate the weak from the strong. Those who fail are ritually shorn of their manhood, their hair cut short and condemned to the status of thralls, bound by a lot to proven warriors. Thralls are expected to work in their master's household, thus in theory at least, warriors are free to devote themselves to the defense of their house and village. Manpower, however, in the north is such a precious resource that a household cannot afford to squander it if it is to survive. Master and thrall often work side by side, reaping what meager spoils they can from the frozen lands and the seas of the north. The only true prospect of advancement for the average Nord is to earn a seat in one of the raiding vessels. Each year, immediately following the Kappa Gorask, hundreds of freemen flock to the southern coastal towns where the longboats dock. Only the hungriest, most driven, and powerful of the newly minted warriors undertake this journey, for the price of failure is high. Missing even one season of work in a young household can doom it come the winter, while the lack of a strong arm to protect it makes it easy for prey for predators both human and monstrous. Among those that do make the trip, only a few are selected to join the raiding parties. When the plan is to sail in enemy waters and land on enemy shores, isolated and cut off from reinforcements, a captain wants to be surrounded only by the finest and strongest and most dependable. For those, however, that do make the journey and catch the eye of one captain, the sky is the limit. Given the realities of daily life and danger in Mannheim, ship captains command an incredible amount of respect. While the southern kingdoms might count their power and wealth in terms of land and coin, the Jarls measure power and influence in the number of ships they command. Despite this small distinction, the truth is that much like in the feudal realms of the south, all power flows from the kings to the Jarls and thence to the ship captains. The wealth can be earned in a single successful raid far eclipses anything a Nord might hope for while working on his own land. If particularly lucky, a raider could secure enough captives, wealth, and booty to truly secure his household and devote himself entirely to the perfection of his martial abilities. In time, armored by the wealth of the southern kingdoms and forged in the heat of battle and ruthless cold of the north, a raider could hope to ascend to the rank of Huskarl, a dedicated elite warrior bearing arms for his Jarl. Stalkers. In the harsh climate of Mannheim, possessing the divine blood of the Einhar is a tremendous boon, but much like everything else in the north, it comes with a cost. As is often the case with the blooded individuals, the greater the concentration of divine blood in them, the greater the power and earlier in its manifestation. Legends tell that Asvald the Loud, greatest of all stalkers, was born with these gifts. Unable to quiet his crying, his desperate mother was driven to abandon him in the forest, hoping the cold would kill the child quickly. The legend goes on to tell the tale of how Asvald was found by a pack of Fenrir, who miraculously chose to nurse him rather than devour him. In time, Asvald would become one of the most renowned heroes of the Nord, stalking his monstrous prey, flanked by the Fenrir pack he came to dominate. For most stalkers, the onset of their powers is more gradual. As they manifest, the din and clamor of the village life makes it impossible for them to sleep or concentrate, to say nothing of the stench their nostrils bathe in at all times. Slowly driven from their homes, they soon find a peace of sorts in the frozen forests and mountains of Mannheim. There, their gifts allow them to thrive like none others could. Invariably becoming accomplished hunters and woodsmen, they develop some rudimentary control over their abilities. In time, they find it possible to return to civilization, bearing rare pelts and trophies for trade. But almost invariably, the clamor of village life will once more tire them, and the frozen north always beckons. After a few days or weeks of civilized life will exhaust a stalker, and they will return to the quiet, harsh embrace of Mannheim's frozen lands. It is not uncommon for stalkers within a region to develop a camaraderie of sorts. Unlike the usual Nord ways, this is not forged over roaring flames and flagons of mead. It is rather a quiet communion, conveyed across leagues and seasons, through rock piles and broken twigs, through firewood caches and hidden ratios. Face-to-face meetings are rare, driven mostly by chance or necessity. Loners by choice, the stalkers will readily band together when needed to take down fearsome prey or tackle a danger greater than they could handle on their own. It is not uncommon for stalkers to answer a darling ship's captain's call to a raid. While booty and trawls hold little appeal, the call for exploration, experience, and discovery echoes ever loudly in their hearts. The sheer diversity in scents and sights that the Sunlands offer is surer a bait than any promise of glory or plunder. It is a fortunate captain indeed who can count on a stalker band amongst his forces. These master woodsmen are invaluable during a raid, eliminating sentries and cutting off lines of supply while the main force moves into position. Once the battle is met, stalkers provide much needed range cover for their brethren before wading into combat themselves. Werewolves. Much like the Ugur, werewolves are seen as the children of the Einhar Vargir, known for his shape-shifting abilities. They are more correct than they know. Werewolves are born when a blooded descendant of Vargir is bitten by a warg and somehow survives. The influx of warg DNA triggers the latent abilities, but lacking their forefathers' control, it does so uncontrollably, triggering each time the warrior is stressed or injured. In battle, these changes are triggered in a relentless cascade, their bodies reverting to their primordial form, healing them of all injuries sustained, but exacting a terrible toll on their metabolism, making them beasts unstoppable, ravenous horrors the world has learned to fear. Ugur. The Ugur occupy a very strange place in Norse society. They are the exalted progeny of demigods, capable of doing the work of a dozen men and terrifying foes when aroused to anger. On the other hand, it is difficult to stand in awe of a being that is challenged by numbers that exceed a single digit. Simple concepts such as personal hygiene or the mind-boggling mechanics of doors for that matter. Regardless, Ugur are a tremendous asset to whatever community they are assigned to, a fact that the Einhar Angborn, High King of Mannheim and father of ogres, exploits to maintain the balance of power with the deep cunning one would expect from his corpulent frame and constant inebriation. After all, there are few creatures on Ea that will not pause and reconsider any rash action when faced with the single-minded aggression of an Ugur band. Huskarls. While raiders might form the bulk of a Nord expedition, a wise Jarl will always look to secure the services of his Huskarls for a raid before even considering the enterprise. These men are the survivors of a dozen raids, wealthy enough to no longer need to work the field and instead devote themselves to the pursuit of war exclusively. Armed and armored with their loot and rewards of a dozen raids, Huskarls are the solid backbone around which a raid is organized. Disciplined and experienced, these are the men who can be counted on to march through withering fire and hack down the door of a walled settlement or face the fury of a cavalry charge without flinching. While their banter and camaraderie is a far cry from the disciplined behavior of the Imperial Legions or the Household Guard, Huskarls are every bit as dangerous and professional an opponent as one can find on the field of battle. Trolls. While they don't like admitting it, all Nords know that they share a bond of blood with the Trolls who sacrifice more than any other to secure victory over the Yontar in battles that have been swallowed by myth and legend. Today, Trolls march at the vanguard of most Nord forces, their preternatural endurance and healing abilities allowing them to shrug off even the most powerful weapon of the enemy. Fenrir Beastpack. Massing almost half a ton and porting massive fangs and wicked claws, the most terrifying trait of the Fenrir Beastpack is its cunning intellect. Closer to what one would expect from apes, those wargs that consent to join a host in battle can be found ranging ahead of the main force, hunting like cavalry and skirmishers before turning to fall upon the flanks and rear of the engaged enemy. Valkyries. Steeped in violence and combat, the Valkyrie cult loudly proclaims the divinity of the Einhar to all who will listen. Soldier brides to their living gods, they stand ready to give their lives for their divine champions on and off the field. Their own message counters that of the Einhar themselves, who worship the old gods who died during the Ragnarok. But who better to ascend in the first place than the living champions who shepherd humanity during the darkest times? Ulfendar. Few who look upon the Ulfendar on the field of battle realize that these raging barbarians are in fact a warrior lodge whose origins predate the veneration of the Asir and the Vanir. Descending upon their foe clad in their ceremonial furs and armed with twin blades, these virtual warriors are a menace to all who would stand in their path, their frenzied state injuring them to fear or pain. Fast, savage, and deadly, the Ulfenhard close with their opponents with terrifying speed, their twin blades whistling as they carve a path of savage mayhem through the enemy's vulnerable flank and rear. The Mountain Yontar. Following Ragnarok and the burning of Yggdrasil, the Jotun threaten all human life in the northern continent. The emergence of the Einhar from their slumber brought their dominance to an abrupt and final end. With their greatest shaman king broken, the Jotun were made to bend the knee and swear allegiance to their Einhar and their human subjects. Today, the few remaining Einhars can grant truly exceptional leaders authority over one of these towering behemoths. Strong and tireless, a Jotun is a priceless asset to the community he is assigned to. Some enterprising Jarls are willing to bring them along on raids. Ruinously expensive to transport and feed while at sea, Jotun soon prove their value on land. Towering over 6 meters, a mountain Yontar is a primordial force of destruction on the battlefield. Their powerful limbs can shatter a shield line in a single blow, hurling full-grown men through the air like they were toys. Ice Yontar. Few and far in between, Ice Yontar are the nobility of their kind and the most powerful of the Jotuns. Gifted with an innate mastery over storm and ice, their massive forms are sheeted in heavy ice and rime, allowing them to wade into battle unscathed while conjuring jaded shards of ice from thin air to hurl at their foes until they close the distance with their hapless foe. Sapped of his strength and vitality by the aura of a natural cold that renders their titanic forms, foes are easy prey to these massive warriors. Sea Yontar. In ancient times, so long gone as to have passed from legend to myth, the Sea Yontar challenged the Ice Yontar for the leadership of their people and were only defeated when their dim-mountained kindred joined the opposing side. Forced to swear mighty oaths of fealty and service, they were nonetheless exiled from Jotunheim, forced to make their homes in the waters around what were once their lands. Grown strong and powerful again by the bounty of the ocean, when the Einhar awoke, the Sea Yontar were drawn into combat against the Einhar by the Ice Yontar rulers, only to see their oaths and fealty transferred to the victorious humans. Centuries of hunting and feasting upon the bounty of the deep ocean have made them powerful and honed their cunning, making them an ideal battlefield asset for those formidable enough to enforce the authority of the ancient oaths. Berserks. Born of the ancient hunting lodges of the Nords, the Berserks have long been a terror on and off the battlefield. Their insular nature, occult practices, and unbridled ferocity have made them dangerous to both ally and foe, as most Berserks lodges make ends meet as brigands and raiders among the Nord lands when not directly employed by an enterprising Jarl or shaman. On the battlefield, their unbridled ferocity, disregard for danger, and brutal strength make them ideal frontline combatants, while their vicious two-handed weapons make a mockery of whatever defensive formation the foe might hide behind. Situation in Mannheim. While it could be easy to dismiss Nord culture and politics as crude, simple, and brutal, any who made that mistake would not survive for long. Brutal? Yes. Crude and simple? No. It is easy to forget that Mannheim has seen the rule of dragons, the Yggdrasil spire, the Yontar, and only recently that of men. All of these were cast down in cataclysmic battles, but their remnants still linger, stirring the frigid land. Arrayed against forces both seen and unseen stand the Nords, led by the Einhar, and a handful of others who know of the ancient nemesis that lurk in the frozen shadows of the north. Alas, only a handful of Einar remain. Angbjorn, the mountain, and scorched in Arheim, is doing his best to guide the budding civilization of the Nords away from the many dangers that surround it. Greymane, the Wanderer, remains the first and last line of defense in the frozen north, fighting himself as much as the beasts that prowl the darkness. Hroki, Deadbringer, remains a recluse who fights as and when he can. Beyond these, only a few more remain who can still communicate with man, let alone care for the fate of man. The rest have been lost, whether to battle like Svartgalm or their own bestial natures, it matters little. Their task would be difficult if conditions were ideal, and they are far from such. Norse society, once monolithic in its support of the Einhar, is riven throughout with tension and simmering conflicts. To the south, prosperous raiding Jarls resent the tribute they pay to the High King in Arheim when most of their prizes go to the Northern Jarls at the yearly Almeet. Some return from their raids with massive treasures, the likes of which have not been seen in centuries, and they are loath to part with it. Arguments that the Northern Jarls have the hardest and least rewarding task of holding back the savage frontiers fall upon deaf ears of their increasingly proud and prosperous southern kin. This alone would be nothing new. There have ever been tensions among the denizens of Mannheim, fueled by necessity and competition for resources. But there are many effective and straightforward ways to settle such differences in Nord traditions. Now these traditions steadily give way to subterfuge and guile beyond the fields of single combat, but leading to the battlefield. Sightings of short and crooked shadows in the halls of many Jarls sow doubt and mistrust among peers with honeyed words and promises of treasures whispered in darkness. Thus emboldened, a few foolish Jarls have pushed things further than ever before. Wielding weapons of unprecedented craftsmanship, they have readily shed Northern blood in one-sided duels that threaten to break out into full-fledged feuds among the Jarls. This will do nothing but weaken Norse society. Compounding this increasingly tense situation is the growing assertiveness of the Valkyrie cult. Although they profess a total devotion to the will of the living gods, it is difficult not to notice their views on how matters should be handled are often at odds with those of their chosen divinities, the Einhar. A cynic would further quickly note that there are far more feasts and ceremonies around the Einhar who have fallen in battle or devolved into a bestial state than there are with those who can voice an opinion that might disagree with their vision. Angbjorn, never the most cautious or careful of the Einhar, has already clashed with the priesthood, but lacking their political savvy, he has been outwitted and isolated. The Valkyries would rebuke his efforts, recasting themselves as the victims of a cruel campaign of lies and misinformation orchestrated by the shamans to foment bad blood between the Valkyries and their gods. The resulting repression of the shaman cult has weakened the critical pillar of support and counsel the Einhar depended on to influence the more independent Jarls. Those now find their new attractive female advisors, the Volva, irresistible in their counsel, as they garner power by agreeing with their Jarls' more ambitious and aggressive tendencies instead of offering wise counsel. It would perhaps be natural for such seems to be the nature of man, Nords or otherwise. When prosperity and riches lie before them, tensions invariably rise as competitors clash, even in a land as dangerous as Mannheim. The dangers of the land are far from over for the Nords, and their division would seem untimely, suspiciously so, in fact. Bad omens increase in readings of bones, runes, and entrails as the land itself shakes and shivers. Seers speak of giant serpents that stir in their sleep, and entire parties of hunters are lost without explanation or trace. The stalkers speak of unnatural monsters, the spawn of the mad god Loki, awake once more and sowing chaos without pattern, cohesion, or purpose. And when the stalkers speak, the wise listen, and what they hear speaks of a reawakening in the far, far north. Still, this is far from a lost fight for the Nords. The Greymane has been seen south of the Long Ice for the first time in centuries. Some even claim to have seen him in Arheim and speculate he has joined forces with Angbjorn as they had of old. Following their savage call, the shamans have regrouped, rumored to be led by Altung, the hoary ancient himself, first of shamans and eldest of the Nords. They have begun exerting their power, reminding the Valkyries, the Nords and their enemies, that these old men still wield real power and that all power flows from the edge of the sword. To the careful observer, is it clear that Mannheim and the Nords are changing? The only question remains is, how? Character Portrait: Timolen the Lion. Emaciated and frail, Timolen has fought from the moment he was born. He fought the elements for his very life on the night he was born, as his father exposed him to the elements to judge his worth. Surviving that fateful night, he fought to prove his worth and earn his every meal daily. As he grew, he fought for the regard of his father, earning his moniker, the Lion, originally meant as an insult, which eventually became a mark of grudging respect. When his father died, he fought for his rights as the eldest son, first against would-be usurpers who saw him as weak, as his hall ripe for the taking, but ultimately against his brothers who sought to usurp him. When the world burned and the gods called, Timolen fought for his fate. When the gods fell in battle and the Yontar reigned long before the Einhar arrived, Timolen fought for survival alone against overwhelming odds. When the Einhar arrived, Timolen once again fought, this time for freedom. Except for some of the eldest and most powerful of the Einhar, there is no more relentless foe in the Nord lands, and certainly no man has done more for the survival of humanity in Mannheim. He has, however, won no great battles, slain no foe in personal combat, or claimed any land. His legacy is one of foresight and guile, of retreats and misdirections, of patience and ambush. Above all, it is a legacy of survival and victory. He is the eldest of the shamans, and has long since become something more than man. His powers awakened on the very first day of his life, as his parents exposed him to the murderous cold of the Mannheim nights. His is gifted with a powerful affinity to two elements with control over both air and water, an exceedingly rare gift among men. Blinded by this rare asset, many people fail to fend off his real power, his native intelligence. In fact, Timolen did not master his gifts until well into his Middle Ages, tutored, some say, by the gods themselves. Until then, everything he achieved was done through sheer effort, audacity, and guile. When the gods fell and the Yontar came, Timolen remained the only human ruler who did not bow to the new overlords. Acknowledging that he could never hold land against the raw power, both physical and elemental, wielded by the Yontar, he forsook his land, but saved his people by adopting a migratory lifestyle. Living off the land and using his powers to scout the paths ahead, he and his tribe managed to stay one step ahead of his opponents. His continuous survival and defiance kept the flame of hope and rebellion alive during those cold years. Although he lost many men, many joined him throughout this ordeal, drawn to his banner by the growing legend of the man who defied the giants. He shared his knowledge and power freely, training any who displayed the gift in the ways of the shaman. By the time the Einhar arrived, Timolen had been fighting for decades and the shaman had become an established force. Old and wizened, he was already older than all the men under his charge who whispered that he had been old and bent when they had joined his banners as youngsters. Recognizing his expertise, several of the Einhar heeded his counsel and fought where and when he directed. This alone may have tipped the balance in the war, for while the Valkyries argued that the Einhar's divine power and righteousness cause gave them all the power they needed to cleanse the land, the truth is that the Einhar were few and their foe mighty. Character Portrait: Osigny, daughter of Dorm. Though through mist and night is covered, the future is written, the fates are set, but a destiny is forged, not offer. Such is Mannheim, such is life, such is our burden and our task. Mannheim is no stranger to turmoil and violence. This has traditionally been the case due to necessity in a way. The limited resources, the monstrous threats, even the displays of strength between members of society that venerates bravery in war, they all contribute to a tumultuous life, on top of the struggle for survival. Lately, however, the power struggles in the Nord have a deeper foundation. Traditional positions of influence have been shifting hands between different groups, and there is a war being waged on the very hearts of the Nords, no less bloody than any other conflict of Mannheim. Osigny Dormdottir is considered a key figure in this new war. While the Volva do not have an established hierarchy, at least not one that is seen by outsiders, Osigny is widely considered as a mover of pieces among their numbers. She will often visit a hall, paving the way for another Volva to be accepted as an advisor there, but she will also be seen to any hall that already listens to the honeyed words of these seers, spending hours with her sister Volva in private council. From whatever she appears, however, Osigny will not leave alone. Her words may vary, but the result is the same, be they passionate speeches on the market and trace prophecies before the hall, whispered counsel in the ears of leaders, of even gentle, private words of comfort to a mourner or of courage to a fearful young warrior. Osigny inspires and captivates, reigniting the faith to the old gods and a belief of their return. While she denies many, those that end up following her are not few. Such passion and inspiration is rare in the North. and not often welcome in a land where even fishermen and women can fight proper if sufficiently roused. Many are those who speak her name with anger and contempt for the chaos she has sown, but few in her presence. Her wild beauty matched only by her sharp wit, fierce passion, and demanding disposition. Osigny knows how to wield all of these tools with skill, and few end up denying her in their halls. Fewer still would dare if they wanted to. There are stories about what happens to those that do, from sickness that decimates an entire village to bouts of particularly bad weather that don't seem to acknowledge the seasons, and even of lightning storms fueled with the angered moans of the dead gods. Most rational men readily say that these are, of course, simply tales. There are in fact many tales about Osigny, both grand and simpler, about her life and deeds, about where she was born and raised, who she was before her destiny was revealed to her and she followed the Volva, never dismissing or correcting any of them. Osigny Dormdotir prefers to leave such tales unaddressed, and if herself is asked, she replies the single word, Asepa. The Asepa, the prophecy of Ose, is an epic, an Edda known to all Nords. While it revolves around the words of a single legendary seeress, it is considered a tale about all Volva. In it, Ose, one of the original mortals to be offered the power of the Vanir to see through the mist of both past and future, is brought back to life by Odin in order to consult her and benefit from her wisdom and powers both. Most of the Edda in the words of Ose herself who speak of the future to Odin. Events both greater and lesser, and of both mortals and gods in Manheim's history, are revealed to Odin by Ose, leading to Ragnarok, which however is never described. The Edda instead recounts how Ose sees she will have to face trials at the hands of Loki, and goes on to number them and describe how she will overcome them, yet on the same breath she adds that she will fail to do the one that matters most. Odin that scolds Loki for his future plans offers his sympathy to Ose, but he bids her to take heart for a destiny bright and prosperous for gods and mortals despite her own. Words filled with tragic irony, as the audience of the Edda understands how the trials are to be distraction by the god of mischief, so she would not see his betrayal during Ragnarok and reveal it to the gods on that day. Many are those that rush to claim that Osigny is none other than the seeress of the Edda herself, thus her responses when asked about her life, but her allies and her enemies seem more to her answer. Ose's response to Odin in the Edda is that the burden of her failure is not hers to bear. Her very last words in the Edda call for her daughters to carry it and repay the gift that was given by the gods. Those who have spoken to her even once see that Osigny Dormdotir carries that burden with fervor and speaks of a gift repaid and the gods' return. Instigator of violence and turmoil, or leader of a new era that rekindles the old fate, Osigny Dormdotir has led both the Volva and Manheim as a whole into a new world. Words and prayers long forgotten echo around the frozen lands of the north once more. Old places of settlement, long abandoned since the rule of the Yontar, have been revived and filled with those who follow her, and some say enjoy better crops and gentler weather, tempting more to settle there. For a living person, it has hard to say which of these things told about her and her followers are true and which are tales. Harder still seems to guess what her next step will be. While it is doubtful that the shamans will allow their influence to be idly offered to the Volva, and many are those Jarls that saw good, strong men and women leave their side for hers, Osigny seems undeterred, and there are some who claim that a boat was sailing, named Aspa, carrying her south. Einar Banmatar, the Revenant. Little is known or remarkable about the life of Einar Banmatar, the Revenant of the North, before he killed a god and became the most hated and feared man in Mannheim. Einar was a hunter, one more nameless denizen of the countless hamlets that sought to survive in the far north. His cunning and skill earned him a good living, which had allowed him to marry and raise a small family. Had he lived anywhere else, this could perhaps have been the sum total of his life's achievement, dying of old age surrounded by a loving family, or more than likely died out on the ice, eaten by some ice-spawn monstrosity. But this was not Einar's fate. He lived within the territory of Jofur, the boar god of the north, and thus both their dooms were sealed. To understand one, we must delve into the other. Once revered as one of the mighty Einhar, Iofur has been a warrior of great renown. His reckless aggression, fiery temper, and stubborn refusal to die had been the stuff of legend even before he was chosen and became an Einhar. His ascension only heightened these traits further, allowing his heedless charges to single-handedly fell Yontar and shatter shield walls. His reckless nature, however, ensured that he was one of the first Einhar to abuse his powers. His mortal frame, unable to contain his godly gift, soon started changing to accommodate his divinity. This heightened his aggression and fueled his anger, encouraging him to use his gifts more often and recklessly. In a few scant decades, the proud Einhar was gone, and Iofur, the divine boar of the north, was born. Even in this devolved form, Iofur served the needs of his people. Given his territorial nature, the boar patrolled his range ceaselessly, and some vestiges of the hero to his people must have survived deep within his damaged psyche despite the transformation, for the boar never attacked settlements. Those who lived within this range developed a dedicated truce with the god beast, planting fields of northern wheat and barley as well as hardly northern orchards along his route, that their protector might feast and retain his strength to drive off other predators. This cycle survived for centuries as the protection offered by the boar made the planting of these fields possible, ensuring a tenuous balance that allowed the population to prosper. Fate, however, is fickle, and that balance could not last forever. Deep in the northern ice fields, the boar encountered a mighty foe. Some whispered it was the spawn of Jormungandr, the wart serpent, but none have traveled that far into the ice to find out. While the boar survived this encounter, he was gravely injured. He did not descend for 3 winters, and without his seasonal patrols, the local predators grew ever bolder, encroaching in his territory. Unprepared and ill-equipped to deal with these northern apex predators, the population was forced to abandon the fields they planted as tribute, focusing instead on their own survival. When the god beast returned, it was immediately apparent something was wrong. Its mighty pelt was torn and bleeding, and all intelligence had fled its maddened eyes. Plowing through the barren fields that had once sustained it, the boar, maddened and hungry, turned its attention on one of the fortified villages that tended to them. Nothing was left. Even the wooden palisade that had protected it was consumed, and not even one of the villagers had survived. 2 more hamlets were lost to the boar's rampage before his migratory path led him onwards, but the villagers knew he would return. Terrified by this display of divine might, the denizens of the range ensued his fields were planted and ready for their next season, sacrificing hundreds to malnutrition, predatory attacks, and frostbite to ensure their god was satiated. Their efforts were all in vain. The god beast had consumed the flesh of man and developed a taste for it. So it came to be that the man who would become Einar Bathamar returned to his village after a week-long hunt to find it in ruins and the remains of its entire population, his wife and child included, in a steaming pile of refuse amid a gargantuan abandoned rotting hollow. One can only imagine what effect this had had on the proud man, but the consequences were only too visible. The man who would become Einar Bathamar gathered his belongings and set out into the ice to hunt down a god. 6 months later he returned. The god beast did not. He took up the name Einar, lone fighter, and settled in a small cabin by his old village, determined to spend the rest of his days hunting down the beast that would now plague his people. Initially shunned and ridiculed for his preposterous claim, the coming months and turning of the season proved his point. The god beast was not returning. People started noticing things about him. He hunted Fenrir, and did so alone. The cloaks of bristling fur he wore was made of a single piece with no stitching or seam, and his bone-headed spear never dulled or needed replacement. Slowly but surely, people were forced to accept the truth. This man had killed a god. Pride, fanaticism, and ambition all ensured that in the following months the challenges came fast and furious. They ended just as quickly once Einar slew Angrim Ofera, Jarl of Langdal, the most feared warrior in the north. Under Nord law, these challenges had made him one of the wealthiest men in the north, as the wealth of his challengers became his own. Along with the wealth came the unwanted titles and responsibilities of Jarldom, and revealed in hatred though he is, the people in the Reach know him to be their best hope for survival in the coming years. 3 views on Mannheim. I know an ash standing, Yggdrasil named, a tall tree bright, its roots holding Vinirheim as one. tying loam with stone. Under its shadow all is warmed, land and heart and mind. Beyond it, through cold rains o'er all the eyes can see, a land dangerous twice over, for predators' fangs and cold claws rain over white on ground and white on trees and white on sea, till summer comes and golden light reveals. The Old Edda. Many are the names by which Mannheim is known, and few of them are flattering. Crucible of Monsters, Cradle of Horrors, Frozen Hell, the Barbaric North, the Everdark. All claim a portion of the truth, but they all also ignore one thing. The land of the Nords holds a wild beauty beyond compare. From its high fjords, scarring the dark northern seas, to the imposing mountain range of Gald, its peak towering above endless dark forests and snow fields. The land of Mannheim holds a dangerous allure, one reserved for some of the sturdiest, harshest, and most enduring people the world has seen. Lying north of the continent of Surtorsis, Mannheim is an island created by the rise of the Gald mountain range. Indeed, with the Gald, with its many peaks perpetually covered by ice and snow, forms the backbone of the island, and while none but the Yontar can endure its cold, it dominates the landscape, regardless of where on Mannheim one stands. By many it is considered a different continent than Surtosis, despite its smaller size, as the prevailing theory is that the island rise is, in fact, a result of Surtosis moving to the south, allowing for volcanic masses to rise to the surface. While it is true that a huge part of the cavern system below Mannheim is volcanic, its activity is dormant and there are no known active volcanoes on the island. That being said, most of the Gald range has not been explored and recorded by humans. Professor Nicholas Ketten, University of Pravia. The learned fools of the south speak of the birth of mountain ranges and geological incidents. Good for them. Tradition tells another tale, one befitting the people of Mannheim. Mannheim is the land between, a fortress world built on the empty bottomless sea of Ginguagapa, by the god Bur for his people to withstand the flames of Muspel below Koldeling with the frozen mist of Nifil above. This myth is unsurprising. It speaks of the same endless conflict between primordial equals as told by the native people of Ea all over. It is the first and last saga, creation and destruction, locked in the endless duel. Unlike in other tales, for the Nords it is hard to tell which is which. Muspel and Nifl are both destructive natural forces that spell doom for mortals and gods alike. The Asir and the Vanir wove their words into that tale, but Genesis for the people of Mannheim tells the same tale as those of other peoples with one major deviation. Stability, equilibrium, and what Southerners name balance never came magically and out of nowhere to bring peace to the cosmos and offer a home to the mortals. This age is not safe, and peace never truly settled over the world. The battle between primordials is ongoing. It is only the stronghold of the land between that allows for gods and mortals to endure. It was built by the labor of the gods, lesser beings to such powers as Muspel and Nifl, struggling to preserve against the powers that be. The southern sages may be right. Nifhel, the icy hell in the middle of Nifl above, could very well have been inspired by the icy peaks of Gald, its freezing mist born from the windswept snow of its slopes. Muspel could have derived from the volcanic caverns below Mannheim and the fiery nightmares he has spewed on occasion, now mostly forgotten. Right or not, however, those thoughts are meaningless and lose sight of the importance of the tales. Like the right to enter Valhalla, anything and everything is only gained through fight and struggle. They are not choices for the people of Mannheim. They are the means for survival, a state of existence. H. Northern Sage. Songs of the Last Firechild. Mannheim is home to many grim tales and horror stories, although to the Nords, truth be told, they are simply known as stories. If the darkness and cold does not fuel one, then the monsters that plague the land or the violence of its people do. One legend, however, holds a special place in the cautionary tales grandmothers spin for their grandchildren. The Last Firechild. There are many variations to the tale, but some of its elements always remain unchanged. The Firechild is an immortal survivor of the army of Sutur, who, plagued by guilt over its crimes and blasphemy, now roams the land and burns those who offend the gods it once helped kill, while abdicating others to exact its vengeance. Beyond that, however, the tale changes. In some cases, it is a fire Jotun who descends upon remote villages, burns them to the ground, leaving behind some impaled denizens around the grand pyre that is fed by the body of the rest. Like scarecrows sending their shadows dancing around the cinders of the village. If those bodies are not found and properly burned in time, the legend says that they will descend from their grisly resting place and join their ranks. In others, the fire child resembles a Breon fey creature of dark fire, stealing younglings from their parents. This is a manling with dark red hair who stalks the shadowed corners of a house. The way to spot it is to look for two red blazing spots for eyes appearing in the darkness, often in the gloom of moonless nights, forests, or under one's bed, in the darkest corner of the room, or among the shadows of coats in one's closet. A last variation speaks of an immortal warrior of Sutur whose dead body, clad in its ancient crusader armor, seems fueled by fire as soft sunlight seeps through its dead, cracked skin. He is most known for challenging young travelers on their way to the Kappa Garosk. Some it lives dead and scorched for the carrions to feed on. Others it takes with him. In all cases, it is said that the crusader sings a taunting rhyme while fighting. The soldier's just a boy. The soldier's just a boy. Take his mind and make it toy. The soldier's just a boy. That's a funny one. The last fire child mythos is well established and widely spread in its different forms throughout Mannheim. Eventually, the tale lost much of its former fearfulness, to the point that children often use a counting rhyme based on an old song. While children mostly use the last one or two verses in the games, for a fairer counting out the full song is used, much to the disturbance of the few southerners that have witnessed it. I like pain. My nightmares are my dreams. My soul is slain, my thoughts speak only in screams. Spread it, spread it, spread it, spread it. Today I heard his voice, he told what to do. He told me I must spread it, that's my desire too. One like me I'll gather, oh, happy band of fellows, and all the world will tremble under our lifeless bellows. We'll burn creation merely, hidden from every glance. Beyond its light we'll celebrate, and with shadows dance. But if he thinks it's all for him, then let him guess again. I served him, and I did, until my dying breath. A boy he made a soldier, a boy shall end him then. I am the last fire giant, my flames will yet burn death. But first, they will burn you. Whatever the truth behind the legend, few things can be said are true. Throughout modern Nord history, villages have been burned and razed overnight, with pyres of dead made in their center and impaled bodies around it. Children have gone missing on occasion from their midnight walks in the woods, as much as from the safety of their own beds. And many a lonely aspirant to join their raids by proving themselves have never made it to Kappa Goraskak or back home after doing so. These, of course, in the unforgiving land of Mannheim, do not mean anything by themselves. But if there's anything Mannheim and the Nords teach us, is that their frightening tales often fail to capture the horror of the reality behind it. Atyr and Things. Prominent among the numerous general misconceptions of Southlings about the Nords is that they are one people. That is only as true as it is to claim that the 100 kingdoms are one people, which is to say it is absolutely wrong. First and most ancient distinction is that between Nords and the Sapmios tribes, which the learned among the Nords will reluctantly admit are considered to be possibly the original denizens of the island. Unlike the Sapmios, however, which the Nords vaguely and erroneously divide into 4 great tribes, while they are in fact different people with different cultures, the Nords have been historically united when Mannheim was still Vanderheim, and all Nords venerated the gods of Yggdrasil. This part of their culture past undoubtedly offers a sense of common identity, but only when comparing themselves to the rest of the world. When Mannheim matters are discussed, they are more than ready to distinguish between different groups among them. The most common and honored distinction is that of the Atyr, clan divisions based on blood and marriage. One's At is part of one's identity, be they man or woman, and relationship between Atyr heavily influence behaviors between individuals. That being said, not all Nords can truly claim they are a member of an At, and most are in fact either indifferent towards them or unrecognized. Alliances and pacts forged generations ago honor bind members of the Atir, and friendships between ancestors are fondly remembered and provide fertile ground for future ties. Failing to abide to such traditions, and even worse, betraying trust and ties between Atir, can invoke not just the wrath of gods, but more immediately can cause blood feuds that will haunt generations. While the ancient Eddas and sagas are often recited by skalds, it is the tales of such feuds, stories with roots deep-seated in history about vengeance, love, honor, and betrayal that move the Nords most and form the foundation of future sagas. There are 9 great Atir on Mannheim, often divided into lesser clans and families, with a recent group, the so-called 10th At, the Semmerhing, flying banners of a seahorse against a teal field by captains that value bowls of salt and water before those of blood. Distinctions between the Atir are vague, and vaguer still are the reasons of their feud. In truth, most Atir have clashed so many times in the past that whenever aggression needs to be justified, it is easy to do so. During the gloom of midday, namely the 2nd and 3rd centuries PR, blood feuds between the Atir reached such a violent crescendo that without the direct intervention of the Einarhar, it is likely that the Nords would have driven themselves near extinction. But intervene they did, and thus the greatest and most enduring cultural distinction between the Nords was born: the Things. To describe the Things as councils would not entirely be accurate. This was the form they took later, when the blood feud wars of the Atir subsided and the Einhar gradually stepped back from the leadership of the Nords. Originally, the Things were courts, forged by prominent figures of different Atir and presided over by the Einhar. Their role was to settle disputes between the Atir, deciding what compensation was appropriate for damage suffered and what penalty befitted crimes committed in order to satisfy the injured party before a blood feud was sparked. Their decisions were not binding save by honor, but one did risk invoking the wrath of its presiding Einhar if the Thing's voice was ignored. For the Nords, the advantage of this system was obvious. The Things had the opportunity to judge each case separately, and there was no guarantee that the same offense would invoke the same response. The disadvantage, of course, was equally obvious. Final word rested with the presiding Einhar, and mood preference and above all personal ideology would come to play a part in the decision. In time this created a certain predictability. Helga Nornsdottir, head of the Thing in Arheim, would base her decision on her view about the fate of the Nords and if or how the offense afflicted this. If the offending Atir risked crippling or diminishing the ability of the Nords to raid by damaging a ship or killing a capable captain, one could expect a severe response by her Tig. Sven Trollblood, on the other hand, always bases decisions on the tradition and edicts set by the old gods, naming them as the only lawmakers the Nords have known. These different approaches came to dominate the Tig's decisions, and eventually they would become more streamlined, at least in their philosophy. As the Einhar receded from public life, slowly claimed by their gifts, the Tigs would come to rely on past decisions to continue their tradition, and the Tigs would change. While lawmaking would be too strong a term to use, such was loosely the role that the Tigs would come to play, interpreting the traditions set by their predecessors and the Einhar that presided over them. In fact, with the exception of the Danting in the west, where Don the Lawforger once resided, no Tig has any log or catalog of past decisions put in writing. Much like they do when it comes to their history, in this too the Nords rely on memory, song, and tale to remember the past. More importantly, with time, the surrounding areas of each Tig would come to regulate their behavior according to his decisions until eventually those would become part of traditions. Customs would be adhered to and differ vastly from those of their neighbors. Thus, distinct cultural groups would be forged in simple things like the manner a shield must bear its color, proper greetings between different Atir, and styles of clothing, all details contributing at one point or another in a case presented to the Ting. Make it obvious to a Nord about before which Tig a visitor or invader appears. With the exception perhaps of the Fimting across the sea, these loose distinctions do not hold any administrative value save for convenience and tradition. There are no real borders or lines between the Things and that truly and honestly divide their people, nor does any Ting claim dominion over an area. In fact, many a settlement will participate in more than one things, possibly for different matters in each. In theory, any leader of a settlement, any head of a family, or elder of an et could appear before any Tig to present and discuss their case, but not knowing a Tig's tradition and mentality can bring forth unexpected results, and thus it is avoided. Despite this, the importance of the Tigs in the cultural divisions of the Nords remains. The closer one lives near a Ting city, the closer the feeling of belonging and stronger its influence over everyday lives. Their sense of justice and their customs, and in times of turmoil, some certain camaraderies between these different groups has already been shown. For now, the High Table serves as the greatest equalizer and unifier, the Ting of Things, so to say. But with Angbjorn increasingly indifferent to the power plays of his Konungir and the political and even spiritual unrest that boils under the surface of Mannheim, it is possible that such differences will be brought to the forefront, utilized by those who reveal and division. Great explorers, greater storytellers. When most denizens of the 100 Kingdoms think of the Nords, certain perhaps stereotypical traits come to mind. Raiders, drunkards, barbarians, savages, heathens, and other such flowery traits are attributed to the denizens of Mannheim. Yet despite the somewhat warranted infamy, as Nord raiding parties are numerous and quite unpleasant to deal with, there is one aspect of these northbound people that often goes unrecognized. Exploration. For all intents and purposes, the Nords are inherently free-spirited and adventure-driven, completing ever more daring deeds to fuel their illustrious sagas. Such a mindset, along with unparalleled seafaring skill, makes for tenacious and fearless explorers, with some of the culture's most famous voyages bordering on the realm of myth due to their sheer scale. One cannot approach the subject of Nord explorers without mentioning the figure that acted as the source of inspiration for many would-be adventurers. Hewel the Fisherman. Hewel's story famously fuels the holiday of the Night of the Burning Tree. It is a tale of hope and sacrifice, both for those who walk hand in hand for the Nords, and yet the tale's many iterations inspired more than a tradition for the longest night of the year, and for many the brave fishermen sailed beyond the edge of all known things, becoming a star to guide sailors. Harald's Giant's Bane was one of the many souls that lusted to find the star sea of Hewel for himself, wishing to sail his vessel beyond the end of all realms. Before the last act of his story played out, Harald Giant's Bane was a warrior of great renown, conducting many successful raids against the milk-blooded denizens of the south. Tales tell of Harald's inhuman strength, with some claiming that the Nord warlord once arm-wrestled a mountain giant and won, shaming the humiliated titan to the point of self-exile. So many were Harald's victories in combat that his escape was made from the severed beards of his defeated foes, leaving no room for anyone to doubt his might. One faithful night, bloated with mead, and at the presence of the High King's court, Giant's Bane made a promise that would alter his legacy forever. He would find the world's edge and empty his bladder from the precipice of eternity. To fulfill his pledge, Harald gathered a fleet of 20 ships, and dismissing the notion of usual sailing south, he sails northwards. Harald's famed fleet was gone for 2 winters, until a single ship returned to Mannheim on the eve of the third. Aboard were a scant few of the Giant's Bane men, along with Harald himself. The great warrior whose extremities had fallen off from frostbite was now a raving lunatic. He and his men spoke of a great wall of ice, of titanic monsters that lurked beneath the frigid sea, of savage white-furred beasts that walked on 2 legs, and of unrelenting winds that flayed flesh down to the bone. Considering the state of the remaining crew's sanity, many saw their tales as maddened ravings. Despite the unreliability of Harald's accounts, henceforth known as the Mad, the denizens of Mannheim found one common point of agreement from his tale. Sailing into the far-flung north is folly of the highest caliber and will only bring about disaster. Many winters after Harald's doomed expedition, another explorer sought to find the world's famed end. Inga Magnadotir, Igna of Volva's chosen, who had forsaken her calling for a life of plunder and adventure, thought to sail westwards for her mission, arguing that the world is a flat circle and then that she could reach the edge by following the tamer western sea currents. Departing with a modest 5 ships so as to not be hampered by numbers, as was the case with Harald, Inga was gone for 3 full winters, shocking everyone when she once again reached Mannheim from the east. Magnadotir's Arrival came with some truly groundbreaking claims, with many Nords denouncing her and stating that she was madder than Harold. Inga declared that there was no end to the world to sail beyond, but that the world went on until it brought you back. She spoke of a faraway continent and islands which housed nations entirely locked in conflict. She spoke of horrors that lived beneath the waves and of land broken in two, as if the world serpent itself was wounded there. While Inga's tales are widely dismissed as the product of madness, the seed of speculation has blossomed within many still, with some brave souls wishing to replicate the same perilous journey and uncover the truth for themselves. Yet of all the explorers to grace the many sagas of the Nords, none are as famous or infamous as Ulrich Tortekeltil, who simply came to be known as Ulrich the Unlucky. Ulrich, like many of his kinsmen, craved for adventure and boasting rights that accompany it, showing notable skill as a warrior from a young age. Accompanied by a natural affinity for persuasion and storytelling, Tortekeltil managed to gather a sizable following before departing for his first recorded escapade. His target was the coast of Breonia, where the Nord leader terrorized its poorly defended fishing hamlets and villages. That though quickly proved to be a boresome activity. While attacking a small unguarded settlement, Ulrich managed to capture the local wise woman, who carried with her many secrets and morsels of forgotten lore. The witch, in an effort to save her people, bargained with the warband leader, offering to disclose the location of a hidden druidic village in return. The settlement, the woman said, was nestled deep within the forests of Breonia and housed invaluable treasures within it. She assured the Nord captain that he had but a few scant warriors, offering bleak resistance to the manpower of his warband. Ulrich, delighted with the idea of a true adventure, left a token garrison of men at the conquered settlement and made his way to the secretive location, guided by the veiled forest paths that the wise woman showed him. Alas, misfortune struck upon arrival to the secret village. The inhabitants, while few in numbers, managed to kill everyone but Ulrich himself, who made it back to his few remaining men at the coast. Sailing back to Mannheim, the terrified Nords spoke of forest-dwelling superhuman warriors who gained a natural strength by drinking a specially brewed potion. The strongest among them claimed Ulrich was large, fat-laden bear of a man who could hurl a warrior with a single flick of his finger. Almost everyone considered Ulrich a liar, believing that he was trying to hide the shameful defeat by the pathetic Southlanders. The most famous and final of Torketil's many escapades, with all of them ending in failure, under outlandish circumstances and with Ulrich as the sole survivor, was his search for Surtur's birthplace. Once again, the Nord's silver tongue garnered him a sizable warband, promising treasure untold to those that would follow him into the extinguished empire of the Fire Children, Surtur's fallen dominion. The Northmen traveled south and faced the east, reaching lands with ash-clogged skies and the bitter touch of Fimbulwinter still lingering within them. It is said that Ulfric managed to reach Surtur's mythical birthplace, the first city that gave him form, but no treasure was to be found, only cryptic knowledge and lore that the Nords had no use for. Empty-handed, worn out, disease-ridden, malnourished, and preyed upon by unnatural horrors, the warband made its way back towards the coast, taking what they could from the few locals that still inhabited this diseased region of the world. Tired of Ulfric's false promises and machinations, as the captain began devising a new journey for when they reached the sea, the story concludes with Torketil's men betraying and killing him, slicing open his back and spreading his ribs out like wings. Ulrich's saga ends with his body being quartered and buried in the dying lands of the east facing south, so that his cursed unluck might not burden anyone else. Yet Ulrich's legacy survives through his salvaged journal, with many believing his writings to be self-indulgent boasts or fabricated entirely, cataloging tall tales of superhuman villages, mythical lost cities, and feats that best represent the Nord's obsession with adventuring and exploration. The Tale of Ugur Brightstoker. The sagas of the Nords are no strangers to tragedy, from the horrifying end of Botegar the Bright to the heart-wrenching fall of the forgotten Valkyrie, and from the treason of Brilhildl suffered in the saga of the Blooded Ring, to the cold death met by shield maidens Eski and Aneli in the Tale of a Sea Apart. The tales of the Nords are filled with loss, pain, and suffering of loves. The events of such tales are harsh, cruel, even meant not to teach or inspire, but rather warn that life can be cruel. People can be petty and mean, and Mannheim is ever deadly. Few tales capture these Nord truths more than the tale of Ugur Stoker, a tale only as old as 100 years or so. Stoker Ogmodir grew in Jotunheim, a small town deep in the deadly forest under the shadow of the eastern Galad. Living off hunt and timber trade, Stoker was the daughter of a widowed huntress, Amma Boldidotir, daughter of the servant girl Boldi and Ulfir Valdirsson, Jarl of Jotunheim. If scalds are to be believed, Stoker was born in the forest on top of a tree while her mother was besieged by a varg below, thus the name meaning log or piece of wood. Defying the fate of most Ugur mothers, Amma survived but was never able to walk again. Turning to her father for aid in her disability, she was shunned and forced to live and raise her child on the charity and goodwill of others. Wulfir, the tale goes, had no use for her and her malformed brute of a child. As months and years passed, however, Stoker grew. She grew strong and grew a lot, her simple mind instilled in the kindness of the people whose charity had allowed her and her mother to survive. Before long, she was the go-to person for any hard labor in the small town. While she never asked for anything in return, and the tale is filled with stories of people taking advantage of her, many were those who ensured that neither hers nor her mother's bellies would go empty, nor their heart cold. It seemed then that her future was set, but the Nords had other plans for her. Witnessing her might after she single-handedly saved fleeing woodcutters from three Varg, old Ulfir saw in her the means to secure his rule in his old age, and even expand his dominion and influence in the meantime. The next day he greeted her as a hero of her people and invited her to live with him in his longhouse. Her simple response was as humble as it was defying, giving her her surname and mother. With both Stoker and Amma welcome in splendor in the long house, it did not take long for the Jarl to put her to work. Showering her with titles and honorifics, he had Stoker accompany him in his visits to neighboring towns, entering her in games and duels in a blatant display of power. One by one, other dwelling leaders began to pay homage to the Jarl and Amma, and Stoker wanted for nothing. With his domain secure, Ulfir planned to take her on raids, but this was one thing Stoker refused to do, fearing water and not wanting to leave her mother alone for so long. During the following winter, Amma faded away, her weakened body finally giving up, as the Jarl put it to her. The next summer, Stoker was on a ship, bringing riches on top of power to the Jarl. As is often the case in such tales, the Jarl became consumed by his own power hunger, dreaming of a seat in the high table. But as his own body was failing him, old age catching up, the hunger turned to paranoia. Everyone was out to get him, at first from his recently acquired fiefdoms, then from his own town, or even his own sons. One by one, the Jarl's enemies, imaginary and real alike, fell at the hands of Stoker, and the poor Ugur maiden, from a favorite child of Jotunheim, became its accursed terror. The same people that had lovingly cared for her now spitting before the earth she walked, knowing her gentle heart would not reciprocate. It was at that time that Stoker first laid eyes on Leif, son of Lof, Jarl of Vadenheim. Lof had long bent the knee before Ulfir, but Leif had other plans. Noticing Stoker's adoring eyes, he approached her, spinning tales of love and adoration. Leif proved careful, calculative, and very patient. He kept his secret love with Stoker going for 2 years, just until he finally managed to remove his father and take his place. Then he made his first attempt to turn the Ugur against her ruler. The only thing standing between them, he claimed, was the old Jarl. With the innuendos missing their mark, eventually Leif decided on a more direct approach. The time, he said, had finally come for them to be together, but the only way to do so was to elope. He warned her of the night he would come for her and told her that those who knew of their love and wanted to end it would try to stop him, binding her to protect her love when the time came. With the Jarl's strongest protector under leash, Leif gathered his best sword arms and attacked the city under cover of night, murdering and pillaging as they rushed towards the Longhouse. Bathed in the light of House of Flame, Stoker's self-knit wedding dress and wild berry bouquet shone red and yellow, as did the tears in her eyes, confused and terrified as her beloved and the people of her town clashed. Then, with little guidance but what Leif had given her, she did what she was bid to do. She protected what she loved and fell upon those who attacked the people whose kindness had raised her. Alone she fought the raiders, and alone she died. But her actions had allowed the town's warriors to raise swords, shields, and a proper defense. Come morning, she was found surrounded by a mound of dead bodies. Leaf's body pinned under hers, and the tale was born. Reaching to embrace him, Leaf stabbed her only to be crushed under her. It is always hard to separate myth from fact when it comes to the Nords, but in many ways, it matters little. To this day, the birth of an Ungur is considered a good omen in Jotunheim, and local-born Ugur are fed and taken care of by the town. Last but not least, seasoned warriors and shield maidens, dressed in red and yellow, join the bride's chosen, an elite unit of warriors. In winter, at times of peace, they assist the townsfolk with labor, but during raids and in time of war, under the banner of a golden wedding ring crowned by wild berries, on a red field, the bride's chosen are a force only fools would ignore. Got some nice Viking traditions and mythology in this one. Kinda good, I liked it. If you reached this far, like, comment, subscribe, rate, it helps the channel grow. I'll see you in the next one. Arrivederci. The Wardun. Basically, orc, Aztec, dinosaur riders. The first recorded mention of the Wardun is a canto of the saga of Charles Armartellum that speaks of his peace treaty with the primitive tribes beyond the Claustrine Mountains. For centuries, the tales of nomadic savages with giant, pre-Dominion beasts that dwell beyond the edges of civilization have been a source of entertainment, delight, and lazy abstract deliberations among self-entitled scholars and historians. The truth lies so far from these theories and witticisms as the wastelands and oases of the Wardun lie from the luxurious forays these discussions are usually held in. It is perhaps understandable why the learned of humanity would be so dismissive in their views of this young race. The Wardun are indeed a fledgling civilization, one that was forced to scrap a living off the limited resources available in the wastelands beyond the Claustrine Mountains. This lack of resources has forced them into a harsh living, often violent as different tribes clash for sources of food or water, with equipment and attires that look near primitive in the eyes of the civilized kingdoms. Such abstract descriptions are vaguely known by the learned elite. It is also known to them that the Wardun are just another creation of the Spires. Therefore, they are convinced, much like the witless drones the exiles throw on the field of war to die at their master's convenience, or the terrifying but mindless abominations they have unleashed upon the world. But unlike prior attempts and creations, the Wardun were never meant to supplement their retinues of monsters, killers, or expandable troops. They were meant to be a race of true warriors, an unstoppable vanguard force capable of securing the reclamation of the exile homeland or ensure the dictator's dominance on Ea, once this mission was accomplished. To create the Wardun rather than work on the basis of exile strands, the biomancers of the Spires sought to decipher the weaves of countless donor species that presented the desired characteristics in order to replicate their features on a completely new and hybridized structure. While series upon series of creations proved failures, unable to quicken into awareness, one day, for no understandable reason, no discernible metric, the bodies of two breeding pairs woke up within minutes of each other, their physical capacity far exceeding original expectations. Some would later attribute the outcome to the strands of humanity weaved into their design. Others would speculate that the regenerative abilities of the echinoderms or reptiles were responsible. Such strands had been mixed in the many different attempts to urge quickening with insufficient research about the possible mutations they could trigger. Others still would attribute the awakening of the Four to the powerful, perhaps too powerful, primeval essence infused into the final design, a dangerous experiment that many had cautioned against only to be overruled. Whatever the reason, these four prime specimens awakened and looked upon their creators with hungry, knowing eyes. The alarm they raised among the Spires forced the project to be revised time and time again, while the four primes were kept in stasis. When the exiles finally unleashed the Wardun on the world, their designs were not nearly finished. Forced by the threat of Dweghom marches, the chaos of the time of the fall, and the terror inspired by the utter destruction of a spire, their creators marshaled their population against their foes. Victory was not the purpose. In typical Spire fashion, the Wardun were to be sacrificed so that the population of the Spires and their research might escape. Even if many regretted the outcome, the destruction of the primes at the hands of the Dweghom was seen as an acceptable loss. Indeed, 3 of the 4 primes under the moniker of famine, war, and death perished, but their sacrifices allowed the 4th prime, Conquest, to secure a future for her people. The Wardoon endured, escaping the Dweghom, and even managed to endure the fall and the long winter in the wastelands of the Old Dominion. Sheltered by the broken spires that once gave them life, the fledgling race will survive the battle spire creations, tame the prehistoric beasts hidden in the bowels of the spires, and most importantly, forge their own sophisticated civilization. Given their unique origin and purpose, however, it should come as a small surprise that the Wardoon are tough. Your average Wardoon towers over a human with an average height of 7 feet or 2 meters. Their bone density far surpasses that of humans, with bones extruding from the shin and forearm providing significant protection even for an unarmored Wardoon along these vulnerable limbs. Their rib cage has fused into a solid mass encasing their vital organs, while their skin is tough and leathery with keratin deposits along the abdominal region to protect their vulnerable area. They are heavily muscled, with tone and elasticity of the meanest Wardoon approaching human maxima. The designs of the spires and the multiple experimental strands forged to achieve their creation survives within every Wardoon, making the race highly variable. The Warbreed are the main example. Towering over their brethren, Warbreed are bigger, stronger, and tougher than their brethren, throwbacks to the earlier generations of Wardoon the Spires had sought to breed. Complications during childbirth leading to unacceptable attrition among breeding females led to the scraping of this design, but clearly their efforts were not entirely successful. Today, the Warbreed labor under a pall of mistrust and segregation, as their birth almost always claims the life of the mother, stigmatizing them for life given the almost religious regard Wardoon have for their womenfolk. As a result, most Warbreeds join the cult of war, seeking solace in the perfection of the craft they were created for. All Wardoon, in part thanks to the acute senses of hearing they possess, have a natural facility with the beasts that roam their lands. The Speakers, while less obvious that the Warbreed, represent another unique variant of the Wardoon race, with much deeper social and developmental consequences. Speakers do not rely on empathy and a deeper understanding of the mind of their companions, but are capable of communicating with them directly. The origins of this power are shrouded in speculation, but it's quite clear that, like the gift of sorcery, it was one unintended by the creators. Speakers today are invaluable to a growing Wardoon society and population, their companions serving as beasts of burden, aiding in the construction and defense of growing Wardoon habitats and their burgeoning populations. Their value has been quickly recognized in many growing tribes, the eldest speakers of whom have been given a seat at the tribal councils, which until recently were dominated by the warriors and the mothers. However, by far the most remarkable feature the Wardoon possesses is their hearing. Unlike humans, exiles, or any other humanoid, their hearing physiology is not limited to their ear structure. Additional structures along their jaw and nasal cavity provide them with a hearing prowess that far exceeds human or even exile norms. They are capable of navigating in pitch darkness, based merely on the echoes and sounds they perceive. A curious development is that Wardoon are capable of controlling their hearing, a necessary trait to prevent their sensitivity from overwhelming them. This allows them to communicate across greater distances through the use of pitched voices or vast drums. This is the source of the Wardoon's uncanny coordination, their ability to communicate in a manner completely beyond human capability to replicate. This also grants them a tremendous advantage on the battlefield, where Wardoon leadership can remain in communication over the din of battle without resorting to messages or messengers. Their hearing is also an integral component of the feared blood trace, the meditative trance that grants blood berserkers their situational hyper-awareness, allowing them to reach unheard levels of coordination on the battlefield. However, it must be noted that these adaptations come with a price. Wardoon consume prodigious amounts of food to support their unique physiology. To address this, their designers modified the Wardoon digestive tract, allowing them to digest food that would sicken or possibly kill a human, but this alone is not enough, and this was known. Their merciless digestive systems were designed to survive with cheap, otherwise unwanted materials, while their demanding appetites would ensure population control if needed. Coupled with the limited resources of the wastelands, this commanding need would forge the very culture and civilization of the fledgling race. In the end, the Wardoon represent the first truly collaborative effort between the Spires. In itself, that is a testament to their design and their capability to perform the role they were intended to do. They are not a race of mass-produced, bloodthirsty fighters with overgrown muscles. They are beings designed to wage war, to fight, overcome obstacles, survive and perform under extreme circumstances with a mindset, senses, and physique and endurance to match. They are also not mindless savages that by some accident of fate manage to survive the fall. They are designed to think, calculate, form strategies, and adapt to those of their opponents with cunning, guile, creative solutions, and true intelligence. They manage not simply to overcome the fatal dangers of the wastelands during and after the fall, but thrive and form a civilization from scratch, which, while young and perhaps rough, is complex, inventive, values music, and has perfectly adapted to their surroundings and circumstances, enduring for centuries where no man has dared even attempt to settle. The humans that so rarely dismiss the Wardoon as savages have only to look to their own past to see just how great the potential of this young race's destiny is, and how well equipped it is to meet it. Now we'll be looking at the sub-factions, starting with the tribes. The beating heart of a Wardoon race are the tribes that make it, a fact that their living goddess well understood. While the goal of each tribe is to provide food and shelter to its members, the tremendous dietary requirements of the Wardoon distort this picture significantly. By far the largest focus of each tribe is securing sustenance, and almost every social structure and norm within a tribe is dedicated to the harvesting of food and the protection of its stores. The archaic social systems used by the humans to determine who will be a warrior and who a farmer are simply too corrupt and inefficient for the Wardoon to survive in an environment as hostile as the one they live in. Only the best of the best are allowed to become warriors, not because that level of martial might and skill is needed, but rather because so many are needed to provide food for the race to survive. Both of these are solved with the application of a single, ruthless solution: the trials and resulting bound. The reality of the situation, however, is that the tribes need far more food gatherers than warriors to ensure their survival. Only the best are elevated to braves after the trials, while the rest are bound to the tribe, providing the hands and labor for its development and the cultivation of its food. While limited in choice and freedom to pursue their own future, the bound are deeply respected within a tribe. Their status protected not only by the vital role they serve, but also by the unbending will of their living goddess, and thus are given significant voice in the tribal council, the governing body of each tribe. The tribal council has a single structure replicated across all tribes. 5 members sit and decide matters of weight and importance for the tribe's survival, with a single member representing each of the powerful influences within a tribe structure. A chieftain represents the tribe's warriors. The mistress represents the bound. A praetor stands for the speakers. The eldest priest of the cult of Conquest is named a scion and represents all the cults, while shaman represents the elders. This way, the interests of the tribe are voiced equally, with the elders, those Warhoon who have managed to live over 4 decades, often given a ceremonial tie-breaking role in strongly contested decisions. For lesser day-to-day decisions, the tribe is guided by either the chieftain or the mistress, but it is very important to understand that while the council might govern the tribe, they are not considered the leaders. This role is reserved exclusively for the Ukunfazane, their living goddess. To facilitate her efforts, the Ukunfazane has appointed 3 matriarch queens who rule over each oasis in the goddess's name while she is absent. Once there was also a king consorts who fulfilled these roles as well, but rebellion and betrayal have taught the goddess to avoid complications inherent in sharing rule with a male. Today the tribes rule over almost the entirety of the Wardoon population in the wastelands, the vast majority of which is focused in 3 oases that sprang from the broken spires. A few small nomadic tribes wander the wasteland, skirting the eastern edges of the Old Dominion, surviving to trade with the oasis for the treasures plundered from the ruins of the Old Dominion and what food their hunters and herders can supply. Population pressure magnified by the dietary requirements of Wardoon themselves and compounded by the growing pressure the rekindling of the pyre to the east has brought is slowly but steadily pushing the tribes into new territories. As the restless dead of the Dominion march, most wasteland tribes, reinforced with a few more powerful tribes from the oasis, began moving west, across the mountains where they might survive the onslaught. A few remain to harry the foe as he crosses the wastelands and provide their goddess with much needed intelligence. Those tribes that remain will turn the oasis into formidable bastions, where the reduced population and expected attrition will allow them to hold these crucial strongholds despite the coming conflagration. Next, we'll be moving to the cults. The efforts by the Spire to create the perfect warrior race have carved an inedible mark upon the Wardoon. Their predilections towards violence is burned into their natural pathways, making their blood boil with chemicals that heighten their rage, searing the pleasure of violence into their very flesh. But that is not the most difficult struggle she faces in granting the Wardoon a future of their own choice. The greatest challenges are the marks seared into the very soul of the Wardoon race when the primordial powers of war, death, and famine quicken the first breeding pairs, the primes. The gods alone know what would have been unleashed upon Ea had these primordial iterations been allowed to survive and thrive. Even centuries after their death, the primordial power of these nascent goods still echo through savage impulses of their distant descendants. Only the living goddess' innate understanding of the fundamental natures of her siblings' powers has given her a chance at seeking not just to temper these impulses, but to harness them into powerful influences that might strengthen the Wardoon across the centuries. To limit the influence the other primes could exert even in death, she created 4 cults to guide and channel the worship and influence of her siblings, separating them from the tribes and thus limiting their interaction to closely observed, almost ritualistic exchanges. In time, the Ukun Fazane was able to twist the urges and instincts born of her siblings' nature. While his primary manifestation remains one of conflict and power, the Ukufazane was able to shape War's affiliation to Earth and mold him in the role of a crafter as well. To this day, the Cult of War are the only Wardoon allowed to cast and forge metal, the spiritual manifestation of their god. Unable to reforge the overpowering finality and narrative power of her sister, the Ukun Fazane instead drew upon her connection to blood and was able to weave the connection into her people, recasting the cult of death as midwives and healers. Rather than embracing death, the cult accepts the reality of it, but battles it to their last breath. Almost exclusively composed of females, this cult is, not surprisingly, the most popular and influential amongst the tribes, for the work they do is invaluable. For Famine, the eldest and most dangerous of her brothers, the Ukun Fazane could do little to solve the hunger and drive his fanatics evinced, but could help guide them in a direction that raised her people. Today, the cult of Famine travels the lands exhaustively, almost compulsively, seeking new stories and myths to record, relentlessly expanding the modest collection of Wardoon historical records, myths, song, dance, and stories that shall one day become the cultural heritage of the Wardoon. In battle, their passion and zeal are such that the already impressive calorific burn of their metabolisms reaches terrifying new heights. Perhaps the most subtle manipulation of all was wrought upon Conquest, the Ukun Fazane herself. Her understanding of the primordial nature of Conquest has over the years evolved away from the literal embodiment of expansion and domination to one of vision, victory, and adaptability. Rather than looking at her young, vibrant warrior people as a tool for the domination of others, she has instead chosen to see where she and her people might thrive on Ea and guide them there. Her cult is the most prevalent and widespread of the 4, for it is her priesthood. They are in charge of all education and cooperations between the tribes and cults, taking in only the most gifted and brilliant of minds. The cult of Conquest is a spawning ground for leaders and visionaries across the tribes. Even so, she is a creature of conflict and drive, and her cult's warriors are exceptionally trained and equipped. In times of peace, they act as judges and instruments of her often iron will, while on the field, they are capable of fulfilling almost any role at a moment's notice. It is a fine balance that the cults walk, torn between the divine mandates of the living goddess, their societal purpose, and the instincts infused by the primordial forces they express. And for generations this balance has endured, allowing the Wardun to prosper in the harshest of environments. This is due, in no small part, to the amount of control she exerts over them, not hesitating to cull those that would stray too much from the path she has laid out for them. And in a way, the cult's existence describes the entire society of their race, both in the way this fragile equilibrium sustains the very fabric of their civilization, and the way it is sustained. It is a straight path the Wardun walk, even if one achieved by being pulled in different directions by equally unforgiving forces. We now go to the final subfaction, and that is the Speakers. If the Spires have ever granted somebody a gift, a true gift, with no hidden thorns or poisons, they have only ever done so unintentionally. Today the only known instance of this is among the Wardun and the rise of the Speakers. All Wardun, in part thanks to the acute senses of hearing they possess, have a natural facility with the beasts that roam their lands. The Speakers, while less obvious than the Warbreed, represents another unique variant of the Wardun race with much deeper social and developmental consequences, somehow drawing on the primordial link between all the strains that were woven into their very being and that of native beasts on Ewa. The Speakers do not rely on empathy and a deeper understanding of the mind of their companions, but are capable of communicating with them directly. The origins of this power are shrouded in speculation, but it is quite clear that, like the gift of sorcery, it was one unintended by their creators. While little is known about this gift, two things are clear. The first is that there is a strong bias among the males and females of the Wardun as to what species they have an affinity towards. Females almost always find it easier to bond with carnivores, while males most often bond with herbivores. The second is that those possessing it can train it further, allowing them to slowly learn how to communicate with beasts they have no kinship to, but those who were born without it may never develop it. The first recorded instance of this gift rose a few decades after the fall of the Spires, while fighting for their very survival amongst the ruins of the Spires and the lush oases that have sprung there. A few Wardun found that they could not only understand the beast and thus calm them down, but literally speak to them. The distinction is more subtle than one would imagine, as without sufficient intelligence, most beasts are only capable of only the most rudimentary of communications. The real difference comes when the beast possesses enough intelligence to be able to converse back. Today, the species that have been capable of doing so have been limited. First among those that are the raptors, an ancient strain of bipedal carnivore beasts that ruled the wildlife in the time of the dragons. Common ground and understanding was quickly found amidst the dangers of the primeval oasis, leading to what is more akin to an alliance than the domestication of the species. Even today, the skills of the Wardun Beastmasters is such that the beasts roam freely among the Wardun freeholds, needing neither lash or leash to know their place and purpose. Since then, selective breeding has started paying off, and recently ever-growing numbers of placid herbivores are awakening to sentience, capable of communicating back even if in very rudimentary fashion. Speakers today are invaluable to a growing Wardun society and population, their companions serving as beasts of burden, aiding in construction and defense of growing Wardun habitats and their burgeoning populations. Their value has been quickly recognized in many growing tribes, the eldest speakers of whom have been given a seat at the tribal councils, which before were dominated by the chieftains and the mistresses. Moving now to the forces of the Wardun. The Thunder Chieftain. As the Wardun host thunders in battle, it is not uncommon for its leaders to lead from the vanguard. While it has been established that male Wardun struggle to form stable bonds with carnivore dinosaurs, this possesses no impediment to those who would seek to bond and ride the ceratopsian dinosaur. Mounted atop this formidable beast, the Thunder Chieftain becomes a bastion of prowess and a rallying point upon the battlefield. The ungainly and brutal nature of his mount's attack is more than offset by the sheer combat prowess displayed by the greatest warrior in the tribe. Chieftain. While civil divisions and rules by council might be all well and good for the day-to-day rule of the village, the Ukunfazane was well aware that her fractious children would need a strong hand to hold the tiller when they marched to war. Thus was the position of chieftain born, elected from amongst the oldest and canniest of Wardoon warriors and standing outside the village hierarchy. Chieftains wield power only within that confines of military raid or campaign, but their authority is absolute. Matriarch Queen. A young race like the Wardoon would naturally prize life-giving females above all roles in its society. So what does it say of those females who eschew these roles and choose rather to follow the example of their living goddess, becoming peerless warriors and leaders? Simply that they have earned every ounce of respect from the warriors and every iota of fear from their enemies through sheer talent and application. Scion of Conquest. Only a war priest dedicated to conquest is trusted enough by the tribal council to lead troops on the field of battle. Dedicated to the most farsighted and adaptable of gods, they are the most capable of bringing the true power of the cult bands to play in the most hotly contested battles. Predator. To call those Warhoon who lead the hunter caste a word as menial as hunter is an insult to the terrifying proficiency they have attained. Predator is the word that can convey their talent, capable of stalking and slaying almost any beast. Their talents and those of their team are bound to be useful to any aspiring war leader. Aberration. While the Wardoon experiment was a resounding success, a certain amount of genetic divergence is to be expected among so young a race. Aberrations are those Wardoon of the later generations whose adrenal system is simply incompatible with anything other than fighting. Their presence among a troop of Wardoon blooded can make them even more lethal on the field, fighting on even when impaled on enemy weapons. Hunting pack. Not all beasts employed by the Wardoon are hulking monstrosities that dominate the battlefield. They have in fact almost managed to domesticate a smaller breed, affectionately called the Uzibukali. Smartclaw. Packs of these feathered menses roam Wardoon settlements, keeping them clear of vermin and smaller predators in exchange for scraps and access to the charnel pits. In times of war, they are easily wrangled into packs and unleashed upon the scouts and forerunners of the enemy forces. Their cunning and ferocity making them more than a match for more powerful opponents. Raptor Riders. This unmatched bond between a raptor and its rider is an unexpected result of the biomatic process that created the Wardoon. A small portion of the population is capable of speaking with beasts. While males commonly bond with herbivores, it's female Wardoon who are most often bound with carnivores. Raptors are quite possibly the ultimate light cavalry upon Ea, the bond between the rider and its mount turning them into a single unit whose speed is matched only by their ferocity. Slingers. Given the awesome physique of a Wardoon warrior, even simple weaponry can be deadly when in their hands. This is nowhere more apparent than in the brutal efficiency of the slingers, who occupy a unique niche in the tribes. Powered by the powerful build of a trained Wardoon and guided by their acute senses, a well-placed slingshot can kill an armored horse at 100 paces. Their efficiency is such that all tribes have come to appreciate the value of a permanent cadre of trained slingers. The status and rights accorded to these rare warriors means that competition is fierce among those who would hope to join their vaunted ranks. Only the most skilled warriors may don the ceremonial feather harness that distinguish these elite regiments. Hunters. While braves are the first line of defense against all threats that a tribe might face, hunters are those Warhoon who have devoted themselves to protecting the tribe against the wild, dangerous beasts that stalk them in their home territories. Their physical gifts and fighting experience makes them peerless woodsmen, equally adept at hunting prey deep in the wastelands or falling upon an unsuspecting enemy formation in the chaos of battle. They charge heralded by a volley of heavy javelins capable of skewering a man straight through his armor. The Chosen of Conquest. The presence of the Ukunfazane, the living goddess amongst the Wardoon, ensures that the population at large is devout. The cults composed of those Wardoon who dedicate their lives to the worship and emulation of the patron god take this step further. The Chosen of Conquest are the most prolific of these cults. its chosen warriors present in almost every tribe. Speed and discipline, coupled with the goddess's gifts, allow the chosen of Conquest to always be where they need to be on the battlefield, blunting the enemy's advance and turning the tide with flawlessly executed assaults. Veterans. Few mortal forces strike as much fear into the hearts of an opposing general as the sight of Wardun veterans taking the field. Hardened by years of combat and honed to a fine edge over the countless campaigns, these hard-bitten Wardun have been awarded steel arms and armor by the Cult of War in recognition of their mastery of the field of battle. With reflexes and instincts nurtured by a lifetime of war, these grizzled veterans can perform almost any role on the battlefield, shifting from obdurate defense to savage attack in the blink of an eye. The Warbred. Towering over even the Olympian physique of a Wardun brave, the Warbred are genetic throwbacks to an earlier iteration of the Wardun race, when the Spires bred them for ferocity and physical prowess above all else. Despite their size and ferocity, Warbred are shunned pariahs, for in a society which values life-giving females, no Wardun mother can survive giving birth to a Warbred. The best chance they have for a normal life is to hurl themselves into battle with fearless abandon in the hopes of catching the eye of the Cult of War and thus escape the oppressive censure of their peers. Braves. Upon reaching adolescence after 8 years, a result of another ruthless calculation of their Spire creators who wanted battle-ready subjects as quickly as possible, all Wardun take part in the trials, a series of grueling physical and martial contests that determine one's future within the tribe. Those who excel and pass the trials move on to become Braves, a traditional name given to a young warrior. They have yet to prove themselves, so their equipment is basic and defensive in nature, and they are often relegated to secondary positions within the battlefield. Now we move to the dinosaur riding heavy units. This is the one I've really been looking forward to. The Drum Beast. The Wardun are deeply musical people, so it comes as little surprise that the beating heart of any tribe's encampment is the large ritual drums and horns borne on the back of a particularly docile and placid Tontor. When the tribe marches to war, it does so to the clarion calls of its massive horns and the relentless beating of its drums. The motivational power of this music pushing those Wardun who fight under its influence to unprecedented heights of courage and violence. The Tontor. Tontors are amongst the largest beasts that the Wardun have managed to tame, normally used as beasts of burden and to aid construction when a tribe ceases raiding and mobilizes for war. The Tontors are often in the vanguard. The Tontor makes a terrifying foe on the battlefield despite their docile nature. It speaks volume to the skill and determination of the Wardun speaker that these docile beasts can be terrifying foes. The sheer size and bulk of these beasts meaning they do not so much fight as simply walk over their foes. Thunder Riders. While female speakers display an admirable affinity to the carnivorous raptors that dwell within their primal lands, they are not the only cavalry the Wardun can bring to bear. Riding juvenile Brontoceratops, the elder beasts being too stubborn and docile to be goaded to battle, the Thunder Riders descend on the enemy formations in an unstoppable avalanche of muscle, crest, and violence. The sheer power and impact these mounts can bring to bear as they stampede and trample enemy lines has earned these young riders a terrifying reputation that belies their years. Apex Predator. When the abhorrent Spires fell to the Dweghom advance, it was not only the Wardun who were released. Millennia upon millennia of predatory and dangerous creatures, dormant fodder for the twisted Spire experiments, were released as well. Of all those countless creatures, none has thrived like the Apex Predator. This monstrous beast has been harnessed by the Wardun as a living engine of destruction, lending its primal savagery to that of the Wardun forces. Hunantli, the Old Mother Oasis. The Wardun civilization is, by and large, painfully disillusioned in their beliefs. Their living goddess is no elusive divinity, but a living and breathing ruler who walks among them. The origin of their people is not shrouded in mystery, nor is the purpose of their existence the fuel for never-ending philosophical or religious debates, but rather the subject of both private and public discussions. Their certainties in life have been an immense influence on their civilization and its pragmatic approach to life. That, however, does not strip their everyday lives from dosages of mysticism and superstitions. As a young civilization still taking uncertain steps and in many ways forced into maturity by the Ukunfazane, the Wardun reveal in their ritualism, and perhaps the greatest proof to that is their approach to their grand oasis, and especially the Hunantli. The very name Assisisti Hunantli, the oasis of the Old Mother, can serve as a good indication about the Wardun mentality and poetic nature. Forged by the remnants of the abhorrent Spire, birthplace of their people, and the cornucopia of raw materials and specimens trapped in its bowels, Hunantli is believed to be the first oasis to be settled by the Wardun. Facing extinction in the barren wastelands during the years that followed the cataclysm of the fall, it is said that the few handfuls of survivors screamed the name Hunantli when they laid their exhausted eyes on its blooming paradise for the first time. While the Ukunfazane tried to nip or even cull such venerations in the bud, in her later absence, the name was remembered and established in the minds of its denizens. While the discovery of the oasis spelled salvation in the desperate eyes of the Wardun, the first few years of settling it were anything but peaceful or prosperous. Spire creation, even survivors of the Battle of the Bloody Dawn, had claimed the untamed jungle, lighting the fuse for an explosive war for territory. Under the leadership of the Ukunfazane, the Wardun would show no quarter. Beast, clone, and monster would fall under their primitive weapons and ruthless efficiency. But it did not happen either fast or without losses. Prioritizing the preservation of her limited population, the Ukunfazane would move as carefully as she did unyieldingly. By the time of the first year, the Wardun had claimed significant water supplies in the outer rings of the oasis and had established outposts and raised watchtower platforms on the tallest trees. For the better part of the next 3 years, they would concentrate on replenishing their numbers, their food and water supplies guaranteed by dangerous hunts in the deeper parts of the oasis, while their warriors trained by performing expeditions against monsters and exile creations alike. Those years would mark the birth of the hunter caste, as well as the foundation of the bound system. Survival demanded the attention of the Ukunfazane more than it treasured individuality. Once these basic principles were established in a primitive and simplified form compared to what is applied today, only then did the Ukunfazane muster her warriors and launch her campaign to conquer the core of the oasis. It would take her 2 years to clear the oasis enough for the Wardun to truly call it their own, to the extent that they would, although it would take more than twice that time for the broken shell of an ancient abhorret to come under their control. Even then, and largely to this day still, its bowels remained unexplored and untouched. This was due to 3 reasons. First, the root system of a spire, especially an old one such as the abhorret had been before its fall, can be immense. The underspire anything short of a metropolis in its own right. Second, the bowels of a spire, living or dead, can be extremely dangerous places even to the hardest of warriors. Whatever abominations and monstrosities the spires safekeep in the root system of the spires remained untouched, their vats unleashing them without warning at irregular and unpredictable times. What's more, the careful balance of its delicate ecosystem, largely reliant on highly toxic fumes and corrosive liquids, crumbles without the careful maintenance of its pheromatic keepers, making the tunnels a living hell to most living organisms. Last, but in no way least, even if they had decided to brave the dangers of the broken underspire, the Wardun were, and to this day still are, loath to tamper with the unpredictable ecosystem forged by the broken abhorret. Whatever powers and materials had been unleashed by the spire's fall had fueled the precious paradise of the oasis, and if meddling with it could spell its destruction or decline, the Wardun were unwilling to test it. Legends and tales about the Dark Bow run rampant to this day. A fifth god awaits sleeping. An entire society of clones still live in it. The secret to immortality for the Wardun awaits within, taken from them by their spire creators. Those are but a few examples, but the any Wardun better think twice or thrice before trying to test their validity. To this day, venturing beyond the few open tunnels and halls on the Underspire is a crime punishable by death, and all cave-ins and entrants discovered are guarded. If that means the denizens of Huenantli have to live with echoes of shrieks, chitters, and growls from the bowels of the earth, then so be it. In the absence of the Ukun Fazane after her departure, the oasis quickly deteriorated into an area for a bloody free-for-all between the different settlements. As tribe divisions were carved and chieftains were raised left and right, many tales claim that all that is savage and bloody in Wardun society stems from these years of their goddess's absence. The tales have some merit, as practices such as the mandatory bound servitude of conquered tribes, for instance, were born during that time. But the truth is that the Ukun Fazane never abolished them, despite the centuries of Wardun generations that have passed since then. Many tribes were forced to leave the abundance of the Huenantli during those years. Some would become the first roaming tribes that learned to live off the wastelands. Others would eventually find the other oases, and the circle of blood and battle would begin anew there. Others still, however, were lost forever, each loss a blow to the new people that struggled to find its place in the world. Despite its bloody past, Huenantli today is perhaps the most prosperous oasis, a regular haven for the Ukun Fazane herself and the most endangered settlement of the Wardun. Too close for comfort to the rising threat of the Old Dominion, matriarch Indila of the Ozomantli finds herself under cold and unfamiliar shadows. As close to a political leader as the Wardun can produce, many fear that Indila is ill-equipped to counter the existential threat that the Old Dominion possesses. She disagrees. Ready to delegate when she must, Indila has already sent one of the Oasis' best predators to scout the movement of the dead, while her braves and beasts prepare for the worst, guided by their leaders. She has also decreed that all tribes of Huenantli are responsible for their territories, but that they each must send one warrior for every 4 they have to serve in a rapid response army, which will serve to enhance the defense of any tribe of the Oasis under threat. While the order was ill-received, it has been followed. Time will only show if it will prove enough or if the Queen will take further steps to ensure the survival of the Wardun's ancestral home. The Lost Lands. The cataclysmic fall of Hazila created a massive dense haze of ash and dirt, plunging the world into an endless winter. In time, however, the black clouds that covered the world would be dispersed, and when light and warmth crept back into the world, it awoke nature from its century-long sleep. Enriched and strengthened by the raised dirt and ash of the fall, the barren lands quickly gave way to lush fields and bountiful soil. This would contribute to the rapid expansion of the 100 kingdoms and the city-states as the long winter receded. These civilizations would have the space to expand in new and rich lands, capable of supporting an ever-growing population. Doomed forever under the expensive rain shadow of the Klasrine Mountains, the wastelands never benefited from this latent blessing. Bereft of rain and water, the barren dirt, rock, and sand of the grey and lifeless wastelands would turn as its luscious points into a featureless scrubland, where only the most enduring flora and fauna could survive. This was the harsh land that housed all those of the Wardun tribes which had not secured a place in the lush oases created by the broken spires. Eventually, however, these nomadic tribes would discover hidden paradise. In time, and with the rejuvenating power of the fall's aftermath, the lands east and south of the abhorrent oasis, but still far enough from the dark pyre whirlwind looming over Capitas, had exploded with life. It serves perhaps as proof that nature works in cycles, that the fields which the Wardun were learning how to work had in fact been cultivated innumerable times in the past. The new lands of the nascent tribes used to constitute one of the lushest and richest areas of the Old Dominion, the Galtoni province. Expanding in the west and north from the spire of Abhoret and the borders of the desert lands beyond to the hills and mountains surrounding the valley of Hern in the east and to the sea in the south, the Galtoni province would become the richest region of the Old Dominion, save for Capitas itself. That stretch of land would once again been settled, this time by the former nomadic tribes of the wastelands. News about these lush lands spread fast among the roaming tribes and settlements began even faster. But the endeavor would prove neither easy nor peaceful. Generations of harsh living had developed a culture that tied raids and violence to survival, and this new paradise was too good a prize for any one tribe to claim. The wars that followed were as numerous as they were disastrous. As corners of this lush land were claimed and settled, the Wardoon would come to realize that nothing in their culture had taught them how to exploit the fertile lands. Their appetite and attitude would prove disastrous to the embryonic vegetation, and while these new lands were lush, they lacked in game. Adjusting their nomadic lifestyles to these new circumstances, a tribe would move into untouched land, drain it from all consumable resources, then move to another, and if that happened to be occupied, then war was the answer. It is possible that eventually these tribes could have adapted further, possibly finding a balance with their surroundings, moving with the different seasons and learning to allow the land to rest before returning to it. They were never given that opportunity. When the Ukunfazane came to the new lands, she made the warring tribes an offer: learn to work the land or perish. Her travels among the humans had taught her the basics of agriculture, and she offered this knowledge readily to those who were willing to listen. Land taming, they called it, and its knowledge was given to the bound, expanding their influence over the tribe and elevating their elder to a seat in the all-tribe councils. This shifting in power, however, was not taken kindly by all chieftains. While most tribes accepted this new blessing by their goddess, there were those who resisted, continuing their nomadic wars and raiding the settlers for their resources. The names of those chieftains have been forgotten, and their tribes are collectively remembered today as the Poloati tribes, those who have been erased. For the rest, however, life would change. Slowly but steadily, a new way of life would be developed, one that understood the value of settling, curating the soil, domesticating and breeding animals for food. Soil filled with biomatic nutrients from the Spire oasis would be brought to the new settlements in exchange for skins, plums, and meat from animal bred there. In time, rather than raiding and plundering, trading would become the dominant way of exchanging resources between the tribes. It was the beginning of a new way of life for the Wardoon, one that promised the birth of a civilization which would rival those beyond the wastelands. A civilization, however, that was doomed to die soon after its very inception. To this day, few among the Wardoon suspect why this dream had been allowed to bloom. Fewer still know for a fact that its strife and conflicts among the anointed and the fallen pantheon moved in cycles, and this brief period of prosperity simply coincided with yet another civil war among the ranks of the ungod servants. But once a semblance of balance had been achieved in Capitas once more, dead, coveting eyes would turn east once more, drawn by the opulent vibrance of life, and the power of a fallen divinity would come to claim the land. It began slowly. Crops that had every reason to be bountiful would start yielding less than expected. Animals would refuse to mate as often, and stillborn cases became increasingly frequent among both the Wardoon and their domesticated beasts. With time, things turned to worse. Entire fields withered and died for no discernible reasons. Animals, especially young ones, died without an apparent cause. No signs of disease could be found among either the flora or the fauna. It was simply as if life was slipping away from them. Then the hunting party that had ventured into the valley of the Great Turtle never returned. The search party that went looking for them shared the same fate. Only part of the warband that followed came back and brought simple news. The dead had circled the lost oasis beyond the mountains, and they were coming. The war that followed was intense and gave birth to many tales of heroism and victory for the Wardoon, but it was ultimately futile. It would not be long until it became apparent that the land could no longer support the settlements, and the war was being fought for dead land. The tribes would once more pack their things and forge caravans, returning to the wastelands and the harsh nomadic life of their ancestors. Quietly, softly, the Wardoon dream of a new way of life would wither and fade with the crops and animals that had inspired it. Unlike them, however, this dream would never truly die. Remembered in songs and tales exchanged around fires during the cold, wasteland nights, the roaming tribes would remember the time when they tamed the hardest beast, the land itself, the time when the fields would stretch lush, green, and colorful around them. To this day, the memory of the lost land lingers among the Wardoon, as does the memory of the foe that stole them. There can never be peace between the living and the dead. But even if he could, the Wardun would not accept it. Tale of the Flying Hummingbird. People in the 100 Kingdoms are beginning to learn the name Nagral of the Quati, and rumors about the sudden appearance of the Wardun barbarians in their lands have spread faster than the name of the man responsible. It is perhaps a testament to the seclusion offered by the Klosterine that the tale the tribespeople know is the exact opposite. While the fate of their kinsmen that crossed the gates remain a mystery to them, the tale of how one Wardun led them there is common knowledge, recounted now by the cult of famine as the tale of the flying hummingbird. Nagral of the Quati was born under the stars of the wastelands. Son of Nagi of the Quati and Itekala of the Raptor's Fang, his mother's pregnancy was painful from early on, so much so that it was thought he would turn out to be a warbred. When it became apparent that this was not the case, he would be nicknamed Warling, a moniker that would follow him throughout his life among his tribe. Nagi herself never called him that, however. "It is a great spirit I give a body to," she always said, "not a cursed one that will break me." Indeed, growing up, Nagral was neither the strongest nor the fastest of the Quati youths, and his fate, it was thought, would be to be bound to the tribe. Stubborn as a lazy thunderbeast, the young Nagral detested the finality of such talk. At first, he would spend hours in the empty wastelands, far from the camp, trying to hone his listening. If he were to become a speaker, he would not be bound. But when it became apparent that he did not have the gift, he turned to a harder path. When his fellows would play, he would train, trying to build his muscles. When they sat to rest, he would stand, trying to increase his stamina. At nights, he would try and creep around the watches, aiming at stealing their weapons before he was seen. The thrashings he earned taught him hard lessons about stealth and hunting. Every year he would watch the trials, observing and learning from the victors, while his fellows cheered and celebrated. Only when the cult of famine shared stories would he be still, sitting quietly and absorbing the history of his people. In the end, although he was not disliked by his peers, his habits would often isolate him in many ways. Nagral had a self-imposed, lonely childhood. Lonely, but not unwashed. Finally, the year of his trial came, but Nagral never had the opportunity to test himself. When his name was called, Sion Akundur raised his hand. "The Ukunfazane claims this one," he said. With these 5 words, Nagral's future had been decided on, and he had been called by the cult of Conquest. It was an exceedingly rare practice of a rite, for the cult usually chooses its member, if any, among the victors. To be chosen before that was one of the highest honors to both an individual and to their tribe, for it meant that one's word had been witnessed and recognized already, and the tribe had raised an exceptional individual. But while the gathered Quati cheered and yelled his name, the young Wardun pleaded to be allowed to test himself regardless. A man should taste the fruit of his labors, be it sweet or bitter, he said. But the scion smiled. "Chew, son of Nagi, and chew for years to come. The skin and flesh of this fruit is bitter, but once you suckle on the seed, you will know what sweetness means." And bitter it would prove indeed, for the neophytes of the Ukunfazane had to study in all positions of Wardun society for a year. For the next year of his life, Nagral of the Quati would meet the future he had spent his life trying to escape from. He was bound to his father's tribe. As was the intention behind the practice, the next years would offer Nagral unparalleled insight into the society of the Wardun. Like any of the chosen of Conquest, Nagral would learn to secure food with a bound. He would train with the braves, learn how to throw with the hunters, and to care for beasts with the speakers. By his own admission, his favorite year would be with the cult of famine. For an entire year, Nagral would listen and learn about the stories of his people, his own tribe and others, and even of the Ukunfazane. With each of his apprenticeships, Nagral would come to truly know his people, their practices, the different mentality between different groups and tribes. And in the end, he would be introduced to the goddess, the Ukunfazane. Within a year, he was sworn as her chosen, and he never returned to his tribe, as was the custom. The year after that, he was named her consort. By the age of 20, his name was all but unused. Nagral of the Quati was a name remembered only by those few whom he had befriended in his travels. For the rest, he was Huitzinl, Conquest's hummingbird, consort of the Ukunfazane, her aide, her messenger, and instrument of her will. He roamed the tribes with his goddess, or in her name, helping her shape their people, dispense justice when needed, and bring peace when necessary. The sweetness that his scion had once promised he tasted every day, but, some claim, he never forgot the bitterness. Not even the cult of famine knows the tale of what exactly made him leave his goddess, or if they do, they did not share it around the fires, and neither did Nagral. Some say it was simply time. Unlike the king consorts of old, the Huitzilin was not a lifelong position, nor did they share her power and burdens. It was only natural that he would be returned to serve his tribe eventually. Others claim that he saw an injustice that the goddess was not willing to address, that while some tribes thrived in the oasis, others struggled with starvation and extinction in the barren landscapes of the wasteland, living as thieves and raiders. Others still would claim that he remains her instrument, that it was the will of the goddess that led him to his path. Regardless of the true reason and circumstances, two things are known. Huitzilin and the Ukunfazane argued repeatedly, or at least Huitzilin argued while the goddess listened. And then one day he returned to his tribe and was Nagral of the Kuati once more. Or so he claimed, for the Ukunfazane never replaced him, and no other had been named Huitzilin in his place. But Nagral of the Kuati did not settle in his new life. Soon he would speak to his council, urging them to think of both past and future. Their tribe had lived like nomads for generations, where once the Kuati had settled on rich soil, now they walked on rotten feet and the land had died anew. With the oasis long settled, no room was left for his displaced people, and the Kuati had not been the only ones to have suffered such a fate. Tuskbow, Pekari, Broken Jaw, Red Hummingbirds, Pale Owls, they all had been forced to abandon the fertile land left behind by the ashen rain of the fall and roam in the wastelands. But the dead were now coming, and those lands were long gone. But there were other lands, green and fertile, beyond the mountains in the west. Once he was back in the wastelands, Nagral did not delay taking action, and he visited the other nomadic tribes one by one. His message was simple. Enough. Enough warding off the dead, enough living on scraps, and enough infighting. While the oasis tribes thrived under roofs of tree and warmth, the nomads struggled to make a living with the lean offerings of the wasteland and the cold nights under starlight skies. All of them once wielded the knowledge of land taming, and that knowledge he knew had not been lost. It was preserved by the cult of famine in stories, in songs, and in records. All they needed was a land to tame. That land lay beyond the wall of mountains. Nagral's task was not easy. Many were the voices that spoke hesitantly in answer to his call. Predators feared for their beasts in the lands beyond the mountains. Mistresses doubted the future of their bound and their influence should the lifestyle and needs of the tribe change, while chieftains raised suspicious eyebrows, for Nagral already spoke as a leader of warriors, despite belonging to another tribe. But the ghostly mantle of Huitzilin was still loosely wrapped around his shoulders. His words carried weight, and the scions and shamans remained supportively silent. Nagral answered with deeds to the doubts and cautious whispers, undergoing the trials of every tribe he visited. Thus he declared himself a warrior of each tribe, rather than his own alone, binding his fate to theirs. It was, in many ways, a purely symbolic move, but not one without significance. After all, the Ukunfazane herself was leader of every tribe, while the Huitzilin binding himself in this matter to them as well, the nomadic tribes were now tied by a bond which, while neither unbreakable nor guaranteeing peace, spoke of a shared destiny. This, many believed, was not really enough, and it is a known fact that Nagral spoke in private with many council members that needed convincing. What these discussions entailed, few, if any, know. The more suspicious ones spoke of secret deals, coercion, or promises, while others believed he simply relied the Ukunfazane's will openly to them. Judging by the way he handled matters, one thing is perhaps more plausible, at least for most cases, for Nagral, in practice, addressed the greatest fear of many. This did not mean a unification of tribes, but an alliance. Everyone would share knowledge and traditions to ensure the success of the migration, but each tribe would be governed by itself. Nagral would negotiate with the land chieftains of humans for the tribes, and for that he needed a strong, unified front behind him. Beyond that, however, each tribe's fate would be its own, with one exception. Should the deal of the Ukunfazane with the humans be invoked, each tribe would send warriors under Nagral to fight the dead once more. One by one, the votes of the tribe council started moving in his favor. First declared they would follow him, and the Coati were the hummingbirds, renowned for their craftsmanship and the strong traditions that favored the cult of war. Nagral put them to work immediately. For such a migration, weapons would be needed, and new tools and new carriages and wheels, once better suited for the lands beyond the mountains. Then came the Pekari, whose beasts were famed for their numbers and prowess. From their speakers, Nagral would ask for new harnesses for the beasts, tasking them also to train other tribes when needed on how to best employ their own beasts for the migration. The last followed soon, the Tatsbo, the Broken Jaw, and the Pale Owls, and as always Nagral urged them to share their knowledge in one area, be it war of craftsmanship or how to fight death and disease. Already some complained that Nagral was trying to slowly unify the tribes under him, but the Huitzilin purpose was different. For the first time in generation, the nomadic tribes were forced to trade once more, a skill Nagral believed would be necessary when sharing the lands of humans. In theory, his plan was a good one. Tensions rose fast as soon as the tribes started gathering. Brawls and even skirmishes broke out throughout the giant camp only days after its foundation, thus endangering the entire enterprise just as it had begun. Only then did the cult of Conquest speak to Nagral, and the scion of every tribe met with him in council. No member of the famine cult was present to put into song and tale what had been said, but all of them spun a tale for what followed. Without saying a word, without blowing his horn or ordering for the drums to beat, Nagral left the Council of Scions and started walking west. Alone and uncelebrated, without a herald or an escort, Nagral of the Coati put the sun on his back and began walking towards the mountains in the horizon. And for a few short moments, the Huitzilin's plan seemed to have failed just when he had been born in earnest. The first horn to blow was that of the Coati, and soon after the sounds of brawls died out. Hesitant as the engaged braves looked around confused, then the cry of the Pale Owls echoed, followed by the roar of the Pekari apex. Soon the drums of 6 tribes of the Wardun beat to give pace, as their people and beasts followed Nagral, carrying their livelihoods with them. They would not stop until they reached the clustering gates, and then they would pass them. Building a civilization. It is often believed that the greatest challenge the Wardun ever faced was the fall, stranded under cold and darkness while ashes of anything green still settled around them. It is hard to imagine surviving the scarred wastelands as they did at the time, and yet survive they did. And while the fall certainly exacted a heavy toll, the fledgling people would endure and find eventually the Huenantli Oasis, their true challenge. Some cultists of famine's sign would still lie ahead, and yet it was in their darkest of hours that the foundation of their thriving culture would be laid. Warriors without peer from their very inception, the Wardun would soon adapt to their new environment, becoming adept hunters, hunting down the monstrosities that would plague them, and making the oasis safer for their population. It was during this period that the Wardun discovered the speakers among their own population. With their help, some of the creatures of the oasis would slowly be shaped into cautious companions and beasts of burden. What is more, their goddess would have them forge a proper, unified form of communication for her people, uniquely adapted to their physiology. Equipped with weapons other than the ones they held, and with the oasis providing enough resources to secure at least the survival of their small numbers, the fledgling race could look forward to understanding and evolving in the world around it rather than simply surviving in it. Primal engineering and material management began, and the foundations of their true settlements were laid. For the first time, rather than efforts being concentrated on the preservation of the population, numbers grew. Thinking her people were safe and the times ahead prosperous, the Ukunfazane sought to explore the world to find what other threats and opportunities existed. She left her people and put her progeny in charge of steering and protecting the population in her absence. But the very inexperience and naivety she sought to address through her travels would cost her people in her absence. The relative safety the small population enjoyed during that time would soon prove fragile. As the population expanded, the demands placed on the nascent Wardoon society by their own dietary requirements and the incredibly hostile nature of their environment slowly forced them to adopt a mentality of ruthless pragmatism. The strong were revered and the weak were abandoned, and while their numbers still grew, hope slowly vanished behind the facade of barbarism justified by necessity. Division was inevitable, as different groups would gather around or be forced to follow stronger individuals that were capable of securing food. These chieftains who would raise banners and fight between them were ruthless and brutal, carving deep lines between the different groups until, as generations passed, these groups and banners would give birth to the concept of tribes. Many of them, usually the weakest, were driven to the outskirts of the oasis, forced to scrap a living from whatever they could steal. Some fled the oasis entirely, knowing nothing of the world beyond. The luckiest among them would find other oases spawned by the rest of the fallen Spires. Others would learn to survive from the meek offerings of the wasteland, occasionally raiding the richer tribes only to flee to the wastelands once more. Some, however, would be lost forever, their names, banners, and chieftains forgotten because of their weakness. Upon her return, the goddess looked upon her people and despaired. Trapped in her prolonged lifespan, she realized that for her short-lived people, decades had been enough to reduce them to violence and brutality once more, driven by circumstance and the unfettered influence of the primes in their blood alike. She had traveled the world, beheld the ruined marvels of the Old Dominion and the arching technological majesty of the city-states. She had traveled throughout the teeming populations of the kingdoms, discovered writing, literature, drama, music, only to return and find her people circling in a dark pit of barbarism and cruelty. Seeing no other solution, she personally took control of the tribes, slaying countless would-be claimants and challengers. While even tempered and gracious to those who capitulated, she had no compunction in extinguishing those tribes she saw as too far gone. She waded into the fight for the soul of the Wardoon race itself, embracing her divinity as a tool to force the tribes to adapt to a new way of doing things. And yet, for all its wonder and majesty, the world she had met in her travels was neither a peaceful nor a safe place. Her people had ventured down a path she had never wished for them. This much was true. One she thought that would have proven their ultimate destruction had they been allowed to walk to its end. Yet in their division and warmongering, her people had remained industrious, and the Ukunfazane was not one to disregard what she saw as gifts, if properly controlled. What lessons they had learned harshly about survival, about fighting, about the dangers of the oasis and the scarce gifts of the wastelands, the goddess would adopt and ensure their knowledge was passed down from one generation to the next. During her absence, the speakers, once tools for the advancement and security of the forming civilization, had weaponized their gift, and with it, their beasts. This, she knew, would prove to be an asset to her people. The division into tribes offered versatility, and their clashes would keep them well-trained and experienced without posing a civilization-ending threat. They had even expanded their territory, discovering new oases, new beasts, new tools for their entire people to use. Despite the adoration she enjoyed, her work was neither easy nor fast. Not for her people, anyway. She taught a new language for everyday use, one influenced by the ones used by humans, and through it she promoted storytelling and singing, while the mystifying language and primal chants the speakers had developed were turned into tools of war to ensure communication in battle. Violent and primitive customs such as binding enemies into servitude to provide food for the tribe would be turned into a practice of the bound. She would channel and shackle the violent practices of individuals strongly influenced by the strands of her dead siblings onto rituals and traditions that offered them purpose. Only this time, the short lifespan of her worshippers would prove a boon to her. It took her little more than a century for the Ukunfazane to change the very foundation of the civilization of the tribes. Since then, the Wardoon have expanded and even prospered where none other dared to venture. The oases became permanent, almost peaceful settlements, large enough to resemble proper towns, led by a defined hierarchy with specific succession rules. Tribes outside the oasis led perhaps a harsher life. Their strength, however, would remain such that new settlements would be founded in once ash-covered, then rich and bountiful fields of the Old Dominion. While in time these were abandoned and those tribes were forced into a nomadic lifestyle once more, The lifestyle, peace, and prosperity they had offered were kept alive through tribal storytelling tradition, providing for a new drive, new aspirations, and new ways of life for the tribes. During the centuries that followed, the Wardoon society as we know it today was shaped based on distinct roles, practices, and groups of influence, forming a civilization with goals, aspirations, and a vision for the future. The Sky Farms. Of course, the Wardoon, due to their unique physiology, requiring constant sustenance, with both established and roaming tribes being deeply dependent on the great oasis for the procurement of their ever-important nutritional hoards. For as long as the dead of the Old Dominion remained an elusive, scattered threat, this often violent balance was working ensuring the survival of the Wardoon. But after the forced abandonment of the Lost Lands, the Ukunfazane realized the inevitable and unaccountable calamity that would descend onto her people from the east, and to this, she spotted a threat beyond the violence of war. Food shortages. Losing a single oasis, even for a short period of time, would strain her people, possibly beyond the limit. Thus she devised a twofold plan. On one hand, she would nudge her hummingbird, Nagral, towards leading many of the roaming tribes beyond the gate. This way, not only did she ensure the continuation of the Wardoon people, while preparing the ground for the rest of her people to follow if needed, but also reduce the population that relied on the oasis for sustenance. The second part of her plan was less deceitful, though no less impactful. To begin weaning her people from the oasis they had called home for so long, the Ukunfazane envisioned an agricultural undertaking of mountainous proportions. Immediately after Nagral's departure, the goddess ordered for the construction of multifaceted terrace farms upon the eastern slopes of the Clusterine Mountains, beginning from the base of the mountain range and expanding upwards near its frigid peaks. Bound laborers would arrive at the mountains en masse, accompanied by veteran speakers and monstrous beasts of burden, birthing the Ukunfazane's vision into reality. Thus, the rocky dermis of the clustered mountains has begun being molded and hewed into ascending terraces, packed with layers of gravel, porous stone, and fertile soil to create a patchwork of alpine farms. To populate such unique plots, the hardiest of vegetation and greenery were selected, carefully picked from the Wardoon oasis-bound homes for their nutritional value and shared ability to persist through adversity. Such crops prominently included jaded corn, whose starch-abundant kernels are akin to bone in hardness, and the death's head tubers, whose vile-tasting roots can derive nutrition from the most inhospitable of soils. To feed this manufactured cornucopia, the Ukunfazane has ordered for the carving of an expensive web of irrigation channels, drawing precious water from the cavernous glacial lakes dotting the very top of the Clusterine Mountains, and distributing it amongst the segmented slopes of the farmsteads below. While a good proportion of the crop yields are ferried back to the oasis home of the Wardoon, hollowed atop monstrous, scale-covered beasts that form sprawling caravans, a sizable portion is indeed stored at the base of the mountain range, inside immense silos of compacted earth and stone. The living goddess is hoarding precious stores of life-giving sustenance, for she knows that her people will need it for the challenges that lay ahead. Vigilant within their sky-bound holds that are stern across the crest of the Clusterine Mountains, the Order of the Sealed Temple have become aware of the Wardoon's agricultural machinations on the eastern side of the mountains. Fear is beginning to bubble across the Order, and the strength of old compacts is being questioned, as the threat of Wardoon migratory deluge into the 100 Kingdoms is inching ever closer. Ulkabat and the Legend of the Eclipse. After the foundation of the Huyanantli, some of the roaming tribes that were forced to abandon the safety of the Mother Oasis ventured beyond the known lands of the time. Upon reaching the far north of the wastelands, they came across the vast oasis near the end of the expansive desert. In the middle of the great jungle stood the titanic spire, which was guarded by an immense beast, Kugur. Kugur is said to be the largest apex to ever tread upon Ea, being so large that she was said to blot out the sun when she strode into battle. Although Kugur's origins and subsequent deeds are submerged within the realm of myth, Wardoon retelling of her legend claimed that she arose deep from within the bowels of the Little Dea spire, which once stood at the site of today's Ulkabat. It is said that Kugur slept deeply during the night, sliding into the caverns underneath the ruined spire. But come morning, her heavy footsteps would cause the oasis to tremble as she came out to hunt. The colossal predator would not limit herself to feasting on flesh and blood, but began to consume the very oasis itself, devouring large swathes of jungle with each passing day and threatening to unmake the verdant haven entirely. As the cold night gave way to dreaded daytime, the eclipse gorged itself endlessly, growing ever larger with each cycle. Desperate and exhausted, the tribes that had migrated to the oasis which surrounded Little Dea found refuge on the edge of the oasis, living in constant fear, not only because the titanic apex would hunt down and devour anything that she came across, but because day by day the refuge of the oasis was diminishing. Despite the best efforts of the Wardun speakers, Kugur could not be reasoned with. The great apex was driven by an all-consuming, unnatural hunger, and nothing else, leaving no room for logic and distinct thoughts. All hope seemed lost until two twins, Ulaku and Ulaka, decided to thwart the great beast. The siblings, one male and one female, were young and yet tremendously blessed with both razor-sharp wit and unyielding bravery. For the first portion of the plan, the nimble Ulaka slathered herself in liberal amounts of fat and ventured underneath the ruined spire and into the realm of the Pugawerdi, more commonly known as the Karakchantulas, outside the Wardun tongue. The Karachantulas, communal arachnids of truly alarming size that live within Little Dea's underbelly, had established a fearful alliance with the mighty Kugur, offering the great predator food which was caught from their webs and acting as her lackeys. Reaching the center of the Karaktula subterranean hunting grounds, Ulaka was able to avoid capture due to her greasy, slippery form, gliding and navigating the expensive spiderweb network without an issue in sight. At the heart of the immense web, the speaker Ulaka sought to coax the Karantula Elder Queen out of hiding, tugging on the delicate strands of her spider silk like a harpist might the strings of his instrument. Expecting to feast on entangled prey, the queen chittered and crawled, heaving her immense bulk to meet the disturbance head-on. Being blind, as is the case with all Karaktulas, Ulaka was able to escape the queen's eager fangs, leading her through and around her own web in a pointless chase. The queen roared and cursed, demanding to know the infiltrator's true identity. Ulaka, smart as she was, stated that she was an agent of Kugur, lying that she was sent to test the queen's prowess in catching and providing prey for the great apex. Ulaka expanded her lie, saying that the Eclipse believed the queen to be incapable of catching victims, having lost her edge due to old age. Furious and desperate to prove the accusations wrong, the queen paused and started producing webbing of exceptional quality, weaving spider silk of the purest form in the hope of subduing the intruder and demonstrating her worth. Before she was able to cast her net, Ulaka retrieved the vial of Dilosaur poison from her pouch, which is known for its unparalleled pain-inducing properties, and flicked it into the spider's exposed web glands. The beast, now in a fit of unmanageable pain, was sent reeling back, discarding her silk and fleeing deeper into her dominion to shelter her wounds. Ulaka was quick to retrieve the discarded silk, coiling it around her shoulder and making her way towards the surface and to her brother. Due to this act of trickery, it is said all Karantulas remain forever hostile to this very day, harboring a seething hatred for all Wardun because of Ulaka's actions all those years ago. Upon reaching her brother within the oasis above, Ulaka handed him the precious bundle of spider silk. Under the vigil of a full moon, Ulaku weaved a veil of unmatched craftsmanship, letting it cure underneath the night sky and imbuing it with shimmering moonlight. Without pause, during the same night, when the great apex was sleeping, the twins ventured once again beneath the ruined spire, following the path towards Kugur's lair. There the twins found the eclipse amidst a deep slumber. With one swift motion, the spider silk veil was draped over Kugur's head, pushing the great apex into an eternal night and never-ending sleep. The veil's moonlight properties, the story goes, have kept Kugur subdued ever since, binding the legendary beast into an ever-flowing dream that has no end in sight. In honor of the mythical twins, the northmost oasis was named Ulakbat, meaning Ulak's guile, by the grateful tribes. Yet legends say that Kugur might still awake, rising from deep within the earth so that she might devour all in her path once more. Despite the myth of Kulgur's saga, the tale of Ulkabat's founding serves a key practical role within tribal society. The labors of the two twins show the value of wit and calculated guile to the young Wardun, highlighting that force is not always the most preferable solution. The tale of the Eclipse's downfall showcases that power lies within an inventive thought, fostering the very spirit within the impressionable minds of the young. Today, Ulakbat is mostly known for its harvesting of Karankantula's spider silk, with trained poachers collecting the valuable material by targeting and incapacitating the great spiders, much like Ulaka did within the famous tale. The silk has a multitude of useful properties. The organic gel that coats it has notable adhesive and waterproofing properties, and the fibers are immensely tough and flexible, finding extensive use within an array of tribal crafts and disciplines. Additionally, the cult of famine has found a specialized use for spider silk when it comes to the spread and recording of their many stories. Famine cultists have been known to weave intricate bundles made from the sturdy web link, creating an assortment of knots within each strand to synthesize the specialized textile form of record keeping. With the additional use of targeted pigmentation, this silk writing, known as kuopiti in the tribal tongue, can be used to reliably record and propagate the many stories of the Wardun race between oases and tribes alike, making it of invaluable cultural importance. The living world of Zendulai of the Manugode. Entrusted with protecting the oases from the threats of the east, Zenduali decided to lead a fast and agile force into the lands of the dead men, scout their numbers and assess the danger and find out as much as she can about the enemy and area both. Her wishes for speed, however, were soon put to the test. Plagued by still and silent dreams that smelled of death, her people found the fervor of life abandoned them with every waking morning. Following the advice of the representatives of the cults with her force, she ensured her people spent every waking moment busy and occupied by hunting, tracking, and battle training, finding out all they could about the land. Her efforts seemed to work until one scout was left alone on a patrol, despite her orders for everyone to work in pairs all the time. Riding fiercely into the camp, Raptor rider Akina reported directly to Zenduali that previous reports were confirmed and the large tracks had been found in areas long thought lifeless. Excited by the prospect of wildlife even in these parts, Zenduali's joy was quickly overshadowed by the notable absence of Akina's scouting pair, Owati. Furious that her orders were not followed, she nevertheless allowed the scout to rest for a spell before she rode with her to Owati. The ride proved harder than any before, hunted by the elements themselves as a sudden sandstorm befell them. Zenduali was entraced by a whispering voice in the wind. Mystified and consumed by its lure, she listened to its words and despaired as a cloudless rain mingled with the besieging sandstorm, with every land and element around her feeling lifeless and angry. Zenduali plunged into misery with young Akina trying desperately to pull her out of her own mind. She only succeeded when the storm died out and Owati was found, her throat sliced and her bloodied dagger in her hands. Influenced by her experience in the storm and consumed by paranoia, she declared the death a murderer and started frantically to try and track the culprit. Eventually defeated by her own exhaustion and Akina's desperate pleas, she accepted the death as suicide and returned with the body to the camp. There the young scout was given a self-hand killer funeral, struggling still with the ghost of the despair and futility she experienced in the storm. Zenduali ordered that all works would be done in groups of 4. Once she had established there was nothing to track and next to nothing to hunt, Zenduali realized how much time she had lost trying to battle the land of the dead itself, and just how little she had learned about her enemies. Pushing on against her own hunted mind, she ordered multiple tracking groups of 4 and 8 to scout deep into the lost lands and the lands of the dead, while she remained in camp to keep her force disciplined and the rations were going dangerously low. Her patience was rewarded more than she wanted. Not one but 2 forces of dead were spotted. One was engaged with her cousin, Yolmantok, who was forced to gather as many of the scouts as he could to confront them. The other was a larger force, settling and unearthing the ruins of an old city. Sending word to the oasis, Zenduali sent the main camp to meet Yolmantok. Herself, however, gathered a small, agile force and went to observe the ruined city. There she saw works of excavation being done. Moving stealthily, she observed numbers, watches, and patterns, but had no inkling as to their battle readiness and tactics. Having ensured that the oasis would be altered first, she decided to follow the daring plan of one of her captains, a hit-and-run assault, aiming to gather as much information as possible about what the dead were digging for and how they responded to guerrilla warfare. The Battle of Divinia Ruins proved to Zendwali that the dead would not be an easy enemy. While she was forced to retreat much sooner than she had hoped, and before she managed to strike any significant blow, she did manage to observe that the dead seemed focused on uncovering tombs. She noted the speed and effectiveness with which they had responded to their surprise attack, and the quiet coordination with which they moved. Equipped with some losses but armed with knowledge, Zendwali fled west, her mission only a partial success. The Oasis of Omog Rahuli. The middlemost oasis within the wasteland, Omog Rahuli, sprouted from the ruins of the once great Mirias spire, which came to be known as Gahanta by the Wardun, meaning demon's tongue in the tribal tongue. The oasis is known for its intense tropical climate, combined with the overbearing moisture. Omog Rahuli's jungle backdrop clings to the skin and stifles the lungs of the unprepared. The plant life of the region mirrors the chaotic and overwhelming nature of the environment. Sprawling vines and protruding roots shroud the ground in its entirety, while the trees and bushes merge together to form near impassable environmental partitions. Coupled with the plethora of buzzing insects, venomous serpents, and hungering jungle predators, it becomes abundantly clear why Omograhuli has garnered such infamy throughout the wasteland. The potential ways one can die within the oasis are varied indeed. The oasis founding is closely tied to a Wardun tale of monumental significance, that of Omogra, the Unbound, the legendary raptor patriarch. When the spire known as Abhoret fell at the hands of the Dweghom during the clash known as the Bloody Dawn, the nascent and newly freed Wardun were forced to flee and abandon the only home they had ever known. During those turbulent and uncertain times, the fledgling species, with their living goddess leading their emerging civilization, ventured north into the chaos of the forming wastelands. Many were lost at the time, but not all perished, and from those groups that were separated from the rest of their people, a small group came across an all too familiar sight within the vastness of the wasteland. The site was none other than the Spire of Ganta, which lorded over the forbidding horizon of the vast Clusterine Mountains. The group's arrival was timely. Heavily damaged during the exile campaign of the Dweghom, the battered spires never had a chance to be repaired by its masters, for from cracks caused by Dweghom's siege, a terror had been unleashed within Mirias's balls, wreaking death and havoc on the exiles within. Now mere hours after the Wardun had first laid eyes on the spire, the fall of Hazila took place, plunging the sky in ash and darkness and shaking the entire world. Before their very eyes, the weakened spire finally cracked as powerful earthquakes shook its already crumbling structure, and from the steaming rubble the terror within emerged. Omograh the Unbound, a rapture unlike any other, stood upon the ruins of the spire and roared his defiance at the open world. The great raptor was a predatory juggernaut, driven into a frenzy that allowed him to feel no pain or fatigue as he hunted down his disoriented enemies, leading his pack against what few exiles had survived their home's destruction. At the sight of such chaos, the Wardun left the fallen spire to its fate, forging their destiny elsewhere within the wasteland. Years later, some of the tribes that were driven from the oasis of Huyanentali would return to the site of Gahantal's fall, finding the lush tropical oasis that had formed around its colossal carcass. Gahantal was a young spire with ample reserves of life-giving substances and live biological specimens that were stored in its underbelly, releasing them upon its death and causing a deluge of new life to emerge in the surrounding area. Rulers of this new ecosystem was Omogra and his brood, who nevertheless did not perceive the arriving Warthun as prey, allowing them to settle within the verdant expanse as he claimed his lair. Seeing Omogra as the one who brought down Gahanta and protector of their kind, the tribes named the newly discovered oasis Omograhuli, roughly meaning Omog's Rest. In honor of the Raptor Patriarch's mythical feat and legend says that it was the Unbound, a paragon of bestial lethality, that helped the tribal speakers learn how to communicate with his kind. While the Unbound eventually passed away and became the stuff of legends and tales shared by the cults of famine with all tribes, his lineage survives into the present, consisting of genetically superior raptor mounts that are collectively known as the Brood of Omogra, serving as exalted mounts that fight alongside the Wardoon, but remaining notoriously hard to control, save by the most accomplished speakers. While many of the tales of Omorak the Unbound and the creation of Omograhuli might not be entirely rooted in truth and facts, their symbolic meaning is still of great importance within Wardoon culture, signifying perseverance and rebirth during chaotic and uncertain times. Today, the main city of Omograhuli is located to the west of the oasis. It is built upon a great stretch of freshwater wetlands, supported by countless elevated wooden platforms that separate it from the murky waters below. Virtually none of the Wardoon city is constructed atop solid land, for the surrounding jungle is too chaotic and dangerous to support such endeavors. Instead, the locals weave their urban tapestry atop Omograhuli's marshlands, having created a patchwork city made of bound wood and reed roofs that exist in harmony with its aquatic environment. At the center of the oasis, one can find Ganta's fibrous carcass. When the Spires' steam toppled over, it cracked open the very earth, creating a massive chasm that spawns the entirety of the oasis' eastern side. The gigantic rift came to be known as Tuntuki, meaning evil grin, and connected the Spire's underbelly with the surface. Gazers spew bubbling spire-borne discharge from within the Gahanta's bowels, further enhancing the many spire-created organisms that live near or inside the Great Chasm. Matriarch Mianmatu rules over Omongrahuli, acting as the oasis' sole leader and enforcing the Ukun Fazane's will. The matriarch queen is said to have a striking passion for herbology, spending much of her time in an effort to catalog and harness the power of Omograhuli's miraculous plant life. And these have been the Wardoon. I kinda like the combination of orcs and Aztecs and dinosaurs. I think it's like the best combination ever. And it's a unique spin on orcs as a thing in general. If you reach this far, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. It helps the channel grow. I'll see you in the next one. Arrivederci. A common misconception amongst modern historians and their students is that the title of Dominion refers to the dominion of man. It most certainly does not. The original inhabitants referred instead to the dominion of Hazila, the Pantocrator, the god of mankind, and with his fall the dominion ended, but did not die. Far to the east of the 100 Kingdoms, past the Clusterine Mountains and the desert wasteland beyond it, lies the heartlands of the Old Dominion. Once a continent-spawning power, the legions of the Old Dominion were powerful enough to threaten even the eldest races of the Dweghom and the Spires into acquiescence, or at least a semblance of it. Past the once steaming valleys and fertile plains of the heartland lie the river valleys upon which Capitas, the greatest city of humanity ever built, was founded. And it is here amongst the ruins of the holiest of cities of man that the remnants of Hazila fell. Wounded unto death, but immortal and driven to a towering rage by the betrayal of his subjects, Hazila was pushed beyond the limits of despair and rage. In his hubris, he sought to end the Old Dominion, but was foiled by the sacrifice of another member of the pantheon, Ninuach, the Mother. Denied, broken, and driven well past the edge of madness, Hazila reached out to whatever power could answer his desperate need to avenge himself and punish his betrayal. And one answered. Death, the third incarnate soul of destruction, had been bound beyond the reach of any being, living or dead. But Hazila now stood in the threshold of both and could hear his call. Bending all his divine might, Hazila was able to carve his way into death's prison as he fell. What happened within that forsaken realm is beyond the understanding of mortals and immortals alike. But from the unholy fusion of those two polar primordial elements, an unholy amalgam was born. Undeath. Animate but unalive, aware but unsouled, a new primordial paradigm was born. Its rage-filled birth cry infused the thousands upon thousands of death in Capitas and the Old Dominion beyond with a fraction of his essence, granting them a ghastly unlife. The spiritual connection the deceased had with Hazila made this transfer not just possible, but remarkably easy. In fact, this birth cry was so powerful and uncontrollable that Hazila poured too much of his essence into it, becoming little more than a single directive that lived within each of his undead creations: slay the living. Almost no records of the butchery that followed exist outside of the most secret vaults of the Order of the Ashen Dawn. What little knowledge of the spirit exists is embedded into the dark myths and legends of the Ras, the last of mankind to flee the Old Dominion across the Clusterine Range to freedom. They alone, amongst all the remnants of mankind, were forced to face the untrammeled horror of Hazila's rage and despair made manifest, and their myths, legends, and cultural outlook reflect this. Through the selfless sacrifice of the last legion and the last remaining god of the triumvirate, Cleon, Hazila's horde was defeated. But a primordial power as old and vast as a horseman, even a corrupted one, cannot be defeated, merely contained. And so it was that Hazila's power and his will were severed. What the Legion did with his will remains the single most closely guarded secret of mankind, but his power has raged unchecked for centuries in the heart of the Old Dominion. In the center of Capitas there is a gigantic pit from which blazes a miles-high beacon of unlight, a powerful beam of dark fire that casts as much shadow as it does light, shrouding the entire city in a hellish glow of dancing shadows. This is the unfettered and unbound essence of Hazila, fallen god of mankind. It is a corruption unlike anything that ever came before it, and has sung its siren song for centuries, drawing the mad, the broken, the despairing, and the power-hungry to it like moths to a flame. Over the centuries, hundreds, if not thousands of mortals have answered the call. Of these, only a mere handful survived, and they are the anointed, the prophet, the warlord, the speaker, the seer, the howler, the keeper, the branded, the whisperer, and the broken. The first whisper of their names is starting to be heard in the lands of man, a whisper that will soon burgeon to become a storm. Into sub-factions, the final creed. Even as Hazila fell, some of his priests led prayers in his name while the panicked population of the city tried to escape. Even as the shockwave tore through Capitas and reduced the city to rubble, they chanted his praise while being torn to pieces by flying rubble in an enraged mob. Even as Hazila's unbirth blanketed the land in a peril of death and darkness, ripping the life from all but the hardiest, they called out his name with reckless abandon, and his name might be the last thing to pass their lips. Even as Hazila's dark will was made manifest, and the dead walked once more to slay the living, they cried out his name in joyous communion, and somehow managed to survive. They are the apostles of the final creed, the last and most fervent worshippers of Hazila that ever walked the earth, and their task is not complete. Shielded from Hazila's baleful power by countless meters of rock, a maze of storerooms and dusty workshops lie next to the forgotten sepulchres, abandoned mausoleums, and long-neglected naves carved into the living rock. This is where the priesthood of the final creed carries on its work of bringing Hazila's vision to the world. Once that meant marching with Hazila's untold legions and bringing death to any mortal creature that stood in their way, utilizing their divine and sorcerous gifts to complement the unthinking savagery and endless numbers of Hazila's unliving tide. With Hazila's defeat and partial imprisonment, the creed retreated to Capitas, humbled and broken, settling next to the pyre, that unceasing torrent of corrupted primordial power that fountains from the epicenter of the fall in the center of the dead city. Their leader, his original name lost to time and madness, committed ritual suicide by walking into the pyre. Even as their reduced number contemplated oblivion, for only a handful have survived to this point, the first of the pilgrims began to arrive. Driven by the need or pulled by madness or fate, a few crazed survivors started trickling into Capitas. Their sanity blasted by the sights they had seen, or perhaps lost well before by the heinous acts they had committed, the pyre called them across Ea, and they proved the fertile seeding ground for the apocalyptic fate of the final creed. And so, with the vast majority of the unliving tide defeated and their reduced numbers, the cult was in a trajectory to become a little more than a ghastly footnote in the history of man. All of that changed with the arrival of the Prophet, the first anointed. Stepping forth from the twisted primordial flames of the pyre, the Prophet rejoined his brethren, forged anew in the unholy furnace of his god's impotent rage. Their former leader had cast away all his mortal weakness and became a living vessel of his god's power and purpose. For while Hazila will have been bound, his power remained available for those desperate, or crazy, or faithful enough to claim it. Gifted with a fraction of Hazila's corrupt essence, the Prophet rekindled the dying embers of the final creed's fate. Channeling his newfound powers, the Prophet sought to recreate Hazila's undead tide and scour the world clean of sentient life, only to find that his powers were no match for those of Hazila. He could not reanimate more than a scant few thousand corpses. Years and decades of studies and horrible experiments followed as the final creed sought to appease their dark master's reincarnation. But progress was slow. Hundreds were sacrificed on the altars to fuel his mad quest for power, and their bodies reanimated in a vain attempt to recreate the legions Hazila once commanded. Having cast off his mortal frailties, the Prophet cared not for how far he pushed his servants, driving the cult to the edge of extinction time and time again. Disgusted by the frail efforts of his mortal followers, the Prophet turned further and further away from them, dedicating himself to his own vile studies and experiments. Despite his best efforts, the Prophet was forced to concede while his attunement to his god could grow with time and sacrifice. Only those who were sworn to Hazila in life could be reanimated in death. The Prophet was undeterred, however. He might not be able to follow in his master's footsteps, but he could certainly complete his great undertaking. It would simply take time. Time he now had. Returning to his followers, the Prophet was shocked to discover that he was no longer the only power in Capitas. Others had taken advantage of his long sojourn into the dark secrets of mortality and divinity, and usurped a portion of his god's power, twisting it to their end. Where once he alone commanded the baleful power of Hazila, others now dared to tread. Adding insult to injury, his harsh treatment of the final creed and his subsequent abandonment had left the cult ripe for treason and sedation. Many of his favorite followers had cast their lot with these usurpers, while he alone remained the true master of these dark arts. His enemies now benefited from years of careful research and dark secrets he alone had been privy to. Enraged beyond reason, the Prophet marched his forces to take down these usurpers, these anointed, and reclaim his primacy as Hazila's chosen. The war that raged in Capitas and the dark deserts beyond was the stuff of nightmares that thankfully no sane mortal was forced to witness. Undead legions marched upon each other and clashed for days on end, their bodies as tireless as their master's spite. At first, the Prophet was successful and managed to bring down a few of the anointed, fueling his power with their own. But his resources had been stretched thin. Maintaining his control over Capitas and his own trove of suitable cadavers and bodies was no match for the reanimated legions his opponents could marshal from the burial grounds scattered across the empire. Worse still, the longer the war raged, the more irreplaceable bodies were being lost, and with them the hopes of conquering the mortal realms. Faced with these direct facts and the united opposition of the remaining anointed, the Prophet was forced to concede defeat. To preserve his master's dark legacy, the Prophet agreed in desperation to share Capitas and reform the final creed. It would now serve all the anointed equally and share what knowledge and influence he had amassed with all anointed. This is how the final creed came to take its current form. Today, countless servitors labor daily beneath the oppressive oversight of their unliving masters to uncover more suitable bodies in the forgotten tombs and catacombs of the Old Dominion to fuel their dark design. Morticians and sculptors labor together to repair these bodies that were ravaged by time or battle, seeking to restore their function by replacing their lost parts with replacements carefully carved from the very stones of Capitas. Stones that have witnessed Hazila's darkest laughter and bathed in his baleful power for centuries. Some go even further, seeking to combine these unholy remnants with the will of his most loyal lost followers to create unstoppable engines of destruction. all to bring their death god's will upon the mortal world. The fallen Pantheon. The Pantheon of the Old Dominion were once mankind's greatest allies, a gathering of puissant primordial powers dedicated to fostering a nascent mankind's beset by the countless perils. While Hazila led it, he was not always the most powerful entity within it. Cleon, the Lord of Valor, and Ninhua, the Merciful Mother, were entities even older than himself, who had, for their own reasons, been benevolent to the stripling race of man. Interestingly, tied to their aspects, these divinities could not rise as fast or as far as Hazila, who would eventually come to eclipse them. In time, Hazila became aware that the Trinity was simply not enough to satisfy the ever-growing needs and demands of mankind, and so struck a plan to create divinities from the smallest and faintest of the mote's creation. Much like himself before man's worship, these motes lacked any sentience or direction and merely drifted through the ether. With an intrinsic understanding of divinity and the power of belief, Hazila quickly set to create loyal servants and heralds to satisfy the growing demands of his followers. The process, in essence, was simple. All Hazila had to do was name and define these celestials and channel a portion of his own power into them. Thus quickened, channeled human fate would rush to them, empowering them and shaping them at the same time, creating the gods that man himself had envisioned under Hazila's guiding eye. Over the course of centuries, the pantheon became populated with a plethora of angels, saints, and heralds. An entirely new field of theology had to be created merely to attempt to catalog and name the countless divine servants that crowded the heavens of the Old Dominion. Seraphim, cherubims, powers, and saints all toiled together to enact the will of Hazila upon the world. Depending on their role and importance, these beings could continue growing in power and awareness, becoming minor divinities in their own right, such as Himeros, the god of winter, or Selene, the lady of secrets and the moon, but always subservient to the will of the Pantocrator, Hazila. While few are aware of it today, the horrific events of the fall had a cataclysmic effect on the pantheon. As the ritual of the sorcerers reached its zenith, Hazila became aware of their efforts and bent every effort and means he had to ensure their destruction. Almost the entire pantheon was unleashed against their upstart humans who sought to attack their god, but to no avail. Centuries of familiarity and worship had armed the sorcerers with all the information they needed to defeat their celestial foes. Countless died in the opening salvos of the conflict, and hundreds more died to no avail before the ritual was complete. Those few who had survived, often most powerful and aware, perished in the immediate aftermath of the casting, as Hazila called on their power in an attempt to resist the fate the human sorcerers had unleashed upon him. Broken winged angels stumbled from the heavens, even as sacred statues and shrines cracked and collapsed under the divine onslaught, and their drained, inanimate husks rained down on Capitas for hours before Hazila was overpowered and cast down from the heavens. For those few celestials who survived the fall, an even darker fate was reserved: the unbirthed. As Hazila consumed and was consumed by death, the abhorrent primordial energy of that unholy coupling flooded Capitas. Those few celestials who had survived were still linked to Hazila and were utterly overwhelmed. As the ungod's cry echoes across the heavens and the dead stirred to life, the hapless divinities were irredeemably corrupt by the energy that consumed their god and rose once more as dark reflections of all they once stood for. Himeros, the hungering dark, and Selene, who stalks the night, are just a few of the horrors birthed in that apocalypse. How many succumbed to this fate? Few can say, for they thankfully remain bound to the pyre and Hazila's baleful energies, sparing the world of their horror. But that innocence is about to be shattered. As the anointed prepare for war and the final creed stirs, the fallen pantheon has finally found the means to escape their captivity. For both these terrifying groups have discovered how to once more call forth the pantheon to inflict Hazila's vision upon the world. As embodiments of Hazila himself, the anointed possess enough of Hazila's power to sustain a portion of the pantheon even away from the pyre, while the final creed has discovered that the greatest reliquaries of the old faith and the desecrated bodies of these divinities can be infused to sustain the immortal soul of their occupants with sufficient sacrifice. Far from the mindless automata, the remnants of the pantheon are possessed of powerful will, and even the anointed must negotiate with them to secure their service. So the legions of the Old Dominion march to battle once more, wrapped in the dark and glorious majesty of the members of the fallen pantheon. May the gods have mercy upon us all, for they will not. The legions. And the moments that followed the final act of the fall and the unholy amalgam that was spawned, the ungod's maddened sentience reached out to all available vessels. And at the time, those vessels were plenty, for any still and soulless body would do. Countless dead, an empire of them in fact, would be filled with a mockery of life, a twisted vigor of creation instilled with the emptiness of death. These endless hosts were for the most part lacking purpose or guidance. The will of the ungod to spread and to scatter, to offer either, and the life-ending power that existed in that moment of history was contained by its own numbers. But as decades and centuries passed, this explosion of unlife would settle. The new unnatural primal force would meet its limitations and be reined in by them. The ungod was shaped partially by fate, the same fate that had shaped Hazila. Those sworn to him would forever remain vessels of his will. And in the endless catacombs under Capitas, the legions of the faithful were waiting with eternal patience. It is believed that the adoption of the mummification practice began Hazila's semi-primitive clergy during the times of the first tribe, inspired by the sealed bodies of Dweghom found in the hold where Hazila was discovered. The priests of the fledgling god would research ways in which their bodies could be preserved so that they could serve their god in the afterlife. It is perhaps only natural that the practice would be transferred to all members of the Dominion's legions. After all, the origin of the legion was a group of warrior priests of the first tribe, equipped by Hazila's ingenuity and dedicated to the expansion of his worship. The practice was continued not simply as mandate of tradition, but as a core element of the worship of Hazila. Chapels dedicated to mummification were built throughout the lands of the Old Dominion to serve the needs of those officials and warriors stationed there. In Capitas, however, an entire district, the postern, would be covered by the scent of embalming fluid mixed with the aroma of ceremonial censers. In its center stood the halls of Orcos, where the Ramhadati, priests of the seer, would perform their gruesome task on the bodies of legionnaires and the clergy. In its vast rooms, rows upon rows of stone slabs would host countless bodies throughout the centuries of the Old Dominion. Its warehouses filled with the extracted organs of the faithful, as well as spare extremities, for the bodies of warriors would often need restoration before preservation. With the exception of privately built and owned mausoleums by the wealthiest families, all of Hazila's faithful were transferred back to Capitas to be sent to their final resting place, the Still Lake, a massive natural complex of caves filled with underground rivers and lakes, which would eventually become the single largest mausoleum in the history of mankind. Processions for the dead legionnaires, their bodies covered by a sheet and in full armor, would start from Hazila's tomb in the center of Capitas to the entrance of the Hall of Orcos, placed on a ceremonial boat. From the bowels of the hall where the still lake awaited, they would be taken to their final resting place. Tombs specially prepared and enhanced to keep the humidity at bay. It would not be long before the natural caves would be replaced by rows upon rows of these ornate tombs, forever encased in darkness and the soft sounds of water dripping in the still waters. To debate his genius is to debate eternity. This dogmatic paradigm in the lips of Hazila's clergy was in the end spat with anger by those fleeing from the destruction of the fall. Yet as centuries have passed since the praise of their god's forethought was filled with bitter irony, one cannot but wonder if this mortal sentiment was short-sighted and premature. Could the legions awaiting in the still lake be part of Hazila's plan, or at the very least, a glimpse of his divine foresight? Many of the few that know such things debate this. Some, respectful of the subtle influence of the death part in the ungod, remember this Ovidus. They will bring you their lost, but know not why. Even Hazila could not escape the pool of a true primordial, they claim. Others saw a simpler, perhaps, explanation. His fall, they say, proves that Hazila was neither all-powerful nor all-seeing, and chance, for better or worse, is her own mistress. From the very beginning of his dominion to his own maddened end, Hazila made plans within plans, weave contingencies upon contingencies. What the original plan behind his schemes was, probably no mortal can truly grasp, but it simply happened to serve him in his own life. Moving on to forces. Siarak. The profession natural of the Old Dominion army was best exemplified by its officer Kader. A Siarak, a commander of 1,000 men, was both elected by his troops and trained by Dominion. Only those who had previously reached the rank of centurion were eligible to become Siaraks, who upon election traveled to Capitas to be trained in grammar, arithmetic, and logistics, allowing them to become the professional officer corps that the legion needed to dominate the continent. Their exalted rank inevitably meant that they were buried in full honors and ceremony, their embalming process and the intermittent services much more thorough and complex than that of a simple legionnaire. As such, when raised as unliving vessels by the ungod, they retained their cognitive capacity, unlike the legionnaires who retained but a vestige of their former selves. Archimandrite. When the fall occurred, the vast majority of Hazila's priesthood was obliterated along with Capitas, the capital of the theocratic dominion. Those who survive today and have taken the mantle of the last creed are the spiritual descendants not of the central priesthood which was annihilated along with Capitas, but of the monastic orders that thrive beyond the reach of Capitas' influence. Amongst the oldest and most dangerous members of the last creed are the Archimandrites, each blessed in the vile might of the ungod and steeped in the mysteries and rituals of his dark church. Their monasteries abandoned in return of cells deep within the bedrock beneath Capitas. These blasphemous creatures command the absolute loyalty of 1,000 or so acolytes who lead the depraved followers of the apocalyptic cult so readily found in the dying lands to the north, as well as many undying legionnaires and monstrosities as their dark arts allow them to create. Strategos. A strategos is the supreme commander of a Dominion legion, a master of men who commanded the absolute loyalty of his troops, serving as their temporal and spiritual leader while on campaign. His mastery was one of strategy and diplomacy, allowing his officers, the 10 Siaraks, who served under him to focus on logistics, tactics, and the disposition of the troops. And to whom, with all the pomp and ceremony one could expect, their awakening into an unlife of service is complete with misery and loss. For unlike the lesser order, they do not only retain their cognitive function, but memories from before. This makes them a double-edged sword for those who would seek to command them. While one of the easiest and most efficient ways to secure the performance and power of an awakened legion, the strategoi are no unthinking minions to command. Their cognitive function and memories have allowed them to retain their personalities, and with it, ambition. Herodikon. The fall of Hazila and his pantheons shook even the fervent believers who would ultimately embrace the apocalyptic dogma of the final creed. When the voice of their god vanished after his defeat at the hands of Cleon and the last legion, many of his followers fell into despair. However, even the most zealous of his followers could hear the hallowing cacophony of 100 hungering divinities trapped within the pyre that burns in the center of Capitas. Fallen divinities that only need a few faithful followers, self-ordained hierodikons, to preach their word and carry out their mission of sin that their new masters might unleash a millennia of malice and hatred upon the world. Fallen divinity. Once noble paragons of the Dominion's pantheon, but long since corrupted by Hazila's fall, fallen divinities are quite simply the most dangerous foes mankind has encountered to date. Thankfully, the trauma of the fall and the valiant efforts of Cleon during the Theomachia that followed have crippled and contained the power of these abhorrent beings. This means that they can be opposed by mortal arms for a brief spell, that vulnerable moment between their manifestation before they had the chance to feast upon the dark power released by the destruction of their followers. The Mounted Strategos. The origins of chivalry and the feudal order can, like all institutions of the 100 Kingdoms, be traced back to the establishment of the Cataphracti Tagmata in the Old Dominion. Their cost of their mount, equipment, and deployment, as well as effectiveness on the battlefield, set these warriors on a league of their own. A Mounted Strategos is the epitome of this ancient warrior code, a paragon of a bygone age mounted on his ritual companion, whose faded glory and tattered panoply cannot dim the blazing intellect and sheer will that smothered within this faded vessel. Optio. Second in command to the Centauros, the lowest ranked officer minted by the Collegia of the Old Dominion, the Optio is a stern, experienced veteran whose responsibility it is that an officer's orders be obeyed or ignored. When the Imperial Legions were born, veteran commanders quickly realized they needed a linchpin between the professional officer corps being produced by the collegiates and the veteran legionaries that form the backbone of all legions. Dark Cenotaph. Throughout the history of the Old Dominion, each legion had a separate interment and site where all the recovered bodies of its fallen legionnaires and officers were buried, crowning each of these Spartan necropolises as Centotaph, a memorial to those who fell but were never recovered. A locus for the enduring pride of the legion, any foe fighting under its dark power knows he faces not only the relentless dead in front of him, but the combined will of those countless legionnaires whose bodies were not recovered. Profane Reliquary. When Hazila fell, countless fragments of his divine realm were recovered by his devoted servants across the length and breadth of Capitas. These small fragments of divinity retained the power to animate and agitate the normally compliant souls of the ungods faithful, rousing them and allowing a small fraction of his deathly will to spill over into the world, sapping the very life force and vitality of his foes. Hetairos. In the early days of the Old Dominion, the Catophractoi were the Councilor's chosen companions, or Hetairoi, armed with the finest arms and armor he could furnish, and mounted atop the greatest steeds he could find. As the Old Dominion evolved, these ancient formations were abandoned, but not the title of Hetairos. Granted to the greatest champion of the Old Dominion, this was a title granted only by the Calsor himself for deeds of valor upon the field of battle. Some of that prowess and glory remain in their withered remnants, and the Hetairoi are the first among equals in the Catophractoi warband, their mere presence reminding their companions of the glorious charges of ages past. Keres. Those cultists who lack the ambition or brilliance required to reach on life on their own terms are granted one final chance to become one with their lord. In the final hours of their life, they climb onto a bonfire lit with the unholy flames of the pyre. Keres are the animated charred remains of those who managed to not go insane. The Moroi are not so lucky. Legionnaires. While it was once arguable whether the legions of the Old Dominion were the most feared fighting force on Ea, few would dare disagree today. Devoted to their lord in life and unlife, what the legionnaires of the Old Dominion have lost in speed, they more than make up in remorseless discipline and relentlessness. The Praetorian Guard. Once the premier fighting force of the Old Dominion, the Praetorian Guard eventually lost favor amongst their charges, the Calasors, for being more loyal to their god than to themselves. Twice doomed for their loyalty, the Praetorian Guard now possesses the dubious honor of being one of the few troops in the Old Dominion forces who retain some sense of self despite possession by Hazila's power. Cataphractoi. Armed from head to toe, Cataphractoi were the precursors to the noble idea of the knights. Raised in undeath, these horsemen became a terrifying force on the battlefield, their effectiveness compounded by the fact neither the horse nor the rider know fear or pain, allowing them to slam into enemy formations with a ferocity no mortal foe could match. Caryatids. While Hazila's fall and subsequent annihilation of the population of Capitas infused the very stones of Capitas with its power, nowhere was this more evident than in his greatest temples. Here the very blood of Hazila oozed from the walls, infusing his holiest icons and statuary with a dark parody of life. The beautiful caryatids that once ringed the great temple's temenoi have come to life, and a grotesque parody of their ritual purpose now hunt down all interlopers in their god's dominion. Only the most zealous and dedicated of Hazila's servants can hope to bind these unholy creations in common purpose to unleash their horror upon the battlefield, where missiles created of divine blood in sheer spite make a mockery of mortal armor and flesh. Athanatoi. Precursors to the lauded Praetorians, the origin of Athanatoi is shrouded in the myths and legends that churned around the birth of the Dominion and its early forces. Faceless and remorseless, they were the gods' will made manifest in mortal hands. The ranks of these Anatoi were capped at 1,000 to be replenished from a pool of the most talented warriors the Dominion had to offer should one of them fall in battle. Now even in death they serve, bringing their god's judgment on all those foolish enough to think they can stand before these immortals. Bone golems. In their quest for knowledge, Dark Creed uncovered many secrets best left alone. Prime among them was the fact that the very stones of Capitas were soaked with so much death and so much of Hazila's essence during the fall that all they needed to heed their master's call to murder the living was simple motivating consciousness. These massive constructs wreak havoc on the battlefield, their massive forms soaking unbelievable levels of damage as their massive limbs sigh through enemy formations. Canephoros. Deep within the greatest temples of Capitas, one could find the Telestria, great halls in which people were initiated into the mysteries of Hazila's cult. Ringing these richly appointed halls, dozens upon dozens of Canephoros stood guard, bearing the bounty and gifts their lord would shower onto Hazila's new initiates. In a dark parody of their former role, these terrifying animate constructs can be unleashed upon the battlefield to deliver their god's last gift, death. The Varangian Guard. It is the nature of power to corrupt. Few individuals were as aware of this universal truth as the Calysaurs of the Old Dominion. Like the Praetorians replaced the Athanatoi in their unbending devotion to the right of Hazila, so were the Varangians established upon the ashes of the Praetorian Guard when their mortal weakness and thirst for power saw them betray their leaders. Through the centuries of unrest and the fall that followed, the Varangians have stood guard over the Calysaurs and those closest to them, bringing bloody death and vengeance to any who would dare harm them. The Bucephaloi. The Bucephaloi of the Old Dominion were the sacred guardians of its holiest sites. Clad in beautiful ceremonial panoplies, these simple and devout guardians were selected from amongst the most powerful of Minotaur Tahirians, their horns ritually cut off in an act of devotion and their subservience to Hazila. Such was the power and majesty of the Bucephaloi that only in death were they called to battle, while alive none dare oppose them. The Kirschborough Expedition. Even if a secret kept from the general population, the existence of the undead remnants of the Old Dominion had been known to humankind for centuries. This knowledge has primarily been preserved and safeguarded by the orders and the higher echelons of power in the city-state of Acheron, who have historically monitored and guarded the passages to the east, while most of the times the Wardun would dissuade or eliminate most stragglers that managed to pass through those 2 human centuries. Despite their best efforts, however, curiosity, scholarly pursuits, misguided worship, and the promise of an entire civilization's worth of treasure, not to mention the fall call of the pyre, have been singing their siren call, attracting people from all sorts of life to the broken remains of Capitas. The few that have fled with their lives after witnessing the current state of the Old Dominion have sparked misbelieved tales about the dead hunting the living. But that is about as far as the truth has been preserved amongst the general population. Shielded from such truths were even the last few emperors. In 501 PR, Emperor Otto III the Accursed saw his reputation and influence dwindled after his marriage to Myrina of Leon, a pronounced deist, and the church turned almost openly against him, refusing to donate the Palatine to the Empress and founding the Panenticum in its stead. Despite his own indifference, a childhood friend and Tia's sympathizer, Duke Gabriel von Kirschborough, urged him to keep some kind of goodwill between him and the Holy Father, and the 2 men eventually agreed that recovery of a champion's artifact from the Old Dominion would serve the Emperor's purpose. An expedition led by the Duke and founded personally by the Emperor would embark in secret to recover such an artifact. Of the total of 40 men, only 5 returned alive, and the expedition's purpose and findings were never revealed save to a handful of individuals. Herein follows the surviving account of Square Gerald Gavrim as found in the classified section of the Panenticum's library. The abomination with its bannermen stood within range of our archers. We rode out, My Lord Gabriel, Father Matthias of Hagu, Bannerman First Class Peter Schultz, and myself as squire to His Excellency to meet it. The differences to the other creatures based on the scout's reports and our own observations were apparent. Unlike the bannerman next to it and the dozens of other creatures behind it, it looked as if its armor protected something more than just bones. Strips of cloth escaped the plating and ceremonial attire, possibly strapping dead, rotten flesh to the bone. A death mask adorned with a crown of sun rays covered its face. Its bannerman held a golden solifer like those of the old empire, albeit torn and tattered, much like the death mask of the creature. My Lord Gabriel was expressionless, but for those who knew him best, for I could see the anger that danced silently in his eyes when they fell on the banner. "Who are you?" he asked the masked one, as if talking to a man. To my surprise, the thing replied. Its torso did not move as it spoke, nor did the neck flex. There was no breath behind the words, only the mask stirring slightly as the mouth moved behind it. The voice was low and muffled, whispered, barely strong enough to reach our ears. Father Matthias circled his heart. Bannerman Schultz tried to calm his mare, which stomped the ground nervously. "We are one," it said. "We are the name you do not speak. We are the light at the end of thy prayers. Where do you come from?" "We always were." My Lord Gabriel paused, troubled. "Who are you?" he asked again. "We are—" "No!" my lord interrupted. "You! Who are you?" The creature simply stared at him for some moments. It struggled to pronounce, almost coughing as if the word was foreign. "Am Keeper." "That is no name." "No." "Is that a nickname then? A role?" "No." "Then answer who it is I." "Are you Keeper, the commander of this army?" "No." "Is there a commander, a king, an emperor, a general among you?" "No." "Then are you the only authority?" "Yes," sighed dozens pairs of dead lips, as if with pleasure for finally admitting this. The wind carried the word and made it bounce against the sides of the rocky path, making our torches dance nervously and bringing it to our ears again and again, as if by reflex their whole army had answered. And I cannot deny it sent our hearts to race, our horses to falter, our guts grow numb and cold. All the dead had spoken, all but the Keeper. It whispered, struggling again once the echoes died out. "Am not. We are one. You do not see, Gabriel, yet we are as clear as day." It went on, tilting its head. It was hard to discern its tone, but I sensed uncertainty dressing its voice. I am under the impression that as time passed, it seemed to be able to communicate better, and that uncertainty fading. "How do you know my name? Speak, fiend, before I—" demanded my lord, but his words were cut again. As one, the dead raised their shields, and the bowmen reached for their arrow, angry sighs and muted growls reaching our ears. We reached for our swords, but they stopped as suddenly as they had started. "You will not speak thus to us," the Keeper said slowly, its head lowered. Then it went on, raising its head to look at my lord, the army behind it falling at ease once more. "We know your name, yes," it said after a while. "It echoes in my mind. Words at dawn, murmurs in my head. Do you see?" The question, I felt, held significance, as if the creature itself was uncertain of the answer. "No, creature, I do not, but I swear to us." Again a reflex, a sigh more than a reply, and again the twofold feeling. It felt like a command, but also a plea. "You unholy—" "My lord," said I hurriedly, trying to appease to him, and I remember my throat was dry. I do not hide that I fear the creatures just as I feared my lord's reaction. "So be it," he muttered, controlling himself before talking to the Keeper, his words more like a growl than a greeting. "I am Duke Gabriel von Kirschborough, in the name of His Imperial Majesty Otto III, Emperor Divine of Mank." They all reacted as one, once more. They made a sound like drawing a single endless choking breath, like wind trapped in a narrow tunnel, gaining speed and might and volume with every moment. I felt the back of my hair rise, and the bitter taste of terror filled my mouth as our men exclaimed in fear and reached for their weapons before our Lord raised his hand. I think now that the dead were laughing. "Stand aside, creature," my lord growled over their sound. "In the name of the Emperor, I demand—" All of a sudden their laugh ceased, and deathly silence fell among their troops, even as the keeper spoke. "You do not." It almost growled in anger, but it stopped. When it went on, it was the same low tone. "Demand, and we shall not command. We shall offer, once." I believe it was the creature's intention to try and sound pleasant when it spoke. "We bring only peace. Love us. We do. Return to us. We did to you. Accept our offer." My Lord Gabriel did not answer. He looked at the armor of the old empire, the ceremonial death mask of the keeper, and finally the Solifer, the dawning sun, a sun similar to his own lordship's banner bore. I do not know what he thought, and he never shared, then or later. "What is your offer?" he asked at last. Once again the answer came from all, only this time it was no whisper, it was no sigh, it was a statement. A promise, certain and inescapable, echoing like distant thunder slowly reaching us in the confines of the past. Death. Behind the golden mask, I felt the smile of the keeper. "We bring only peace," it repeated. The apostate Chelesor. A common misconception about the Old Dominion is the impression of a single civilization, an empire that was built slowly but with an almost streaming course through history. This view is not without flaws. As Hazila changed and his understanding of both himself and the world was being altered, the dogma of the theocracy shifted with him, as did the face of his empire. Much like any other long-lasting state, the Old Dominion passed through different stages and had to endure different challenges, from both within and without, and withstand the test of time. In fact, the term Domini Dominium, or the Lord's Dominion, which would come to overshadow the Empire's multifaceted history, was coined much later when the Dominion had almost carved its final border on the continent's map, a mere few hundred years before its decline and the fall. And one man above all else was responsible for this final and catalytic change, the apostate Chelesor. Clatovis Primus Iulianus was a member of the Primari tribe who claimed to be the descendant of the first tribe and nephew of Constantinus Primus, one of the most celebrated Chelesors of that period. His entire life he was being groomed to ascend upon the office of Chelesor and to lead Hazila's unified people. This grooming was, of course, tailored to the needs of a theocracy. Administrative training walked hand in hand with rhetoric and political studies, in addition, of course, to theology, divine philosophy, and even the ascetic life of clergymen. Tutored by the best in their respective fields, Glavotis, mentors, and spiritual fathers were numerous and widely recognized from his parents' time, paving the way for his inevitable ascension. Claftios proved a quick study. His memorizing skills and unparalleled education, however, was not always matched by his natural talent or instinct. Entrusted by his uncle with drowning the second rebellion of the Silvic and the Rus tribes of the north, his initial success eventually turned into a partial disaster, as his textbook strategies were quickly recognized and countered by the rebels. His successor, Pectusimus, met his own failures, and those proved to be his only redeeming factor, as the general opinion attributed to the loss to the ferocity of the rebels rather than the failures of their own generals. Still, according to most historic accounts, the campaign was a typical representation of Claudius's faults, namely a rather dogmatic and traditionalistic mind that often failed to recognize the need for adaptations and adopt those as necessary. Despite that, however, Claudius' education prominently ticked all the boxes, and his theological papers reflected his deep knowledge and understanding of Hazila's dogma. His career in the clergy, and therefore his political career, proved to be a straight line to the higher echelons of power. There, however, his streamlined career came to an end, for with the death of Constantinus at the heart of Hazila's dominion, a schism was being carved between the people and the newly elected Chelesor, Iulianus. As with any period of political unrest in the Old Dominion, the true cause behind the schism was a debate concerning dogma, which always reflected the shift in Hazila's own views and goals. Constantius had ruled most of his life according to the paradigms of old, assuming a series of honorifics that reflected the Pantheon's triumvirate as rulers of divinity and humankind alike. But after the failures of both his nephew and his successor in the campaign against the rebel tribes, Constantius led the last expedition himself, bringing the province back into the fold with ruthless efficiency, while recovering numerous artifacts of the first tribe from the rebels. Based on these newfound relics, as well as his popularity upon his return, he was hailed as the Will of the Pantocrator, a term much used by the common folk about Hazila, but never canonized in the hymns of the church until then, and which means Almighty, All-Holding, or All-Dominant. Before his death, the whole series of honorifics that Chelesor bore would reshape to reflect the new dogma, with Hazila as the Pantocrator. These titles would come to enhance the power of the Chelesor's seat, drifting away from the paradigm of a leader among equals and reflecting the power shifts to the heavens, where Hazila was ready to claim his position as sole and undisputed leader of the Pantheon. The gap left by Constantius' death would prove hard to fill. The late Chelesor was much beloved by the people of Capitas, who had readily adopted his preachings and the shifts in dogma he had proposed through both action and words. The rest of the theocracy, however, was not as eager to adopt such changes, seeing the influence of their own gods shrink before the new paradigm and their own power and influence slip away. The compromise was Julianus, whose family ties with Constantius would appease the population and the former Chelesor supporters, while his textbook approach to administration would ensure that the status quo in the theocracy would not be disturbed. Julianus, however, had different plans. While he dismissed the title of the Will of the Pantocrator, Julianus readily adopted and enhanced upon the reinforced powers that Constantinus had brought to the Chelesor's office, only to use them in order to achieve a return to the traditional values of the theocracy. He enhanced the roles of the legions in everyday matters beyond wars. He unearthed practices and preaches from the early days of Hazila's worship, some of them dating as far back as the times of the first tribe, leading modernized and more effective mummification practices to be forbidden in favor of old traditional practices which were held in greater ceremony but were much less effective in their preservation. In themselves, these moves meant little practicality, or so did Julianus think. In essence, however, Julianus was reawakening an old division of the theocracy. Pure citizens, descendants of the first tribe, and conquered nations were being divided. Politically, he believed that this way he would offer both sides what they truly desired, an increased influence of the Chelesor's office and the assembly, but a dogmatic enhancement of the role of the Pantheon. On a personal level, however, Julianus was driven more by his theosophical views rather than his political sense. His analysis of dogma was specific and based on centuries of practices, and in his mind this was adamant and eternal. At the same time, he feared that the absolute unification of everything in the theocracy would lead to its collapse and dissolution, for it did not reflect the founding principles of the theocracy. His own experience in the Northern Rebellion had taught him that the strength of the theocracy lied in its diversity, and this, he believed, was best reflected in the form of a ruling pantheon. Hazila was the first among equal. The blessing he had received during the ceremony of his ascension to the office of Chelesor proved that beyond any doubt in his mind. His reformations, therefore, would advocate a return to the past, where each tribe was distinct, each church of the pantheon had its own practices, and that Chelesor with his assembly ensured the unity of the theocracy as a whole, mainly through control of the legions. The reaction was immediate from both sides of the schism, and his support began to dwindle faster than his reformations could be brought into effect. But the disposition of Chelesor was a thing unheard of at the time. It took only 5 years for this to be rectified. The truth is that at the time, the very concept of tribes in different churches had much faded in the minds of the people and existed mostly in theory and politics. Centuries of living side by side, mixing and worshipping the same dogma, had forged a new identity in the minds of most of its inhabitants. This was Hazila's success, and Julianus' failure to realize. The diversity he dreamed of still existed, and the only thing his reforms achieved was to carve divisions. Overnight, families who had been native to Capitas for generations were treated and viewed by the theocracy as children to be guided at best, conquered to be ruled at worst. Allowed to follow their own gods and sensing a weak Chelisaur supported by the weakened dogma, distant legions were perhaps unsurprisingly the first to cause tensions, rushing to the defense of their clergy or their province before they rushed to the support of the Chelisaur. Pockets of insurgencies appeared throughout the land as the once complicated but understood unity of the theocracy was being redefined. Loath to do so, but forced by his political isolation, Julianus led the campaign against these insurrectionists himself, only to meet with another military failure. His own legion officers ignored him, and he was abandoned on the field of battle when none followed his charge. He was never seen again, neither alive nor dead. For the next 2 years, the assembly of the Chelisaur would rule in his absence, and its efforts concentrated on the establishment of a new dogma that would bring peace to the land. Eventually, he would come to be remembered as the apostate Chelisaur, his heretical views almost breaking the unity of Hazila's empire. His fate remains unknown and perhaps unimportant. His role, some note, was over, and his involuntary mission was accomplished to perfection. In the end, Julianus was never officially deposed. A new Chelisaur was needed under the new dogma, and indeed Hazila's blessing was offered as Chelisaur Giovannius ascended to office. The nuances of the new dogma were as numerous as they were complicated. The end result, however, is known. The Domini Dominium was established as all the people and all the churches were united under the banner of Hanzila Pantocrator. Hazila was being forged into the undisputed ruler of the people, and more importantly, the Pantheon. Conjunctures and Conjectures by Benjamin Toke, Volume 6, Divine Influences on Social Evolution and Decay. We're fully aware that our research and theories will once more be scrutinized, then ridiculed, being attributed to a so-called mental condition and an apparent brilliance in analyzing patterns that unfortunately often serves as fuel for a need to find patterns when none exist. It has been long suggested that this researcher's study in 3 different chapters, as well as this researcher's field of expertise in influences of primordial motes in time and space, cloud rationality and allow for external influences to constantly overshadow the power and influence of pure human nature in historical events. Our reply to such criticisms is simple. 5 volumes in this popular and financially profitable series of Conjunctures and Conjectures. I am Kautuk, you are risen. Whatever that means. Rather than provide answers with a mantle of self-appointed authority, our works are meant to inspire questions and challenge dogma, based on rational patterns, an attitude that could have, perhaps, averted disaster once. The dates proposed in this timeline are, with the exception of course of certain well-documented events, not accurate in the most traditional sense, and are in fact mostly speculations. Speculations, however, that are based on the application of specific patterns and rules of time and social evolution, such as Fatima's regulations, Enditus' law of momentary threes, Solon's rule of social pattern repetition, and our own Toke's paradigm of entwined chronomarks. As the influence of divine intervention and the advancement of a society is hard to record or account for, we will admit that the applications of these patterns and laws were done by approximation. Later in this introduction, we will present exactly which pattern were applied, why those were chosen, examples of other applications of said patterns, and the projected influence of the divine on them. Before we dive into that analysis, however, it is imperative that we attempt a glimpse of the grand picture. Time is the great dance of the cosmos, and before we explore its pattern step by step, it is to the benefit of learning that we first observe the entire routine. Circa 1900 AR, the discovery of Hazila. This we believe to be a misrepresentation of the truth and a conveniently simplification of facts. Pre-humans had existed for millennia before this, as made evident by the proto-myths concerning the breaking and the first war. We propose that a more accurate representation would be the first tribe discovers a primordial mote and begins a systemic worship that will eventually forge Hazila, which is admittedly less catchy and a bit of a mouthful. And in this tome, we will explore the possibility of more than one tribe having discovered the primordial mote before the first tribe, as well as their gruesome fate at the hands of the things that dwell in the deeps below the abandoned and guarded holds. 1900 to 1700 AR, the Firestone. At this time, the moat that would be Hazila is slowly shaped as a life-giving god of fire and stone by the primitive minds of the first tribe. Its people begin to wield fire but are slow to master its use. Modern linguists propose that because of this, the name Hazila means burning stone, firestone, or inner sun. Others underline the lack of evidence to this and propose that it is connected to the sorcerer word for origin. Others still suggest that it is a case of onomatopoeia, attributing to the sound a fire would make when trying to speak. In this chapter, we will explore the possibility that Hazila indeed is a name, one, however, discovered not forged by the first tribe. One that was always meant to describe just one thing, the small aspect of creation, that specific primordial mote. 1700 to 1600 AR, the Bronze Covenant. The evolution of the first tribe society accelerates as Hazila's own consciousness resembles that of a newborn. The creations of tools fitting for human need allows for agriculture to evolve. It is generally believed that at this time a large portion of the first tribe migrated outside the hold and put their new tools to use. In this chapter, we will explore the inconsistencies of these paradigms. We will suggest that while possibly still largely instinctual, the foundations of Hazila's individuality had already been largely formed, and that the exodus from the hold was part of a covenant between a god and his faithful. His proto-clergy would force the main tribe outside, paving the way for Hazila's own escape, in exchange for knowledge privy only to them. 1600 to 1400 AR, the Iron Covenant. Having been propelled through a Bronze Age within decades, the cult of the old god emerges clad in iron, the progenitors of his legion. While bronze tools and weaponry had ensured the safety of the first tribe from the predations of other tribes, iron will ensure dominance and expansion. Here we will reinforce our suspicion from the previous chapter that the symbiosis of Hazila with the first tribe, and especially his clergy, was deliberate, and the new covenant had been forged. In exchange for dominance over the fields of battle, and therefore expansion of their rule, Hazila would gain more followers, and thus, more worship. 1400 to 1300 AR, the Sun's Son. The academic society generally accepts that at this time, Hazila's longing for the times of creation are interpreted by his clergy as him once being a part of the sun, come to the world to teach and guide them. Thus the paradigm of conquest will shift into one of assimilation where possible. It will be our suggestion that there is enough evidence to suggest that by this time Hazila had already formed full consciousness and a solid understanding of human nature. Surprised by how fast the warring tribes had assimilated his teachings in terms of handling bronze and iron, Hazila is plagued by two things: humanity's balanced nature and his slow understanding of his new, more advanced teachings, as well as the memories of warring Dweghom and what war did to their society and unity. He therefore shifts the paradigm of conquest and introduces the gold, the sun's metal, allowing for trade to develop. Circa 1300 AR, the Exodus. With gold and steel wielded in equal measure, Hazila has now expanded his influence over a much larger pool of worshippers. This offers him the strength to finally break free from the Dragon Forge and follow his worshippers to the surface. It is our suggestion that this was a necessity as much as it was a desire for freedom. Spurred by the return of the dwellers below, Hazila leaves the hold for fear of confronting the motes of destruction and their hosts that plague the depths of the hold. 1300 to 1100 AR. The careful approach and the birth of adversaries. The aforementioned encounters will in the end serve him. In the surface, he will perceive more motes and primordial shards attached to other tribes and human groups. These he will approach with care, assimilating some or cooperating with others. While it is largely believed that with those of destruction, his people go to war to eliminate their pool of worship, we will explore evidence to the contrary. At this time, an elaborate group of adversaries will be brought into the dogma, and familiar names such as Bezul, Balbus, Yurkul, etc. will appear in religious preachings. While the details of that period's dogma elude us, we believe that their inclusion to the faith allowed for their sustenance through controlled worship, while enhancing Hazila's image as a savior. These adversaries come to resemble demonic beings of fire and magma coming from below, where else the mode of creation placed the origin of its enemies. This, we will suggest, also explains why such an important landmark such as the first tribe's hold has been forgotten, shedding the primal barbaric worship of the past and possibly included anything from human sacrifices to aspects known what else. While dispelling the anathema of his imprisonment, Hazila turns his old dwelling place into a promise of hell. 1100 to 800 AR, the years of expansion. In a scant 300 years, Hazila will come to forge the single largest empire the continent has ever known. It is generally believed that the aftermath of the First War, as well as the isolationism of the elder races, largely allowed for this to happen unopposed. This we will question through a series of events that can be highlighted in this period. Circa 1000 AR, Hazila will fight a coalition of neighboring tribes of Galantoni that worship another shard of creation, Cleon. Even though his legion lost a significant battle, peace would be brokered, mainly due to the trade's influence and understanding reached between Cleon and Hazila. A few decades later, 950 AR, the Bewerer worshippers of Nen or Ninhua will also join Hazila's empire. By 800 AR, the triumvirate reigns over the pantheon of 12, while an entire legion of lesser deities complete Hazila's fledgling celestial host. On a divine level, therefore, a semblance of peace has been established, and yet the Cletoni, who follow Ninhua, will not really join until 700 AR, and the Severus, who served Sabafu, another name for Cleon, will continue to resist the Dominion's influence even until the fall. While many attribute these to Ninhua and Cleon's mistrust towards Hazila, we will propose and support that the influence of the Weavers and the Spires respectively would sway those two tribes to constantly challenge the Dominion and Hazila from within, paving the way for its fall. 800 to 330, the Golden Age. The so-called Golden Age of Dominion will see Capitas become the center of the civilized world, the flourish of magic and knowledge, and the advancement of humanity to levels we have yet to discover. This, we propose, is but a facade, and humanity's advancement should be attributed to the relative peace they were offered. This short-lived glory of the triumvirate will fade as quickly as it rose, and the complex realities of such vast an empire will lead to constant shifts in dogma of the theocracy, multiple name changes in gods, and unending adjustments to the divine dominions of certain deities. Already by 750 AR, the legions will be forbidden to worship any deity, as celestial power struggles turned from the fields of battle of the previous centuries to the political intricacies of a theocracy bureaucracy where Hazila had the upper hand. By 600 AR, the Domini Dominion will be established, suggesting that Hazila's quest for power had become unending. All these, we propose, can serve as proof that the fall of the Dominion was already a matter of time. 313 AR, the Last Crusade. Nothing summarizes Hazila's decay and power loss more than the words that launched the Last Crusade. Build ships, you have run out of men to conquer. To this popular understanding, we will add the possibility that there was method in the madness. While we offer little insight to the events of Northern Ragnarok, we will postulate that this rushed, almost suicidal crusade was neither the desperate act of a divine monarch challenged by a distant pantheon, nor the maddened whim of deranged mind. Instead, we will propose that it is conceivable that such a surgical strike to the Dominion's infrastructure through a failure of such proportions could conceivably have been deliberate, heralding what was to follow. 301. The Falling. The last centuries of the Dominion are largely attributed to Hazila's absence rather than his design. While we are inclined to accept this, we will challenge this theory. If Hazila was gone, why would none of the rest of the Pantheon, much more so the other two of the Triumvirate, try and rein in the obvious destruction that was befalling the Dominion? Were they rendered useless by the machinations of Hazila? Or did perhaps humanity's last hopes allow for the destruction to occur? We will explore this possibility with certain arguments and theories in the following subchapters. 280 AR, the Cletoni Wave. If Hazila had indeed gone without trace, it is easy to attribute the exodus of Ninhua's favorite children to her foresight. As we are disinclined to base historical certainties to divine mysteries, however, we will explore the possibility that Ninhua had more than foresight to count on for her decision. Similar principal question can be asked about both the Galatoni wave and the Remnant wave. 151 AR, the Battle of the Waste. From Cleon's point of view, rather than to try and stop the rapid decline of the Dominion, we see him actively and strongly support the exodus of his last legion to the point of direct confrontation with the Silesor. Could this battle mirror the confrontation of the heavens? If so, why did Cleon's chosen stand alone? 900 AR, the Exile Campaign. Even as the Elder Races ravages the Dominion's people and lands, Cleon, Ninhua, and the Old Pantheon do little to protect their worshippers. Were they engaged in their own skirmishes and power struggles, stopped perhaps by one or more of their own? Or was it a deliberate decision to allow for the destruction to come and, more importantly, for Hazila to be destroyed? 0. The Fall. In this, our epilogue, we will examine how inevitable the fall was. Reviewing all the previously suggested evidence and theories, we will present a pattern in its totality that will attempt not to answer questions, but raise them. Was the fall as inevitable as it seems in retrospect? Did fault lie in the gods, humans, or even the elder races for this destruction? The Hermits of Samash All-Seeing. Throughout the span of the Dominion in both time and geography, the worship of Hazila was as multi-faced as it was complicated and adaptive. Whether by ambition, drive, memories of a bygone time, admiration or cunning, or even a combination of all of these, Hazila reached for the mantle of the sun early on his career as god protector of the first tribe. But the scores of tribes converted, assimilated, conquered, or annexed by Hazila's first tribe demanded for Hazila to assume different names, personas, and aspects of portfolios as the sun was revered by nigh all of them. This of course served the Pantocrator well in his eventual quest for further elevation and eventually absolute dominion over gods and mortals alike. The complexity of his worship allowed for versatility and constant change, while the different approaches to the same theme by different tribes allowed Hazila to dip into the portfolios of others among his pantheon, keeping the power of the greatest of them in check, while eventually subsuming lesser ones completely. The end result, some believe, was madness and the fall, scattered and pulled in as many directions as there were personas and titles in his honorifics. Hazila's very nature would be broken, or so they say, but there were lesser, more mundane consequences to this. By the 3rd century PR, the worship of Hazila would sometimes vary outside of Capitas, and the list of monastic orders, brotherhoods, and lesser churches devoted to Hazila were too numerous, too scattered, and often too obscure to be remembered by most, save perhaps the Relator Fidelium, the chronicler of the faithful. Hazila's Silesors ensured that these monastic orders and churches, both large and small, were preserved and financially secured. Wishing for this diversity to keep him agile, Hazila empowered them in different degrees, offering land, financing structures, and even awarding tithing rights to the surrounding areas. Granting them allowances in their practices, these orders often escaped the jurisdiction of all but the Silesor, including the Keeper of Prayers. Most importantly of all, however, they were not only allowed but empowered in their worship. Recruiting and ensuring the continuation of these orders, brotherhoods, and sisterhoods was not only encouraged, but actively supported. In the case of the Hermits of Hazila Samash, the All-Seeing, the practice was as obscure as it was extreme, and extremely effective. The sun god, Samashut, was originally worshipped by the Shakadi, the one people that had rivaled the first tribe in their ingenuity and advancement. Some believe due to the sponsorship of a member of the dictatorate. So much so, in fact, that Hazila's early legions never risked meeting them in battle. Instead, Hazila appeared to them as Samashut personified, and while not all followed him readily, the rest, as they say, is history, and the Shakadi were soon brought under Hazila's banner. Whether there had actually been a person or primordial shard behind Samashut originally, or if his worship simply revered the concept of the sun, it has been forgotten. But regardless, the identity of Samashut gradually denigrating to Samash, or Hazila Samash, was one of the first the Hazila adopted beyond his own. Before Hazila assumed the persona, Samashut was an all-seeing god of the sun, judge of the living and dead in equal measure. While this role was usually reserved for the seer of the pantheon, in his personas as Orcos Ramadatus, the hermits of Samash all-seeing remained faithful to the traditional worship, and Hazila, fearing the seer almost as much as his triumvirate partners, made sure they kept doing so. Entrenched far up the slopes of the eastern Hern mountain range, the Temple of Eyes doubled down as a prison for the most ruthless and violent criminals condemned to death. While there were locals who were ready to serve their local tithe lords, the hermits mostly depended on their guests for recruitment, offering a chance to life through dedication to Hazila Samash and the Hermetical Order, those which Hazila blessed at the end of their trial periods and moments before their execution would owe their lives to him, literally, and their hermit brothers and sisters. The centuries of decline before Hazila's cataclysmic fall did not leave the hermits or any other monastic order unaffected. The greatest among them had become paramount cogs in the complex machinations of the theocracy of the Dominion, acting as local authorities side by side with local praetors and proconsuls, and thus a danger to the authority of the Chelesor who, in Hazila's absence, held their offices through uncertainty and constant challenges. Their authority over locally assigned legions was paramount in the decision to disband them, and the turmoil this led to. By the time of Hazila's fall, many of them had been crippled or eradicated completely, but not all. The lesser ones, such as the hermits of Samash all-seeing, scattered throughout the Dominion's lands and even beyond, and isolated in their monasteries and temples, would be forced to bar their gates and keep a low profile. Without Hazila's protection, they rightfully feared their privileges could draw envious eyes. In the centuries that followed, most of them would be completely forgotten and ignored, their devoted faithful almost completely isolated, save for new recruits and accolades, would become an echo chamber of worship and zealotry. For some of them, perhaps too many by any logical account, this proved their salvation, and treasured their monasteries and temples far from the centers of civilization and destruction, they would survive the fall. This was the case of the hermits of Samash all-seeing, composed almost exclusively by fanatic criminals who, as they saw it, owed their lives to Hazilas personally. The hermits would survive the first years of the fall by what little life their modest monastery garden and farm animals could offer for as long as those endured. Eventually, when that proved too little and the animals perished from starvation and dehydration, they turned to their carcasses, then the bodies of their own dead compatriots around the temple, until ultimately they turned to the bodies of their own prisoners and what few deranged survivors they could hunt. Despairing in their zealotry for being abandoned, an expedition was sent to Capitas, led by one brother Hannibus and 6 others. Months passed, then a year, until the remaining hermits turned for substance to those among them who failed one of their many grueling tests of fate, and despite the monstrosities committed, the hermits saw their situation as tests from their god, as they were rewarded. On a grey eve, like all the others before it, a pale light shone through the ashen mist outside the temple's gates. Then the heavy doors of the temple opened, its creaking protest heralding the dawn of new life. Brother Hannibus, carrying a torch with dark flame, had walked in. He found the half-remains of most scattered around the temple grounds. Others he found in weak embraces, struggling to muster the strength for a taste of flesh or blood. Others still he found having locked themselves in the prison cells to stay out of reach from their brethren, their own bite marks on their skin. The good brother smiled. "I see you are ready," he said, as he lowered the torch on each of them, offering an eternity in the embrace of their god. Today even the rest of the Keres and the Moroi shy away from the blood-crimson cowls of the hermits of the Samash all-seeing. Old Faith and New Faiths. Primordial Patterns by Benjamin Tock and A.R. Chapter 3. Old Faith and New Faiths. Already during the centuries of chaos which preceded Hazila's fall, many were those who spoke of the sin of man. With the Old Dominion being a pure and undisputed theocracy, the political crisis that was spawned by Hazila's absence after the last crusade was, by extension, also a crisis of faith. Coupled with the continuous declaration of holy wars, this not only caused fragmentation of the Dominion society, but also allowed for ideas which derived from the established dogma to flourish. Where the motives were spiritual or political, in order to challenge the hierarchy, one had to question the faith itself. This was one of the many reasons for which the legions were forbidden from practicing any form of official worship. a mandate that was loosely enforced at best, as military appointments fell in the upper echelons of the theocracy. The ideas behind these emerging heterodoxies were many and differed vastly at that point, often driven more by circumstance than by a wish to reach a new truth. All the same, an understandable pattern could be discerned. The All-Father's absence could only mean the failure of man, and this of course not only included but mainly referred to the holders of high offices in the hierarchy of the theocracy, including the Chilosors. Already at that time, some much more timid voices spoke of failure of God instead, but those were usually quickly silenced. The citizens of the Old Dominion were, after all, a God-fearing people. Thus, while a great majority of the refugees that left the Old Dominion were trying to escape the chaos and violence that threatened their lives or had destroyed their properties, many were those that simply had to leave, unhunted by the theocracy for their heretical suggestions. As the lines between state, religion, and army were blurred for so long, especially during the Galotani wave, many were the officers of the disbanded legions, ranging from legatii to strategoi to centurions and legionnaires that had to escape prosecution for their beliefs. One must remember, however, that by the time most of the people had never witnessed the glory of Hazila and his pantheon as their ancestors had, their perception of religion lay closer to the mismanagement and violence that it did to guidance, protection, and inspiration. The deconstruction of their society would lead many to challenge the authority of religion over their lives. Thus, among the populations of their refugee groups, most once faithful minds were questioned their beliefs, while the words of the few fervent preachers were largely ignored at first, if not silenced by force. No one, after all, wished to hear that they were responsible for the misfortunes simply because they did not believe enough. Eventually, however, some of those preachers evolved to fill more traditional duties of priests almost by necessity, as people would turn to them for practical matters of a ritualistic nature, like the performance of ceremonies such as weddings or funerals. In time, and as the desperation of their situation and the fear of the unknown would grow, the refugees would turn to these preachers for spiritual guidance and support. By that time, the two common messages those zealous speakers delivered were simple. The bureaucracy has guided us astray from God, and we, having chosen to escape their decadence, must repent for following them. From these early preachers among the refugees, the first apostates of the Theist Church would later be drawn, while many a faithful soldier who safeguarded their group from the perils of the journey would be elevated to sainthood posthumously. Once the bounty was reached, such preachers would come to roam the settlements, performing the same ritualistic duties that they had during the long journey west. In an attempt to elevate their own prestige, but also to provide some sense of stability, some leaders would invite them to stay in their courts permanently, and the first timid connections to nobility began to be forged. In the second assembly of nobles, priests were brought along or sometimes invited so long as they were leaders of groups. If there were something the assembly revealed, however, it was two things. The first was that the ghost of a divine mandate behind leadership still lingered in the memories of the Dominion's refugees, and while the memory was probably bitter and distrustful, the connection was there. The greatest revelation, however, that the priests got from the assembly was that as individuals they had very little influence, and for the first time discussions were taking place about the meaning of the fall. However, since many of them were too attached to their own ideas and the previous dogma of the theocracy, it would take a new generation of preachers for those discussions to bear fruit. By the mid-first century after the fall, these preachers would show some signs of cooperation. Efforts were made to amass faithful congregation, and their teachings displayed much greater similarities than those of their predecessors, concentrating on a central message of mankind's failure in the eyes of God. At the same time, they displayed an increasing attachment to the seats of power, with priests frequently found in courts as representatives of their flock. The arrival of the order saw those efforts thwarted. As much as the orders originally shied away from any settlement's inner politics, their involvement always came with a stipulation concerning the absence of priests and the worship from the councils of administration. Shunned by the seats of power, the preachers turned to the public for support in a much more coordinated manner. In their campaign, they spoke of one God for whom the name Theos spread fast. In their hubris, the corrupt leadership of mankind tried to elevate themselves to the heavens, attempting to replicate the divine power of miracles. The instrument of their blasphemy was magic, an unnatural condition manifesting in souls that are not attuned to the divine balance of Theos. To shield mankind from its own profanity, Theos' own champion cast himself down from heaven, destroying the blasphemers. It was that sacrifice which mankind had to honor, this crime which demanded penance, this hubris for which humanity had to atone. While this early obsession with magic would in time be forced to the sidelines of the Theist faith, at the time fear and hate towards magic spread and scattered witch burnings occurred, but the Order swiftly and aggressively put an end to such practices as well as to many of their instigators. From the perspective of the Orders, however, the very fact that they had to intervene underlined that the influence of these preachers and their teachings proved much more widespread and influential than they had thought until then. While their own initial violent reaction alienated many, at a later time a new response to this rising faith was offered. Heralded by one Rosmun Ludus, a new sideline paradigm began spreading during the 9th decade PR. It was never mankind that fell, it was only an aspect of God, for divinity itself is not infallible. Deus, who was above perception, could not be put in one form or be worshipped in one manner. The betterment of each of the faithful was a duty to the divine, for he was part of everything, and the people were part of him. He was to be approached by each in their own way, worshipping the aspect, the fraction of the absolute existence which is God, which is closest to one's own understanding, and strive for perfection in that aspect. This faith, which was stripped of heavy ritualism and moved far from the perception of a few chosen and concentrated more on each person's connection to the divine, would in time resonate to the common people. With the above in mind, two questions can be asked. Considering the theosophical debates that consumed the Old Dominion during the centuries of the fall, can it really seem so surprising that the anointed, each expressingly entirely different aspect and time periods of Hazila's worship, do not coexist in harmony, but rather war and bicker about the will of their god? As an extension of that question, and considering the repetition of this pattern, one could possibly even argue that such debates are indeed part of Hazila's worship, that the god himself is ever changing, or at least pulled by worship in so many different directions. At the same time, however, considering the roots of modern theism was the appearance of deism and their fragmenting dogma such an unforeseeable event, or could it mirror the pattern of the past? Are humanity and the divinity alike bound to repeat past mistakes? In many ways, while not worshipping Hazila, the Theist Church is the distant spiritual successor of the Old Dominion's theocracy, with its earliest teachings and its ritualism heavily influenced by old worship practices. With that in mind, deism could be seen as planned and channeled avenue for the fragmentation that worshipping an absolute had historically led to. Based on that, many see the intellect of the orders behind the deist movement and point to their tolerance toward Rosmun and his followers. Indeed, there are many indications that the orders would not only allow the early deists to preach freely, but also supported and provided escorts as they moved from one settlement to the next. While the generally accepted motive behind the support was political in its nature, with the orders trying to stifle the new fledgling church, one must not dismiss a greater purpose, distancing humanity from even the most remote aspects of Hazila's worship. Perhaps unsurprisingly, in the end it was the skeptics that the orders truly pledged their allegiance. Born out of the mistrust towards the divine caused by the fall, the skeptics doubted not simply the need for religion, but the very absolute nature of the divine. According to them, gods were entities of an elevated power rather than superior existences of an entirely different nature than the rest of the universe. Therefore, by default, worshipping them served them alone, never the worshipper. The Whisperer. Report number 665-42-12 by Sister Questor Eva Crusandi, Ashen Dawn Archives. Object name: The Whisperer, Anointed. Known aliases: Veiled Lady, Whispering Bride, Hidden Madonna, Lady of Whispers, The Champion's Bride, Eternal Maiden. I am able to report that some theories and speculations concerning the Whisperer, mainly put forth by my predecessor, the late brother Questor Matthias of Kunsk, have been, if not confirmed, then heavily supported by new evidence. As was Brother Matthias's suspicion, it would appear that the Whisperer has been forging groups in the places where she has visited, from secret societies to heresies or cults for the deranged or desperate. It should be noted that the presence and activities of such groups have been our main means of tracking her movement. Thus, this conclusion could be based on our limited understanding and perception of her own activities, movements, and motives. An alternate interpretation for the appearance of these groups is that they are simply fueled by her mere presence, a byproduct of her appearance more than the results of her devices. While there are supporters of this theory among my team, I myself do not adopt this interpretation, and I base this on several observations. I must note that the Whisperer has portrayed little to no interest in the fate of her groups after their creation. She has neither reacted, opposed, or attempted to thwart the elimination of any of them, either by us, the churches, or local authorities. Furthermore, these groups seem isolated and operating separately, each with its own modus operandi and adopting different rituals and beliefs. To this day, and throughout the years of observations, the different groups have never contacted or cooperated with their counterparts. These points could support the theory of lack of intention behind their creation. However, such differences could also be perceived as planned. Despite their differences, it must be underlined that to our knowledge, the different groups have never clashed with each other. Ritualistic fanaticism, which seems to be the most apparent common denominator among the different groups, rarely leaves room for competition or alternate dogmas, and yet not once, not even when present in the same cities, have these different groups vied for power and influence among those predisposed to such extremes. Intrigued by this observation, further investigations revealed that their differences are surface level only. While rituals and approaches differ, these groups share core beliefs and understandings. To our understanding, the Whisperer approaches entirely different groups of people, from the fanatically zealous or the bored privileged to the destitute, hurt, desperate, and miserable. Thus it seems natural to employ different means of approach that would resonate better with each targeted social group. Her cults often start as small heresy to the Theist creed or new interpretation of existing day. When left unchecked, a few of these groups evolved into death cults, which engage in violent conversions, abductions, ritualistic murders, whose rituals, however, may vary from extremely violent to kind poisoning, while a number of them have been led to mass suicides, especially among those groups that have avoided detection for years. Such extremes, which have proved paramount to the investigation, must be perceived as rare, or at least to confirmed occasions, her teachings prevailed over a young gentlemen's club, namely the Pragian Society of Hunt and Literature, a small brotherhood of knights, the Lercinian Knights of the Little Lady, where the teachings of the Whisperer were embraced as philosophical ideas and interpretations of the Oath of Fealty respectively. The discovery of these groups was entirely accidental, which alarmingly could propose that more such cautious groups could exist. In fact, it could be speculated that the vast majority of the Whisperer's groups remain introverted and preferring quiet conversion to aggressive methods that risk attracting attention. In the end, however, all types share one common goal: gain oaths of fealty from their followers, or victims. This is done in the name of the champion returned, the Savior's Son, the All-Father, sometimes undying All-Father, and even if rarely so, Hazila by name. This last observation is perhaps the greatest indication that the Whisperer is purposefully bringing such groups of people together, founding cults and heresies where the ground is fertile. If their presence was a simple byproduct, logic would suggest that at least some of those groups would turn their devotion to the Whisperer herself. While the Veiled Lady is often the object of admiration and adoration, she has, without fail, never been the central figure of the belief system of these groups. The presence of the Whisperer herself has been partially confirmed to date in 13 different cities on the outskirts of the Heartlands. While it has been suggested that her presence in the kingdoms may date to decades, if not centuries, there is little to no evidence to substantially support such an extreme scenario. Even so, one should not dismiss it entirely. While we can be reasonably certain of her presence at specific places, or even during specific dates, she remains elusive. No eyewitnesses can be presented, and we have only been able to place her presence after she had departed, or at least after her public appearances had ceased in specific areas. Despite the numerous reports and reasonably accurate tracking of her movements, no discernible pattern can be detected, and therefore none of our predictions so far have been successful. It must be admitted that we are no closer now to apprehending or terminating her than we were 5 years ago. Conclusion. Based on the above observations, I propose that the purpose of this anointed existence is, for lack of a better term, recruitment. Despite past failures, suggested course of action must remain infiltration of these groups, followed by extraction and or termination of the Whisperer herself. A request for arms. A report from Head Mortician Saulorius, 42nd Auxiliary Crypt, Still Lake, Capitas, Part 1. Your Eminence, as Head Mortician of the 42nd Auxiliary Crypt, I must humbly request your immediate attention, for matters have taken a grave turn in the most unusual fashion. Those so far inanimate have begun to rise in alarming number. Forgive my brashness, Your Eminence, but I was under the impression that the cadavers under my care were to remain exactly that. Cadavers. While I do not mean to imply, even in the slightest, that I resent this glorious gift of his, I must note that me and my assistants do not possess the capacity to support the sheer volume of our risen brethren. Your Eminence, allow me to refresh your memory, for I know it to be burdened by matters of elevated importance. The 4th and 2nd Auxiliary Crypts, like many other such related branches, were used to house the common folk. Such individuals, unlike the priests and legionaries that made up a good portion of our city's populace so far, could not afford the latest and greatest in the embalming and entombment arts. When not preserved in the most precise way possible, remains succumb to deficiencies after several hundreds of years of excessive moisture, carcass beetle breeding cycles, and the creative segmentation due to space constraints. Even as it would serve as an eternity of aggravation for their caretakers, all this would remain in the realm of ignorant inconvenience for the awakened themselves. After all, most of them are neither aware nor have any needs, demands, or role to play, and their existence plague none but your humble servants of the 42nd Auxiliary Crypt. However, under the direct order of Anointed Keeper, we are to help the awakened to, and I quote, return to active duty, serving in any capacity they can. Please understand, Your Holiness, that this is not an aesthetic conundrum. While some of the newly risen have emerged mostly intact, a missing finger or two, nothing of concern, most found themselves missing entire limbs or sections of their bodies. Blacksmiths without their hammer-striking arms, tailors without opposable thumbs, farmers without legs, criers without jaws, and the list goes on. As you can understand, such occurrences are not optimal. To add to the complexity of this situation, these poor souls are not fully aware either of their current state or their surroundings. Seeing an oarsman trying to maneuver a coffin as if it were a seafaring vessel, not only does it become quite tedious after the 8th day in a row, it also rather spectacularly fails to fulfill the mandate of the aforementioned anointed decree. I must confess that my colleagues and myself are at a loss about the practicalities of executing the order given by the Anointed Keeper. Rest assured, me and my assistants are hard at work to find a solution to this conundrum, as I certainly do not wish to burden you with the tedium that is practical problem solving, and will inform you of our progress in a subsequent report. However, in the meantime, I must humbly request that Your Eminence intervenes and explains to the Anointed Keeper of the impracticalities of his decree, and that assistance and guidance be provided to his humble servants, as to the means, methods, and materials can be employed for its execution. Your humble and grateful servant, Saulorius, Head Mortician. A report from Head Mortician Saulorius, 42nd Auxiliary Crypts, Still Lake, Capitas, Part 2. Exalted Archimandrite. While I did not receive any response from Your Eminence during my first correspondence, I am undoubtedly sure that Your Eminence is preoccupied with matters of higher standing and will respond when the time is proper. I must sadly inform you that the situation has taken a dive into greater depths of desperation and impracticality. I must also regrettably inform you that while thy humble servant continues to serve in accordance with the tenets of his profession and the Lord's maxims, others seem to have abandoned both reason and decency. Allow me to explain. To contain the situation presented in my previous report, I've resorted to using discarded limbs from the crypt occupants that have, for the time being at least, decided to remain truly inanimate. This allowed for some repairs to be made, thus enabling crafters and other common people to at least present the capability to serve their purpose, despite their limited mental capacities. This is far from a perfect solution. Suitable limbs are in short supply indeed. Other replacements have been also tested, but any non-organic solution is futile to consider. Thus, I've come up with the following ingenious resolution. During my time studying in the Postern district, massive charnel houses were used to dispose of any material that was deemed unsuitable for burial. Such remains, though haphazardly stacked, were still treated with copious amounts of preservative chemicals and other such compounds, guaranteeing a relative level of enduring pristineness. Exhilarated at this prospect, I ordered said charnel house to be excavated and their repositories unsealed. To my dismay, I found that they had partially been looted. To my horror, that very same afternoon, a newly appointed anointed officer, serving anointed seer, sporting a suspiciously mismatching arm beneath their robes, presented themselves to me, demanding I deliver 1 blacksmith, 2 scribes, and 3 tailors in the best possible condition, but not demanding them to be fully functional. Your Eminence, I must implore you to take action. There is an entire, for lack of a better word, economy in the making. Arms, legs, organs, tendons, and other vital for animation materials are being smuggled about right under your humble servant's nasal orifices. And this smuggling ring is benefiting from the so far disregarded and ignored jurisdiction of the morticians. This is a direct assault least of all to your servant's function, but also to your own influence and person, not to mention the decency of our Lord's ethics. Yet again, I must implore you to take action and humbly request your immediate assistance in this matter. These materials are yours by right. There is talk among the morticians that a guild shall be formed, safeguarding the resources under their jurisdiction and control. We cannot allow all decency to be brushed aside. While I await for your instructions, I have taken the liberty to repair and hastily equip some former members of the militia, mandating them with the protection of the charnel house. I hope that said decision will be ratified by your response and actions. I most eagerly await for your response and approval of this urgent matter. Salorius, Head Mortician. The living world of the Warlord. Hunted by the ghost of his past life, the Warlord stood amidst the covered ruins of a city somewhere in the Dominion's old province of Galatonia. Unsure of purpose for himself and his army, his military mind focused on exploring the old province, both to get the lay of the land, but also to search for abandoned mausoleums that could provide new troops. As memories of his life before his anointment kept besieging his mind, tasks and objectives that would otherwise be simple were constantly second-guessed. Realizing that both himself and his army had no need for the considerations of the living, such as provisions, fresh water, or even rest, the warlord struggled to adopt a firm mindset about his methods. Ultimately, and ironically adopting advice given to him in his previous life, he decided a slow and steady approach was favorable, as he learned to capitalize on the advantages he and his army held over the living. His first order of business, he decided, would be to excavate the ruins of the city around him. He would then use the old city, Divinia, as his own base of operations, not only to serve as headquarters for his legions, but also establish a seat of power against the anointed. Despite the obvious advantages against the living, however, the warlord was soon confronted with the obstacles that the troops had to overcome. Fueled not by true will, but the will of their betters and their own instinctual urges offered by memories from their own lives, to locate these among them with more presence of mind, he assigned other officers to oversee operations, while he in turn oversaw the performance and capacity of his officers. One stood out amongst them, Sialarch Julius, who portrayed a near full character and free will. Craving intelligent conversation, he invited the officer to walk and oversee the works in person. It was during that walk and sparked by his conversation with the Ziliarch that the warlord realized just how much hatred he nurtured for the petty, insignificant wants and needs of the man he once had been, and partially was still. With the troops around him mirroring the hatred he himself felt for his own individuality, the warlord felt a surge of power from that hatred. Channeling the might to his troops, he allowed them to tap into their memories, a skill that would come useful in large combat situations. It was at that time that the barbarians of the wasteland launched their attack. The Battle of Divina Ruins proved to the warlord just how inefficient his troops could be. His own presence on the field and their near-instant response to the surprise attack of the Wardun assured of victory. The barbarians did not manage to disrupt his operations to any significant degree, and his losses were minimal. However, they managed to escape, likely having observed his operations near the crypts his troops were trying to unearth, thus able to report back about his purpose and objective in the area. The only appropriate response for the warlord would be to mobilize more troops to Capitas with eyes set on the barbarian wasteland and the lands of the living beyond them. The fate of the centaurs, the Prodormi and the Kirkis. When it came to the vast empire that was the dominion of Hazila, a tapestry of nations and differing cultures under a single rule, there was one constant that defined all its citizenry: fate. Yet not all who called Hazila's empire their home were fortunate enough to possess the gift of fate, for non-believers were relatively sparse yet stubborn, and their refusal to acknowledge the almighty Pantocrator. One such group existed within the ranks of the Bread, inserted into the fold of the dominion by the Spires. The centaurs never acquired the sense of belief and faith that permeated everyone around them. Stemming from their refusal to embrace and adopt the religious creed of the Dominion, the centaurs at large were pushed to the very margins of civilization, creating nomadic societies that existed in relative isolation. Stubborn, brutish, and unruly by nature, the very existence of these unabsorbable centaur tribes was seen as a nuisance by many within the Dominion, for the persistent breed would often partake in detestable acts such as stealing, raiding, and even killing. As such, the institution of the Kirkis was born, forging a role for the centaurs within the Dominion that took free will out of the equation. Kirkis were centaurs that were taken by the Dominion at a young age, often through violent means, and were raised to become temple messengers. Extensively trained in the ways of war and fate from childhood, Kirkis would become lethal and efficient messengers, carrying communications over vast distances and using their immense speed and military prowess to protect such parcels. However, the second component of the Kirkis training never really materialized as it was intended. Though faithful to Hazila on the surface, none of the Kirkis ever truly believed in him earnestly, for their natural proclivities made the very concept of fate incomprehensible and impossible to their mind. As the fall slowly began to unfold, the centaur tribes were one of the few groups within the crumbling dominion that managed to thrive despite all odds, their distance from civilized society proving a saving grace during the societal collapse around them. In fact, with the legions disbanded, Hazila gone, his church in disarray, and unrest having descended into open civil war, the physical fortitude and unyielding nature made them ideal mercenaries. Despite of their prosecution initiated against the breed during the latest decades of the Dominion, many wealthy and powerful humans sought to acquire their services and pit them against their enemies. Their initial approach, serve or suffer the purge, was met by the characteristic stubbornness of the centaurs. Eventually, however, a new approach was discovered: bribery. With generous amounts of materials and gold to counterbalance the threat of the purge, the choice proved easy. Thus, certain centaur population numbers were sheltered from the purge of the breed, creating a new institution, the Prodormi, lacking the finesse and official training of their Kirkis peers, who often used bows and dexterous blades to quickly dispose of their enemies. The Prodormi were more brutal and blunt, using overwhelming close-quarter force to dispose of those that stood against them, languishing in the violence they spread and the riches that came from it. The Prodormi became a notable force during the times of the fall, serving those with the coin and means that were able to satisfy their hefty fees and shelter them from prosecution. And yet the persistent faithlessness and non-belief of the centaurs that lasted centuries was meant to crumble. When Hazila fell from his sky-bound dominion and plummeted into death's lifeless embrace, he quite literally tore open the very heavens with the cataclysmic ferocity of his death throes. The earth shook and the sky was torn asunder, revealing the plummeting wreckage of a dying god. The same dying god their forefathers had been denying for generations. Only then, when the very thing they had refused to acknowledge and venerate descended towards them from above, did their denial turn into true, unfiltered, and unquestioning belief. Much like the rest of the Dominion's population around them, the centaurs prayed for salvation, and Hazila answered beyond death. While most who served the legions of the Old Dominion are mummified husks of their living selves, for fate and life is required to be raised in undeath, and countless faithful existed through the reign of the Dominion, such is not the case with the centaurs. Those Kerikes and Prodormi who that were blessed with unlife were those that became faithful to him during his fall, having no time to decay and wither, and being raised almost immediately after his death. As such, they now serve the Old Dominion with a most unique honor, belonging to the chosen few that retain their flesh-bound form while they venture further into unlife. And this was the Roman-inspired faction for Conquest, the last argument of kings. I have to say, it's one of my favorite. I like the concept and the way things mix. I really like it. If you reached this far, please consider liking, commenting, subscribing. It helps the channel grow. I hope you like this, and I'll see you in the next one. Arrivederci. The city-states. While the 100 kingdoms were being born in a wave of desperate refugees, violence, and hunger, the city-states were flourishing, picking through the greatest secrets of the Old Dominion and delving into the secrets of alchemy and divinity. Today they are the greatest repositories of knowledge and the inheritors of the glory that was once the Old Dominion of man. At least that is what the locutors of the city-states would have one believe. It is true that while the 100 kingdoms were born from the desperate rush of thousands of refugees, the city-states had already been founded on the highest principles of philosophy, ethics, and education available to mankind. In fact, the entire existence of the city-states is owed to the presence of their founder, Constantinus Domulexor. Born Platon of Korea, he started as a humble butcher's apprentice, only to rise to the pinnacle of secular power within the Old Dominion, becoming the maestros of the Dominion's collegia under the academic name of Constantinus Domulexor. It was Constantinus and his colleagues, the unnamed first magos of the collegia, who identified Hazila's creeping madness. They, two of the most powerful and influential individuals within the Dominion, delved deep into the secrets of divinity and the primordial, plumbing secrets on the nature of divinity and power that have thankfully been lost. Both individuals were deeply changed by their research, and while the first Mago sought to use his knowledge and power to kill his god, Constantinus resolved instead to safeguard and protect mankind from the coming cataclysm as best he could. Using once more the forgotten name of his humble origins to ensure secrecy in the first stages of his schemes, Platon took a subtle task of monumentous proportions, the transfer of an empire's amassed knowledge. Thus the foundation of the city-states were laid. Craftsmen, scholars, and workers were secretly encouraged to emigrate even as the libraries of the Old Dominion were copied and sent with them. As the collapse of the Old Dominion accelerated, even the thinnest pretense of secrecies were abandoned. Entire libraries were ransacked, and countless legion reinforcements were diverted to serve as guardians for the burgeoning cities. Even some of the bred were saved from the great purges that followed, becoming productive members of the growing city-states. Platon's intimate knowledge of the workings of divinity even allowed him to send the primordial seed to each of his cities, which would worship and believe grow to become patron gods to each city, protecting them from Hazila's baleful influence and unknowingly laying the foundation for the single greatest technological advance of man, the science of alchemy. To ensure the success of his vision, he dared what no mortal before him had attempted and stole a small but critical portion of Hazila's mantle to keep the fallen god from turning it on mankind. Worried that he might eventually succumb to the same fate as his god, Platon sought to divide and contain this gift, placing himself at the heart of every city that was founded in his vision. So it was that with a healthy population, a dedicated corps of guardians, a benevolent patron god, the accumulated knowledge of mankind, and himself as an incorruptible philosopher king guiding them, it was Platon's dream that each of these cities would become a utopia from which man could reclaim the planet. But so worried had Platon become of the divine pitfalls and the corruptive nature of the power he knew he would wield that he fell for an even more timeless foe: hubris. While the scientific principles behind his efforts may have been sound, his time was running out, so his process was rushed and his vessels flawed. The transference was incomplete and the cities were left to their own devices. Ruled by pale shadows of what Plankton had hoped would be divine philosopher kings, advised by an incorruptible council. Impaired by their own deficiencies and scarred by the terror he felt in his final moments as his science and technology turned against him, the ruling councils of each city ruled as best they could, but to no avail. Within decades, little unity remained amongst the city-states. Fed by the burgeoning paranoia of the councils, all efforts were bent to securing the future and prosperity of the city against a divine foe that had already been defeated, rather than focusing on safeguarding mankind as a whole. Resources were hoarded and relations between the cities soured quickly. Fearful of upsetting the status quo, the councils proscribed almost all growth and development, but what they could control, an almost overnight archenemy and clockwork, became the driving force of industry within the city-states. With no overarching will to guide them, they soon became independent city-states, each warring with the other to maintain what dominance and resources they could secure. After decades of repression and warfare, it should come as little surprise that almost half the city-states rebelled against their own councils, particularly among those cities where the damage from the failed transference was the greatest. Some of these rebellious cities imploded spectacularly, their citizens fleeing north to the 100 Kingdoms or finding refuge in other more successful city-states. Those cities that endure fall within two broad categories: those that fell under the sway of demagogues and the plague of democracy, and those that fell under the iron fist control of their patron gods unleashed. Today, that is how the city-states stand, split among the demagogue, militarist, and academic consuls, squandering their glorious heritage in advanced technology, challenging each other and any who might threaten them for supremacy. The Skole. One has but to catch a glimpse of Pallas, crown jewel of the city-states, to understand the awesome power that the Skole wield. Its towering white walls grind the city like the arms of a lover as the gold cupolas of its trading houses shine day and night under the glow of the flaring phlogists, stacks that rise through the city like the dreams of a mad ingenious. Crowning this vision and rising from the center of the city in a vision of white and gold, lit by the lurid lights of its own accomplishment, the Acropolis upon which rests the Lyceum, seat of all power in the city-state and beyond. Pallas is the city around which all city-states have been molded, a shining beacon to the potential of mankind and the vision of its founder, Plankton. Unfortunately, despite his best efforts, Pallas remains a rare jewel amongst the city-states, true to the vision and principles to which it was founded, while other cities have strayed. Some, like Helias or Rhodea, have merely lost focus, but others, like Acheron or Leutria, have completely abandoned the Skole and their gifts and embraced the power of the gods in masses respectively. And at the heart of the schism lies the mad ambition of their founder and his hubris. When Constantinus Domolexor envisioned his dream of mankind free of the yoke of worship, he knew well that one could not forge this dream overnight, not perfectly. No matter his efforts, time and human nature itself would conspire to rob mankind of its own future. Now, it must be understood that aside from the anathematic, no other human had grasped the secrets and nature of the primordial power that Constantinus Domolexor. It was, in fact, he who coined the three principles of power that have formed the bedrock of modern primordial studies. That power corrupts, that belief is power, and that power calls power. Hurling himself into his project and studies, Domolexor worked like a man possessed. The more he understood of the twisted mind of his god and grasped the full breadth of his plans, the more horrid he became by what he witnessed. Domolexor saw that his original plan lacked the depth of conviction and scope necessary to survive Hazila's attention should the anathematic fail at his decide. His plan had to be changed, and changed radically to ensure no menace like that ever rose again. His efforts, the true depth and breadth of which are hidden from almost all mortal eyes, but those of his scholiasts, lacked the decades of planning and breadth of resources he had once enjoyed. With the majority of his wealth and influence tied up in the foundations of the city-states and the incipient collapse of the Old Dominion, Domolexor was forced to undertake his most daring and dangerous project. Delving deep into the secrets of divine power and its primordial origins, he sought to become a god who could not be corrupted by power, whether his own or his followers. This would require that he become a weak divinity, the one that remained powerful enough to usurp his patronage of craftsmen and scholars from Hazila, a task that he calculated would be easier now, given that Hazila had long since abandoned those aspects to focus on his role as Lightbringer and the Pantocrator. Pressed for time, he struck upon a desperate plan. Taking on the persona of Planton, he stepped forth from his role as Maestros of the Collegia and became patron of the city-states. Venerated, but not outright worshipped in this role, he would gain the trickle of power he needed to start his plans. What unspeakable experiments, moral consciousness, and mental trauma he underwent can only be speculated, for all knowledge of what he did in order to succeed at his task was wiped clean. But succeed he did, the only cause being his humanity and sanity. Not only did he usurp the portfolio he needed from Hazila, but further sundered his consciousness into a host of vessels, coldly reasoning that as a council he would be harder to corrupt and be afforded a better chance of spotting his own corruption. Thus the Skole was born. For years, even decades, his plan worked. The Skole used the knowledge Planton had discovered in their newfound divine mantle to guide the city-states into a golden age of discovery and prosperity. The city-states thrived under the controlled supervision of their patron gods they installed, their mere presence siphoning away the corrupting power of worship from him and safely drained to create Philogistone, the incredible energy source he used to power the awesome machinery that the city-states had developed under his guidance. In time, the Skole replicated itself, a copy of it having been installed in the Lyceum of every city. In time, though, the price paid for his divinity and haste with which he moved came back to haunt him. His traumatized mind should never have been invested into new vessels, especially ones chosen for their availability rather than their compatibility. Madness solely swept into the councils, and with it, chaos. Contradicting orders, abandoned projects, and the inhuman expectations of his followers mounted on each other. This process was particularly pronounced in those city-states that had received the second-generation Skole, as the recompilation made the errors more pronounced. Madness and paranoia crept into the halls of the Lyceum, with facets of the Skoles expecting each other of corrupting and turning on each other. With each death, the Skole fragmented further, losing critical knowledge and information required to continue running the city. It took only a few short decades for chaos to overwhelm most of the city-states. In some, namely Leutria, Elburon, and Laurion, the mobs broke into the Lyceum and, horrified by what they encountered, purged the Acropolis and established fledgling democracies that sought to fully integrate every member of the city's society into governance. These cities even opened their doors to the few bred refugees and slaves that managed to escape the fall of the Dominion, granting them equal rights and a voice in the governance of the city, in principle at least. In others, the rising frustrations of the populace turned to prayer, and the weakened Skole were unable to contain the nascent power of the patron gods. In Acheron, Tauria, and Lycon, the patron gods awakened from their slumber to witness the truth of their own incarceration and exploitation. These nascent gods stopped only to slaughter their captors before taking command of their cities. These cities thrive under the power and watchful gaze of their gods. With every facet of life closely aligned with the gods' vision, their grace and blessings flow freely, but dissent is ruthlessly suppressed. Only Helias, Rhodea, and Pallas managed to avoid this fate. Here, the Skole managed to fend off the incipient madness, quarantining and sectioning off those segments of themselves that had become corrupted, staving off the growing madness. In Rhodea, this manifests in the grandiose megalomania of the city's projects and workshops, while Helias' fixation on development and wealth have driven it to heartless extremes. Today, only Pallas stands as a beacon to the vision of what the city-states were meant to be. The populous state. While the history of the transcendent states dominates bardic epics and the imagery of Pallas has inspired an entire school of art in Galania, it is the political system of the populous cities that has served as inspiration for endless conversation. From radical groups in shady inns to philosophical youths of the nobility in the comfort of their soireers, the idea of a society where the individual is valued enough to contribute to a state's policies has intrigued thinkers far beyond the borders of the city-states. Most look at this unprecedented concept at face value. These societies have embraced all within their walls, presenting a seemingly seamless coexistence which promotes discussion, cooperation, and constant societal evolution. And indeed, visitors would be quick to notice the citizens of such a state walking freely and equal in its streets. They would see them gathering in the agora, where the ecclesia of the citizens would discuss and decide on the fate of its own city, from simple matters like the restoration of streets or the erection of new statues to enhance the city's splendor, to big works like the expansion of the walls or the declaration of war. Human and bred, be they satyr, fauns, minotaurs, or centaurs, make up their state's mind even as they listen to its voice. A collective society, but one which also never loses the sight of each and every person in its ranks. It is a perfect union of individuals embodied by its marble statue with a firm fist made of different fingers, one which rushes with passion and forces to meet its destiny and crash into its enemies. But should one look closer at this perfect image, one would notice the cracks in this marble statue's face. For the states with a unified voice, the demagogue cities are in their core more divided than most. It would be a philosophical debate in itself to pinpoint the source of this division. Its agents are apparent. Deprived of the contingencies Platon's overseeing philosopher kings would offer, the procedures of the ecclesia would soon inspire aggressively ambitious individuals and opportunists with a talent for persuasion. In time, the claim to electoral offices would become a profession in itself, one whose success depended on an inspired and loyal following that would readily support one's views. In a society with obvious divisions in creeds and races, the avenue to success was not hard to detect. During those philosophical discussions in lands far beyond, there's always one who rushes to remind the rest of the sad truth. Much like the rest of Platon's experiment, the city-states have failed, subject to the predations of demagogues that seek to capitalize on their systemic flaws. One could indeed see free citizens shout their prices with gusto from behind stands in shops with anything from silk and spices to fresh fish and vegetables that they have gathered by hand. They would perhaps also notice how a human would scarcely look at the bread seller and vice versa, or how one would openly scorn those who support opponents in the ecclesia. The scars on the society of demagogue cities extended far beyond the obvious, and the ferocity of division is perhaps even harsher between the bred and the humans themselves. Calling a satyr a faun, even by accident, could very well result in one's body to be found among the morning's catch. Doing the opposite could spawn a grudge that would never be forgotten and would potentially be repaid with great imagination and far beyond the limits of mere insults, no matter how grave. The degrading names that humans use for different types of breeds, calling a minotaur a cow, is a favorite even if rarely in one's presence, have not only been adopted as insults by the breed, but embraced with gusto. While perhaps less obvious, the divisions among humans are no less vicious. When listened to with care, those inspiring discussions in the agora are rarely much more than venomous rumors and veiled, or not so veiled, insults that rarely have anything to do with the matter to be decided. The ideal of logic and the prevailing structured argument has long been abandoned, and the ecclesia have become glorified slandering platforms. Trade wars have been declared on purely political grounds that have financially crippled entire families. When such tactics prove to be insufficient, violent clashes, coups, and tyrants are ready to appear when offered enough support, only to be overthrown sooner rather than later. This process has been repeated so many times and with such consistencies that Vomophonos in his comedy Temos would have its protagonist be asked, "Tyrannon nihes?" Did you have a tyrant? When he claims he comes from a populous state, as if this would verify his claim. Apart from dry humor, however, there were much more lasting repercussions. Coups and tyrants would often find support among the oppressed bred, who would in turn see their rights suffering further when populism would be restored. What's more, the law often foresees that one's family will be held accountable for one's transgressions, having failed to produce a worthy, lawful citizen. Voting rights will be revoked for a generation or more, either completely or for some types of votes, until eventually some citizens will be ever so slightly less equal than the rest. Most bred and some human families today are allowed to vote only on specific matters of lesser importance, while only few could run for office even if they thought they did stand a chance to win. More often than not, these join the military, whose regular rank-and-file soldier lack many voting rights anyway, but have a guaranteed salary and place in society. In the end, that too serves the demagogues that saw them in that position at the first place. The might of the city is a favorite subject of the ecclesia. The damage to Platon's idea of a unified society was not done overnight, and in many ways that is where its success lies. Little by little, the differences, not only those physical apparent, but also in views, opinions, and ideas, would be marked with lines that would only deepen with each generation. Yet somehow, despite these adversities, or perhaps because of them, these cities have no less strength and majesty to present. Even if constructed to satisfy a successful demagogue's ego, impressive walls and giant statues have been erected, while entire fleets have been forged and bread-enhanced armies have been kept in excellent condition to inspire one's fearful supporters. What if those walls are named after them, if the statues depict the megalomania of some, or if the names of the fleet's ship carry the names of individuals that did more harm than good? The strength and might they both project are real, and the forces that can be fielded can wreak havoc. And the moment a demagogue seeks to create enemies beyond the city's walls, the strength will prove just how real they are. The religious states. It is a testament to the scope and depth of Platon's design that in many ways the easiest part of his plan was the forging of gods out of the primordial shards he has secured for each city. The people of the Old Dominion, after all, had been shaped by a theocracy, their everyday life dominated by a religious culture, forged by a mosaic of multiple tribes and peoples, as well as an expansive pantheon. Stripped from its idealistic endgame of perfect society, Platon's enterprise was a true scientific miracle that saw gods created by the design of a mortal, an unparalleled success of human ingenuity. The shackles that contained these new gods, each further restricted in the confines of worship and influence of their respective city-states, were indeed placed ingeniously. But the strength and endurance of their manacles relied on the creation of an ideal society where great philosopher kings ruled in harmony and wisdom. With that part of the plan in shambles, the chains of these deities would weaken and cracks would prevail upon their gilded prisons. Their limitations would suffer and their thirst for absolute freedom would slowly consume them. In most cases, this would fuel an unending power struggle between them and the city's scholae, academics, and demagogues. But in some cities, the patron deities would expand their influence and purpose far beyond those of their intended roles. Enmilios, by far the strongest naval power of the city-states and a dominant force even beyond the Pelaga of the cities, while the goddess Atrastia does not dominate the everyday life and politics of her city, many see her influence behind the city's admirals who worship her as a fickle and vengeful mistress that mirrors their sea. But it is perhaps no coincidence that those deities that have far expanded on their intended roles were originally designed as a triumvirate of military command, there to ensure the safety of the city-states. Whether because of the abundance of worshippers that their military societies offered, their very nature, or chance itself, three gods above all else would come to dominate their city's life and culture. In Tauria, Minos would be venerated with gusto, his double-edged axe adorning the shields of his warriors and his horns dominating his colorful city's landscape. Celebrated by his people for his disposition, ever willing to break his own rules, but also feared for his stern judgment and evil vengeful wrath, Minos is perhaps viewed as a warrior king, one who makes allowances readily, but whose mood swings can be unpredictable once an unseen line is crossed. His critics often dismiss him as reckless, petty, and self-indulgent, but an observant scholar would perhaps hesitate before adopting such views. Minos' warriors are some of the best in the city-states. For all the feats and colorful celebrations, Tauria remains a heavily militarized and structured society. His warriors have defended their patron's influence and lands from other city-states, often through displays of power that one could portray as unnecessary, petty, or vengeful. Yet the warrior bull has rarely turned his aggressive attention towards the city-states unless provoked. Some claim unwilling to risk disrupting the balance that still ensures the partial success of Platon's plan. Tauria's forces have instead ever looked to expand towards the Illyrian plains. Multiple campaigns in war against the Telian Empire or the 100 Kingdoms later have been waged that, through both victory and defeat, have inspired timeless epics of legendary warriors, massive battles, and heroic deaths. Minos' stricter and more ruthless counterpart reigns in Lycaon, where echoes would ensure the city's name would become a synonym for strength, cunning, and ruthlessness. His efforts to break free of his shackles are as relentless and single-minded as they are calculative and patient. It is perhaps a blessing that Ecos' limitations remain seemingly stronger than Minos, but the deity is nothing if not a cunning commander. It is no coincidence that no city and few towns or settlements exist near his, and the entire Lika Pantheon, the Valley of the Wolf, is riddled with ghost towns and abandoned ruins of temples to other deities. If directly challenged through force, the challenge is answered with spear and sword, quickly and efficiently, and it is said that even the Nords have learned tales of ruthless warriors with Lycanon's initials on their shields. Still, Ecos understands that it is preferable to convert than to kill would-be followers, and that the way to freedom is not a battle, but a campaign. Where circumstances allowed, rather than eradicating a settlement, crops have been destroyed, land salted, and animals stolen or killed. The missions often used as training for child cadets. In time, the would-be settlers would either leave or try their luck in the existing towns or the city. If they did not come to worship him, then their children or their children's children would. Ever few of words and despising fanfare, Ecos would see Lycaon become a symbol of military strength that the entire world would come to know. Last of the intended triumvirate was Radamantos, patron of Acheron. Unlike his counterparts, Radamantos was intended as a thinker and a strategist, not a mighty warrior or commander. Baptized as he was with one of the many names that once belonged to the seer, the deity was soon venerated as a judge of the dead, and the god readily adopted the mantle, with eyes sternly turned to the rising threat in the east. It is perhaps for this reason that he approached both Minos and Lycaon, trying to ensure that all three fulfilled their intended roles as a triumvirate, and it is perhaps for the same reason that the two rejected his offer. Afraid of the possibility of his own corruption without his counterparts, and terribly aware of his duty as the first defense against Hazila's influence, Radamantos turned to his worshippers. Choosing two, he attempted to replicate Platon's experiment and to elevate two mortals by his side, Tripotelmos in the place of Minos and Dephomon in the place of Ecos. It is unknown precisely to what extent his endeavor was successful, or how effective his effort to counter his corruption has been. Under the three deities, however, Acheron has successfully endured and even prospered in the shadow and under the constant threat of the Old Dominion and the tribes of the Wardun. And yet, whispers and shadows in the city seem alive of late. At the feet of Radamantos' giant statue that stare ever to the east, where Tripalotemos and Dephomon reside, a new inscription has appeared. Tintos egonos anthrope mifroni mega. You were born mortal, human. Do not think too highly of yourself. While some see this as a wise caution from their gods to remain humble and respectful, reminding them of the dangers of hubris, others fear both its origin and its true meaning. With a careful selection by Platon of names, iconography, and symbolism, all familiar from the endless vogue and intricate scriptures of the Dominion, the transference of belief came to his designed deities almost naturally. Acheron's seasons today are riddled with mysteries, sacred days, rituals, and celebrations to strengthen the triumvirate. Lesser or greater aspects that Hazila had assimilated from his own pantheon were once more redirected into these shards, depriving the Pantocrator of small but vital portions of the power and dominion he was possessing at the peak of his power. Shackled by the contingencies built in the process and the method of their very creation, these new gods would wound Hazila's all-powerful eminence while avoiding the dangers of corruption. But with those shackles gone, one can but wonder where the unintended expansion of these deities will lead. Now we'll take a look at the units. Aristiarch. Much of a city-state's bureaucratic apparatus is selected through a rigorous civil service exam, but the Aristiarch is an exception. Handpicked from the pool of aspirant polemakoi by the ruling power of a city-state, be it council, a tyrant, or even a god, an Aristorakos embodies all of the virtues of a city-state and is thus chosen to lead its forces on campaign. Tested and trained to a standard even higher than that of the Polemarch, his studies focus instead on strategy, philosophy, politics, and economics, allowing him to serve the role of general, ambassador, or governor as needs dictate to further the power and glory of his city. The Polemarch, or Polemarch, whatever. Raised almost exclusively within the walls of the Skole, aspirant Polemarchs are selected from the teeming multitudes of the city-state through the rigorous early exams that feed the city-state's administration. Chosen for their leadership skills and physical proficiency, their exhaustive 10-year curriculum is rounded out with at least a decade's worth of actual combat experience before they can claim the title. Leading from the front lines and inspiring their troops, Polemarchoi have become iconic figures epitomizing the martial strength of the city-states. This has led ignorant northern scholars to translate the title of Polemarchos as warlord. This is wrong. The correct title is Lord of War. Mechanist. Every army of the city-states that marches to war does so under the supervision of at least one mechanist. One could be forgiven for believing he is there to ensure the smooth operation of the army and the countless machines, both big and small, that are so vital to the smooth operation of a city-state's army. What many fail to recognize is that they are there to ensure the reality itself operates along the rules and parameters laid out in their lexicons by their divinity. Eidolon. The Eidolon are everything that the Inquisitors are not. Unlike those twisted, crude vessels, an Eidolon represents the pinnacle of the Schola's technique. With its body enhanced in every way imaginable, its flesh reinforced to handle the phlogiston, bonded blood that has been decanted into it, its limbs anoded with the strongest and lightest alloys the city-states can manufacture, and its lungs enhanced to power the blistering furnace that is its metabolism. Even so, all of these changes pale to the masterpiece that is its mind, a blank state with not an ounce of will or thought of its own, whose automatic functions are perfectly preserved. The perfect host for the Schola to download itself into and execute its will. Hipparchos. The Hipparchos, the gifted commander and powerful combatant, whose nature is deemed too aggressive to entrust overall command of an army to. He is instead given tactical command of the fastest and most elite units on the battlefield, where his direct leadership and natural aggression allows him to shine. This liberties the Polemarch or Aristrak to focus his efforts into the thick of combat, locking the enemy formations and creating space for his subordinates to seize the initiative and deliver the killing blow. The Lokagos is a critical promotion for a veteran hoplite who has taken a permanent position in his city-state's military. They quarter and fight on the front line with the troops, but are present in all of the staff meetings an army on the march may have. This insight into the officer's thinking allows them to quickly relay orders and adapt to the flow of battle, making sure the army fights as a unified whole. The Dorilates. Hoplites know that the difference between victory and defeat lies with the strength of the phalanx and focus their efforts on the integrity of its shield wall. The canniest veterans among the hoplites know that pure defense will see a phalanx buckle under uncontested enemy pressure. Thus they turn their eyes to the Dorilates, the spear masters among their numbers, to set the tempo and angle of their thrust, complementing the sheer defensive power of the phalanx with increased aggression. The Selinoi. Nowhere in the society of the city-states is their ambivalent relationship with the bred more evident than with the Selinoi. A nice seamless blend of man and goat, the Selinoi ultimately proved to be the hardiest and most adaptable of the breed who survived. Intelligent, fast, and tough, they quickly exceed at their tasks, putting them at odds with humans and painting a mark on their back when the purges started during the fall. Today, those Selinoi who survive have done so by learning to coexist with humanity or avoiding it as much as possible. Selinoi hunters shun the crowded streets of the city-states, choosing instead to roam the deep forest and wildlands that invariably form around the city-states. Their woodcraft and hunting skills making them invaluable scouts for the city-states, and their presence is tolerated and sometimes even encouraged, if only to secure these capable scouts in the city's forces. Hoplites. Unlike the feudal obligations of the 100 Kingdoms, the city-states have embraced a higher ideal for their people and armed forces. The bulk of their army is composed of hoplites, citizen soldiers mustered to protect their city and its interests. Armed and equipped from the advanced foundries of their city-state and drilled relentlessly, a phalanx of hoplites is an almost immovable obstacle on the battlefield, capable of holding their own against the best any challenger might throw at them. Phalangites. While hoplites are the citizen soldiery of a given city-state, the phalangites are its professional army. Hard-boiled and scarred veterans of countless campaigns, phalangites take everything that makes a phalanx deadly and kick it up a notch. Eschewing the use of the hoplon, shield, and their daily drills allows them to employ their spikes, the dreaded sarissa, while holding formation. This turns them into both a hammer and an anvil, allowing them to retain their defensive nature while crushing the opposition behind an impenetrable hedge. Minotaur Hashpits. Those Minotaurs that have somehow escaped the sad fate of their Tyrian kin can look forward to a quiet life of agrarian work. Their prodigious strength and legendary stamina mean that even with the odds stacked against them, most can look forward to buying their own emancipation right within a decade or two. As citizens, however, they are duty-bound to serve in the army much like their human counterparts. Most do as hashpits, consciously standing apart from their fallen Tyrian kin, specializing in defense and bolstering the line where the weaker humans might falter. Promethean. When one gazes upon the wonders of a city-state, its cyclopean walls, its towering cranes and smokeless foundries, one cannot help but suspect that these wonders cannot have been built by mortal hands alone. And they would not be far wrong. Deep within the bowels of each acropolis resides the Prometheans, ancient titanic allies of the Skole and their founder, whose deep primordial knowledge is responsible for many of the wonders that allowed the city-states to stand. Rare and fell is the need that rouses one of these ancients to war, for their very blow cracks its enemy's will even as it empowers its allies. Inquisitors. Looming almost twice the height of man, these lumbering monstrosities bear little resemblance to the man they once were. Now little more than empty vessels that the Skole can unleash at will, Inquisitors are the red right hand of this shadowy consort. Now a twisted amalgam of flesh and steel, the sole purpose is to embody the wrath and will of that shadow consort on the battlefield and beyond. Piston-driven limbs cleave through flesh and steel with alarming ease, their limbs powered by the traces of phylogistone that courses through their veins even as it burns their stunted lives short. The Satyroi are much like the Selenoi, but unlike the more peaceful Selenoi, Satyroi have turned to anger, hate, and violence. Kidnappers, extortionists, consummate thugs, and dangerous gangers, the most dangerous of Satyroi are often press-ganged into the army where their combat skills and unbridled ferocity make them skirmishers without peer. The companion cavalry are rather an outliner in the city-state's forces, mainly because they do not, in the strictest sense of the word, belong to the citizen soldiery army of most armies. The companions are rather a voluntary force drawn from among the wealthy oligarch and noble families of the city-states. Armed and armored in the finest weapons money can buy, these impetuous scions of nobility are trained by retired polemarchs and aristrachs in the private gymnasiums of the wealthy, while their horsemanship is honed in the massive hippodromes that tend to dominate the skylines of each city-state. Despite their eclectic training and impetuous nature, these horsemen are a valuable enough tool that the city-states have diverged from their orthodox army organization to incorporate them. Minotaur Tyrians. When the bread were originally conceived and gifted to the Dominion, Minotaurs were intended to be docile, tractable agrarian workers. It did not take long for man to look upon this mountain of muscle and decide to put it in a different use. Purposefully bred and conditioned for aggression, Minotaur Tyrians and their double-handed weapons are an unstoppable presence of the battlefield, delivering unstoppable charges and wielding massive weapons that make a mockery of enemy defenses and formations. Hephaestion. While the Titans were convinced of the need to aid the Skole and their founder in their efforts, not all of them agreed how. The Prometheans chose to aid them by sharing with them the secrets of creation. The Hephaestion chose a different path, that of destruction. Looking upon mankind and worried of what they would make of the weapons they had been gifted, the Hephaestions chose instead to become the weapons, bringing their overwhelming power onto the battlefield on behalf of their mortal allies. Myths and reality. Considering the youth of the city-state civilization, the number of myths and legends that permeate their culture is staggering. In a scant few hundred years, an elaborate mosaic of heroes, monsters, and deities have established themselves in the minds of the population, to the point where few everyday discussions do not include some form of reference to personas and places that may or may not have existed. Unparalleled art has been sculpted, painted, and created to depict entirely or almost entirely fictional characters and scenes, while pottery, epics, and theaters around the cities retell the stories at an almost daily basis. The natural question one could feel inclined to ask is simple. Why? Are the people of the city so much more inclined to myths? Do they suffer from a mysterious mass affliction that sees the most scientifically groundbreaking human civilization turn to fables? Considering the origin of their civilization, the scientific mind that molds so many aspects of its society, and especially their founder, who had meticulously planned each detail of their existence, one would expect a level-headed society that put reason before fantasy and history before myths. And yet at first glance, the city-states present a collection of tales that seemingly dwarf those of the kingdoms and rival the likes of the Nords. The answer to the question is not straightforward, and the reason can only be theorized in their multitude. It would, for instance, readily claim that the question is without merit, as the phenomenon under discussion is non-existent. The city-states do not in any quantifiable measure have more myths than the 100 Kingdoms or the Nords. In fact, quite the opposite is true. The amassed collections of mythology stemming from various cultures of the kingdoms far outweigh that of the city-states, while the far older traditions of the Nords would draw in their plethora the tales of city bards. The illusion of the opposite stems from the cultural differences, or lack thereof. Unlike the 100 Kingdoms, the culture of the city-states is more cohesive, its structure far more similar in score than it's different. By and large, the people of different cities are divided by dialects rather than entirely different languages, and their histories have more in common than they have different. This allowed for an accumulation of mythologies of sorts under a facade of unity, and indeed in time such a unity did begin to take shape as the language allowed for the tales to be readily exchanged, the themes to be repeated and refitted until an almost united mythology was forged. While in the case of the kingdoms there is an assortment of different mythologies that in order to spread had to be reshaped beyond recognition or live on in an echo chamber of the same group that birthed them. At the same time, unlike the Nords who rely on their oral traditions, the love for theater and widespread use of the written word allowed for an almost scientific approach to any mythos, as tales were meticulously recorded, repeated, and perfected, being elevated from simple fables to educational and philosophical tales, which aim to explore human nature and thus resonating with the same strength throughout the generations. Should one take a closer look at these tales, however, the difference in details and in delivery of the same myth from city to city will reveal the truth behind this false single united mythology. This theory can be challenged by another view. While not dismissing any of its arguments, one could note that all of the aforementioned factors which compound the phenomenon should, in fact, be viewed as tools rather than natural or accidental occurrences. Recognizing the immense challenge of detaching his people from millennia of their respective cultural histories, both of the overwhelming cultural influence of Hazila's theocracy, but also from the different tribal groups within the dominion, Plankton must have realized that a cohesive culture would be paramount to the success of his vision, lest the visions of the past resurface without the presence of an all-powerful patron deity to limit them. And yet as such a deity was exactly what Plankton sought to avoid to create. Something had to take its place in order for the population of the different cities to feel connected but distinct, much like their deities. Perhaps among the many lessons he learned from his own god's history, Plankton understood that an elaborate but united mythology allowed for different people to feel connected and part of a whole despite their differences, while at the same time no single aspect of that mythos would dominate the spiritual landscape. Under this light, his insistence to educate the population, his goal to promote theater to the point where they were incorporated to the very image of good citizens became less of an enlightened path and more of a planned route. Of course, none can say with certainty if such explanations are true or not. If any of the city gods or the Skale are privy to the inner workings of their founder's mind, their lips remain hermetically sealed on such matters. In the end, the answer could be simple. Like many, if not most myths of their cultural counterparts on the continent, there is actual truth behind the fantasy. Events that were exaggerated as time passed, and people that were elevated based on a single moment of glory. After all, there is no shortage of such tales on Ea. Lycaon, realm of the wolf god. Amongst the remnants of Plankton's vision of an enlightened, elevated society, free of the constraints of rudderless worship and unchained militaristic aggression, one city-state stands out for its inherent ruthlessness in both war and fate. Lycaon, home to warriors of immense skill and renown, is a city that has strayed away from the light of the Skale and Planton's original design. Instead, its citizens focus on perfecting their battle prowess and ability to preserve against all odds, doing so under the multifaceted tutelage of their patron god, Ekos. Ekos is the wolf god of survival, claiming Lycaon as his realm and his citizens as his litter. Originally caged by the city-state now defunct Skale, Ekos was able to partially escape when the prayers of his followers reached their pinnacle, drawing power from their fate and gnawing on the chains that contained him. With a portion of his power freed, the wolf god disposed of his former captors and established the city as his dominion, cementing a state of divine governance. Only partially unfiltered, Ekos now seeks to fully escape the constraints devised for him by the slain Lycaon Skale, aiming to one day release the full breadth of his power onto the world. The wolf god values and blesses those with the will and skill to survive above all else, welcoming all that can endure and preserve when faced with intense hardship. He is known to have three aspects, assuming the form of each one in a calculated fashion: the guardian, the scavenger, and the hunter. The ever-shifting faces of Ekos often make him an unpredictable deity. The faithful of Lycaon know that the whims of their god are beyond mortal understanding, and they view such fluctuations as divine wisdom. While assuming the role of the guardian, Ekos becomes characteristically esoteric, guiding his worshippers to focus on their own city's affairs. During the Guardian state, Lycaon resents most interactions with foreign powers, directing their resources to development of their own city and related infrastructures. Buildings are erected, crops are harvested, and life prospers in relative harmony, for the standards of war-hardened Lycaon at least. And the wolf god seeks to protect and develop his realm with near-parental devotion. While assuming the role of the scavenger, Ekos reaches a state of targeted absence, roaming beyond his realm more freely. When not absent, as the wolf god tends to disappear, satisfying his own hidden desires during this phase, Ekos commands his followers to take all they can in the name of survival. As a result, the warriors of Lycaon venture beyond the borders of their city in larger numbers than usual, scavenging, pillaging, raiding, and auctioning their military service to those with the wealth to afford them. When the scavenger shows his face, Lycaon is expected to provide for itself beyond already claimed resources, for survival requires to take what's needed through any means necessary. The aspects of the Guardian and the Scavenger are two facades that Ekos adopts most often, sometimes alternating in swift succession. The third and final aspect is the rarest, showing its fangs upon a sole occasion: war. When the hunter emerges, the warriors of Lycaon march as a unified spearhead, conducting wars with scalpel-like precision. Unlike the scavenger, who casts a wide net and takes whatever he can from whomever shows weakness, the hunter focuses on a single target, using warfare as a tool to achieve goals that would benefit his realm. The armies of Lycaon are molded into highly effective force when engaging in large-scale conflicts, using varied and devastating combat doctrines to break and defeat their enemies. Such tactics revolve around psychological, maneuver, and guerrilla warfare, chipping away at hostile defenses before delivering the final blow. It is theorized by some scholars, outside of Lycaon's theocratic vigil, that Ekos' aspects are but a manifestation of the prayers of his faithful. During certain periods and events, the favor of the masses is known to shift from one godly facade to another, often resulting in a corresponding change from the wolf god soon after. Additionally, there are some within Lycaon's society that choose to constantly venerate a single aspect of their deity, stemming off their personal preferences and desires. Where the whims and prayers of mortals truly affect the wolf god's transformation remains unconfirmed nonetheless. All citizens of Lycaon are highly trained warriors, putting to shame numerous professional soldiers from other cultures. To become a citizen and be inducted into the city-state societal structure, one must go through the trial of Ekos. The sacred test of tenacity and perseverance is open to all who inhabit the lands of Lycaon, the Lycanthropian, meaning the Valley of the Wolf. While all are welcome to take part in the test, including bred, not just human, it is usually preferred by the youthful, as one must endure extended physical and psychological hardships to succeed. Those members of Lycaon that choose not to partake in this critical test of tenacity are required to provide sound reasoning, which is subsequently judged by the priesthood of Echos. If the argument for abstention is found to be valid, the individual is exempted from the trial process. Circumstantial citizenship is granted, with such individuals being allocated to perform tasks that best serve their city-state, while losing the right to participate in Lycaon's war councils. Those with lacking reasons for non-participation are banished to the northern portions of Lycao Pantheon, simply known as the Lycan Wilds, and are declared as recreants. The Lycao Pantheon is comprised of two distinct regions, Carpos in the south and the Lycan Wilds in the north, cleanly segmenting Lycao's valley home. While the southern expanse of the Great Valley, Carpos, is filled with fertile farmland and is the spearhead of Lycao's modest agricultural endeavors, the northern wildlands stand in stark opposition to their domesticated counterparts. The Lycan wilds contain gnarled patches of thorny, fruitless vegetation, or jagged root-like rock formations, which make the terrain famously difficult to traverse, and a plethora of hostile wildlife, including roaming wolf packs. It is to the north that those that have fallen from Echos' favor are exiled, forming ramshackle communities and shanty towns throughout the hostile lands they are forced to inhabit. Many of these exiled communities are built upon the ruins of towns and temple complexes from Lycopantheon's past. Once venerating deities other than Echos, such structural remains serve as a grim reminder of those that overburden the wolf god's patience. Consisting of criminals, traitors, heretics, and other such unwanted individuals, Lycao's exiles harbor a deep-seated hatred for all those that are associated with Echos, especially individuals that seek divine favor by participating in the sacred trials. All aspirants before their test commences are stripped bare and subsequently given a simple wool tunic and a set of basic tools, including a small knife and a modest length of rope. Only then are the contenders released into the Lycan wilds, being given a singular goal: survive an entire week within the wildlands. Thus, for an entire week, aspirants must sustain themselves on very little, relying on scant eatable vegetation and limited quarry to satiate their hunger. Hunting in these lands is a difficult task in its own right, for there is an overabundance of predators. With limited prey to go around in comparison, it is often the case that aspirants will find themselves to be hunted, in an unfortunate reversal of roles, pursued by snapping jaws and eager howls. Often enough, the pursuers will not be of bestial nature, with other humans being all too willing to prey on the roaming trials hopefuls. The banished denizens of the wilds will show feverish hostility towards the trial takers, seeking to harm them at every opportunity as a heretical jab to the god that forsook them. Those permanently banished the Lycan wilds are infected with the wolf pox, a debilitating disease that sprouts foul, pus-filled pustules across the bodies of the contaminated. Such a sickness cannot be contacted through conventional means, being reserved only for those that have attracted the wolf god's wrath, or so it is said by Echos' followers. Those afflicted by the mystical ailment will not outright perish from it. Instead, they will gradually go insane by the burning pain and unimaginable discomfort that sprouts from within their festering bodies. Such culminating agony bestows the branded exiles unholy strength, their lunacy driving them to a killing frenzy when faced with those not burdened by the wolf god's curse. Legends exist, tales told during moonlit nights of aspirants that are driven mad by hunger and resort to feasting on the flesh of humans and breed alike. These creatures, called lycanthropes within the local folklore, mutate to resemble a hybrid of man and wolf, ever hungering for the flesh of their former peers. Most within the city-states dismiss such accounts as superstitious drivel, gory tales meant to entertain and spook the uneducated. Others claim that the wolfish horrors are in fact real, though such statements have never been backed through first-hand sightings. Yet with the recesses of city-state scholarly discourse, an odd theory lingers. Could these lycanthropes be the lost fourth race of breed that were gifted by the Spires? If an aspirant manages to complete the trial of Echos, that individual is gifted with a modest parcel of farmable land, a complete panoply, and a set of weapons. The life of a fully fledged citizen is shaped by the whims of the wolf god, oath-bound to march to war when called to do so, and tending to his land when not required to don the mantle of the warrior. When it comes to the earthly stewardship of Ecos' realm, two mortals have been chosen to rule on his behalf, acting under his divine tutelage. These are Deimos, the king of Lycaon, and Nike, the warrior queen of the city-state. Deimos is a shrewd demagogue and spymaster, controlling and supervising Lycaon's affairs from the shadows. The Wolf King is rarely seen outside the walls of his palace, built upon the ruins of the city's former skale, and housing Ecos' partially ruptured prison, operating instead through his extensive network of agents and infiltrators. Niki, in stark contrast, is rarely seen within the city's boundaries, leading Lycaon's armies on the battlefield instead. The warrior queen, affectionately called the Huntress by her followers, is a peerless warrior and tactician. Her light yet densely muscled figure is a well-oiled machine, battling with poise and precision. The queen's mind is equally masterful, handling battlefield preparations, strategies, and wartime diplomacy with the skill of a seasoned artisan. Yet talented tacticians are not in short supply within the city-states. What sets Niki apart is her ability to combine the roles of diplomat and general, seeking to disarm an enemy through negotiation before resorting to bloodshed. When not leading her armies at the forefront of a military campaign, the warrior queen prefers to supervise the many fortified camps that dot the borders of Lycaon, only returning to Lycaon to convene with her mate and co-ruler. The king and queen of the wolf god's chosen city have produced two offsprings, a son and a daughter, yet neither is guaranteed to inherit their parents' throne. Ecos himself chooses who rules under his grace, electing a new ruler whenever he deems necessary. Ecos' favored city-state seeks only to survive, preserving in a hostile world through steel, tenacity, and fate. Vigilant over his realm, the wolf god seeks to fully sever his leash, wishing to unearth the full extent of his power that the Skale withheld from him. The port of Rhodea. The city-state of Rhodea, located on the island of the same name at the lower northwest quadrant of the city-state's peninsula, is known for its masterful craftsmanship and extensive industrial prowess. The massive harbor city endlessly reverberates with the droning of countless shipyards and the metallic clamoring of workshops and forges. So impressive is the port of Rhodea, nestled within the oceanic passage known as the Gilded Horn, that it has been acknowledged throughout Ea as a peerless mechanical wonder. Such is the complexity of the port's combined constructs that inventors, engineers, and craftsmen across the world travel to Rhodea en masse, seeking to gain knowledge through their educational pilgrimage. Most of the major mechanical curiosities that populate the port are the product of a single ingenious mind, that of the legendary Rhodian inventor Hypatia, a key member of the Rhodea Skale during her life governing the city's ever-powerful engineering guild. Hypatia forged the island city into the harbor bastion it is today, designing a slew of devastating defensive measures to protect her patron city. The two most prominent of these inventions are the Great Chain of the Gilded Horn and the Colossal of Rhodea, both being the city-state premier safeguarding instruments against potential enemies. The Great Chain occupies the entrance to the Gilded Horn and consists of two statues, one at each side of the horn's entrance. The statues are carved in the likeness of Rhodea's twin gods, Istimina, the goddess of invention, and Istimios, the god of crafting, with each cradling immense heaps of coiled chain atop their raised arms. The main chain is made of an impossibly strong alloy, and individual links are the size of a fully grown warhorse. From each central link hangs a descending mesh of smaller chains, creating a gargantuan metal partition when fully spread out. Most of the time, the Great Chain remains dormant at the bottom of the ocean, dipping towards from each enormous figure and lying atop a bed of tangled seaweed, sand, and salt-built-in shipwrecks. Yet when the horns of war sound across Rhodea, the chain bulwark is raised, hoisted by a complex gear-driven mechanism housed within each statue that tug and pull at the metallic shackles erecting the entire structure. To sail through the iron veil of the Great Chain is to invite death. Larger vessels are unable to pass entirely, while smaller ships risk getting flayed by the lesser chain appendages. The Colossus of Rhodea, perhaps the most famous of Hypatia's menagerie of inventions, is the city-state's final and most effective deterrent towards an invasion. With a full height akin to a minor mountain, the Golden Giant is the main fixture of Rhodea's skyline. Atop his two outstretched hands is a device known as the Panoptes, a spherical assortment of hefty, finely tuned lenses that can harness sunlight, when the weather allows for as much, and redirect it as a beam of concentrated heat. The solar ray can singe away most material, being known to even melt metal at certain angles. Such is the might of Rodia's combined machine arsenal that few dare to attack the poor city directly. For those that do, their hubris continues to litter the murky expanses within the bowels of the sea. The Inquisitor of the Skole. There are few institutions more vested in the prosperity and survival of mankind than the Skole of the city-states. Their very creation arose from the self-sacrifice of one individual who beheld the horrors of divinity unchecked and sacrificed his very self to create an incorruptible entity that would stand against the horrors that plague mankind upon Ea. Today, the Skole are at the gleaming forefront of mankind's future. The city-states are gleaming bastions of industry and progress, and their armies some of the most powerful and disciplined forces on the planet. But all of these actions are the efforts of their gleaming, open, and visible right hand. The Skole have spent countless resources and plumbed well past all ethical and moral limits of research to create Inquisitors, the left hand of the Skole. Crafted from the bodies of criminals and traitors, the bodies of each Inquisitor is bloated to monstrous proportion, though the judicious application of smudged spire growth factors and live phlogiston, the expense of which alone would beggar some smaller kingdoms. This formidable body is implanted with vicious blades, hydraulic pistons, and mechanized articulations, turning it into a walking siege weapon even as the subject's mind is erased through the combined assault of drugs, pain, and painstaking surgical grafts. The result is an unthinking automaton that exists only to obey the Skole's directives. But what monster, what horror could have forced the Skole to plumb these monstrous depths? The answer is simple. Human curiosity. Early in his career, Planton, founder of the Skole, caught a glimpse of the power that human ingenuity could unleash and shuddered at the thought of its existence. Humanity's ingenuity, naivety, and greed are fated to combine and unleash forces no sane man would want to exist, before one even factors the presence of an inimical god of death. Look at Trench Crusade. And so the Inquisition was born, not to hunt witches and devil summoners, not to hunt diabolists and dirigists who would threaten mankind with their short-sightedness, but to hunt down the best and brightest of mankind, thus ensuring that their unwitting contributions did not doom mankind to extinction. Its Inquisitors work openly in the city-states themselves, their hulking presence in academic city-states a constant reminder of who holds the reins. Outside the city-states, Inquisitors are paired with an Eidolon to form an autonomous squad, which works to track down, identify, and neutralize inventors and technological developments that the Skole considers too dangerous to be allowed to operate. The sheer scope and ambition and audacity of this work would beggar belief and induce most sane men to scoff at the mere notion it could be true. The simple fact shields the Skole's work from the eyes of the masses better than any amount of subterfuge or bribery ever could. Its work has continued for centuries, its methods and targets growing increasingly refined as the Skole learned to target those innovations which would bring about revolutionary change and threaten the status quo, while allowing smaller increases in efficiency to go through so that the burgeoning population of the human realms might endure. In recent years, though, there has been a marked shift in the focus of the efforts of the Inquisition, shifting from murder and coercion to kidnapping and recruitment. The Skole, it seems, have struck upon a new plan. Aware that all they could do with their original strategies was delay the inevitable, they have now embarked upon a great work. A project they hope will allow them to subvert not just the development of technology across the world of Ea, but the very principles it is based upon. Acheron. Acheron stands at the precipice of oblivion, being the first line of defense against the horrors that lurk beyond the eastern reaches of the city-states peninsula. The city itself emerges in a dense mesh of gritty yellowed marble and weathered limestone, as Acheron's urban landscape is often bombarded by harsh sandstorms that arise from the wastelands to the east. Although the traditional architecture of the region dictates the liberal use of white paint, mainly to combat the intense heat of the summer months, Acheron's structures have a characteristic patina to them. Every year, slews of laborers swarm the city with buckets of ivory paint at hand, applying rich lathers of white coating to all building surfaces that are touched by the sun. Their efforts are destined to fade away when a wave of swirling sand descends upon the city, stripping away the paint and exposing the raw stone underneath. This cycle represents the mentality of Acheron's citizens. They are exposed to constant threats and hardship, yet they insist on preserving despite the odds. The Triptychon acts as the central fixture of the city's landscape, consisting of a titanic statue of Rhadamanthus, which houses a considerable temple complex within its bowels. The statue, facing towards the east to signify the god's vigilance against the Wardun and the Old Dominion, leads two others, each of flanking the central statue and facing east as well. The statue to the right represents Demophon, the one on the left is Triptolemos. The two flanking statues house lesser temples of their own, connecting to Ramados' main temple at his statue's base. Though Rhadamanthus' sculpture is in relatively pristine condition, the two lesser divine constructs have experienced a state of extended disrepair. The statues of Triptolemos and Demophon are worn down and crumbling, missing large chunks of stones in places and showing signs of unnatural corrosion. This massive, dominating edifice perfectly encapsulates the pathos and fading glory of Acheron, defiantly staring east even as the relentless winds and pressure of its border existence continues to weather its once pristine fortifications. The city is ruled by an ironclad theocracy with Rhadamanthus, an original divinity from the Old Dominion, the judge of the dead and Acheron's chief deity, acting as the pinnacle of leadership. Rhadamanthus remains an unremarkably active and focused deity, the looming threat of his perennial nemesis in the Old Dominion, a constant and relentless source of concern and focus. This effort comes at a tremendous cost for the deity, his power sapped by his continuous expenditure, reducing his divine might to a level almost close to that of a mortal. The secret behind the god's urgency and weakness lies in the two empty thrones that stand next to his in the central chamber. Rhadamanthus was never meant to be a deity. His role and focus were meant to be shared amongst his two partners, Triptolemos and Demophon, each wielding the power of a demigod at best. The fall and ensuing battle cost him his two partners, and in truth have mortally wounded the god. With his attempts to replace the fallen members of his triumvirate by cooperating with deities from other states having failed, his desperation and the necessary martial character of the city have pushed the god onto an uncharacteristic path. Acheron's society is almost entirely militarized, each citizen soldier expected to serve for 10 years in the military, though most opt for a life of service. While a significant number of these men are required to garrison its massive fortifications along the river Stegos and push back the encroaching Wardun tribes, the core of his forces is split among the eastern and western flank. The forces of the eastern flank focus almost exclusively on the Old Dominion, having reached a tentative truce with the local Wardun tribes. Their campaigns are few and far in between, but when locked in combat, the battles are brutal and the losses severe. Few understand the true purpose of these campaigns, most citizens and followers believing the official line that they are preemptive campaigns against the gathering might of the Old Dominion. Only the Moiraks, the priest commanders of these isolated warbands, know the true focus of these battles is the recovery of relics of Triptolemos and Demophon in the hope that their power and mantle might be resurrected to bolster the city once more. The Western forces, on the other hand, serve an even more obscure purpose. As far as the world and most citizens of the city-state are concerned, those forces sell their service as mercenaries to any and all who might meet their steep prices, providing the city-state with an endless stream of income it uses to bolster its defenses. A relentless regime of almost constant warfare to hone its massive conscripted forces, no small amount of influence among its peers, and one of the most developed webs of contacts among the leaders and commanders of all mankind, from the steeps of Rus and the fiefs of the 100 Kingdoms to the mountain peaks of the Polma Confederacy and the bustling sister capitals of the city-states. The truth is much grimmer. The Moiraks of those forces, aware of their god's predicament, are looking for worthy candidates who might possess the strength of character and spirit to assume the mantles of Ramados' fellow deities. They rove the continent seeking worthy commanders to serve in a lifetime of conflict, hoping that the grim toll of their life's work might reveal those extraordinary individuals who could be imbued with a portion of their city-state might and ascend to aid their god in defense of their city-state and mankind against the storm of undeath they know is coming. Acheron has control of 2 fortress cities within its extended territory, Petrapolis and Rachmia. Petrapolis is positioned next to the dam that controls the flow of the river Stegos, potentially flooding the surrounding area to halt an encroaching army. Ramia has used similar dam technology to push back the ocean in its vicinity, giving it access to enormous man-made salt flats which constitute a larger part of its trade. Few doubt that these floodgates and dams do not have measures in place that would allow the waters to rise and wash away an invading force should the city be incapable of containing the threat. The city-state of Tauria. To live is to seek adventure, and to seek adventure is to experience glorious combat. That is the decree of Minos, Tauria's warrior king and patron god. Minos is the bull-spirited god of adventure and combat, ever seeking glory by battering his enemies and celebrating his victories through bombastic revelries. For Minos, questing and warfare are not to be looked at through the excruciating dull lens of practicality. Instead, they are affairs worthy of ceremony and merriment, for a good fight or a perilous adventure are divine food for the soul. As such, Minos' personality is a multifaceted beast in its own right. On the one hand, he can be merry and boastful, spontaneous and ready to make allowance. On the other, he is known to be temperamental and vengeful, often criticized as being shallow and unyielding when some unseen line has been crossed. While such mood swings can appear petty and juvenile to the uninitiated, the faithful of Tauria understand and embrace the duality as part of their god's passion and zest for life, pointing at the might and splendor of their own city to offer evidence. Should one walk the streets of Tauria for the first time, one would think they lucked upon a holiday. The streets are perpetually abuzz with rambunctious melodies, the clattering of chalices, and the thunderous boasts of veteran warriors, swimming in a sea of colorful statues and murals alongside effigies of bullhorns and Minos' weapons of choice, the double-sided axe. To propagate such elevated spirits, a part of Minos' clergy, known as the Rhapsodoi, act as bards and storytellers of immense skill, sharing tales of epic proportions to stoke the lust for glory and adventure across the city-state. The temple of this priesthood and the center of such sacred sagas and recollections are the halls of revelry. This vast gallery houses a truly immense feasting table running across the entire length of the building and filled with potent alcohol and mouth-watering foodstuffs. Minos' faithful fighters flock to the great halls in droves, feasting while listening to the magnificent tale of their city's greatest warriors, drawing divine inspiration before they eventually depart to fight in the bull god's name. Visitors are allowed in the halls and are sometimes even invited to the table, while the Rhapsodoi accept donations, readily offering their gratitude in the form of information about challenges and chances for warriors to prove themselves. It should come as no surprise that minotaurs are ever welcome in the halls, offered shelter and sustenance if needed before they are sent to the Acropolis of Kephala. While the city's center of trade and culture lives in a festive atmosphere that leaks to neighboring districts, the city's expansive Acropolis tells another tale. Set atop the fortified Kephala plateau and dominating the city landscape, it houses the Kataphis, the god's holiest of holies, where Minos' own arms and armor rest. While the city's civilians and veterans reveal below, the Kephala houses the god's training grounds. Here, faithful of the bull god come to hone their warrior skills, both as individuals and as soldiers. Little is colorful about the soldiers' training, with discipline, efficiency, and coordination valued greatly, and punishments exacted by the god's other part of the clergy, the Kerasphoroi, are harsh for those who fail to follow mandates or break formation. At the same time, however, each soldier is individually trained in any style of combat they prefer, often choosing techniques that lean towards spectacle and flamboyancy. While the two seem conflicting with the efficiency of the method challenged by the doubters, the god's aim is simple. He wants brutal and efficient armies manned by soldiers who can excel individually and break the spirit of the enemy while rallying their allies behind heroic deeds. The pinnacle of individual training is reached in the Pantharion, the gateway to the Acropolis and Tauria's grand arena, which acts as a gathering nexus for most of the city's warriors. Such events are frequent and bloody, attracting warriors from all walks of life, both human and bred, and forging combatants without equal. The events that take place within Minos' sacred arena are many, ranging from tense duels to the death, vicious assaults between minor gladiatorial armies, and bestial attacks, cavalry skirmishes, and many other such showcases of battle-centric prowess. The most famous event that takes place in the arena is the Labor of Minos, a surviving challenge that is of the utmost importance to the bull god. During said trial, the main fighting platform is withdrawn to reveal a sprawling maze, digging deep within the Kefala hill underneath, and several contestants are hoisted into its center while blindfolded. When completely lowered, trial takers remove their coverings and are released from their harnesses. Their goal is to exit the maze by following the many clues that are strewn throughout its winding corridors. Alongside the maze trotters, two monstrous bulls are unleashed into the maze from its edges, seeking to trample all competitors they come across into a meaty pulp. Such bulls are especially bred and act as avatars of the deity's earthly presence. Each bull stands at twice the height of an average man and is 4 times as wide, while being unnaturally muscled and having hides that are said to have the hardness of metal. Additionally, the maze itself is filled with traps and is able to mechanically alter certain paths and corridors, making the ordeal that much more challenging. Those that survive the Labor of Minos gain the right to touch the god's armaments in the cataphysis, and it is said are visited by the bull god himself, forever gaining his divine protection. In terms of leadership, the city is ruled by its god and its clergy, at least in principle. In practice, Tauria is led by a largely ecclesiastical oligarchy who rule along with a select council of elders, individuals of note that represent the major factions that make up Tauria's infrastructure, including wealthy merchants and military leaders of note. Tauria rarely turns its attention towards the other major city-states, unless of course Minos takes offense at something. Instead, the city favors expansionist policies towards the west and north, with the tales of war against the Telian Empire and the free city-states of the Alarian Plains still echoing proudly in the halls of revelry. Tauria continues to reach beyond this border whenever the opportunity arises. Today, the colony and the fortress city of Baubalia is positioned close to the borders between the city-state peninsula and the Illyrian plains, acting as the spearhead of the bull god's maneuvers in the west. Such plans, however, have been severely hampered as of late due to the recent arrival of the Sorcerer Kings in the region, with the subsequent founding of their settlement of Tashkin Hajala, dragging valuable land and trade further away from Tauria's grip. The most striking example of Tauria's daring bravado and expansionism is the colony of Abydos. Located at the southern portion of the Weaver Courts, the heavily fortified settlement is the only known example of foreign occupation near the enigmatic region. Lastly, the island of Kameni, where once the grand city of Fera stood, and the town of Vopolis openly serve as Tauria's vassals, brought to heel in centuries past after offending the bull god. Yet rumors whisper that the two cities are working in secret towards a joint rebellion. Tauria's unfettered and unapologetic diplomatic approach has granted it multiple enemies, including other city-states and powers from within the 100 Kingdoms. On the surface, Minos seems unaffected and unconcerned. However, this is not all that is encompassed within the bull god's sphere of influence. For Minos is a passionate god, with a drive for might and glory that reaches into the farthest and most remote corners of Ea. This was a nice one. I like the Greek themes of it. If you managed to reach it this far, please like, comment, and subscribe. It helps the channel grow. Nevertheless, I'll see you in the next one. Arrivederci. The Sorcerer Kings. Far to the south and east of the lands of the 100 Kingdoms and the city-states lie lands that exist on no map known to mankind, even the wide-ranging exploration fleets of the Old Dominion, for they quite simply did not exist at that time. These are the lands of the last successors to the legacy of the Old Dominion. They are the cabal of Sorcerer Kings who transcended the limits of mortal magic by binding themselves to the incarnate souls of Balance, the primordial elemental lords, and channel their awesome primordial power to bring down their mad god, Hazila, and usher the fall. Fleeing the destruction of Capita across a chain of volcanic islands they raised, they were ultimately forced to bind the last of these islands into an entire continent. Their burgeoning power allowed them to raise from the very seafloor. Barren and desolate, the 4 surviving Sorcerer Kings, Emry, who moves the oceans, Dailin, pyre of gods and men, Hormus, who lays mountains low, and Alessa, weaver of winds and fate, gazed upon it and called it good. They settled upon this new land and founded their realms, bonding their mortal servants to their elemental counterparts, seeking thus to guide their newborn elemental children in the gargantuan task of turning the desolate new continent into one capable of supporting life. Feeling the call of the power and responsibilities they had suddenly assumed would soon call them away, they established a formal hierarchy among their servants, tasking each of them with a separate task in bringing forth the bounty of this new land. The elemental courts thus established, the Sorcerer Kings then withdrew to master the awesome powers and responsibilities they had inherited with their primordial mantle, turning their attention to stabilizing the continent they had raised and the weather phenomenon that the fall had unleashed, only to find their efforts hampered by unexpected primordial foes. Quickly drawn into an escalating conflict beyond the sight and understanding of their mortal followers, the elder Sorcerer Kings abdicated their titles to the most powerful and competent of their followers, tasking them with seeing their appointed task to completion. Without the guidance and authority of the elder Sorcerer Kings, these hierarchies soon burgeoned in complexity and size as the sheer scope of the monumental task overwhelmed the nascent elemental courts. Old ranks were dusted and new titles were invented to catalog, organize, and structure the expanding bureaucracy. The ancient titles of Sultan, Vizier, and Emir rose to share space with dukes, marquis, marshals, and barons. Countless rank systems were created among their servants and followers, giving rise to the Marids, the Dijin, the Efret, and the Rakshasa, just to name a few. The courts initially cooperated in the creation of enclaves, where the mortal servants and families of the courts were to be settled. Though of lesser status than the courts, these enclaves were granted every need they might have, with abundant mineral resources, clean water, temperate weather, and lesser elemental assistance, and have thrived to become paradisical metropolises that surpass any upon the old continent. The cleverest, most gifted, and most beautiful of their numbers would ascend to the elemental courts in elaborate ceremonies upon which riches and largesse were bestowed upon their families. These gifts and bounty earned their courts the undying gratitude of the enclaves, which in time would morph into outright worship, further twisting the fabric of an already strained system. In time, a large population of refugees followed the first exodus of this new continent. These hardy survivors crossed the raging oceans in a steaming archipelago with no assistance but the final blessing of the goddess Ninhua, who sent her chosen servants and what wildlife remained in a final migration in a desperate attempt to safeguard the remaining trapped population of Capitas and its environments. Unplanned and unaccounted for, these tribes were barred from accessing the bounty of the elemental courts and enclaves, for both of these were more interested in promoting each other and themselves than accounting for the needs of unexpected visitors. Claiming they were never part of the Elder's plan, the elemental courts took no further action other than to destroy the archipelago that had allowed the survivors to reach them in the first place. The enclaves quickly closed their gates and walled their farms, excluding the tribes from the wealth that had been bestowed upon them. Rejected by the servants of the Sorcerer Kings, these tribes rejected them in turn, turning to the worship of Ninhua, whose final fading blessing ensured that they not only survived on the barren lands of the new continent, but slowly thrived. Adopting the life of nomads and ranging from the vast semi-barren flats of the new continents, these tribes came to depend on their herds almost entirely. As the long winter eased and the capricious courts ever so begrudgingly fulfilled their mandated role and brought life to the plains, their numbers began to swell. As the seasons turned, their numbers grew until their population pushed them into the fertile but guarded lands of the enclaves. The relentless conflict between the idyllic enclaves and the now heretical tribes would ultimately draw in the mighty elemental courts, setting the stage for a massive confrontation that would awaken the elder kings and shift the balance of power in these new lands forever, setting them on a course to collide with the civilizations of the old continents after centuries of isolation. In war, the Sorcerer Kings are a powerful mobile force with a strong ranged in magical elements, such as bounding monsters under their control or directly through spells. The Enclaves. It is perhaps difficult to fathom the level of comfort and luxury the Enclaves enjoy without understanding that due to the patronage of the elemental courts, the elements themselves work in their favor. In the cities, the heat of summer and the stench of so many bodies crammed together are wafted away by cool breezes that never let up. Their farmers are blessed with perfect rain patterns and rich soil upon which to tilt their fields, while the rivers never flood but gently irrigate the fields next to which they meander. Fire has been completely tamed, and their forges can run day and night, producing some of the cleanest alloys and finest steels mankind has ever seen. This has allowed their craftsmen and scholars an unparalleled amount of freedom to perfect their craft, resulting in some of the most beautiful works of art and architecture in the world, while their libraries, relics salvaged from the last days of the Old Dominion, have continued to grow and prosper. This affluence, though, has a price. The population of the enclaves exists purely to serve the needs of the Sorcerer Kings. The laborers exist to fuel the craftsmen and scholars, who in turn exist only to provide to the Sorcerer Kings with new potent recruits. While the gift does not distinguish between vocations or heritage, much to the chagrin of more than a few enterprising sorcerers, so if a higher percentage of the population is educated, then a higher percentage of those who awaken their gift will be educated, shortening the training period for an aspiring sorcerer significantly. If a child is shown to possess the gift, they are to be immediately presented to the local Raj, who will reward their family for the loss of their child as they embark on the long journey to the Dweghom peak, where the elemental courts meet to decide their fate. There, depending on their gift and inclination, they might be apprenticed to a sorcerer of one of the elemental courts and begin their journey into the domains, or, should their gift be judged weak, relegated to the role of servant for their betters. Every aspect of the enclaves exists only to further the interests of the Sorcerer Kings, his population subjects to the changing needs of their distant overlords. Until recently, this was scarcely felt beyond the occasional loss of a favored child as their gift awakened. But as the gaze of the Sorcerer Kings turns to the fertile lands of Alectria and beyond, the needs of manpower and servants for the expedition is rising, pressuring a population long accustomed to comfort and plenty. Whereas in other societies one could choose to leave, the lands that surround the enclave are blasted and barren places, where only the destitute, the exiled, and the tribes roam, giving the poor population of the enclaves little choice but to follow the whims of their masters. The notion of rebellion can scarcely be countenanced when the entire population and way of living depends on the largeness of the courts, and that is before one even considers the ever-present gaze of the Rajkur regiments, recruited from exactly those desperados and hardened survivors who roamed the wasteland outside the enclaves. Brought in from the deadly badlands that surround their enclaves into a life of plenty, these men are trained, conditioned, and indoctrinated by the Raj and his Sardar commanders until their loyalty is beyond question. Centuries of isolation have made the population of the enclaves and the world forget their true purpose, to provide what the Sorcerer Kings need to establish dominion once more over the known world. The Elemental Courts. At the very center of the Sorcerer Kings' continent, the Jadorgahar Kajahana, lies the Dweghom Pinnacle, once a modest island in an archipelago, but now a testament to the raw elemental power the Sorcerer Kings unleashed when they raised the entire continental shelf to provide themselves the kingdom. Within this volcano lie the four thrones of the Sorcerer Kings themselves: who moves the oceans; Dailin, pyre of gods and men; Hormuz, who lays mountains low; and Alessa, weaver of winds and fate. Despite its awesome size and mind-boggling effort that went into making this mountain a monument worthy of their saviors, the Dweghom Pinnacle lies mostly empty, its role remaining a more monumental and ceremonial focus the Sorcerer Kings and their ambitions, to plumb the depths of sorcerer's knowledge and climb the heights of power. The four elemental courts are geographically and politically scattered across the realms of the Sorcerer Kings. who moves oceans, holds court from the beautiful garden palace of Jilsangar in the northern archipelago. Her lands are small and mountainous, but what surface there is covered in a righteous burst of life and vegetation. Dailin, pyre of gods and men, resides in the forbidding fortress of Jalag. The desolate lands he oversees teem with minerals and hide valleys so fertile they could feed his enclaves with production to spare. Hormuz, who lays mountains low, rules his burgeoning kingdom from the imposing stepped palace of Ad-Tarnev. His lands are the most expansive, his fields the most fertile, and his enclaves the most populous. Alessa, weaver of winds and fates, tore one of Hazila's palaces from the sky itself and holds court within the floating fastness of Hava Mahal. She does not supervise any enclaves directly, but rather wanders the whole of Jagadorhar Kajahana, aiding where she is welcome, meddling where she is not, but seeking to promote the fortunes of the Sorcerer Kings overall. From the teeming activities and sheer number of resources that flow into and from each of these elemental courts, one could perhaps expect them to be teeming with powerful sorcerers and mighty maharajas pursuing campaigns of learning and conquest that would beggar minor kingdoms. This is not the case. Not because the sorcerers are not busy with exactly the kind of mighty sorcerers' pursuits one would imagine these puissant casters to be engaged with, but simply because they are not there. The greatest secret and power of the Sorcerer Kings is the discovery that while the domain of balance is the physical world we all inhabit, the slumbering primordial is so powerful that each of its 4 constituent souls have domains of their own which underpin our existence. Mortals could not hope to access or even see these outlandish realms if it were not for the intercession of the Sorcerer Kings themselves, who bind their most powerful apprentices to the denizens of these elemental domains, allowing mortals to set foot within these primordial realms. The power, knowledge, and prestige of any sorcerer is determined by how deeply they have delved into the elemental domains, what secrets they have thus uncovered, what denizens they have bound, and what resources they have exploited. So, sorcerers must devote the vast majority of their time in exploration and exploitation of this uncharted frontier, becoming more powerful in the process. It is the secret, most ambitious dream of the Sorcerer Kings to finally plumb the true depths of the elemental domains and master their powers, in order to one day bring down the barrier separating the prime domain and its elemental mirrors. This would allow the Sorcerer Kings to awaken balance and rule all of existence, wielding their unmatched elemental powers as the primordial stewards and protectors. Now we move to units. Sardar. Sardar are a relatively recent development in the Sorcerer King's armies, decorated Rajakur servicemen who re-enlist at the request of the Raj to lead their forces on their behalf. Having served amongst the men and backed directly by the Raj, their authority and influence within their own troops is absolute, allowing them to lead with none of the infighting and bickering so common among other cultures. Sorcerer. For those among the gifted, there can be no greater accomplishment than to be named a sorcerer by the elemental courts. Bounded to a deva and capable of exploring the primordial domain, sorcerers have delved into secrets of sorcery their purely mortal counterparts can only dream of. Few and far between to begin with, these extended sojourns into the elemental domains and their inherent dangers make sorcerers rare upon the battlefields of Ea, but when present they make their presence known through howling blast and ritual sorcery, dominating the battlefield while safely protected by their loving subjects. Maharajah. The loftiest heights of power a sorcerer can reach is the coveted title of Maharajah, one step below the 4 Sorcerer Kings themselves. Maharajahs represent the pinnacle of arcane and political power a mortal might hope to achieve. These paragons have dwelled deep into the elemental domains they master, deep enough to command the respect and even fear from its mighty denizens, enticing or coercing them into lifelong pacts that only further their own power. When a Maharaja designs to step upon the field of battle, the enemy soon learns the true meaning of terror. The knowledge that their life could be snuffed out in an instant by a deluge of sorcerer's power from a man so steep in elemental puissance he can only barely be called mortal anymore. The Raj. A Raj is typically the ruler of an enclave. Invariably trained in the elemental courts, they have mastered the sorcerer's arts but are not bounded to a deva. This frees them from the burden of sorcerer's pursuit, allowing them to focus on the development of their own prowess and that of their city. Often bridging the gap between the common people and the elemental courts, a Raj is well respected by his followers and leaves from the fight, fighting his foe directly with both steel and sorcery. The Ghouls. The Sorcerer Kings were initially shocked to find out that human thoughts and beliefs contaminate the elemental domains, much as they do the divine. The Ghouls were amongst the first creatures they encounter among the shallows of the domain of fire, spawned by mankind's greed, pride, and aggression. Their simple minds and base impulses have made them easy to dominate, allowing the Sorcerer Kings to discover a nigh unlimited source of cheap and expandable fodder for the battlefield. Rajakur. Well equipped, thoroughly trained, and highly motivated, the Rajakur infantry are the backbone of the Enclave's military might. Clad from head to toe in heavy chain, bearing finely crafted shields and maces, the Rajakur infantry can be trusted to hold their ground against all comers. Their loyalty and professionalism are heavily rewarded, allowing veterans of 2 enlistments to move to a wealthy land-owning retirement, a privilege reserved only for those who have served in the army. Efreet Sword Dancers. Split into countless small enclaves scattered across the vast expanse of the Ruby Shores, the Efreet have escaped the fate of the Gauls and retained their higher function. Strong, proud, and vengeful, only their fractious nature has allowed the Sorcerer Kings to bow these powerful combatants to their will. This unit usually comes in pairs with Efreet Flamecasters, because while the Flamecasters excel at range support and disrupting the foe, the Sword Dancers wade into combat with a malicious glee that is terrifying to behold. The Windborn and Steelheart Jinn. Aloft and powerful, it is only the natural curiosity of these powerful Yaksas that has allowed the Sorcerer Kings to leverage their access to the material domain into short-term contracts of service. The price for the powerful primordial warriors is high, for they are masters of whatever craft they choose to follow. The Windborn Dijin slay their foes from afar with deadly accurate volleys, while the Steelheart Jinn can be found in the heart of combat, their speed and grace lending deadly power to their elegant weaponry as they carve their way through even the most heavily armored foes. Rakshasa Bakasura and Rakshasa Ravanara. While the corruption of the elemental domains was eventually understood, the existence of the Asuras has never been explained. Violent, malicious, and powerful, the effort needed to defeat and bind one of these monstrosities is exceeded only by their effectiveness on the battlefield. The Sorcerer Kings have found it easier to control these beasts if their bloodthirsty urges are satiated on the battlefield. The Ravnar look only to destroy, while the Bakasura seek worthy foes to hunt down and consume. Their binders travel the length and breadth of the Sorcerer King's domain to find worthy foes for these minor deities, and while few are worthy, but all serve to satisfy their hunger for pain and bloodshed. This was the shortest faction yet, and probably the most interesting one because it combines elements of, Middle Eastern mythology and some Indian aspects to it. And I think that's pretty interesting. Overall, if you reach this point, please like, comment, and subscribe. It helps the channel grow. I hope you enjoyed this, and I'll see you in the next one. Arrivederci.